Where did you get me? Is this still domestic? In the pure white hut. Sui looked at the infinite starry sky outside the window, and his whole body was confused. Time and space trading platform. Is it hard to believe that it's true? He is a buyer for a food processing plant, and has been doing it for 3 years. Since he graduated, he is still quite satisfied with this job. 5,000 a month is not a high salary, but in the position of procurement, there is always some other income, but also live a nourishing. Plus, the original head of purchasing was old and retiring and didn't care about anything, so he made all the decisions in the department, and it was just too good to be true. But just last month, the boss just returned from studying abroad. Brother-in-law suddenly parachuted into the purchasing department head, became Sui's top boss. Originally, it was just a matter of replacing the boss who didn't care about anything with one who was in charge, and the oil and water that should have been there would not have been missing from him. However, Sui never thought that this new boss seemed to have that big disease. Just took office on what the international grain futures will inevitably lead to a rise in domestic food prices. Must take advantage of the price of food has not yet risen to the factory to hoard a number of. After 100 attempts to dissuade him to no avail, Sui, with a dumbfounded face, was urged by him to purchase 1,000 tons of flour and 500 tons of rice to be used as raw materials for the food processing plant. And then of course the grain didn't go up. After all, this is Kyushu. What does an increase in international grain futures have to do with it? Even this month, the purchase price has dropped by 20 cents, and the factory has suffered a blood loss of several $100,000. What Sui didn't expect was that this guy had a brain fart and made a mess, but he himself denied it and dumped the pot on his head. Yesterday, the boss personally told Sui that he must dispose of this batch of grain within a week at the original price of purchase, or else he would pack up and leave. Now the employment situation is grim. He naturally does not want to lose such a good job. Hard-headedly looking for a circle of no one is willing to take over. Then open some online trading platforms, want to try their luck to see if there is a little cute. And it turns out there is. A person with the ID time and space trading platform contacted him, saying that he could buy the grain in his hands at a high price. There was nothing else to do, so he chatted with the other man. As a result, the more we chatted, the more outrageous the other party claimed to be a cross-world trading platform that could help him sell things to other worlds. Sui wasn't stupid. Of course he didn't believe it. And then it came here. Taking a long breath, Sui calmed himself down. After looking around the room, he walked over to the long table in the center of the room and flipped open a pamphlet that lay on top. Time Trading Platform Registration Instructions. This platform is dedicated to connecting the multiverse and allowing people in different worlds to communicate with each other. 2. All trading behavior on this platform needs to be based on good faith. The goods traded between platform members are strictly prohibited to appear counterfeit and substandard, substituting the best for the best, etc. Once found, the withdrawal of membership privileges. 3. This platform adopts the member point system. You can trade with all members who have reached a long-term trade agreement once a week for free, and each successful transaction will obtain a certain amount of trading points, depending on the items traded. The final interpretation of the right to the platform. All. 4. Using trading points. You can trade with the same members several times in a week. Additional transactions can also get trading points. At the same time, trading points can also be used to redeem special props in the platform's points mall. 99. Please read the above terms and conditions carefully to ensure that you have fully understood them. And if you have no objections, sign the signature below to become the only member of this platform in the Blue Star region. After becoming a member, you will be given a newbie member gift pack. If you refuse to become a member of this platform, the platform will send you back to the Blue Star and erase this memory. Party A, Time and Space Trading Platform. Party B. Sui carefully read this registration notice several times. There was no wordplay in it. It basically spelled out the rules of the time trading platform, and they weren't harsh. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse to sign, and it made him think of something from a novel he had read before. Something about a bottle of water for nuclear fusion, a rock being an extremely rare treasure when put into the other world, or something like that. If that were true, wouldn't it take off in a spiral in place? Congratulations! You have become a registered member of the time and space trading platform, and your newbie member gift pack has been issued in place. Please pay attention to check receipt. The moment Sui signed his name, the pamphlet in front of him directly turned into a stream of light and split into two. One of them flew up to the ceiling and went somewhere, while the other one landed on Sui's wrist and turned into an odd symbol that was kinda pretty. The words that were supposed to be on the booklet also appeared in his eyes, just like the system described in the novel, which was very amazing. At the same time, the things that were given to him by the newbie packs surfaced in his eyes. Storage space, primary life trading privilege card ×1. Universal language passage card ×1. Intermediate matching card ×1. Storage space, you have a private space with a volume of 100 cubic meters. which can be used to store any item. At the same time, you also have a space with an infinite volume that can be used to store items on your trade list with other members, except living things. Primary Life Trading Privilege Card. You can use this card to trade with other members for creatures from other worlds, plants, microorganisms, etc. Do not need to use this card for trading. Universal Language Card. After using this card, you will be able to master billions of different languages from billions of worlds recorded in this platform. Intermediate Matching Card. After use, you will be randomly matched with a member who complements your strengths. Hiss, it's all good. When Sui saw these items, he couldn't help but see his eyes light up. The storage space doesn't need to be mentioned. Although only 100 cubic meters are at his disposal, it's quite a lot. The Life Trading Access Card, which doesn't see much value yet, will be left alone for now. And the 10,000 Worlds Language Penetration Card was awesome. With this thing, Sui could say that he would never have a language barrier again. As for the Intermediate Match Card, there's a rule in the platform rules about that. You need to have a match card to match other members, and the Junior Match Card is completely random, so it's hard to say what you'll be matched with for trading, and it might not be worth it at all. And the Intermediate Match Card is just like the introduction says. The probability is that you can match with a member who has complementary strengths, and then both of you can trade or even sign a long-term trading contract to get platform points. As for the Premium Match Card, it's even more impressive, matching 100% of the time with a premium world that's willing to support other worlds. The kind where people slip something through their fingers and it's enough for the average world to take off straight away. Sui was now without a primary matchmaking card, which meant that this was his only initial matchmaking opportunity. If it fails, then we'll have to wait until next year. To take care of new members who have just joined the platform and have no regular trading partners or membership points, the platform will give members a junior match card on a fixed date every year for the first 100 years of membership. Use the language card and then just use the match card. If you're here, it's better to choose a date. Sui was not a person who hesitated, and after figuring out the mode of operation of the trading platform, he knew that he could not prepare anything in advance even if he went back. Solely start matching straight away. Universal Speech Throughput Card 1. Language Module loaded. Intermediate Match Card 1. Searching across space and time for someone to trade with who complements your strengths. Match made. Accompanied by the beeping sound. The scene before Sui's eyes suddenly changed, leaving the house in the starry sky just now and appearing in an ancient and solemn hall. In front of him was a table with intricately carved textures, and he sat on his knees in front of it. And across from him was a woman who was also sitting on her knees at another tabletop. A woman with a full head of red hair, dressed in an ornate golden dress and armor. Beautiful beyond words. You're the one I'm dealing with? The woman's crimson eyes stared at Sui, with a probing look in the bottom of her eyes. Her accent was odd, and Sui could be sure it wasn't any of the languages known on the blue planet, but it was unexpectedly very pleasant to the ear. It should be me. Sui shrugged his shoulders, stood up and arched his hand remotely and said, "My name is Sui. I'm from the Blue Star World. I don't know what your name is?" The woman looked at him for a few moments, then also got up and performed a salute similar to a knight's salute, then said seriously, "Fourth Princess of the Aurora World Blazing Sun Empire, Head of the Red Flame Knights, Thorn Flower of the Empire, Commander of the Indomitable Will, Lord of Umekawa Castle, Ally of the Elves, Dragon Slayer, Goblin Suppressor, Eternally Burning Sword, Scarlet Roses, Lord of the Unicorns, the youngest Grand Magician and strongest Knight of Starlight, Vivi Blazing Sun, greets you, Sui." He glanced at the empty hall with only 2 case tables and was tempted to say there were too many people to sit. However, considering the preciousness of the mid-level match cards, the urge to spit them out was resisted. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Vivi, and time is precious, so can we talk now about the deal in question?" "Yes, so what do you need?" "Food." Sui looked at her carefully for a few moments. The clothes are gorgeous and exquisite, and the face is pretty and rosy. This doesn't look like a lack of food or clothing in any way. "Okay." As if she could see his confusion, Vivi explained, "The city-state I'm in is currently going through a war. We've been fighting the other side for 3 whole years in order to fight against the evil invaders, and although the city is solidly fortified, there's not much food stored in the city anymore, so I need food. Lots of it." "Got it." Sui smiled. "Within 3 days you can be supplied with a shipment of not less than 500 tons of grain. I can give you more if you give me more time to raise it. So, beautiful Ms. Vivi, what can you offer me?" Chapter 2, Food? Isn't that a coincidence? To grain that would be great. Is this the intermediate match card that matches people with complementary trades? It's really cool, isn't it? 500 tons? Vivi's eyes lit up. This much food was enough for the soldiers under her hand to consume for half a month. Enough to solve the urgent need. But then she thought and added, "What about vegetables and fruits and meats and all that? Can you provide them? These are rare commodities, and their distribution to soldiers is a great morale booster. After thinking about it, without waiting for Suihu to whine, she took out a delicate glazed bottle from her personal storage space, which contains some light green liquid that should be around 500 milliliters. This is the water of life from the Elven Moon Lake. Would it be feasible to trade it for your food? As she spoke, she pulled out the cork. Sui immediately smelled a fresh scent. The spirit that had been somewhat depressed due to the worrying and staying up late at work over the past few days was then revitalized. At the same time, the introduction of the relevant item appeared in the trading system. Water of life, spring water containing rich life force. Direct drinking can cure all diseases, prolong life, enhance physical fitness. Long-term drinking can also promote the evolution of the human body. More effects please explore by yourself. Good stuff. Sui couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Other than that, just the fact that it could cure 100 diseases. This water of life was enough to sell for a sky-high price in Blue Star. But the system doesn't mention the dosage of the water of life. It was not easy to determine the value of this bottle of water of life. And when it comes to business, it's natural to try to maximize your own interests. So after a little contemplation, Sui stared at Wei Wei, or rather at a certain trinket on her head and said, "Fruits and meats. I can provide 10 tons if you need them, but I'm afraid it will take some time to prepare. As for this water of life, the value is difficult for me to define for the time being, and I prefer to trade it with other items, such as gold. This bottle of water of life, I can exchange it for 50 tons of grain. Of course, if after trying it I determine that its value far exceeds that grain, I will also be sure to compensate you later, and this can be written into the trade contract." Gold? Vivi frowned slightly, but was not offended. The two worlds are completely different, and the process of trading is one of testing each other's boundaries. She wasn't glassy-eyed enough to flip out when people questioned the usefulness of the water of life. What's more, the water of life she gave was indeed fishy, and was not the original liquid of life from the Moon Lake of the Elves, but rather a product that had been blended, and the effect was actually average in her opinion, and really wasn't worth that much grain. After a little thought, combined with the value of gold in his world, Wei Wei quoted a price that was against the spirit of chivalry. 1 kilogram of gold for 10 tons of grain. As for this bottle of water of life, it will be used to trade for those extra 10 tons of fruits, vegetables and meat. After saying that, she stared at Sui's eyes and said very seriously, "That's my bottom line." Sui couldn't even help but breathe a few points more roughly at his words. According to the price of gold now more than 550 yuan a gram to calculate, a kilogram of gold market price will not be less than 550,000. Even if the special channel's out of the hand, but also at least can have to hand 4 or 500,000, and the price of 10 tons of grain. Their food processing plant purchases are some of the old grain. Flour purchasing price is less than 2,005 a ton. Those rice is even cheaper, less than 2,000 a ton. 10 tons of rice will fetch $20,000 tops. This change of hands is more than 20 times the profit. Simply blood profit, okay? Deal. Sui nodded decisively. Of course, he could probably guess that since the other party could give this kind of price, it meant that gold was probably not rare in her world, at least more than on Blue Star. Although Vivi verbalized that this was the bottom line, he should still be able to make more if he continued to press the price. But in business, you just have to make money. The current price was already an extremely horrible windfall for him, and there was no need to continue to press the price. He's not so greedy that he's desperate to squeeze his partners just to get more profit for himself. Everyone makes a profit, and that's a healthy development model. Vivi sniffed and breathed a meaty sigh of relief. As the princess of the Blazing Sun Empire, a genius in both magic and martial arts, she really wasn't very good at talking business. Seeing that the other party agreed so quickly, his heart was also a little more favorable to Sue also, and he decisively took out the gold that he had already prepared. This thing was also worth money in her world, and she had made all the preparations before opening the deal, so naturally she would bring these with her. Dang! A small, heavy wooden box appeared on the case table. "These are all trophies I once won in a dragon's lair, all gold with very few impurities." As she spoke, she opened the case. A pile of golden gold coins inside almost blinded Sui's eyes. Of course, because of the high density of gold, 50 kilograms of gold sounds like a lot, but in reality it doesn't look like much. Not even this little wooden box is full. Sui glanced at the information revealed by the trading platform. It was indeed gold, and it was pure gold with a purity of over 99%. But looking at that one gold coin, he couldn't help but think of another problem. The gold was all in the style of gold coins with some intricate relief carvings on them. How it comes out if you take it back like that is a big question. He can't still have to buy a set of equipment and come back to melt down all this gold himself, can he? After thinking about it, Sui directly expressed his concerns to Wei Wei. There was nothing to hide. The existence of the trading platform was definitely the biggest secret in their respective worlds to them. The members. Vivi also had to find a way to conceal the origin of the grain after obtaining it from him, so she expressed great understanding of the problem he was talking about and immediately said, "That's easy. They can be whatever you want them to be." As soon as the words fell, it was as if her crimson eyes, not as if, but literally burst into flames. Sui only felt a terrifying aura erupt from her. In the next moment, hot flames appeared out of nowhere, melting the pile of gold coins into a ball of golden water in an instant, floating in the air bound by an invisible force. Trading platforms are not allowed to attack each other, and are limited by very strict contractual terms, but it doesn't prevent members from using their abilities in the space. When Sui heard Wei Wei say something about the elves and something about the water of life before, he could probably guess that the other party was afraid that she came from a fantasy magic world, but the shock he felt when he saw this supernatural power with his own eyes was still indescribable. Awesome! After the shock, he could only give a two-word comment, and Vivi asked with a sideways glance, "What style of gold is easier to get out of your area?" Sui came back to his senses and hurriedly described the golden dollar to her. He had thought that Vivi should have some other similar magic that could control the golden water to become what he wanted it to be. Never thought that after figuring out what a gold dollar was probably like, Wei Wei actually directly probed those slender hands into the suspended thick gold water, and quickly hand-rolled a solid large dollar out for him. "Sui, what kind of relentless iron hand is this? Didn't anyone ever tell you when you were learning magic that you weren't allowed to use it in front of muggles?" Chapter 3, Supervisor Lu? Little Lu. All the way back to leaving the trading platform and returning to his own little nest in Blue Star, Sui looked at the remaining gold dollar in the box. People are still confused. Gold doesn't have a high melting point for a metal, but that's got to be over 1,000 degrees. Normal people touch the melted gold water, afraid that the bones have to be burned to ashes. Okay. Is it scientific to rub gold water directly on your hands and not even break the skin? Is this reasonable? What the hell about? Sui cursed a nosy voice, and then his heart beat furiously as he looked at these 10 golden dollars in front of him. One is a full 5 kilograms, and the total is 50 kilograms. At the current price of gold, this box would total over $27 million. Even if he had gone out through irregular channels, he would have gotten at least $20 million or more. The job problem that had been bothering him for a while was sort of solved. Wait, work? Why do I need to work when I'm holding so much gold? After this job, get the food and fire this boss and supervisor. Sui already had plans. First go and exchange some of the gold for money, and then use that money to go left-handedly to acquire for yourself the grain that the mill simply can't use. Large grain transactions without qualification is very difficult to do, but now the factory is in a hurry to get rid of this batch of grain. He himself is responsible for this matter, which can be operated by the space that is too big. It was fortunate to have this relationship in place. Otherwise, facing Wei Wei's massive demand for food, Sui really didn't dare to say that he would be able to supply it. But all that presupposes that he has to liquidate the gold first. The state for gold trading regulation is relatively strict. A little bit out of the line. A lot of out of the wrong is to go in to drink tea. Sloppy. Should have had her rub the gold dollar smaller. Looking at the large gold weight that weighed 5 kilograms alone, Sui couldn't help but scratch his head. After thinking for half a day did not come up with a good way, he also had to temporarily go out and buy an angle grinder back, not caring whether some gold debris would be lost during the cutting process. He picked up a gold dollar and directly opened the piece. It was cut directly into 8 nuggets ranging in weight from 500 grams to 1,000 grams. The next step is the question of what to do with it. Taking it directly to a gold store and selling it is actually feasible. If he spreads it out a bit and strikes a few kilos, he shouldn't be targeted. It's a family heirloom. It's okay if my ancestors were rich, right? You can go further and sell more. And going through formal channels like a gold store is definitely not an option. I don't know if old Lu Sai can eat this. Looking at a number on his cell phone, Sui hesitated to call and ask. As a factory purchasing, naturally there will be some suppliers from time to time will give him some small gifts. These little gifts aren't necessarily useful to him, but they're certainly worth their weight in gold. Sui usually chooses to strike. Most of the time, stuff goes out to this old Lu. As far as he knew, old Lu's business was quite big, and he, who occasionally put out a bottle or two of wine or some tea, it's only a marginal customer at old Lu. Some big clients worth hundreds of thousands of millions of luxury goods, cars, and even antiques and paintings and such things, will seek him out. Of course, Lao Lu is not some underground black power big brother. This kind of person Su also cannot contact. He belongs to an agency that specializes in this business, and there are other people behind him. The agency thing is often criticized for being too shady, but it does save the layman a lot of trouble a lot of the time. Ask first, Sui directly called. The phone was quickly connected. After simple pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Old Lu, I have some gold in my hands. I wonder if you'll take it on your side. Gold? The old Lu on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Sui, a small factory purchasing manager, to have this kind of good stuff in his hands, but still quickly said, what's coming? Ancestral. Got it. Old Lu hemmed and hawed. Xiao Su, you don't worry. Gold, that is hard currency. How much you have, old brother? I will do it for you. 3 kilograms. Sui reported a long thought out number. Hiss. Su, old brother, you are getting rich. 3 kilograms. Can eat, but this price is definitely slightly lower than the market price of gold. See if you can accept it. Old Lu wasn't too surprised at what he heard. Normal hundreds of grams or even thousands of grams of gold. Directly go to the gold store, formal process to sell on the line. Where to use his way. The two carefully negotiated again and finally agreed to meet at a high-end business club in the center of Jiangcheng in an hour. This kind of place has enough secrecy and is located in the downtown area, so there is no fear of special circumstances. Of course, the main thing is that 3 kilograms of gold is not a small amount to say the least, but it's not really much to say the most. Even at the market price of gold, the conversion would only be a little over 1,600,000 Kyushu coins. Old Lu, they do this line is not more than other industries. Itself is profiteering. Reputation and word of mouth rather than some small profits are more important. Not so much for the million or so smashed their own signboards. Hanging up the phone, Sui began to do the math. Old Lu gave him the price of a gram of gold, about 450 Kyushu coins. Of course, this is a preliminary estimate. When the time comes, there will be a professional person to test the purity of the gold. The specific price will have to be based on the purity, and according to the price of 450 a gram to calculate. 3 kilograms of gold out to the old Lu. Sui can get 1,350,000. Promised to give Vivi the first batch of 500 tons of grain if all of it is given to rice. The factory's batch of 500 tons of stale rice will cost less than $2 a kilogram, and it can be done for less than $1 million. With more than 300,000 left to purchase some more fruits and vegetables and frozen meat, there must be no problem in putting together 10 tons. The gold out of this lot was enough for him to close his first deal. At that moment, he picked 3 nuggets out of the pile of cut nuggets, weighing roughly 3.4 kilograms, stuffed them into his backpack and headed out the door. The rest went into his personal space. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Sui arrived at the business club where he had previously made an appointment and found old Lu in a very hidden private room, involving millions of transactions. Lao Lu, the intermediary, naturally cannot do the main. At this time there are already 4 or 5 Sui do not recognize the people waiting in the room. There were also some tools lying around. The process of the transaction was simpler than Sui had thought before. He took out the gold. The old Lu side of the people took out the professional equipment after checking once reported a 470 a gram price, higher than the previous estimate. A total of 3,439, 257 grams of gold for a total price of 161,6450, 79. Old Lu took the initiative to give him a total of 162 million. Face-to-face money. The account is a foreign trade company. The note is a virtual asset transfer fee. The tax issue will be resolved. Su also got the money as a clean after-tax personal income. After he double-checked the process and made sure there was nothing wrong, the transaction was successfully concluded. The whole other party did not ask the way this batch of gold. Even in addition to the old Lu, and Su also nagged a few words. Other people did not say a word. This one is called professional. After politely declining old Lu's offer to invite him to dinner, he was sent out politely. Just as I guessed before, the ones who do this kind of work aren't so bad as to pull a blackmail trick for $1 million or so. Looking at the extra million or so in the card, Sui let out a long breath. I feel that the world is wider than it is. With that he looked around the room, ready to find a place to go for dinner. But at that exact moment, a phone call suddenly came in. It is that factory owner's brother-in-law, Sui's newly promoted superior, Lu Shang, calling at this hour. It didn't take much to figure out that this guy was going to ask about that grain shipment. If it had been a few hours ago, answering or not answering the phone would have been a bit of a dilemma for Suya. If you don't answer it, you're afraid you'll lose your job. Pick it up. I guess it's a scolding less. Directly into the people's outbursts. But things are a little different now. Sui sneered and directly chose to connect. Hello? Who is it? I Lu Sheng. That batch of grain you. Oh, it's Xiao Lua. It's a little noisy, first hang up. You wait a while. I have time to call you again. Chapter 4, The Arrival of Food. Tu Do Lu. Listening to the busy tone in the cell phone, Lu Sheng looked a little confused. If he heard correctly, just now Sui was calling him Little Lu? He froze for a few moments before reacting with a sharp slap on his desk. Inverted Big Dipper. Invert the Big Dipper. With that, He dialed again. However, this time, without even hearing Suyi's voice, the phone was directly hung up. Angry Lu Shang almost smashed the office computer. Suyi looked at the phone calls that kept coming in, directly marking Lu Shang's number as a harassing phone call and pulling the blackout. All in one go. Finished up and found a restaurant for a quiet dinner. As for the furious Lu Shang, he didn't even bother. Now he wants the batch of grain from the factory. But that doesn't mean he has to lick Lu Shang. He wasn't going to want this job after this job anyway. By the time he had eaten and drunk enough, it was an hour later. At that exact moment, the phone call from the boss, Li Yuan, also unsurprisingly called. Only then did Suyi choose to answer. It's Su, right? I heard you didn't even answer your supervisor's call. What's the emergency? Apparently, Lu Shang, the straw man, went to his brother-in-law to complain after being blackballed by Suyi. Suyi felt a little amused, full of concern. There is indeed an emergency. Dinner with a client? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. To be honest, as the owner of the factory, he did have quite a lot of pressure lately. His own wife's straw brother made such a counterintuitive operation as soon as he entered the factory, and the shareholders were very upset when they found out about it, and asked him to give a statement. But what can he give? You can't kick your brother-in-law, can you? Do you still want your wife? He had no choice but to listen to Lu Shang's advice and let Suyi, who had originally been performing well in the procurement department, take the blame. When Suyi can't bear to resign, his position with oil and water is vacant. Naturally, he can arrange his own people for other shareholders, to appease the dissatisfied shareholders. Yes, Li Yuan didn't think Suyi could get rid of this batch of grain. Putting him on this was just to force him to go, too. But now, listening to Suyi, it seemed that he was talking business with a client. This caused some hope to rise in Li Yuan's heart. What if Suyi could really do it? Not only could he raise his eyebrows in front of the shareholders, but he wouldn't have to dismiss such a capable person as Suyi. This kind of privately run small factories, each key position is the factory senior arrangement of cronies. Work cannot. Mixing to fish for the side door is first class. There are only so many people who can work. If not forced to do so, Li Yuan is really not willing to dismiss Suyi and then replace it with a strawman who knows nothing about the industry. No, eat by yourself. Suyi's reply caused Li Yuan's just raised glimmer of hope to be directly dashed, and his face instantly went cold. After a slight pause, it turned to the question, how's the food thing coming along? He was ready to knock the employee who was about to be forced out by himself. Suyi faintly said, I contacted one of the owners and have talked about it. The first batch will only haul those 500 tons of rice, and the price will be according to our previous purchase price, but the freight will have to be paid by the factory. If Mr. Li thinks it's okay, you can arrange for loading tomorrow morning, and hit the money at the scene of loading. Li Yuan froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, really talk? Where's the boss? Where will the grain be shipped? If it's too far away, I'm afraid this shipping cost will have to be carefully negotiated. 500 tons of grain, all hauled away at least 10 semi-trailer. If it was sent thousands of kilometers away, the shipping costs would be over $100,000, more than the money lost on the grain itself. Naturally, you have to ask first. That boss is a relative of mine. Let me take full charge of this matter. The place should be the warehouse on the outskirts of Jiangchang. It won't be more than 100 kilometers. Li Yuan hurriedly mimeographed the money for the shipping cost, then hurriedly said, well, the freight is out of the factory, and I'll set the car up now. The grain factory was small, with less than 200 people up and down. Li Yuan, as the largest shareholder and owner, is worth about $50 to $60 million. In a place like Jiangchang, it could only be considered as more than enough, but in any case, the loss of a few $100,000 in the factory was nothing to him, and he was perfectly capable of filling the hole for his brother-in-law. But people like him, who are not up and down rich, are very often more stingy than ordinary people, and are naturally reluctant to pay money to fill the holes. And Suyi's wave allows him to not have to cover his losses out of his own pocket, but also to shut up his shareholders. It was certainly the best outcome for him. Talking about almost, Li Yuan then happily hung up the phone. Suyi, on the other hand, sneered. After 3 years of working in the food processing plant, he was too familiar with the situation inside. Such small private factories have a bunch of problems, both in terms of hygiene and production processes. Although he wanted this batch of grain and counted it as a win-win cooperation with Li Yuan and Lu Shang. However, these two goods wanted him to take the blame first. Su could also not be temperless. It was impossible to help them deal with the trouble and then just walk away and forget about it. Laugh and laugh. Soon you won't be able to. With that, he turned to dial another number. As a purchaser of factories, he is too familiar with the business of temporary rental of warehouses. immediately rented a small warehouse in a logistics hub on the outskirts of Jiangchang, which will be used to load grain tomorrow. The next morning, Sui arrived at the factory. It is assumed that Li Wenyuan knows that Lu Shang and Sui have conflicts, and Lu Shang, the nominal head of the procurement department, did not show up today. Li Wenyuan himself came over to take a look and also left. So Sui was both the person in charge of selling grain on this side of the factory and the person in charge of receiving grain on that side. Under his intentional watering down, many things that were not that important were naturally omitted. No one even asked whether the food was purchased by an individual or a company and for what purpose it was bought. Contracts are signed, grain is loaded, and money is called. One and done. Sui arrived at the factory at 8 o'clock in the morning, and before 11 o'clock at noon, 10 semi-trailers loaded with grain had arrived at the suburban warehouse he had rented. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all 500 tons of grain had been moved into the warehouse. After inviting the driver and porter to have a meal, the first 500 tons of grain were all in hand. The 1,600,000 or so Kyushu coins he had gotten just yesterday were only about 600,000 left. The remaining 10 tons of fruits, vegetables and meats are in no hurry. After everyone else had left, he carefully inspected the interior of the warehouse, and after making sure that there was no surveillance or anything like that inside, he directly put all of the grain into the storage space dedicated to trading items. Then go straight to the trading platform and contact Vivi to come and collect the goods. Upon seeing Sui transferring 500 tons of grain through the trading space, Vivi's red eyes flashed with undisguised surprise and amazement. I can't believe I raised so much food so quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 5, how about an elf for you? Is 500 tons of grain a lot? Not much, actually, for Vivi, an off-world imperial princess, even for her city-state, which had run out of ammunition. It wasn't much. She has over 30,000 soldiers and 300,000 civilians in her city-state. 500 tons of grain placed with her even if it was strictly distributed in such a way as to ensure that the city did not starve to death. It would only be enough to consume for 3 days at most. What really surprised Wei Wei was the speed at which Sui raised the food. In less than a day, 500 tons of grain were raised. Bulk grain was a strategic material in her opinion no matter where it was, and it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to get so much grain in a short period of time. So Wei Wei guessed that Sui was definitely a big shot with a low status in his world as well. Having such a person as her first partner on the trading platform is definitely a big deal in her opinion. At the sight of the grain, Wei Wei already had the intention of striking a good relationship with the other party and making a long-term deal. Even Vivi's eyes flickered as something occurred to her. After all, people couldn't understand things outside of their own perceptions, and it was still a bit difficult for an otherworldly feudal lord to understand how abundant the basic supplies of the post-industrialized modern society were, or a bit difficult for her. Sui was unaware of the diabolic brainstorming of the princess in front of him. It was only polite even after hearing her thanks. I should, ms. Vivi is too kind. 10 tons of fruit, vegetables and meat should be with you tomorrow. And I can raise another 1,000 tons of grain in 3 days if you need it. There's 1,000 tons of flour left in the mill. And that stuff is the big money loser. It's definitely much easier to buy it than this batch of rice. 1,000 tons? That's certainly needed. Vivi's eyes instantly lit up and she hurriedly said, is it still all this rice? That's not true. It's a shipment of flour. The products of different worlds can be different. And the world where wheat and rice Vivi are found on the blue planet may not have them, much less necessarily know how to use them. But the good thing about the trading platform was that after Sui had presented what he wanted to trade, the platform would let Vivi know what the thing was, how it worked, and what it was good for in an incomprehensible way. The reverse is also true. Significantly reduces the cost of understanding. Having learned what flour was, Vivi naturally did not let go of the 1,000 tons of flour. Considering that rice and noodles would provide about the same amount of calories, she offered a price that was the same as yesterday, or 1 kilogram of gold for 10 tons of grain. However, Sui was a little less keen on the gold. The main reason was that he still didn't know how to sell the remaining 40 or so kilograms of gold in his hand. He dared to look for that old Lu to sell so much gold at one time, afraid that tomorrow morning the body will have to appear in the river. A small profit people are not willing to smash the sign, but dozens of kilograms of gold of unknown origin is not a small profit, enough to make people desperate. Although it is a matter of tens of millions of dollars to say the least, gold, a hard currency, is still gold that has absolutely no origin that can't be traced. For some wealthy people, the actual value can be much higher than tens of millions of dollars of cash that would be subject to regulation. He thought for a moment. I wonder if Vivi-sama has that kind of prop on her side that can be used even by people who don't know magic. The ones that can be used for self-defense would be fine. It's best to trade with that, if anything, with force at his side. He also had the backbone to not be afraid to blackmail the rest of the gold on hand. Hearing his request, Vivi raised an eyebrow, then revealed a playful smile. Magic props that can be used by ordinary people as well. This one I do have on hand. But if Mr. Suyi is worried about security, I have a better suggestion here. With that, a card appeared in her hand. This thing Suyi recognized because he also had one. Primary life trading privilege card. What does Ms. Wei Wei mean by this? Suyi's eyes narrowed. Nothing more. How about 1,000 tons of grain? And I'll send you a powerful elven warrior with dual cultivation in magic and martial arts? Wei Wei laughed. There still seemed to be some impatience in the smile. How strong? Probably that much better than me. Vivi spread her hands. Of course, I do have some conditions. If I give her to you, she can be responsible for your safety, and you will have to cover her basic necessities, fulfill some of her reasonable needs, and not force her to do anything she doesn't want to do other than keep you safe, in case you really can't get along, or her strength can't protect your safety. Then at that time, I can be the one to offer another, primary life transaction authority card, to redeem her. All of this needs to be written into the deal contract. Wei Wei didn't know much about where Suyi was, so naturally, she didn't know what level the person she was going to send was placed on Suyi's side. You can only take yourself as an example. After all, her strength had been previously displayed in front of Suyi. Suyi sniffed and pondered for a moment. Mostly, he was pondering the question of whether an off-world black family placed in the Blue Star's Kyushu would be able to move an inch. A moment later before nodding. Could be. As for things like whether or not a person from an alien world would be obedient after going to Blue Star. Instead, he didn't need to think about it. Trading creatures through the primary life trading privilege card has the limitations of the trading platform, and can only follow the orders of the purchaser, taking what they want and giving them what they want, with life and death at the purchaser's whim. To put it bluntly, there is no difference between a slave and a slave. That's why Vivi had so many concerns and made a bunch of preconditions. As a buyer, Suyi, on the contrary, does not have these concerns. Receiving an affirmative answer, Vivi breathed a meaty sigh of relief, as if a big stone had fallen to the ground in her heart. Then he hastened to say, "Just wait a moment. I'll go and bring the people here." With that, she disappeared into the trading space. A few moments later, Vivi appeared with a man in the large hall where the two were talking business. That primary life trading privilege card of hers was naturally gone as well. After seeing the person she brought, even though Suyi had read many entertainment works and had some mental preparation that the so-called elves might be very good looking, she still couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. This seems a little too pretty, doesn't it? Saishue's skin wasn't as rough as the white people of the blue planet, and was extremely delicate while still being white. The features are delicate and soft, and between the knitted brows and the smile, the eyes are flowing, and there is a playful dimple at the corner of the mouth. When the whole person stood there without saying a word, she couldn't help but make people feel good about her, as if she was born to be liked. At this moment, Su also seems to suddenly understand Xiaoji's Luoshanfu in the said bright-eyed and good-looking, dimple auxiliary power. She has a beautiful posture, and a calm and relaxed demeanor. The softness and charm of the language is what it means. It's so beautiful. I believe you are Mr. Suyi? My name is Moon Listening, and I am honored to be your guardian knight. The tall and beautiful elf walked up to Suyi, put one hand on her chest and gave him an otherworldly knight salute. Suyi froze for a moment and looked at Wei Wei. Vivi explained, "In our world, what you want her to do is tantamount to making her your guardian knight. After making the vow of guardianship, she will need to fulfill her promise for the rest of her life, and if she ever betrays it, she will surely suffer the punishment of being burned by the fires of hell." Hellfire scorching sentence? Suyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, this is part of the oath. Nothing actually binding, but rest assured, if she's willing to make an oath today, she'll certainly do it. Got it. It's the same as betting on what the sky is going to hit the fan. Suyi nodded, but didn't care. There are stronger constraints on trading platforms in place anyway. Under Wei Wei's guidance, he placed his hand on Yuling's head, and then after Wei Wei recited some words that sounded inexplicable to Suyi, the ceremony was completed. The two of them added a contract for a trading platform, and this beautiful elf became Suya's person, until he returned to the Blue Star's warehouse. Looking at this gorgeous and moving elf beside him, Suyi was still a bit slowed down for a while. Inexplicably picking up an otherworldly elf who can fight and is pretty for nothing can be okay, but on second thought, he felt that something wasn't quite right. Chapter 6 Elf Princess as my bodyguard? According to Vivi, she was considered a more capable fighter in that world, and Lunar Listening was a bit stronger than her again. In a world like this with transcendent powers, the value of a strong person shouldn't be comparable to 1,000 tons of grain, right? Suyi hadn't thought about it so much before. Anyway, with the trading platform as a guarantee, Wei Wei couldn't do anything fancy. But now that I think about it more carefully, it still doesn't feel right. As the person in question was here now, He asked his doubts directly. Yu Ling was not surprised that he would ask this and replied calmly, because if I continue to stay there, with my strength alone I won't be able to bring much help to Princess Vivi, but will instead be a nuisance. The coalition forces crusading against Yumekawa Castle have many reasons to start this war, and I happen to be one of them. As long as I leave Yumekawa Castle, the part of the coalition army that is rushing towards me will retreat, and the pressure on Yumekawa Castle will be greatly reduced. Previously, I had nowhere to go. Princess Weiwei took me in under great pressure out of her friendship with the elf clan and me personally, and now since there is a better place to go that will allow me to live on and slow down the pressure of Monk River Castle, I naturally won't ask for more. So, your identity is not ordinary? Sui looked at this gorgeous elf with some surprise. He had thought that Moon Listening was Vivi's maid or personal guard or some other role in order to be casually sold to the other world by Vivi as a lord. Now it seems like there's something else going on with this. That's another story. Yu Ling smiled somewhat helplessly and briefly told the story. It's not really that complicated. It's a cheesy story of racial infighting. Her Moon Elf clan was once one of the most powerful clans in the Elf Kingdom, controlling the most important spring of life in the Elf clan. Later, a tribe of elves called the Dark Elves joined with the orcs to defeat the Moon Elves and became the new masters of the Elven Kingdom. As the princess of the dead country, it would be fine, but on the eve of the death of the country, the high priest of the Moon Elf tribe sealed the core of the Elf tribe's spring of life, a thing called vitality, in the body of Yulian by magical means, and at the same time allowed her to take away all the spring water accumulated in the spring of life. What kind of concept is that? The spring water of the spring of life flows into the lake. After diluting countless times, it is the world-famous Moon Lake in their place. The water in the lake is not called water. That thing is called the original liquid of life. The original liquid of life was then diluted countless times before it was the kind of water of life that Wei Wei had traded to Sui earlier. It could be said that this spring of life was the most valuable treasure of the Elf clan, and having lost its most central component, the thing is now at a standstill. It was no wonder that the new master of the Elven Kingdom had tried to find her, the former princess, even after going to the bottom of the river, forcing Vivi to send her to the other world. I probably get it. After understanding Yu Ling's identity and background, Sui had no more doubts about this transaction. If I had to say, it would be that he thought he might even lose money on this one. Obviously, it was only right that she had done Wei Wei a great favor by accepting Moon Lily to come to the Blue Planet, and this woman was actually looking for him to ask for 1,000 tons of grain. What a huge bad conscience. After briefly getting to know each other and giving Yu Ling some precautions, Sui led her out of the warehouse. Sui didn't have any very specific notion of just how strong Yu Ling was, but after witnessing her casually twist a baby's arm-thick piece of rebar in the corner of the warehouse, he knew it was solid. With Moon Listening by his side to protect him, there was definitely nothing those uptight underground forces could do to him. He could safely give all the gold in his hand through Old Lu's path. This kind of thing should be sooner rather than later. Sui immediately contacted Old Lu again and made a request to trade 20 kilograms of gold. This time, Old Lu didn't dare to agree directly, only saying that he had to ask the boss above him, and let Sui wait for news. What was expected was not a surprise to him. When all these things were resolved, Sui realized that there suddenly seemed to be nothing left to do for a while. It was just after 5 o'clock in the evening. He glanced over at Yu Li in the passenger seat, who was quiet. Did you bring a change of clothes? Why don't I take you to buy some clothes? There's a special magic array in my set of clothes that can self-clean, so I don't need to change them. Yu Ling shook her head somewhat absent-mindedly. Although this place was only a suburb of Jianchang, the colorful buildings along the way as well as the various vehicles traveling on the road still shocked her as a visitor from another world. When she heard Vivi was going to send her to a strange world before she came, she was never expecting to come to such a strange place. Nothing here seemed to be the same as where she had been before. Inevitably, attention is drawn to all sorts of novelties. However, she was introverted, and seeing that Sui had been communicating with others through her cell phone and was still driving, looking busy, she didn't directly open her mouth to ask. Good stuff. Sui took the time to glance at the beautiful long dress she was wearing, and made up his mind that he would have to find Wei Wei to get some of this stuff over in the future. Clothes that don't need to be washed definitely sell well, right? But one size does not fit all. Regarding the matter of buying clothes, Sui still insisted. Your clothes are a bit different from the mainstream style of dressing on our side. It's inevitable that you'll look otherworldly if you wear this all the time when you go out, so it's better to go and buy a few sets for you. Justified and convincing. Yu Ling didn't have to insist on wearing her own set of clothes all the time, so she smiled and said in a warm voice, okay, at your service. Sui sniffed this and nodded in satisfaction, driving straight to the mall. Black silk, white silk, JK, OL. He didn't even dare to think how good a perfect body like Yu Ling's, who was a clothes rack at first glance, would look in these. Ahem. In fact, These were all incidental. Sui mainly wanted to give her a whole few sets of clothes to make her look less otherworldly, to help her quickly integrate into getting used to modern life. That's all. And it's important to get her something else besides clothes, like cell phones and stuff. It was a necessity for integration into Blue Star life, and she could learn slowly if she didn't know how to use it. Sui wasn't too bad about the money now anyway. As for the problem of language barrier, it is rather better to solve it. He had looked in the trading platform's points mall before, and there was a prop that was one level lower than the World Language Passing Card, called the World Language Passing Card, which allowed one to quickly blend in all the languages of a world after using it. The asking price is only 10 points. So far Sui had completed a single transaction with Wei Wei and he had gained 8 points. At this rate, he felt that he would have enough points after trading the 10 tons of fruits and vegetables and meat or the remaining 1,000 tons of flour. Just give her a whole one when the time comes. It's so much easier than just teaching her the Kyushu language from scratch. Chapter 7 What kind of sinful fate is this? Sui did not go to any SKP or other high-class shopping malls, close to find a Cheetah Plaza, pretty much what he had guessed before he arrived. He had just exited the parking lot with Yuli, and she was the center of attention from the mall crowd. There's no way around it. The elf girl is just too pretty, and I don't know if there was some kind of magic enchantment in her dress. Not only was it gorgeous, but the dress itself seemed to have its own lightning. By the time they got to the dimmer light, everyone else was painted as if they had walked into a black and white photo, and she was like the only person in that photo with color. Streams of color and splendor. It's hard not to stand out. It didn't take long for a man with a video camera to come over. Hello beautiful girl? I'm a street photography blogger on a certain voice. You're just too pretty and have the best temperament of any girl I've ever seen. Is it okay if I want to take a few pictures of you? Just take up a little bit of your time. It'll be quick. Saying that, he looked at Yuli with an expectant face. On the image of this beautiful woman in front of him, he didn't need to shoot to know that after the film was uploaded to the internet, it would definitely be hot. That's all money. As for being rejected, he didn't even think about it. Moon Lily was dressed in this outfit, and it looked like he was playing cosplay to him. These types of people can't be happy when they come across a professional photographer on the road to take pictures, so how could they possibly say no? By the time the photos come out, if people are happy with them, I guess they can even add a micro message, though it doesn't necessarily mean anything if you add it. But to have the contact information of such a big beautiful woman, once again, it's also the capital to brag about when you get together with your friends, maybe even continue to work together in the future, with more photos and such, to drive traffic to your own video number. As for Sui, who was walking with Yuling, the photographer didn't even look at him. It's true that he's quite handsome, no worse than you readers lords, but his style of dress is just plain. Nothing bright, purely natural dudes indeed. However, on the internet, as long as this aspect of face value does not reach such an exaggerated degree as monthly listening, putting on a makeup and fixing a picture, the gap between all of us is actually not very big, and his street photography account was supposed to focus on photographing beautiful women, and no one would look at it if he photographed men. As for Suitong not agreeing with him to take pictures of the moon listening, just kidding, this is the age. How can a woman take a picture and still need the consent of her male partner? However, under the photographer's expectant gaze, Yuling's large eyes looked at him somewhat blankly, then looked at Sui, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Sui said without even thinking, I'm sorry, we have things to do that are not convenient right now. This guy in front of me really, if there is a certain number of fans of the street photography blogger, on the moon listening to this image of the temperament, shoot a wave will definitely be on fire. But the problem is that Yuling is black. Sue also doesn't want her to throw her weight around on the internet. Not even for a little while? I'll just take a few shots. It'll be quick. The photographer sniffed a little sharply. He had been squatting all afternoon, and it was hard for him to squat such a beautiful one, so naturally he was not willing to let it go. Sorry, not available. She's more of an introvert and doesn't like to be photographed, much less posted online. Sui laughed and ignored him, taking Yuling with her and heading towards the mall. Having said that, the photographer could only give up even if he was still a little reluctant, although he had the intention to secretly take a few pictures. But remembering the warning implication in Sui's words just now, he still gave up this dangerous idea. Moon listening is so beautiful. Shoot it out and pass it on to the internet is absolutely hot. If you do this when someone clearly refuses to be photographed, you can't be sure that the other party will be subject to a lawsuit if they take it seriously. He didn't want to take that chance. It didn't really take long to get around the mall. Although Yuli was curious about everything here, she was introverted and her main focus was to see more and say less. From start to finish, it was Sui who made the decision on what clothes to buy, and even what style of underwear to buy. Sometimes, when some shopkeepers saw her beauty and wanted to say a few words to her or take a picture with her, It was Sui who refused to do so. Don't ask. Asking is deaf and mute, and introverted, can't understand what you're saying, and doesn't want to communicate with you. Thus, under the regretful gazes of countless sales clerks, Yu Ling followed Sui, carrying a large bag in her hand, and entered a hot pot restaurant in a haze. The good news is that as an elf, she doesn't have any contraindications, and can eat both meat and veggies. The bad news was that although Yu Ling was strong, she couldn't eat spicy food. Seeing her sweating profusely from the spice and her little face reddening, Sui could only be a little amused and asked the clerk to change the mandarin duck pot midway. It was after 8 p.m. when I came out from dinner. Sui took Yu Ling to the first floor of the mall to prepare to buy her a cell phone. His own cell phone has been used for a long time, and it's just that he has the money at this moment, so he can change it along with it. Then get her a phone card. Moon, hearing himself does not have an ID card, does not matter. Sue also have on the line. Now the phone card can be open sub card. Not a big problem. He doesn't play mobile games, so he doesn't require much from his phone. Just enough to be reliable and not to die or disconnect without moving. At this point, the one that best meets his requirements is naturally Warwick, so there's not much hesitation in choosing a cell phone brand. Go straight to the Warwick counter on the first floor. However, what Sui didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the store, he met an acquaintance. It's not right to say that we are acquaintances. We can only say that we have met once and had a meal together. To put it bluntly, it's a blind date. 3 years after graduation, he was already 25, and naturally his family had been urging him to find a date. Just last month, Sui was half rushed by her mother to go on the first blind date of her life. The woman is a relative of the old downstairs neighbor's so-and-so named Lulu Zhao. Same age as Sui. There's probably a 6 or 7 in the looks department. Occupation: the family squatting public examination. I heard that will also be in the study after a certain sound live broadcast. The income of a month probably have 3 to 5,000. Belonging is buff stacked. The actual situation did not surprise him. This girl came to put forward a whole bunch of messy requirements. What together after the salary turned over? What Sui needs to give her at least $8,000 a month to support her public examination. What open live is her hobby. Occasionally interact with water friends will be a little ambiguous. Sui cannot manage and so on. This is still one of the more flavorful and punchy ones. A bunch of other messed up requests for more. To this, Sui's answer was of course yes. He hadn't planned on it working out anyway, so he'd just submit and be done with it. Originally, he was going to eat and leave and never contact him again. As a result, I never thought that this girl also do not know whether it is lack of heart. See, he has been shelved that right. Right. You say alright. Also really thought Sui accepted his conditions wholesale, after going back to Sui every day to send all kinds of messages, and even took the initiative to ask him for red packets to milk tea, after being ignored by him countless times, still not discouraged. In the end, Sui was so annoyed that he directly pulled the blackout on her before settling down. After talking to my mom about the situation, she knew it was such an oddball and didn't say anything else. He had thought it was over here. I didn't expect to meet this guy again when I randomly brought Moon Hearing out to buy a cell phone. What a sinful fate this is. Chapter 8, this is public. It's embarrassing enough to go out and run into a blind date that you've blackballed. What's even scarier is that the other person isn't embarrassed. Sui had just entered the store with Yu Ling, and he was wide-eyed with Zhao Lulu. Sui? Zhao Lulu obviously also froze for a moment, but immediately after that, her eyes revealed the color of indignation. Pulling aside the wrong kind of brother who didn't know where to look for and walked straight over, not caring about the present occasion, directly questioning, "Why did you delete my tweets?" "Because you have that big disease." The corner of Sui's mouth twitched, then he shook his head, not bothering with her. The real version of T0 is not about a particular gender, but about the group of people who are just spilling their guts and playing the fool whenever anything happens. This is a serious version of T0. What's the point of breaking up with her? Hurry up and finish your business and leave. You still have to arrange a place for Yu Ling to stay later. Talking to you, can't you hear me? However, while he didn't want to pay attention, Zhao Lulu was unforgiving. Surprisingly, he directly pulled Sui's arm in public, acting as if he wouldn't let him go until he gave a statement today. "She's hostile to you. Do you need me to deal with that?" Yu Ling's gaze was cold, but remembering what Sui had explained earlier, she didn't directly make a move, but first approached Sui's ear and asked. Sui whispered after a brief thought, "Do you have the kind of magic that doesn't hurt anyone, but makes it harder? If she's really pestering, teach her a lesson." The two of them communicated in the language of Yulian's world, plus their voices were low, so they weren't afraid of being overheard. When Zhao Lulu saw that Sui still didn't care about herself, and was still talking intimately with a beautiful and unlikable woman next to her, she was even more unhappy. Immediately, he pointed at him and said in a loud voice to Yu Ling, "This sister, I see that you look okay. Kindly remind you that this is not a good person. A pure scum. Don't look like he's making out with you right now. If you dare to make the slightest request to him, he can slag you off and run away immediately. She had a look of conviction, as if she was really a victim who had been slagged off by Sui. Sui did not get angry when he heard her words, but he was just a little curious about how she dared to say the words "I think you look okay" to Yu Lian with her own looks. Unfortunately, Yu Lian didn't understand what she was saying at all. Seeing her pointing at Sui and yelling loudly, her eyes flickered as she contemplated whether this was considered entanglement, and whether or not she wanted to make a move. Well, at that moment the store also noticed what was happening over here, and the store manager rushed over and said, "Do you two have something to talk about? We have a lounge in the store, so if you have something to do, why don't you go to the lounge and talk more about it?" The words were euphemistic, but the meaning to be conveyed was clear. "You guys can go wherever you want, but don't argue in my store. I've got a business to run." Sui sniffed then said, "I'm sorry, I just brought my girlfriend here to buy a cell phone. I don't know this guy at all. I came to your store to buy something, and I met this kind of inexplicable person. You have to take care of it for me, right?" The store manager obviously heard the same thing. He hastily looked at Zhao Lulu and politely said with an apologetic face, "This lady, you see this is a public place after all. Why don't we talk about what's going on in private to solve it?" However, Zhao Lulu's point of concern was completely different from normal people. She directly ignored the store manager's words and pointed at Sui Dao. "What? You really believe the bull ***** that he's here to buy someone a cell phone? Such a miser. The goods who couldn't even give out a 520 red packet for last month's holiday, and he's still willing to give a cell phone to his girlfriend?" Sui, who had been lazily ignoring her, was really a bit tense this time. "No, you want a red packet for the midwinter festival. You're going to reincarnate, aren't you? And who are you, sister? Make it clear. We just met once to eat a meal, dinner, or I pay the bill. Meal money has not found you it. Why give you a red envelope? Look. Starting to yell at me. This person looks like a violent man." Zhao Lulu still had a clear angle. Sui, seeing his speechless look, Yu Lian also realized that it was time for him to make a move. Teach her a lesson, but don't hurt her life. Just use that magic. Not knowing what she had remembered, the corners of Yu Lian's mouth, who had always acted very serenely, suddenly hooked out a slightly mischievous arc. But it was a pity that this scene was not seen by anyone. Then the corner of her mouth moved and she whispered a spell. Zhao Lulu, who was still holding her head up and accusing Sui, suddenly changed her face. All she felt was a rush of cool air from her canopy straight to her tailbone. The feeling of exhaling made her feel so bad that she tried to control her sphincter to restrict it slightly. But magic from the other world was not something she could carry as an ordinary person. The next moment, accompanied by a continuous poof sound, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding gourd-eating crowd, a thick yellow soupy broth directly broke free of all restraints and spewed out. And not coincidentally, Zhao Lulu was still wearing a skirt today. The onlookers who were eating the food immediately changed their faces and hurriedly covered their noses to escape. "Oh my god. Someone took a dump in a cell phone store. Vomit. I just finished my dinner and thought I'd take a walk. This is too anticlimactic to throw up. Holy, why is this fine suddenly taking a? Don't think he's got some kind of disease, right? Hurry up and hide away. Be careful of contagion." Sui was also stunned, pulling Yu Ling back in succession. At the same time, he glanced at Moon listening, and after noticing the cunningness in her eyes and the mischievous, triumphant smile at the corner of her mouth, he instantly guessed that this was her handiwork, and asked in a low voice, "Nothing is going to happen, is it?" As he spoke, he glanced at Lulu Zhao again. The woman's entire body had been dazed in place, but the spraying hadn't stopped. Listening to the continuous sound, Sui for a moment was a little worried that she would not directly pull dehydration. No, she'll have diarrhea for about 3 days and will lose a few pounds, but it's not life-threatening. Then there'll be a period of weakness for about 10 days. Then after that she'll be fine and there'll be no after effects. Well, there will be no after effects, and at most, you'll be living on a different planet later. The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched, but he didn't sympathize with this guy in the slightest. Don't you like to make a fool of yourself in public? Then why don't you just be a conspicuous bag to the end? As for Yu Li, who had done it out of defense of himself, he certainly wouldn't blame it. It's a good thing this store is big enough and has a fairly well-developed internal ventilation system. You can't smell the stench even when you're farther away. Sui didn't bother about Zhao Lulu, who was surrounded by a group of sales clerks carrying her towards the bathroom, and directly found a sales clerk from the other end, picked 2 of the latest models of cell phones and directly paid to take them, and then quickly walked away. According to how hot Warwick is on the internet, someone Ting in their offline store would have to punch up the hot search tomorrow. I'm afraid he had to hurry up and take Moon listening to avoid it. It's so abstract. Who the hell knew you could go out and buy a cell phone and run into this kind of? Chapter 9, Moon Listening, Unleashing Her Nature. Until Sui finished everything and came out from the mall, she still had palpitations about that flavorful little episode just now. Looking at Julien, who was sitting quietly in the passenger seat with her face as usual, he suddenly felt as if the elf wasn't that simple. At least Suki Akari was definitely not as Buddhist and serene as she appeared to be. Just now, Su could also see the color of gloating after the success of the prank in her eyes. You're a demure elf princess on the outside, but there's a little devil inside, isn't there? After thinking about it, Sui still took a deep breath and prepared to talk to her. Unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, he heard Julien say, "I'm sorry, I didn't control the intensity this time. Next time something like this happens, I'll use a gentler magic." Sui froze for a moment, then laughed. "No, I don't mean to blame you. I'm trying to say that this magic is pretty good, so in the future, when you meet someone like this who's difficult but not much of a threat, use this, or something similar. Rollerblades like Zhao Lulu are undoubtedly the most annoying yet hopeless in modern society. The point is that when you're disgusted by someone like that, you really don't have much to do to rule her over. Call the police? It's not good enough for the police to come. Is it possible to arrest people and sentence them to jail or administrative penalties for making loud noises in public places? It's not possible. At most, the person will be invited to the Bureau for mediation. And the usefulness is basically the same as nothing. For ordinary people to encounter this kind of people can only avoid. Really want to be forced by this kind of people, do not act out of hand. At the time the least is also a brawl. And the magic of moon listening, which makes people die without their knowledge, is too good to deal with this kind of rolling meat. Are you afraid to take it in public? Ha! Suki Akari froze for a moment. When she saw Sui's lustful look, she thought that Sui was displeased with her for using such a bad magic. I didn't realize that instead of being disgruntled, he would support him in using this tactic the next time he encountered a similar situation. There was some vague excitement in the bottom of Yulian's calm eyes as she hurriedly nodded her head. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. By the time the two got home, it was after 11 o'clock at night. Then Sui realized something else. The place he lives now is a rental. 1 bedroom. No such thing as a guest bedroom. So the question is, how do you sleep? Yuling is without an ID card and can't even go out and get a room to sleep in if he wants to. In desperation, Sui had planned to go out and get a room to sleep by himself and let her sleep at home. But Yuling is reluctant, saying that she is here to protect Sui's safety, and it is impossible for a bodyguard of her own to stay at home and let her boss go out to live. After some tugging and pulling, the two magically checked into a hotel together now. Ahem. Suites, the kind with 2 rooms. But most of that night Yuling stayed in Sui's room as all, rather than something delightful happening. Mainly because she was very curious about this cell phone thing and kept pestering Sui to teach her how to play with it. It seemed to be due to growing familiarity. Sui noticed that Yuling was suspected to be showing signs of releasing her natural instincts. The image has gradually changed from a dignified and quiet elf princess at the beginning to a little girl with a lively personality and curiosity about everything. And it's still the kind that has a somewhat nasty personality and suspiciously likes to play tricks on people a bit. He didn't know what to say. That's why you don't really know how big the contrast can be between her in person and out of person if you don't get to know her well. She was pestered by Yuling to teach her how to operate her cell phone for the rest of the night. In the end, Sui was so sleepy that he downloaded a Tetris for his phone to fool this elf princess. As a result, he slept until he got up at noon the next day and realized that Julie was actually still playing that beat Tetris at the foot of his bed. Compared to yesterday when they first met, at this moment, Yuling was wearing the loose pajamas that Sui had bought for her. Lying on her back on the bed, her white and tender jailbait crossed and cocked behind her, looking intently at her cell phone, which had a charging cable attached to the end of it. How does this look like a nerdy internet-addicted girl? Where does it look like some kind of elf princess? Sui woke up just in time to be on Moon Hearing's side. As soon as she opened her eyes, her gaze was yanked in by the abyss in her lace-trimmed nightgown. It took a moment before he fell back on his heels and came back to his senses, glancing at Yuling, who was concentrating on playing the game and didn't seem to care that she was naked. Sui kindly reached out and lifted the pajama sling that had slipped down from her fragrant shoulders. Watch your image. Oh, Yuli subconsciously sidestepped and lifted the shoulder strap as well. With that one little gesture, it made Suyu suck in a breath of cool air once again. And then he didn't move and pulled up the air conditioning quilt that was kicked to the side of the bed to cover his body. And only then did he ask, "You've been playing all night?" Yuling subconsciously glanced out the window at his words, then unexpectedly said, "Ha, is it actually dawn already? It's already noon." Sui was somewhat speechless. "Why don't you go back to sleep in your room? It's dangerous, don't you know? I was going to play for a while and then go back to sleep. Then I forgot." Yu Lian said with some embarrassment. "It's okay, We elves don't have the same routine as you humans. We can go for days without sleeping. You're a tough guy who breaks and bends rebar with his bare hands. Am I worried about whether you sleep or not? Rubbing his brow, he said somewhat helplessly. Stop playing and pack up. You'll be out running errands later. Yes. Although Yuling was addicted to gaming, she was still very obedient to Su Yi's words. Winking without hesitation, he turned off the game, which had already accumulated an unknown number of million points, and got up to stand by the bed, with four eyes facing each other. After a while, Sui tightened the air-conditioned quilt covering his body. Don't you have to go change? I don't know how to wear some of those clothes you bought me, so I'll watch and learn how you wear them first, Yuling said very honestly. Sui thought about it and felt that those clothes were zippered and buttoned and belted and whatnot, and it was really a bit hard to make someone who hadn't worn them in the other world wear them on their own. She doesn't speak the language, and she couldn't be bothered to ask those store clerks directly yesterday. It's only right to teach her a little. But just as he was about to get up, he looked at the air-conditioned comforter hanging over him and sat back down on the bed in a hurry. You wait a few minutes. Good. Suyu tried to calm his mind and took deep breaths continuously. After a while, when he felt he had almost calmed down, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yuling, who was wearing pajamas that leaked on all sides, revealing a large portion of white skin and looking at himself with a curious expression. Well, for nothing. Why don't you go wait for me outside the house? Yes. A few moments later. Here, I'll teach you which dress you don't know how to wear. It's just this kind of weird dress that I can't get to stay in place. Wait, did you say bra? Yeah, this is supposed to be worn underneath, right? I'll take my clothes off first. No, wait. Huh? Why is your nose bleeding? Healing spell. Chapter 10 Acquisition of Large Farms. After nearly a day together, although a bit incomprehensible, Sui quickly recognized something serious. That is, Yuling didn't seem to have an ounce of defense against him, especially when it came to matters between men and women. If she was this unguarded with everyone, then Sui would instead not find it strange, and would just assume that the creatures of the other world were more spontaneous. But when it came to others, she was not like that. Yuling was very smart and could already understand some simple words. However, every time an outsider attempted to strike up a conversation with her, she could clearly guess what that person was expressing and only needed to nod or shake her head to express her opinion. Yet she would always seek Suyi's opinion before replying to the other party. There was no intention of getting to know or interacting with outsiders at all. If she had to describe it, it would probably be that she seemed to think of herself as Suyi's personal belongings. Why this would happen Sui wasn't quite sure, but he guessed that this shouldn't have anything to do with the trading platform. Instead it was more like some kind of rule in their world. Odds are it had something to do with that Guardian Night ritual that looked pretty much like that at the time. It was not good for him to ask Yuling directly about this matter, so he planned to ask in passing the next time he traded with Wei Wei. It's not a bad thing anyway. 1,000 beautiful elves obey you and are not the least bit defensive in your presence. It's the kind of good thing he can't wait to have more of. Aside from kind of nullifying healing spells, there's not a single bad thing about it alright. Putting aside some interactions with Yuling for the moment, Sui still hadn't forgotten about business. After getting up and washing up, he simply ate a lunch, and then took Yuling straight to a farm on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. The matter of 1,000 tons of flour Wei Wei's side is not in a hurry right now, and Sui also intends to hang Lu Shang and Li Wenyuan these 2 days, so there is no hurry for the time being. But the fruits and vegetables and meat that Vivi had promised to provide earlier had better be taken care of and sent over quickly. This fruit, vegetable and meat and the 500 tons of rice provided earlier were all trade requests made by Vivi during the first meeting between the two parties. The rice has been traded over. The trade points have been settled. But the fruits, vegetables and meat have not been delivered yet. So the trade is not over yet. The two did not agree on a specific time at that time. Sudi was talking about fruits and vegetables and meat estimated to take some time to prepare. Points on trading platforms are calculated on the basis of items exchanged in real time, and there is no hard and fast rule that a single transaction must be completed within a certain time frame. According to reason, even if Sui delayed for 10 years or 8 years, or even when the old man directly does not give, there's not much that can be done about him on Viv's end. But he's clearly not that kind of person. And when he promises someone something, he usually keeps it in mind. If you don't get it done in time, you'll always feel bad if you don't get it done in time. It's out the door at the moment to fix exactly that. Meat is a good idea. Sui has a young man whose family owns a restaurant, and he has gradually taken over the family's business in recent years. Getting a few tons of frozen meat from his sources is a piece of cake, but fruits and vegetables such difficult to long-term preservation of things. His side is not good to get a few tons at once. After all, the restaurant is just that size, and it is not a big hotel. However, Sui did get the contact information of the owner of a large farm on the outskirts of Jiangcheng from him. It's naturally easier to get things done when you have a referral. Last night he had gotten in touch with the owner of the farm to meet this afternoon. Yuanfeng Eco Farm. This is it. After driving for nearly half an hour, Sui arrived at the farm located in the southeastern suburb of Zhangchang, not far from the big river. He had read about Yuanfeng Farm before he came. It covers an area of about 5,000 acres, in which not only will plant a variety of fruits and vegetables, but also breeding pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese and other livestock and poultry. And there is also a lake inside the farm, which raises a variety of high economic value of the fish. It is a mega integrated eco-farm. It is said that more than $100 million was invested in the beginning. Otherwise, that hairy little family of his has recently planned to cooperate with someone to build a restaurant brand and open branches all over the country, which requires a stable supply of goods, and it's impossible to get on the line with the owner of this kind of large-scale farm. And Sue also came over today. Naturally, not just for those several tons of fruits and vegetables. With something like this, the boss of someone who is worth over $100 million is not going to make a special trip to see him. He was here to talk about the farm purchase. The Yuanfeng farm has been poorly run, and coupled with the general economic failure in the past 2 years, it has long been on the verge of bankruptcy. The owner has other properties, and now that times are just as bad, and he desperately needs money to fill the holes elsewhere. He has the idea of transferring the farm. As for why Sui wanted to acquire a farm, it was naturally for the deal with Wei Wei. After doing some research, he realized that all the grains, fruits, vegetables and meats that Wei Wei needed, as long as he had a farm, he could purchase all of them on a large scale through the farm in a reasonable and compliant manner. It goes without saying that fruits, vegetables and meat are supposed to be the main commodities grown and raised on farms. As for food, it's so easy to rationalize bulk food purchases with a farm on hand. Can't I buy it to feed the animals? Why don't livestock eat grain instead of feed? Do you know what ecological farming means? The high cost is my own business. I'm happy to lose money. What do you care? Don't people feed grain-fed beef with grains? No problem at all. Okay. As to why farms filled with so much grain don't have the output of various grain-fed chickens, ducks, cows and goats, don't ask. If you do, you'll die of plague. It can be said to be logically closed and flawless. In contrast, although he is more familiar with the food processing plant can also purchase large quantities of food, but fruits, vegetables and meat on this piece is not good to get, and these food only into not easy to be found problems. And getting a hotel or restaurant, fruits and vegetables and meat are easy to get, but purchasing food hundreds and hundreds of tons at a time, that's not so good. It's not like you have to go to the source to solve the problem. This eco-farm, that's the source, because he had contacted them beforehand. A young man in a suit warmly greeted Sui just as his car arrived at the entrance of the farm's office building. It's Mr. Su, right? Come on in. Our Mr. Sun is already waiting for you in the office. My last name is Zhou. I'm the manager of the farm. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. It was not hard to tell from his enthusiastic attitude that the owner of Yuanfeng Farm was really eager to pack up and sell the farm quickly, and this little weak naturally behaved very attentively when receiving the person who would most likely be the future boss. The farm's office buildings weren't much prettier, and the layout inside was unusual, but they were all cleaned up and gave a refreshing feeling. From the sweeping marks on the floor, it was clear that it had been specifically organized recently. Obviously, the big boss would not have arranged this kind of thing. So these are obviously the small weak arranged by the person in front of him. Chapter 11 Acquisition Price, $160 million. The owner of Yuanfeng Farm is named Sun Wang, a middle-aged and elderly man who was nearly 60 years old but hale and hearty. Although he is a businessman, he appears to be quite decent and meticulous in his work. After Sui followed the farm manager Zhou to meet with Sun Wang, the two simply exchanged pleasantries, and Sun Wang personally took him around the farm without saying a word. Let people go to the farm to see what is raised and what is planted in it, which is naturally very informative for both sides to negotiate the price at that time. Farm stuff isn't like some factories and such. It can't be prepared in advance. After all, crops and livestock take time to raise, and there is no possibility that they can be arranged in advance to muddle through on the fly. Still very informative. Even if he didn't take the initiative to mention it, Sui would find an excuse to go to the farm and look around. After looking around he realized that he had somewhat underestimated the farm before. The variety of things that are grown and raised here is an extremely large fortune in itself too. All kinds of modern agricultural facilities are even more difficult for ordinary people to imagine. The farm as a whole appears extremely advanced and well planned. In the words of manager Zhou, the farm uses a scientific cyclic sowing program and currently produces several tons of different varieties of fresh fruits and vegetables for sale on the market every day. Under this program, there is a steady stream of crop production in the corresponding season as long as the farm remains in operation. At that time, Sui also half-jokingly asked manager Zhou if it was possible to expand the varieties of crops planted, so that the farm would not stop producing all year round in terms of planting. For his part, manager Chow was quite professional and told him that it was possible to do this a little further south, in a warmer climate. But the climate in River City is not quite right for that. Anti-seasonal planting is nothing to today's agricultural technology, but it doesn't quite match the pure natural green ecological agricultural products that Yuanfeng Farm specializes in. It doesn't sell well when you grow it. Sui hadn't considered the question of how to sell the things he planted, and this was naturally nothing to him. Once I knew it could be done, I didn't ask any more questions. It was only after looking around that the group returned to Sun Wang's office once again. It could be seen that although Sun Wang was rich, he usually lived a relatively simple life. The entire office does not have any attached to the elegant paintings and other decorations, not to mention the mahogany desk, such luxury things. Simple and clean was Suyi's first impression upon entering the place. Sun Wang was very polite and personally made a cup of tea for Sui, and after the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, they went straight to the point. Mr. Su also visited the farm for a while. I wonder if he has any ideas? It's quite good. All aspects meet my requirements, and I can see that Mr. Sun and manager Zhou have taken good care of the farm. Sui cupped the tea and took a sip, giving a pertinent answer. So this farm transfer thing? Sun Wang pursued the question rather eagerly, obviously anxious to sell the farm in his hands, involving hundreds of millions of dollars in the transfer of assets. At the moment Sui's hand is now certainly not so much money, but the good thing is that this kind of thing is not a day or two, cannot be negotiated to get it done. And now we have to talk about is just a preliminary intention to cooperate. As Mr. Sun knows, I'm not in this business and I don't know much about your business. How about you make a price, Mr. Sun, and I'll go back and study it and get back to you? Sui turned his hand and kicked the ball back again, then added, if the price is reasonable, we can sign a contract of intent tomorrow at the latest, and initially I can put up an initial sum of no less than $10 million. He really didn't know anything about this farm stuff, and there was no point in pretending he did. After all, he was now in the position of a boss with money in his pocket who wanted to invest in something and had been introduced to him by another boss. It's normal to not understand the technology and the market. As long as there is money in hand, there are professional organizations that will help him assess the value of his farm. Sun Wang wasn't surprised by this answer, thinking about it again and again before trying it out. My initial opinion is 160 million. What does Mr. Su think? Sui raised his eyebrows with some surprise at his words. Although not an insider, he had certainly specialized in the situation before coming here. Yuanfeng Farm was founded 13 years ago, when more than $100 million was invested. Add to that the cost of maintenance and all the other aspects of it in recent years, and the amount of money put into it will only increase. Of course, the farm must have been profitable, and it is impossible to make ends meet. It's just that after this decade or so of inflation, $1 billion a decade or so ago and $1 billion now, that's not the same concept. At that time, $100 million was invested in the procurement of various equipment. Now $100 million cannot be bought, and these devices are basically intact and usable, plus land appreciation. Even though the farmland has a total of 30 years of ownership, there are only 17 years left available, and this is agricultural land, which is certainly not the same value as a commercial parcel. But all in all, it would be utterly impossible to bag such a large piece of land for 17 years now at the same price as it was 10 years ago. So any way you look at it, that's a very conscientious price. Sui's money came easily, and since the other party had already offered a price that seemed very reasonable and even favorable to him, he didn't bother to bargain. It's just the intent stage now anyway. When it really comes to signing the contract and hitting the money, he is definitely looking for a professional organization to come and survey and evaluate the situation. It's okay to say yes now. Seeing that he agreed without even returning the price, Sun Wang was naturally overjoyed. Coincidentally, this moment also arrived at the evening mealtime. Also specially invited Su also and followed over the moon, listening in the farm, supporting the farmhouse to eat a meal. During the meeting, Sui proposed to purchase a batch of fruits and vegetables first. Sun Wang naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately let manager Zhou arrange for people to pick overnight, and tomorrow morning can be sent to the warehouse designated by Sui. Of course, with this kind of purchase, money must come first. A total of 8 tons of fruits and vegetables were purchased, all in season and freshly picked from such ecological farms, and of course the prices were more expensive than what was found in the unusual food markets and fruit stores. A total of 100,000 out. Sun Wang did the honors and wiped a zero directly on him. $100,000. Signed the contract and hit the money on the spot. Seeing that he didn't blink an eye when he made the payment, and that the payment was made from a private account, Sun Wang was even happier. These days, Some big bosses who claim to be worth tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars may actually have debts higher than their worth. You have to go through the company account if you want to buy a car. It's not always possible to pull out that $100,000 or so for groceries anytime, anywhere without going to the public accounts. A lot of rich people don't put too much money into their private accounts unless they really don't have a lot of money to lose. There are some tax issues involved, and people with money in their pockets are savvy. Chapter 12, Can One Man Be a Million Teachers? Frozen Mitsuyu that hair small has been prepared. The whole 2 tons, tomorrow will be sent to him in advance to rent a good frozen warehouse, plus the 8 tons of fresh fruits and vegetables. Promised Weiwei 10 tons of fruits, vegetables and meat can be traded tomorrow all over. Solves the problem of closing the first transaction on the trading platform. He had a big stone in his heart, but it's not over for tonight. He had contacted Old Lu earlier to trade another 20 kilograms of gold. Old Lu's side also agreed, but this time both sides agreed on the place as Su also thought. Is not the last meeting of the business club located in the city center, but is located in the outskirts of Jiangcheng, quite remote a resort. Nominally, the amount of money involved is too large to be safe in a downtown kind of place. What actually happened is unknown. If it were before, Sui would never have gone. Of course, if he is really stupid enough to reveal to the public that he has so much gold without any dependence, and the other side also really have bad intentions, then go or not. In fact, there is not much difference. Engage in this kind of gray industry organization is not his ability to confront, and now it's different. With Moon Listen's close protection, in this part of Kyushu, as long as he wasn't targeted by the officials, basically no one could do anything to him. Previously, he had already shown Yuling the lethality of some modern weapons in detail through video means. After reading it, Yuling gave Sui a very conservative answer as he had requested. With her around, no gun could hurt Sui. Even in the face of a cannon attack with a kill radius of more than 50 meters, she had the confidence to bring Sui back in one piece. As for more powerful weapons, the lack of corresponding video footage left her with little to go on. But it's enough. With her as a support, Suyu said that he had no fear of Old Lu and the organization behind him. There is no such thing as being afraid to go. Naturally. What's more, he had promised Sun Wang that he would go and sign a contract of intent tomorrow, and he would have to come up with $10 million of intent money by then. Where'd he get the money if he didn't? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Sui, who had just finished his meal with Sun Wang, rushed to Jiangsan Villa Resort, which was also located in the southern suburb of Jiangcheng. Soon found the location of the appointment with Lao Lu. Old Lu, as his old acquaintance, was already waiting for him at the door. After the meeting, Old Lu didn't say much, and he didn't ask much about Yuling, who was following behind Sui, not to mention the procedures like body searches in those kooky movies involving underground transactions. After a brief greeting, he led Sui and the two of them into a less conspicuous villa. However, as he entered the door, Old Lu still whispered a command. Handle your single transaction is a big shot. Just today free. Heard about this thing after the hand to do. The money is certainly not a lot of the attitude you pay attention to yourself on the line. Sui, though he didn't know what kind of big shot this was, acquiring his gold actually required him to pay attention to his attitude, but he could also tell that the person was kindly reminded. So he didn't say anything more and just nodded to show that he knew. He then carried the safe full of gold and walked into the villa with Yuling. Old Lu didn't come in, so he waited at the door. After entering the door to lead the way is another wearing a suit, very smart and cold man. A look at the combat strength is not bad, presumably bodyguards and other roles. Sui turned around and inquired in a low voice to Yuli in the language of the other world. What's the maximum number of people of similar combat power you can handle? Moon listening sniffed at the bodyguard leading the way, then shook her head. Sui also thought that she hadn't seen this bodyguard strike and couldn't assess the other party's strength, so it wasn't good to just open her mouth. But I didn't expect to hear Yu Lian say in the next moment, it's just ordinary people. No matter how many come, they won't pose any threat to me. According to the division of strength in our world, my martial strength has already reached the level of Eclipse Knight, even in an army with strong individual strength in our world. In the case that there is no existence of the same level with me in the opposing army, I can easily come and go as I please in hundreds of thousands of armies, unless I don't want to live myself, and I have to fight with hundreds of thousands of armies and finally die of exhaustion, or else hundreds of thousands of troops can't do anything about me. Of course, I can't solve these armies with my martial arts strength alone, but I also practiced elven magic at the same time, and my strength has reached the level of a great magician, so I can release some less powerful forbidden spells. So if the opposing army doesn't have an existence of the same level as mine, I can try to bury all of them with hundreds of thousands of troops. Suyu froze for a moment. Before, he only knew that Yulin was supposed to be very strong, even in their world with superhuman powers. But this was the first time that Yu Ling had described her combat power in a more intuitive manner. Hundreds of thousands of enemies. And those hundreds of thousands are still modeled after otherworldly armies, with far stronger individual combat power than the Blue Stars. If she wasn't bragging, then that combat power was practically supermodel good when placed in Blue Star, putting it on the cold weapon battlefield of the Blue Planet. Wouldn't that be a true significance of one man can be a million divisions? Of course, it's also just the Cold War battlefield. The otherworldly armies are only individually better than the Blue Stars, and it's debatable exactly how their combat prowess compares to the modern armies of the Blue Stars. After all, the lines of development are different, and Blue Star has a real killer like mushroom eggs. Last night when Sui had nothing to do in order to understand the two worlds' peak power in the end, which is stronger or weaker, but also specialize in the Tsar's hydrogen bomb of various data out to the moon listening to see a bit. Moon listening was outrageous when he read it. In her words, she was afraid that even the martial gods and dharma gods in their world, who had practiced martial arts and magic to the extreme, would fall asleep on the spot if they received a single shot. And the forbidden spell she was talking about was actually just a kind of wide-range killing magic. The less powerful ones have an estimated coverage radius of a few hundred to 1,000 meters, and the more powerful ones can have a kill radius of a few kilometers, or even 10 or so kilometers. Not as good as those common megaton nukes on the Blue Planet, actually. And nukes are assembly line infinitely buildable on Blue Star as long as they are needed. But it's not like the magicians on their side who could release forbidden spells were produced in an assembly line. There were only so many of them. So in contrast to the two, Sui instead came to a conclusion that sounded a bit absurd. That is, if the two worlds were to have a real fight, those awesome transcendentalists in their world would be unable to defeat the ordinary human beings on the Blue Planet, who had fought for thousands of years in an internal war, and had already mastered the technology of destroying each other. Of course, that's a comparison of overall combat power between the two worlds. The situation at hand was clearly more important to Sui in terms of individual strength, and Yu Lian was this individual with explosive combat power, directly making Sui's sense of security pull full alright. Chapter 13, She's Dying. The voices of the two men speaking were muddled by a special magic used by moon listening. Outsiders could only hear the two of them muttering something, but they couldn't hear the content at all. It is naturally impossible to discover that this is some completely new language. The bodyguard who led the way also seemed quite professional, and without the absence of a silencing rule in the villa, ignored the exchanges between the two men and just led the way, playing the role of the toolman perfectly. It says villa here, but the interior is actually a huge vintage-style mansion. The bodyguard led the two of them to a very exquisite garden after crossing the carved corridors and bridges. The gardens are small, but they have all the essentials. There is no shortage of bridges and rivers, rockery and rock walls, and exotic flowers and plants. There was also a gazebo in the center with a man in a simple t-shirt and shorts snuggling with a very cute little girl feeding koi. Every now and then the sound of a little girl's silver bell laughter comes from the garden. If he ignored the fact that he had come here to do something that was not black and white, so you felt that the picture in front of him was still quite healing. However, just at this moment, she suddenly felt that Yu Lian, who was beside her, suddenly took the initiative to hold his hand and squeezed it slightly harder, while Yu Lian's voice also came from her ears. That little girl is sick and dying. Sui froze for a moment and subconsciously turned back to look at Yu Ling, with four eyes facing each other. Yu Lian blinked and said with certainty, "Really? She's got a month at most." Sui. He turned back not suspecting that Yu Ling was lying to him when she said the little girl was dying. Rather, she felt that such things were said in such a calm tone by such a pretty and rumored to be very kind and gentle elf like her, and felt that it was just a bit of a picture of incompatibility. But come to think of it, it seems like this is all a stereotype of elves that he got from the various recreational works of Blue Star, where people's authors themselves have never seen an elf. So how would they know what the character of an otherworldly elf is? Looking back, seeing that the man seemed to be accompanying the little girl without the intention of taking care of himself, Suyu turned to ask, "How can you tell?" "We elves are more sensitive to the scent of life. Creatures whose lives are coming to an end will emit an aura of death. A random elf can tell at a glance." Yu Ling said rightfully, "We're close to nature and honor life. And while we're not as vegetarian as you say, the plants and animals we consume are basically dying. It's kind of one of the means by which we find food." Food? The corner of Suyu's eye twitched and subconsciously glanced at the little girl. "Intelligent beings we don't eat." Yu Ling sighed somewhat helplessly. After spending a day together, she sort of realized, this person he had sworn to guard was pretty good in every way, except that he seemed to have a bit of a big brain, and would always associate it with something inexplicable. "Oh, that's fine," Suyu added. "So the little girl is dead? Normally he would be dead, but if you or I want to save her, it's possible." Yu Ling said seriously. "You or me?" Suyu wondered. "I can understand if you can save her if you know magic. How can I save her if I don't? Water of life. Yuling seemed a bit surprised. Princess Vivi traded you a bottle of water of life, right? Didn't she tell you about the efficacy of the water of life? In her case, a few drops will give her 10 more years of life. And 1 cup of that little glass you used for drinking when we were eating just now should cure her and make her healthier than anyone else. And she will never be sick in her life. And will live to be 150 years old without a problem. And so on. Suyu was suddenly a bit confused. If he remembered correctly, the water of life thing was used to exchange for those 10 tons of fruits, vegetables and meat, right? He spent a total of just over $100,000 purchasing those things. Now you're telling me that I'm going to buy 500 plus milliliters of ING for over $100. 000 and it's going to have this effect? Cure the disease and so on, not to mention. Just a cup can make people live to 150 years old. He wants to take it to sell. This vial can make him the richest man in a minute. Those rich people who are afraid of death in order to live these extra decades. Tens of billions of dollars a cup of people probably will not even blink an eye. So powerful you said earlier. Said I. ING still sell what gold? This thing then gold can be worth too much money. Okay. The trading platform introduces the water of life when only said would cure all diseases, prolong life, enhance physical fitness. Long-term drinking can also promote the evolution of the human body. These, but did not specifically say that the effect, and this thing came easily. Also led Sui did not pay too much attention, only thinking when to find the opportunity to implement the effect. He's been so busy lately that he's forgotten about it. Naturally, he didn't think to take the initiative to ask Moon Listen. These hearing Moon Listening's words, he instantly realized that this was the most valuable thing that had appeared in that other world so far. Although the two men's whispers were deliberately lowered, they were so close that they could more or less hear some of them in the gazebo. The little girl, who was having fun and realized that 2 strangers had come, was very knowledgeable and said, "Dad, there are guests coming. You go ahead and get busy. Ying is going to bed too." "Okay, Ying, you go wash up first. Daddy will come and read you a story later." The man rubbed the little girl's head gently, waiting for the woman dressed as a maid to carry the girl away. The man then turned back to look at the 2 Sui. As his eyes swept over Yulian, a flash of astonishment that was hard to hide appeared in his eyes, but it was just a glance, and soon focused on Sui with interest. "You're a doctor?" Sui never expected him to ask such a strange sentence once he came up, and was somewhat surprised. "Why would you ask that? Just now when you looked at Ying there was clearly a look of pity and sympathy in your eyes. You should have seen that she was not in good health, right? More than being in poor health. That's dying." Sui spat out a sentence in his heart, but his brain turned quite fast, and he said without changing his face, "There are generations of old Chinese doctors in my family, and although they didn't learn much when they came to me, they more or less know a little bit about it. A family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who treat the sick and save people. No wonder there is so much gold in their hands." The man seemed to mean it, but then he set aside the matter of the gold, and the original look of calm indifference that appeared after the little girl left also took on more than a few other emotions. "Dao, what do you think of Ying's condition? Don't worry about it. We are the most disciplined. There is no such thing as avoiding medical treatment." His tone seemed full of concern, as if he were conversing about a trivial and insignificant matter. However, Sui could clearly feel that there seemed to be some hope in his eyes, so he said, "It's got a month to live at most." Thoughtfully, he added, on the premise of maintaining the status quo and doing nothing. All he knew was that the little girl was dying, and he didn't know what kind of disease people had or what kind of treatment they would normally receive. If you had cancer, you'd have to undergo a chemo treatment or something every now and then, and God knows if you'd survive more than a month. Snap! The man who was quite casual a second ago and didn't seem to be too concerned about it suddenly got up, and the cell phone in front of him fell to the ground and directly into the fish pond, not caring, and his eyes stared dead at Sui. "You are really a competent Chinese medicine practitioner? Can cancer be cured?" The look was as if a drowning man had grabbed the last thing he could hold on to. As for whether the object was twine or straw, he could no longer care less. However, Sui pointed at the suitcase in Yuling's hand and said, "I'm here to do business. This is gold. 47 kilograms in total. Does the boss want to inspect the goods first?" Chapter 14, difficult, but not incurable. To be honest, this guy in front of him seemed very rude to Sui. It was clear that he had previously made an appointment with old Lu to arrive at this time, and he had neither come early nor been late. Preferred to come and then be here to watch this guy stay with his daughter for 10 minutes or so. He and Yuling stood next to each other humble as if they were underlings in someone's house. If it wasn't for Yulian saying that the little girl was dying, so that Sui could barely understand this behavior of leaving his guests hanging out to keep his daughter company, he would have long ago taken Yulian away. After all, he was here to do business, not to beg. And now the situation of offense and defense is different. It is the turn of people to beg him. More than that, an apology Sui still wants. The man looked at the box in Yu Listening's hand, surprised that a woman so beautiful could actually carry dozens of kilograms of heavy objects for so long. But at the same time, he also quickly reacted and realized the inappropriateness of his previous behavior. Hastily, he got up and reached out. It's Mr. Su, isn't it? My humble self Shin Mingshu. I am really sorry. Tonight it is me who missed the appointment in the first place. It is just that this body of my little daughter is really, alas, all in all it's my fault. For the sake of showing sincerity, I will buy this gold according to the current market price of gold, and there's no need to check it. You give me an account. I'll call the money now. Sui reached out and shook his hand, then smiled. That's not necessary. In business, the goods that should be inspected still have to be inspected. The goods have to be examined. But he gave the market price to buy. Sui took it. After all, that's a difference of hundreds of dollars a gram. Good. Then test it. Shin Mingshu didn't make any pretense and agreed painfully. A few moments later someone came into the garden carrying all kinds of equipment to test the purity of the gold in situ. Sui talked to old Lu originally to offer 20 kilograms of gold. However, after coming to the scene and seeing the situation in front of him, he changed his mind and took out all the gold in his storage space. Anyway, keeping it cannot be a pup. And the Shin Mingshu in front of him looks like a big man. And it is estimated that he will not be able to take it because he took a little more gold. With Moon listening around, putting the gold into the suitcase without alerting the others was naturally not a problem. Taking advantage of the gap in the inspection of gold, Shin Mingshu took the initiative to go forward to talk to Sui. This person's emotional intelligence was extremely high, quickly resolving the embarrassment of having just left the two of them out to dry. And his attitude of admitting fault was also very sincere. This was a small matter. And people did have their reasons, so Sui didn't keep grasping at it. The two were soon talking to each other, and then the conversation, not surprisingly, turned back to the little girl's condition. Su also finally realized what kind of disease she had, congenital leukemia. He wasn't a real doctor, but he had heard more or less about the disease. Sui just now also a little curious. This little girl in the end got what disease money cannot cure. That was the only thing that cleared his mind. Mr. Su, this disease, do you think it can be cured? Shen Mingshu, who felt that it was almost time, finally carefully asked what he really cared about. Difficult. Sui shook his head inside. But not only did Shen Mingshu not get discouraged when he heard this, but his eyes lit up. It is difficult. Not incurable. He didn't say anything like I have money and power. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. Instead, he said very sincerely, Mr. Su, Yingying's mother and I knew each other since childhood. Grew up together, and finally cultivated our relationship into the marriage hall. However, my beloved fell ill when she gave birth to Yingying, and died of her illness in less than a year. Yingying is more than just a daughter, an offspring to me, or a final spiritual tribute to the love of my life. So whatever it takes, if I can do it, I will certainly not push back. You see, it's called high emotional intelligence. Sui was also considered very satisfied with this attitude of his. Directly mentioning the matter of money is a little too vulgar. He thought about it, so he politely expressed that today he went to the Yuanfeng farm, sighing that now the process is cumbersome and complicated, but he wants the farm and has its own use. If it can be done quickly, it would be good. When Shin Mingshu heard about it, he didn't hesitate at all, so he directly took this matter over, saying that he would step in to do it, and that he would be able to do it for Sui tomorrow. Didn't mention a word about money the whole time. Apparently, the farm itself requires a $160 million transfer fee that he intends to give. If people were so open, Sui naturally couldn't be petty. Immediately, he said that he could now go and see the little girl called Shin Yingying. This was exactly what Shin Mingshu wanted, so of course he wouldn't obstruct it. To say that he really believed Sui could cure this incurable disease was definitely bull asterisk. He's only doing this because his daughter's days are numbered and he's beating a dead horse. Of course, a random person certainly wouldn't be able to fool him. A human savant like Shin Mingshu would be able to tell whether a person was truly competent or bluffing just by exchanging conversations. And there were other reasons why he was willing to give Sui such a chance, even going so far as to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for it. That is, very few people knew about Shin Yingying's condition. And for an outsider like Sui to be able to see Shin Yingying's physical condition at a glance, and even guess how much time she probably had left, meant that he was not simple. The group soon arrived at the door of a room on the second floor of the villa. Before he even opened the door, Sui said, Mr. Shin, I didn't prepare a cure before I came here today, but I have a set of 2A massage techniques that can ease Shin's condition to a certain extent, and you can take her to the hospital tomorrow to check and see the specific effects. It's best for others to stay outside and not come in during the treatment except for me and my assistant. I wonder if Mr. Shin can accept that? Shin Mingwen opened his mouth and after a slight hesitation, he still nodded decisively. Yes. With that, he knocked on the door. When the caregiver who was taking care of Shin Yingying came out, Sui took Yulian into this exquisite little room with a pink girlish style. Outside, Shin Mingwen looked at the bedroom door that was slowly closing, and there was a refined light flashing in his eyes as he glanced at a black-robed middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man nodded, and the villa was soon filled with many more tough bodyguards inside and out. Shin Mingwen does half black and half white things, and naturally has many enemies outside. But for one thing, it's basically impossible for these enemies to know about his daughter's serious illness. The second was that the people who were able to feud with him were not stupid. Without knowing how deep Shin Mingwen's feelings for his daughter were, no one would think that a person like him would do anything just for the sake of a daughter. And sending someone to hold his daughter hostage wouldn't be of much use other than to make him go ballistic. This was the reason why Shin Mingwen had agreed to let the two of them, Sui, be alone with his daughter. But while there is a bottom in the heart, people are the most unpredictable thing under the sky. As a precautionary measure, he had mobilized his manpower specifically for this purpose. Once Shin Yingying had any accidents, he definitely would not let Sui and the two of them leave. There are some things that aren't said, but everyone knows them by heart. Chapter 15, Shin Mingwen's Big Spending. There's a lot more people out there. I'd guess there must be 50 or 60 of them. Some of them are carrying some kind of weapon. I think it's the same kind of pistol you showed me with the video. In the girlish small room, Moon listening faintly said, "It's fine. This is after all someone's heart. It's normal to be cautious. Don't worry about it." Sui shook his head and then said, "Cast the spell." Earlier, he had specifically asked Yu Ling if her healing technique could temporarily suspend Shin Yingying's condition. The answer received was naturally in the affirmative. Even with Yu Ling's strength, even if she didn't use the water of life, using one of the elves' advanced healing magic would be enough to heal this little girl. But what people promised is still being paid lip service to right now. Sui naturally wouldn't cure people now. That's why it says tonight will only provide relief, not a cure. When the benefits are all in, that's when the real cure for this little girl will come. Yu Ling naturally wouldn't push back on Sui's request. Immediately after receiving clear instructions, he softly chanted an incantation of some sort. Soon, a green halo floated out from her hand and landed on Shin Yingying, who had already fallen asleep. The little girl's brow, which had been furrowed in her sleep due to her physical discomfort, instantly stretched the moment the healing magic landed on her. Obviously much more comfortable. That's good? After waiting for half a day, Sui didn't see any other subsequent actions from Yu Ling and couldn't help but ask. Okay. Yu Ling nodded affirmatively. If she could only live for a month at the most before this, she'll still be alive for at least 6 months now, even if we don't care. Awesome. Sui did not mince his words of praise. No matter how many times one sees it, witnessing such transcendent power in the hands of life is shocking enough. A single thought can bring a dying person back to life, and such greatness used to exist only in people's fantasies. And now, through the trading platform, all this is within reach of Sui. In order to prevent Shin Mingwen from being suspicious, Sui and Yu Ling stayed in the little girl's room for almost half an hour before opening the door and going out. Only when the door opened, Shin Mingwen came over and said eagerly, "How's it going?" Fortunately, Sui smiled. Although this won't cure Shin's condition, it will at least make her much more comfortable. Patients who are still undergoing treatment for advanced cancer are in great pain, not seeking to cure the disease, but simply being able to do this is a great favor to many patients as well as their relatives. Shin Mingwen thanked him repeatedly and invited Sui and the two of them to spend the night here on the grounds that it was getting late. Sui knew what he meant and naturally did not push back. This kind of big family business is about a rigorous, but there is not some TV dramas or novels like, ambiguous period of men and women to strange places to live. The host family at night default they are a couple. Just arrange a room of the bridge happened. The Shin family's people asked Sui very politely before bringing them to 2 neighboring guest rooms. Moon listening played another all-night game. This time, though, it's a game of elimination. Sui, on the other hand, slept as usual until noon the next day before getting up. As a result, only after washing up and going out, he saw Shin Mingwen waiting at the door with Shin Yingying. As soon as he saw him come out, Shin Mingwen hurriedly got up and said to the little girl, "Come on. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle." A tender voice rang out along with a clueless child's voice. Sui, who had just gotten up and had not yet turned his brain around, came back to his senses, carefully knocked Shin Yingying's little face. Compared to last night's gauntness, which was visible to the naked eye, she did look a lot rosier today. There was still something about Moon listening's healing spells. Shin Mingwen brought his daughter here to wait for Sui, seemingly just to thank him. After thanking him, he had his daughter taken away. And then he said very sincerely, "A professional medical team has already examined Ying Ying in the morning, and the test results have shocked the attending physicians. The cancer cells in Ying Ying's body have not been eradicated, but they have been reduced by a lot, and the normal cells have not been affected, which is completely different from the effect of chemotherapy." The doctors claimed they had never seen this before. "Mr. Su, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to really be able to do this to this extent. In my opinion, being able to make Ying Ying reduce some of her pain is already enough to afford those remunerations I paid you, and even if it can't be completely cured, I won't trouble you again. So, I want a word of truth from you. Ying Ying's disease, whether it can be completely cured or not." To put it bluntly, him letting Sui give it a try was actually caused by the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse. All this time, he was a bit in disbelief that the young man in front of him could actually do a better job at treating cancer than a doctor augmented by modern technology. In fact, the attending doctor said one more thing in the morning that he didn't tell Sui. That is, with Shin Ying Ying's current state, it could no longer even be considered terminal cancer, but at most it could only be considered pre-mid stage. If a suitable bone marrow transplant can be found, the hope for a cure is high. As for Shin Mingwen, as long as there is hope for a cure, finding the right bone marrow is rather less of a big deal. However, this treatment is sure to be accompanied by many after effects at a later stage. After seeing Suyi's magical means, he naturally wanted better. Could be. With almost no hesitation, Sui nodded and gave Shin Mingwen the answer he wanted. Shin Mingwen didn't ask any more questions, and after letting out a long breath, he handed Sui a data bag that was placed aside. "Mr. Su, things have been done for you. Yuanfeng Farm, as well as the other 6 large farms around Yuanfeng Farm, a total of 17,000 acres of land. I integrated it all into a mega farm. Of course, externally this is generally referred to as the agricultural demonstration area, but essentially there is no difference. This farm is now under your name. It has not been named yet. I've already found the temporary manager for you, and the procedural issues have been cleared up for you. So if you have any preferred company name, just give the manager a call directly, and the phone number is inside the file. In addition, I have registered a sole proprietorship agricultural business in your name, the name of which you can likewise have a manager to change for you when the time comes. The 47 kilograms of gold you gave me last night, at the current market price totaling $25,855,000, I'll do the honors of rounding it up for you to $30 million. It's all already been deposited into this company's account. You can access it at any time, and the taxes have already been paid." With that, he took a deep breath. "If Mr. Su can really cure Ying Ying's disease, I'll follow up by hitting the company account with $500 million to show my gratitude. In addition to that, I personally, as well as the entire Shin family, owe you a big favor. Of course, even if it can't be cured, what I said previously counts, and I definitely won't trouble you." Chapter 16. So now it's time to think about how to spend the money. When Sui walked out of the Shin family villa with the document bag, the whole person was still a bit confused. Truthfully, when he came here last night, he really only intended to sell the gold for money, and then use the money he exchanged to pay the Yuanfeng Farm's intention gold first while purchasing the food processing plant's grain to sell to the other world to get more gold for more money. Little did he realize that in just one night, he had almost achieved wealth freedom and didn't need to worry about money anymore. Even the farms that went through the trouble of trying to dish out the bulk food commodities in order to get them legally are there. And not just one large farm like Yuanfeng Farms, but a behemoth several times that size. Sure enough, plans simply don't add up. When you have a certain means of production in your hands that no one else has, you can earn wealth far faster than anyone can imagine. Sui was nothing but an ordinary person before, and had never even thought that something that could cure a disease could actually be so lucrative. The mind is still trying to figure out how to mash that bit of B-gold. Of course, the main thing depends on who is being treated. It was only a rich girl like Shin Ying, who had such a no-nonsense real father, who could afford such a price. If you were an ordinary person, I am afraid you would have no choice but to end your life if you really need so much money to treat cancer. There was nothing Sui could do other than lamenting that the same person had a different life. There are so many people in the world who get cancer, and every cancer patient's family is a bloody history. The water of life from the other world was not infinite, and the magic power of Moonlisten, an elf capable of casting healing spells, was also limited. He can't save everyone. Of the limited number of people he can save, naturally he will save whoever bids the highest. He's a vulgar man, greedy for money and sex. There was no great soul out of the lower classes, and he was far from having the wealth and power in his hands to do both. Get the money and be done with it. So, now it's time to think about how to spend the money. Looking at the $30 million lying in his account, Sui felt the need to spend a good wave. The operation of the farm actually does not spend much money. Shin Mingwen gave him after the integration of the farm account there was still more than 60 million funds, and there are a large number of already mature, ready to sell back to the capital of the agricultural products. His $30 million is something he could bring in himself right now and use straight away, without having to think about leaving it to run the farm. Speaking of which, we are now considered to be people with hundreds of millions of dollars. It's always inappropriate to still live in a rental house. So let's buy a house first. Sui quickly made a decision, and drove the car straight to a very famous villa area in the southern suburbs of Zhangcheng. Lu Sheng has been in a bad mood lately. Since returning home, he always felt like his luck had never been better. It is hard to rely on the relationship of brother-in-law in the factory to find a good job with oil and water, but I did not expect the first time on the job stabbed the basket, so that the factory lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If it is not under the hands of people who can take the blame, this wave is afraid that brother-in-law Li Wenyuan can only let him leave the factory. But the problem comes, the procurement department is so big cat and small cat 2 or 3 in total, before the things are basically Sui office. But recently, Sui, in order to wipe his ass, heard that he was busy running around every day, and didn't even have time to deal with the work in the factory. So much so that the purchasing fell to him. He studied abroad for a muddled water master's degree. Where does he understand this kind of serious frontline work thing? These days it can be said that he's given him a hard time. He has absolutely no concept of which ones are good but too expensive, and which ones are cheap and affordable. He is even more blinded by what money can and cannot be collected. He purchases goods from whichever supplier gives him more gifts. Dry less than a week. The frontline production department complaints like snowflakes drifted into the boss's office, for which he was not less than the boss and brother-in-law Li Wenyuan reprimanded. And that's just at work. Life is also a mess. Talked about 7 or 8 years will soon be married to the fiancé noisy let him parents bought him downtown wedding house sold in the suburbs to buy a new house. He thought the woman was mostly out of her mind. But you can't argue with the other side. Just now, he got a call from his fiancé calling him to go see the house. Good guy. A look at the address. Actually is the famous Jiangwan Villa area in Zhangcheng. The houses in this place start at tens of millions of dollars at the very least, and he could never afford it. He felt stifled at the thought that later he would have to whisper and beg his fiancée not to be angry, and then paint her a big picture of buying it in a few years. But they called him to go and look at the room, just to look at it, and it was inappropriate for him not to go. Otherwise, his fiancée might come back with another uninspired hat, which he can't afford. Ugh, it's so hard. While sighing, Lu Sheng drove his car to pick up the people. He soon received his fiancée at a barbershop who had just come out of getting her hair done. Looking at his fiancée's face that was more than an 8 out of 10 with a little bit of powder, more beautiful than the usual stars and models, the resentment in his heart dissipated. What's wrong with asking for something when your wife is so beautiful? He's the one who should be making the effort. With this in mind, he immediately piled a smile on his face and mysteriously said to his fiancée, Ling Ling, guess what good thing happened to me today? The woman in the passenger seat's eyes lit up and tried. Another big gift from a vendor? Embarrassment flashed across Lu Sheng's face as he shook his head. Guess again. Is it hard to believe that your company is on the payroll? Lu Sheng barely managed his expression, then looked at his fiancée with a deep expression. Neither. It's seeing you again, Ling Ling. Every time I see you, it's the best thing in my life. The woman's mouth twitched, and she looked out the window with a disgusted expression. Boring. Let's go. Go see the house. I've already made the connection. Lu Sheng was unimpressed by his fiancée's disgusted expression. He knew very well that his unmarried wife had a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. He said he was bored, but in his heart, he might be so happy right now. After saying earthy love words, Lu Sheng was in a good mood, and immediately drove his car straight to the Jiangwan Villa area. It was not the morning or evening rush hour, and there was no traffic on the road. The two arrived outside the villa area in less than half an hour, and the sales that had been contacted long ago were waiting at the entrance of the sales department. When Lu Sheng's car was parked, there was even a porter who took the initiative to come and open the door for him. This kind of treatment makes Lu Sheng can't help but sigh in his heart. Worthy of being a high-class villa area? The service is thoughtful. If it were not for the lack of money, just for this service, he would certainly also want to have a whole set of villas in this villa area to have a good time. But the next moment, he froze when he saw the man who had stepped out of the broken-down car in the next parking space. Sui, Chapter 17, if I wanted to, would I be here now? Just after getting out of the car, Sui heard someone shouting at him. When he looked around, he saw the unlucky child Lu Sheng. I did not expect to come to see a room can meet this goods. To Sui Hole a little speechless, simply do not want to take care of him. However, at this moment, Lu Sheng's fiancée was right next to him, just if he was at his strongest. Just now, He shouted out to Sue, also just wanted to let his fiancée see his social status, but he didn't expect Sui to directly ignore it. This made him a little anxious for a moment, and in 3 or 2 steps he came over and said, "Wait a minute, Sui, shouldn't you be talking to a client about acquiring that batch of grain right now? Why would you show up here?" he said, not forgetting to address his fiancée behind him. "This is the subordinate I told you about, the one from our department." Sui sighed and glanced helplessly at the sand sculpture. "I say, Xiao Lua, it's more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If I remember correctly, it's still working hours, right? If you can show up here, why can't I?" Xiao Lu. Hearing this name again from Sui's mouth, and in front of his fiancée, it made Lu Sheng's face darken at once. On weekdays he didn't brag to his fiancée about how prestigious he was in the factory, and how his subordinates all respectfully called out to Supervisor Lu when they saw him. What was the difference between Sui's voice, Xiao Lu, and ripping off his bottoms in public? Little Lu, is Little Lu something you can call? Lu Sheng stalked his neck and said, "I'll let you off the hook for being rude before, but this time you're still so rude. Do you still want to work or not? Would I still be here if I wanted to do this point?" Sui gave him a surprised look. Asterisk. With that, he turned and headed for the sales floor. And on the side, after Yuling's gaze hovered between Lu Sheng and the two of them for a while, when she saw Sui about to leave, she also hurriedly followed. However, this time, she had learned a trick from Lu Sheng's fiancé and took the initiative to reach out and take Sui's arm. But it never occurred to me that her capital could be much stronger than Lu Sheng's fiancé, who couldn't tell the difference between a man and a woman with her face covered. The sudden soft touch on his arm instantly caught Sui off guard. But in public, he is always bad to give people girls push away. Can only come to her ear whispered, "That, don't really need to hug so tightly." Suki Akari blinked, a little confused as to why she couldn't snuggle so tightly, but loosened up a bit as she was told. That near-fitting touch dissipated a bit, and Suya breathed a sigh of relief. Hastily, he took a few deep breaths to cool down his nearly boiling blood. Behind the Lu Sheng only then noticed Sui next to the female companion is actually so beautiful. Not only beautiful, the body is a great. The fiancé next to him, who had always been as beautiful as heaven in his eyes, suddenly seemed to not smell so good at this moment either. Of course, there are more beautiful women in the world. Lu Sheng is not so bad as to see a woman who was prettier than his fiancé and change his heart. The main thing was that the one this pretty woman was now holding on to was actually Sui. Why does this stinking beggar get such a beautiful girlfriend? Lu Sheng's move was all seen by his fiancé beside him, especially the scene where he first looked at Julian and then turned his head to look at his fiancé, simply exposing the idea of comparing the two in his heart. Granted, a lot of women have a honeyed confidence in their looks and think they must be prettier than whoever they are, but that depends on who you're comparing it to. In front of Yuling, even if this fiancé of his was usually more confident in her own face value, at this moment, it was inevitable that she would be ashamed of herself. It also happened to meet Lu Sheng, the boyfriend, who scrutinized the two with contrasting eyes. The moment he did, he was irritated, directly shrugged off Lu Sheng and walked towards the sales department without a word. Lu Sheng reacted at this time and hurriedly jogged after him to apologize in a low voice. Eventually promised to spend 20,000 to send her a new bag. This thing is over. His fiancé also finally agreed to accompany him to see the house. So the original woman's request to see the house, it logically became Lu Sheng begged his fiancé to see the house. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong and couldn't put his finger on it. Even in his heart, he was a bit glad that this fiancé of his was generous. Although it took a bit of money, but at least it was coaxed quickly. Handsome girl, coming to see the house? As soon as he entered the sales department, a beautiful saleswoman took the initiative to welcome him. Sui nodded. Is there an existing house? The kind that's furnished and ready to move in? Hello there, the two of you. Please take a seat over here. The salesman's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly guided the two to the rest area, asking as he walked, "May I ask if you would like to buy or rent? When the economy is bad, houses naturally don't sell as well. They naturally have a rental service here as well. Buy a house. And what are your requirements for the house? For example, the environment, the decoration aspect." Sales asked more carefully, and Sue also answered one by one. At the end of the questioning, Sales finally asked the most important question. What is your approximate budget range? $30 million or less. Sui thought about the savings in his pocket and replied, if there's a very suitable house, then it's not impossible to go higher. The sale was instantly eye-opening. At this price point, that's a lot of homes to choose from, and we have a few here that are perfect for your needs. Said, we'll set out a very large booklet. Inside is some villa floor plan, the location and the surrounding environment and so on the picture. After some selection, finally selected 2 suites. The sales immediately said that the key is in the sales department. You can now go to see. Sue, of course, would not refuse. However, coincidentally, just as he was getting ready to depart in the sales department's sightseeing car, Lu Sheng's two families appeared again. They were led by another salesperson to view the property, and it happened to be the same set as Sui. But these sales have been in this business for a long time and are obviously human. Who is here to buy a house and who is simply here to look around can be guessed just from the talk and the look. The saleswoman who brought Sui to them saw the situation and was afraid that Sui was worried that someone had grabbed the suite, so she found an opportunity to whisper, "Boss, don't worry. My coworker said that these two people should just go to have a look, won't buy. And now we are mainly looking at the villa external environment. This kind of decoration villa interior generally did not sign a contract of intent is not to go in to see. Want to see the decoration style, mainly look at the model room. You do not have to worry about the house has not been bought inside by a variety of people went in to see. This is our side we'll pay special attention to." Sui certainly didn't need her to remind him. The villas here can easily be tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention Lu Sheng, even if his brother-in-law Li Yuan, the boss of the grain processing plant to come, want to buy also have to weigh. Being worth tens of millions of dollars is not the same thing as coming up with tens of millions of dollars in cash. Rather, it was the rules of this villa viewing that made him feel comfortable. After all, he really wanted to buy it, so naturally he didn't want other people to just go in and look at his house before he even bought it. Let's just say that people's service does justify the price. Chapter 18, Who's the Dog-Eyed One? There are several rows of sightseeing buses. Sui and sat in the first row with their sales, and Lu Sheng's two families were sitting in the last row, although the two look at each other. But these days it is not always possible to swear or fight at the first meeting. At this time, Lu Sheng also in the back row asked Sui, "Two people are here to do what? And bring him to the sales of that is also honest." Honest answer. My coworkers said they came to buy a house and looked at two sets. One is the set of villas by the lake that we'll look at later with a good view, and the other is a location closer to the entrance of the villa area, which is more convenient. I guess I'll have to sign the contract later after I read it. Sign a contract? Lu Sheng snorted at the words. Man, you guys are too honest. This guy knows at a glance is just to see the world. He did not say to buy a house here. The whole body of the money out of the money is probably not enough to pay the deposit. Do you look at him with all that amassing? Like someone who can afford a villa? Sales has been in the business for many years, and it's still clear what people are genuinely here to buy a home and what people are just here to look at it. If he really had to rely on his clothes to judge whether his clients could afford to buy a house, he would have been out of a job a long time ago. Take the two couples in front of us. Although the pair of handsome men and beautiful women in front of them wore simpler clothes, the girl was simply too beautiful and her temperament was too outstanding to know at a glance that it couldn't be an ordinary person. The man who could have such a beautiful female companion next to him certainly couldn't be ordinary either. The back of the team is different. Although they are wearing big brands, but in fact, they are all some of the pro people models. The price really to say that the price is actually not expensive. At best, the LV bag the woman is carrying is worth more. This kind of instead is more like people who have no money and still beat their faces in to hang some luxuries on themselves. To a salesperson with an eye on the market, there's really no suspense as to which of these two groups is more likely to buy a home after looking at it. But people are customers after all, although not to buy a house, but out of professionalism. Sales is not good to directly refute people. Can only smile and do not say anything, but if he doesn't say it, Lu Sheng, who is anxious to get back a little face in front of his fiancée, is not going to comply. Hastily, he added, "Don't you believe me? I know this person. Just a small manager in charge of purchasing in my brother-in-law's factory. If he really had the money to buy a house here, how could he work in a factory?" Sales sniffing is really a little bit unable to resist, thinking Lu Sheng these two are not to buy a house anyway. Even if the complaint he is not expected to have any punishment, immediately said, "The work actually sometimes does not explain anything." Before we received a customer, usually is in the neighborhood not far from that food market to sell fish. A lot of people in the neighborhood know him. He didn't even have time to change his clothes when he came to see us. He was wearing a blue coverall that was dirty and smelled like fish all over. At that time, "We have a person here dog-eyed. Thought people dressed ordinary. Usually do is to sell fish this kind of thing. Think this customer is to come to the hilarious. Plus that day busy. The reception will be very perfunctory." Wan did not expect. People sell fish. Boss own home has a more than 20-story office building. Usually sell fish is only because like fishing but do not like to eat fish. At first it is a sporadic sale, and then more repeat customers. He simply by the way every morning to sell fish. That boss directly dropped more than $60 million to buy the second building in our villa area at full price and complained about the salesman who received him. The end result was naturally that sales was fired, and that boss painfully took the second building, preparing it for his son's wedding room later. Thought people dressed in general. usually do the work and ordinary look down on people. I don't know why. Lu Sheng always feel that this story of sales is temporarily made up. The purpose is to scold him dog-eyed, but he couldn't just snap out of it. It wasn't like people were calling him names. And he was also afraid that a more serious argument would spoil the viewing and upset his fiancée. So despite his displeasure, he could only mutter, "We'll see," he's not going to buy it, and ended the conversation. The sales around him were unimpressed. Sui kind of customer. Whether people buy a house or not, reception is much more comfortable than the kind of Lu Sheng. At least when the salesman was introducing the house to Sui, Sui was listening carefully, and when he introduced Lu Sheng looked left and right and didn't even listen to a word. Very disrespectful. Arrived. The sightseeing car didn't take long to walk through the huge villa area before it arrived in front of a 4-story single-family house. I have to say that the scenery around the villa is very good, with each building more than 100 meters apart. Across the road from the entrance is a lake connected to a large river, with crystal clear water that has obviously been specially treated. And considering the flood season in Jiangchang, although the villa area is adjacent to the lake, the ground is very high. Even if the water rises, it is impossible to flood the house. It can be described as all-encompassing. Behind the house is a wooded area with neighbors only to the left and right. Sales enthusiastically introduced. Mr. Su, the main focus of our building is seclusion and tranquility. Seeking a place to live in such a big city where one can have peace of mind. All the garden design we have tried to create according to the natural ecology. And at the same time, we have done a lot of biological control work, so that you can experience the secluded life in the forest without being affected by all kinds of nasty snakes, insects and ants in the deep forest. Being close to nature in a limited way is our mantra. After all, no one can stand to really live in the middle of nowhere in pure nature these days, don't you think? Look at the lake in front of you. On this side near the villa, we have specially made a fence to isolate it, which can prevent the garbage outside from drifting in, and at the same time, we have also stocked a large number of native fishes in the big river in the water, and there are special people to feed them. If you have a hobby of fishing, you can fish as much as you want after you become our owner. And all species of fish in the fence are farmed by us and can be fished. We also asked professionals to find more than 100 excellent fishing spots around the lake to create a specialized fishing platform, which is an exclusive benefit for owners of single-family villas. You can then casually choose a fishing platform as your private fishing platform. You can go at any time, which is attached to the purchase of the villa. No need for you to pay extra money. In addition to the fish in the lake, behind the forest output of some things you can also pick. Inside the fruit trees are regularly cared for. And this season there are mushrooms in the forest. Many owners are good for this bite. Nothing to do will take the time to go to the forest to pick mushrooms to go back to eat. After all, this is the real pure natural pollution-free well. Chapter 19. Why don't you plant some magic plants in the ground? Just the villa's surrounding environment and various facilities. The sale spoke for nearly an hour. To be honest, before this, Sui by Villa just have money, want to find a larger living environment. Do not want to live in dozens of square feet of rental housing, or buy 100 or so square feet of commercial housing and neighbors grab the elevator only. But now that he has seen the environment and various supporting facilities in this villa area, he truly feels that this kind of villa area with an average of one suite of 10 million to start with. In addition to being expensive, there is almost no other shortcomings. Another lake that can be fished at will and has a large number of fish in it, and a forest that produces all kinds of mountain products and you don't have to worry about snakes, insects and ants. Each villa also comes with a garden of more than an acre of land, and there is no restriction on what the owner can do with the garden. Whether you raise some flowers and plants, or grow some vegetables, even get a piece of paddy field out to grow rice, no one will come to care about you, as long as it does not affect the neighbors, as long as you toss. And with more than 100 meters between each building, it's pretty hard to influence your neighbors. In addition, the neighborhood also has public camping areas, barbecue areas, ball fields, athletic fields, and other facilities in scenic locations that owners can use for free. Of course, it is said to be free, but in fact, the maintenance of all these amenities must cost money. It's just that it's all figured into the property taxes. Regarding the villa Sui wanted to buy, with a usable floor area of more than 700 square feet, the property fee that needed to be paid each year was more than $150,000. That's more than the average person makes in a year. But that amount of money is obviously nothing to someone who can spend tens of millions of dollars on a villa like this. It's the service that you can buy to make you comfortable that counts. After looking beyond the first building, Sui and the two of them followed to see another building. In contrast, he preferred the building by the lake, and Yuling likewise preferred that one, which was farther away from the hustle and bustle of the neighborhood entrance and closer to nature. Of course, there are drawbacks. After all, it's on a lake, and no matter how you treat it, mosquitoes are inevitable in the summer. But while this was considered a problem for others, it was completely trivial for Sui. Luna can be right next to her. The elves are close to nature and have ways to deal with these annoying little things. Ever since Sui complained when he was bitten by a mosquito the night before at the hotel, he hadn't seen what a mosquito looked like in the past 2 days. He wasn't a procrastinator, and after making his decision, he directly followed the sales back to the sales department. Do the paperwork, call the money, all in one go. The $30 million he'd just arrived hadn't even been warmed up in his pockets when he swiped out $28 million. Doing the math, the building is nearly $40,000 a square foot. 2. In Jiangcheng today's housing prices are actually not the top of the bunch, but this thing also depends on the location. The environment here is really good. The lot saying it's an urban/rural area is a compliment to its location. The big part of selling this kind of lot for this kind of price is, of course, spent on the actual living experience. But for Suya this kind of place was really enough. He doesn't need to catch the morning and evening rush hour to get to work now, either. On the contrary, his farm is also in the suburbs, not far from here. He really wanted to go to the city center to buy a suite in a good location. This money is estimated to only be able to buy a set of less than 200 square feet of cottage. Not only living experience is poor, but also will give their daily commute to increase the difficulty. Anyway, everything here he was happy with. Yuling didn't understand the kind of longing that people in Kyushu had for a house of their own, so naturally she didn't understand why Sui was so happy. But on the way back, she offered, I see that there is a lot of empty space around the house you bought. If you can, why don't you trade with Princess Vivi for some magical plants from that world to come over here, and I can help you make the yard into a garden full of magical plants. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, it also has some defense features, and many of the magical plants have special effects when consumed. Magic plants? Sui froze for a moment. This point had never occurred to him before Yuling reminded him of it. But on second thought, Yu Lian, as an elf race, must know a great deal about the various plants of their world. I'm afraid there's something to be said for having her assist in getting some other worldly specialties for the variety. But here's another question. The environment of the two worlds should be different, right? Can the magical plants of your world be grown here in ours? Why not? Moon listening queried. I even feel that the magical energy here in your place is even more abundant than that world of ours yet. Transplanting the magical plants from our place here will not only be able to grow them alive, but I even think that they can grow better than our place. We have magical energy here too? That's for sure. How else am I supposed to use magic here? Listening to Yulian's rightful tone, Sui was truly shocked this time. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to practice magic on the blue planet as well? But on second thought, he shook his head. That's impossible, isn't it? If that's true, then why has our world never seen a magician or warrior like you? Yulian said in a slightly odd tone. If I remember correctly, you said before that the oldest civilization inheritance you have recorded here is your Kyushu. And it's only that, right? 5,000 years up and down, right? Then count it as 10,000 years. Do you know how long we have there? How long? The Blazing Sun Empire where Princess Weiwei is from has existed for more than 120,000 years. Our elf kingdom has existed for an even longer period of time because the elf race is a longevity species with even longer lives. All of them can live for at least 1,000 years. And we have a history of more than 300,000 years with written records. Yu Ling said seriously. You're too young to really learn how to utilize that particular energy in the universe. Of course, even the world we are in may not have traveled as far on this road to transcendence. A mere few 100,000 years. I'm afraid we're only just getting started on this road. This is not my personal conjecture, but a reasonable guess after knowing that outside our world there is actually a world like your blue star as well as an existence like the trading platform. As far as I know, in our place, some extremely powerful Dharma gods or battle gods, their lifespan can be more than 10,000 years, and our elf race even has an existence that has lived for more than 100,000 years. Time is the least valuable thing on the road to transcendence, and you are too young for the 10,000 odd years of civilization in Blue Star. That's not right. Sui frowned. Although human civilization is young, Blue Star hasn't existed for a short period of time, and even more so, life appeared billions of years ago. If magical power exists in our world, then these creatures that have existed for so long should be more or less special, right? Chapter 20. It's a new way to make money. Moon listening sniffed, her brows furrowed, as if she was thinking about how to explain to Sui, and only after a moment did she say, this power is very special, and if we rely solely on the unconscious adaptation and absorption evolution of plants and animals to utilize it, it is an extremely slow process. In fact, most of those magical plants I told you about were artificially cultivated by people on our side of the world after they discovered the power of magic. And the same goes for those dangerous magical beasts, all bred later by intelligent creatures who discovered the power of magic first. Except that those intelligent creatures weren't necessarily human, elves, dragons, dwarves, basically, all did something similar. Plants and animals that have been exposed to the power of magic by acquired cultivation will also give birth to intelligence after they have become strong to a certain extent. And so a new intelligent race is born. And it is possible that they will use the power of magic to breed other races for certain purposes. This is the reason why our world can have so many intelligent races now. Many races are not born with intelligence. As for which of these races actually arose naturally, first discovering the power of magic and then creating the other races, it can no longer be traced back to the source, and is considered to be one of the unanswered questions on our side. But after coming to Blue Star, I can probably already guess the answer. Humans are the first intelligent race to be born in nature. Why does that sound so oozy to you? In that case, the fact that there are so many races in their world is the result of biological experiments by the first people over there anyhow. Even Sui could think of what was going on in the heads of the ancestors who created other races in their world. Like feeling like your human body is too weak and living for too short a time after mastering a strong magical power. So they created elves and other long-lived species to try to get a longer lifespan. This kind of thing is really humanly possible. As for cultivating so many messy races, whether these intelligent races would compete with future generations of humans for survival resources after they developed and grew, it was obviously not something that these people would consider. Trust in the wisdom of future generations and be done with it. Logic is perfectly fine. I think we'd better keep talking about magical plants. Sui felt that this topic was still a bit too grandiose, and it wasn't something he should be concerned about right now. Decidedly chose to change the subject. Do you think that if we bring some special magic plants from your world here, can we realize large-scale cultivation? Or is it possible to cultivate some of our local specialty magic plants locally here as well, and then resell them back to that world of yours? Yu Ling said after a moment of serious contemplation. Blue Star's magic power is more abundant than that world of ours. Growing magic plants on a large scale should be feasible. It's just that you need some special magic arrays that converge magic power in order to do it. This thing Princess Vivi doesn't have it on hand either. You'll have to ask her to go and procure it, and it's probably going to be more troublesome. The only ones on our side that would grow magic plants on a large scale are our elf clan in the Magic Kingdom. We elves are able to do this because of the presence of the Fountain of Life and the Lake of the Moon. It's the Magic Kingdom that relies on magical array farming, and their ways are more suited to your world. Why? Sui glanced at her and said, "Didn't you say that the core of the Fountain of Life is in you? This thing is also a man-made creation, isn't it? So let's think of a way to build a Fountain of Life in the Blue Planet as well? It's hard." Moon listening shook her head. The Fountain of Life is said to have been created by dozens of great magicians at the level of F-Asian who spent countless exotic treasures to join forces in an extremely ancient period. Even in our world, it's impossible to recreate another one nowadays. Not to mention that there's almost no theoretical basis for magic here at the moment. And the only one who can do magic is me. In contrast, large magical arrays can still be sold in the Magic Kingdom as long as you can afford to pay enough. And just for that farm scale of yours if you are growing magical plants. In fact, we may not necessarily need a large magic array in the early stage. You can ask Weiwei to procure a small magic array for you and it will be enough. There's no purchase threshold for this. She can easily buy it as long as she is willing to do so. Okay. Sui sighed with some regret. But after inquiring what effects all these magical plants had, Yulin was instantly rekindled. There are those who can grow to be bodyguards in the house. Better than dogs. There are specially grown to eat. And after eating too much of it, ordinary people can gain the level of strength of a newly initiated samurai on their side of the world. And killing a cow with a single punch is no big deal. There are also some magical plants that specialize in giving beauty, longevity and even aphrodisiacs. It's all a business opportunity. Sui now this farms has nearly 20,000 acres of land. Even if he only planted these special magic plants in the farm, what price the planted things can be sold for he didn't even dare to think. This is the only good one in the whole of Blue Star. And in addition to plants, there are magical beasts that the wizarding world specializes in breeding to eat. That stuff is even better. The main attraction is that one eats it to strengthen the body, not to mention that it tastes better than any ordinary animal. It's all about business opportunities. With an elf like Moon listening helping out on the side, he didn't have to worry about being an amateur and buying all the good stuff back and raising it to death. If he couldn't, he could buy a few more elves from Vivi to come over and help with the farm. The primary life trading privilege card in the trading platform Points Mall wasn't considered expensive. It's one of those things that's a sure thing. Planting only in the yard of a villa? It's small. The pattern is too small. He's going to plant it all over his farm. If it wasn't for Yuling seeing the courtyard of the villa and suddenly mentioning such a mouthful out of her elven nature, Sui really wouldn't have thought that there was such a way to get money. The farms that he had originally purchased as a white glove used to acquire various supplies now seemed as if they hadn't been purchased for nothing. There are so many benefits. You're my lucky lady. The more Sui thought about it, the more excited he became. If it wasn't for the fact that he was driving at the moment, he would have hated to hug Yu Lian and kiss him hard a few times. Originally, after obtaining the trading platform, he didn't think about how to utilize the platform to get big money. And before that, he only knew how to stupidly get all that gold. He couldn't be blamed for that though. The wizarding world was a completely foreign world to him. He didn't have the ability of foresight. So naturally he didn't know what was more valuable to him and others, and was still in the fumbling stage. And the arrival of Moon listening apparently allows him to skip that stage. With her knowing about it, Sui could fly and utilize the transaction with Wei Wei on the trading platform to develop and grow in Blue Star. At the same time, more frequent and valuable transactions will also allow him to obtain trading platform membership points faster. And when he has saved up enough points, he can buy matching cards to find more valuable worlds to seek cooperation. Proper quick integration into the trading platform system is benign, alright. Chapter 21, Good Old Son, Come Out to Eat. Reward? Hearing that Sui wanted to reward himself, Yulian seriously pondered for a while before saying, if you could quickly give me the world language penetration card from the trading platform, that would be the best reward of all. She was curious about everything in the world, especially that amazing internet. However, due to the language barrier, I was never able to learn more about Blue Star through the internet. Even a lot of times playing the game is not good operation. Everything has to ask Sui. The trading platform produces a language level pass that is really important in terms of whether or not she can go online and play games every day as a geek later on. World language penetration card. Sui froze for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. He then said before how he always felt like he forgot something today. Yesterday, he made an appointment with Sun Wang, the former owner of Yuanfeng Farm, to deliver a batch of about 8 tons of fruits and vegetables from the farm today. In addition, the 2 tons of frozen meat that he had asked his hairdresser, Huang Lin, to get for him should have been delivered today to the freezer he had rented in advance. Suddenly in the Shin family got the sky of wealth. He really forgot for a moment that the total price of these 100,000 or so chicken skin. With that in mind, he hurriedly dialed the phone number on the warehouse side to inquire. As expected, although the Shin family did not know what means had been used to let Sun Wang transfer the farm, but Sun Wang is a sincere person, or in accordance with yesterday's agreement to the 8 tons of fruits and vegetables all sent to his designated place. It was assumed that the Shin family had also mentioned Suyi's matter during the transaction. That's why Sun Wang didn't even make a phone call from beginning to end. As if he was afraid of disturbing Suyi's business and just took care of everything for him. Even the warehouse side, Sui just temporarily rented a day. And with the warehouse management said, intends to deliver the goods this morning. He went to the warehouse in the afternoon to take it away. Because the lease was too short and he didn't haul the stuff away at the agreed upon time. The warehouse management wasn't too sure, so they gave him a call to ask about the situation. As it turned out, Sui was looking at houses at that moment, and his cell phone was in the car, so he didn't answer it at all. Now, after inquiring, he realized that after the warehouse management couldn't get through to him, they called Sun Wang's side. Sun Wang knew the situation, then took the initiative to pay for him to rent a few more days, and told the management that Sui had important things to do, so that they do not keep calling Sui. This batch of goods, if Sui has not been picked up resulting in rotting in the warehouse, then notify him again. He will deal with it. People have done things so openly. Sui knows this moment naturally also have to show a little. At that moment, they took the initiative to give Sun Wang a phone call to express their gratitude. Incidentally, Sun Wang took the initiative to invite about 2 meals. After calling Sun Wang's phone, he called his hairdresser Huang Lin over. The situation is similar. After the afternoon frozen meat to his designated freezer, because he exceeded the agreed time has not yet come to pull it away. Cave rental convenience can only contact Huang Lin. Sun Wang's side probably heard some wind and knew that he was doing something for the Shin family, but Huang Lin was unaware of it. After he made a call to Suya that didn't go through, he also took the initiative to pay the fee to help Suya extend the lease of the freezer. At this moment, as soon as Suyi's phone call went through, he heard Huang Lin on the other end cursing. Where did you run away? The phone does not answer. I thought you went to the club, was arrested. Fines are ready, just waiting to go fishing you. Several tens of thousands of dollars of goods. If you put down and don't want it, my father will have to peel my skin. Although he spoke very nonchalantly, his tone was tinged with laughter, clearly not feeling that Sui would do such a thing. It's just the everyday mutual undermining of friends. Sui was not annoyed and smiled. Not so much, not so much. A tiger's venom is not enough. How could I skin you? Your father I developed. See you, this good big son is still filial. Treat you to a good meal. Now come out. Location as you choose. UING. Position as I choose. Fruity. Righteous father? Huang Lin on the other end of the phone changed his face for a second. Then he was puzzled. So generous. What kind of fortune have you made recently? Tell me the truth. Are you involved in some unseemly business? If so, why don't you bring me along? It's not much. I saved a little girl after seeing justice. She is a rich girl. Her father sent me a few $100 million in order to thank me. Sui faintly said. He said and sent a screenshot of his balance to Huang Lin. Here's what's left over from the purchase of the house. And there's still a good $2 million left. Huang Lin thought Sui was joking a second ago and was about to scold him for daydreaming. The next second to see his balance of the moment people stupid. And hastened to say, not buddy? No. Righteous father, did you really have people give you millions because you saved a little girl? Fake. It's a couple $100 million. A few Okay, a few $100 million then. Righteous father. I want to go to the most expensive restaurant in Jiangcheng. I said. You pick the spot. I'll pay for it. After a while of friendly exchanges with his good buddy, the good buddy managed to turn into a good big boy. Only then did Sui hang up the phone with satisfaction. Hanging up and still a bit unfulfilled said, you see, sometimes people don't always believe it when you tell the truth. The mega farm after the Shin family's integration was definitely worth several $100 million. He didn't blow awesome. Speaking of which, he must have known Huang Lin for at least 20 years. Well, he's 26 years old. The two of them met in kindergarten and were classmates from elementary school through middle school, and have been neighbors for over a decade. Later, Huang Lin's father made money in the restaurant business, and the family moved into the downtown area of Jiangcheng. But to the university period, the two people together into the Jiangcheng University, in the case of being able to choose their own dormitory, naturally, as a roommate for another 4 years. When he went to college, something happened to Sui's family. His father was injured on a construction site and lost his ability to work, so the family was in a very difficult situation. Sui can only work while going to school, to earn money to pay various tuition fees and miscellaneous fees, cannot afford to eat and wear, barely maintain their studies. During this time Huang Lin would always find various reasons to give him something and take him out to eat this and that. Even his first computer was hardwired into him by Huang Lin as a gift on his birthday. Huang Lin also politely brought up the matter of Sui's work study several times, saying that he had talked to his own father and could help Sui pay for his tuition fees and all kinds of miscellaneous expenses, so that Sui could go to school without worrying about it and didn't have to get so tired. At first, he and his dad didn't even expect Sui to pay it back, and after being rejected a few times, that's when they offered that they could lend him a sum of money, but Sui still didn't accept it. Of course, it's not that he's uneducated. Rather, he felt that he already owed Huang Lin enough favors, and he was afraid that if he owed more, he wouldn't be able to pay them back in this lifetime, including this time as well. He asked Huang Lin to help him get a few tons of frozen meat, and Huang Lin agreed without even asking for the purpose. For this kind of good brother, now that Sui himself had developed, it was naturally impossible to forget him. Chapter 22. What? You have an elixir? Huang Lin didn't end up picking any very high-end restaurants. It just so happened that this point was at night, so I found one of the more famous stalls in Jiangcheng. The large stall that was still bustling and noisy in the middle of the night was very curious to Yulian, a visitor from the other world. Sui and Huang Lin had long been used to it. The two hadn't seen each other in a while, and as soon as they met, Huang Lin gave him a bear hug. It was only after some pleasantries that he saw Yuli next to Sui, and after freezing for a moment, he looked at Sui in surprise. It is? Your righteous mother. Sui skillfully wrapped his arm around Yuling's shoulders. She didn't care about that sort of thing anyway, and she did need an identity in this world. The term human being in modern society refers not only to human beings as creatures, but also to the nodes that form a network of relationships in a complex social system. As an elf, Yulian looked similar to a human, and after slightly using some magic to cover up those pointed ears, she couldn't see any difference from a normal human. But after arriving at the blue planet, she wasn't really a person in the true sense of the word. In addition to not having a formal identity, she doesn't have a network of connections that you would have as a normal person in the modern world. It's someone who was completely non-existent before. In the future, if Sui wants to get her a formal identity, this is definitely not possible at the moment. First give her an identity, and then use this identity as the center of the circle. Gradually expand the network of relations, and then go to do it again will be very easy. Of course, there are easier ways. For example, with the water of life in his hand to save some dignitary. With their connections, it is not difficult to get an identity for moon listening. But there are significant drawbacks to this operation. It is easy to arouse the suspicion of others and cause unnecessary trouble. After all, it would be too weird for people to find out that no one in the world knew this person except Sui, and now that she often walks around outside as Sui's girlfriend. And with her looks that can impress anyone, it will be easy for her to integrate into the modern society after a long time, and it will be hard to find anything unusual without careful investigation. After all, so many people have seen her. No one would believe you if you said she was an alien. This was one of the reasons why Sui always took her with him when he went out. Of course, the main thing is to be an eye-candy bodyguard. I'm dropping a ghost. Huang Lin didn't care about Sui taking advantage of the situation, repeatedly looking at Yu Ling for a few moments before looking oddly at his good brother. It doesn't look blind. Why does it look at you? What do you mean? I'm suave and elegant. Isn't it too normal for me to have a crush on me? The two exchanged a few insults, and then they went into the stall together. Huang Lin did bring his girlfriend. He knew too well what kind of person his own good brother was, a proper scum. But people have almost written the word scum on their faces. But there are women who eat him, think his family is rich, and fantasize about marrying into a rich family as a rich wife. So who is to blame? This Sui had not seen before, not familiar at all, and did not have the idea of recognizing it, and greeted each other and then considered finished. After all, the next time we see each other, it's possible that they'll be followed by a different one, and there's no need to recognize them at all. On the contrary, it was the girl who was brought in who was directly shocked after seeing Yu Lian's heaven-defying face value. After taking her seat, she cautiously asked Yu Li what brand of cosmetics she usually used, how she took care of her skin, and how her skin was so good. But again, Yu Ling couldn't understand a bit of it, so naturally she couldn't respond. Sui then directly explains that she is deaf and can't hear at all, intended to give the go-ahead, but still underestimated the woman's obsession with skincare and maintenance. Seeing that Yu Lian could not answer, then turned to ask Sui. She doesn't use any skincare products or any cosmetics. As for maintenance, keep a hair. Every night she doesn't sleep all night playing games. Growing like this all depends on talent. One sentence for the other whole won't. This is the same as desperately studying but can only barely pass. The ordinary people ask the testful of the school bully usually how to learn. The results of the school bully said that usually is to play games and sleep on it. Pure talent. You cannot learn. Belonging is Galen out of whisper, silence and broken defense. Gave people the whole straight back without ever saying a few words. The two were just having a normal dinner date between friends, and naturally they wouldn't talk too much about work, basically just blowing off steam and getting over it. Huang Lin was of course curious about the fact that Sui had suddenly become rich recently, but Sui, didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. He believed that if he could tell, Sui wouldn't hide it from him, and if he couldn't tell him, he'd be embarrassing everyone if he asked. And a lot of things that are said out loud are instead harmful to people. Take for example the existence of trading platforms. Sui wasn't even going to tell his parents, so naturally he wouldn't tell Huang Lin either. It was only when he was saying goodbye after dinner that he asked Huang Lin a question. Your family is in the restaurant business. Let me ask you something. What if there is such an ingredient? Only need a simple treatment. Steaming, boiling, baking and frying any way you want. Just add some salt. The flavor is far more than those well-cooked things. And this kind of ingredients can also eat strong body, beauty, and even eat more, cannot invade 100 diseases, without any side effects. Not advertising, is really effective, but also very obvious kind. So will it be a big seller? What? You have an immortal elixir? Huang Lin gave him a blank stare. Sui ignored him and pursued the question. Just tell me if this thing has any commercial value. Of course there is, but only to sell this kind of ingredients business have to earn. We do catering, not only not earn. If this thing is not expensive, maybe all have to lose their jobs. After all, you have said, how to do are delicious, then also want a chef, what's the use? Huang Lin shrugged. What if this kind of thing is only authorized to be operated by your family's caterers? Sui suddenly laughed. Then the old man minutes dry into the world's first catering giant. What, KFC, Pizza Hut? Have to kneel down and call dad. Huang Lin waved his hand with bravado. After all, you call me a righteous father. I cannot treat you badly. When the two of us buy a yacht, not too expensive, 1 billion or so of yachts will be enough. And then wrapped up his 300 to 500 young models. How to play the luxury, how to play. Dad, I bought 2 supercars at a time, villas at a time to buy 2 packages to take you to fly. Remember what you said. Sui patted his shoulder, then walked out of the stall ready to find a chauffeur to drive back to the hotel. The drunkenness in Huang Lin's eyes receded a few moments after he gave him such a pat on the back. After freezing for a moment, he hurriedly caught up with Sui Dao. No, are you serious? Really got the elixir? Hard to say. Sui shrugged. I'm sure I won't forget you if I really do is all. Chapter 23, the second transaction completed. Quite a few of those magical creatures that Lunar Listening had suggested he introduce were ingredients that could be eaten. If it is successfully farmed on the Blue Star, it is bound to make it to the dinner table in the future and become a high-end ingredient. However, Sui is not interested in the restaurant business, mainly because this thing can earn only so much. The real bulk of these items are still in the medical area. As opposed to taking the time and effort to build a restaurant brand on his own to make money selling these ingredients, he might as well find a more specialized one to do this and split some of the benefits out. Such a good thing, naturally, cannot be cheap to outsiders. As for whether Huanglin was capable enough, this was rather secondary. There's a saying that says, stand on the wind and the pigs will take off. Not to mention it's still a complete monopoly on windfalls. It didn't matter at all how he ran his business. What mattered was whether or not those magical creatures would still have the kind of effect that Moonlisten had said they would have once they arrived at the blue planet. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Sui came to work in the food processing plant. He had already told Li Wenyuan last night that he would come to receive the batch of flour today. This was the second item he'd agreed to in his deal with Vivi, and it wouldn't be appropriate to put it off for too long after all. So he was planning to deliver this flour today along with the fruits, vegetables, and meats that had been in place since yesterday. Otherwise, he can now completely stop paying attention to Li Wenyuan and directly resign his position in the food processing plant and run away. After all, tomorrow at the latest, his farm would be able to go through all the formalities of the process, and he would be able to acquire a large amount of grain in the name of the farm in a proper manner. Like last time, this deal was much smoother. Sui to higher than the current market price of 20 cents a kilogram of the price. Bought away Lu Shang that idiot last month to buy over for the reserve of 1,000 tons of flour. There were no surprises in the middle of the ride. Transportation is still handled on the food processor's side as before. 1,000 tons of flour. When it was all delivered to Suyi's designated warehouse, it was already late in the evening. This is not a small-scale granary, not far from Suyi's farm, because it is in the suburbs, so the price is not expensive. He directly bought the whole warehouse. I'm going to follow that up with some upgrades and modifications to add a freezer specifically. With the farm, it kind of makes sense for him to get into all this stuff, and with his own warehouse, he no longer had to worry about the inexplicable disappearance of things in the warehouse that would draw suspicion. Stow the grain in your trade item storage space, then go to the freezer and another warehouse and bring all the fruits, vegetables, and meats with you. Sui finally entered the trading platform again. Although there was no advance appointment, Vivi fell back on her call. It was only a few minutes after Sui informed her through the trading platform that the goods were all in place. She had already appeared in the trading space. All the things were transferred to her, and the two transactions between the two sides were considered to be completed. This is because there is only one free trade available on the trading platform each week, and this is the second trade the two have made this week. So the transaction was completed with a direct deduction of 10 membership points for each of the two men. And after delivering all of this batch of fruits, vegetables, meat and grain, Sui gained another 19 points. Successful completion of one transaction awards 5 points. 2 is 10 points, plus the 8 points you gained when you gave away the rice earlier. Sui now has quite a few membership points. Suya, identity, registered member of the time and space trading platform, deduct 1,000 points to upgrade to senior member and unlock more privileges. Points, 27. Permission/special items, storage space, primary life trading permission card, deducting 10 points for an extra trade. That's enough to buy a world language pass card. That's expensive, isn't it? Next time, it's best to think about what you're going to trade ahead of time, and hand over everything for a week at once. Looking at the 10 points spent on the second exchange, and then looking at those goodies in the system mall. Sui only felt numb with loss. Vivi thought deeply too. This doggone platform system actually eat both ends. Additional trading points deducted is not deducted from a certain party, but both sides of a person to deduct 10 points, which is no different from robbing money. Although it's only a mere 10 points, there are quite a few good things you can buy in the points mall. Even Sui saw that the full set of nuclear fusion technology was only sold for 3,000 member points in the system mall. Even if you can't afford it now, match a few more trades and save up for a few years and you'll have enough anyhow. When the time comes to straighten out this good stuff, it's not too much to say he's the light of humanity. What else do you want to follow up on? Or food? The previous deal was completed, so naturally it was time to talk about the subsequent deal. It's also good to prepare ahead of time. Of course, food I want in the long run. Vivi thought briefly. If you can provide some weapons, preferably consumables like arrows, that would naturally be even better. If your world has any special weapons that we don't have on our side, I can also procure a batch to try out the effects. Food I can provide and more next week, at least 3,000 tons to start. As for weapons, arrows are not much of a problem, and special weapons, we also have them on our side. But I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get them in a short period of time. Give me a certain amount of time before I can do so. As for the power of these weapons, you can completely rest assured. It's not much use against strong people like you and moon listening, but used against those ordinary soldiers. That efficiency is no different from mowing the grass. Kidding aside, if not for the fact that the other side is a magical world. Modern weapons taken to the Cold War battlefield over there are meat grinders and can kill completely indiscriminately. Even if transcendent powers existed over there, it was unlikely that everyone would have the kind of backbone that moon listening had to be able to ignore a single thermal weapon. Heat weapons should still work well over there. Where's the payoff? What do you want? Or gold? Vivi hurriedly pursued the question. Being able to provide a steady supply of food and weapons. With such a partner she felt a little more confident about the war she was currently facing. First I need a magical array to gather magical energy. A small one will do. Moon listening said it shouldn't be too hard for you to get this. Secondly I need the seeds of some special magical creatures and a pair of magical giant horned cows that have reached adulthood and entered the breeding season. I need a male and a female. The female preferably pregnant. With that, he took out a list of the qualities of the magical plants that Yu Ling had chosen. As for the giant horned cow, naturally, it was also a suggestion from Yu Ling. Before Sui traded over so much rice, there were always some rice seeds inside that were left out and not processed. And since that one didn't count as a living thing, the seeds of magical plants most likely didn't count either. And animals like these magical beasts are definitely considered living things. To trade you need the life trading access card. This doomed Sui to not be able to directly introduce those magical beast cubs from the other world in large quantities. The introduction of a male and a female is of course to facilitate subsequent breeding. If the cow is already pregnant, it is the equivalent of buying two and getting in for free, which is the best value for money. As for why the introduction of this magical beast, the giant horned cow, it was because it belonged to one of the most mature magical beasts in their world's artificial breeding. And don't look at it as a cow, but unlike the cows on the blue planet that gave birth to at most one or two in a single birth, the giant horned cow could give birth to at most 9 calves in a single birth. And at least 5 or more, and it grows extremely fast and has no special requirements for food, just eat normal grass, vigorous and disease resistant, and the ability to adapt to its environment is top notch. There are branches in all corners of that world of theirs. It not only produces beef, but also milk, which is rich in nutrients and contains special energy, and the benefits of long-term human consumption are endless. Compared to the violent nature of most magical beasts, the giant horned bull was still quite docile and hardly aggressive at all. In the case of having to have a breed of magical beast introduced, naturally it was the most suitable. Chapter 24, Ancestral Secret Recipe, Curing All Diseases. TCH, I don't know if it was right or wrong to send Yu Ling to you. Wei Wei glanced at the list in her hand, naturally knowing that it definitely couldn't be Suyi's own doing. It was then that she realized a problem that had arisen after giving moon listening to Sui. The world she was in seemed to be unidirectionally transparent to Sui. With a local like Yu Ling around, it would be too easy for Sui to find out what goodies she had here. But she didn't know anything about Su's side. She hadn't thought about it at all when the deal was first made, only thinking that she would be in a lot less trouble if she sent Yu Ling away, and that Yu Ling would be able to save her life if she went to the other world. Now it seems it's not that simple. How? Can it be done? Yes. Vivi looked at the list for a few moments and didn't push it. The two of them immediately started bargaining on the items on the list, and each of the above was carefully selected by moon listening, with different efficacies and effects. There is certainly a deviation in price. It's not possible to settle all at one price. You need to price each item. Both parties do not currently have currency, so for the time being, they are using membership points, which can be traded and transferred, as the general equivalent. 1 point equals 100 tons of food. A male adult giant horned cow equals 5 points and a pregnant cow equals 10 points. As for the mess of magical plant seeds, each had different pricing depending on their use. The final deal between the two sides naturally wouldn't be in terms of points. After all, this thing wasn't enough for either of them right now. Using points as general equivalents, and then finally converting them to settle for food of the same value on Suyi's side was the most appropriate. After the price was pretty much agreed upon, the two parties agreed to meet again the following Monday. 3 days later, carefully negotiate how much you can offer and maximize the opportunity to take advantage of next week's free deal. Then they went their separate ways, contentedly. Of course, Sui also spent 10 points to buy a world language pass card when he went back. Moon Hearing had done her best in the past 2 days, so she should be paid for her efforts. Back on the Blue Star, Sui had just handed over the world language access card to Yu Ling, and before he could even try to see if it worked, a phone call came in. On the other end of the phone was the manager who claimed to be hired by Shin Mingwen to help him organize the farm's affairs. Named Zhou Yen. Because of Shin Mingwen's advanced relationship, his side of the business is very fast. By today basically all the paperwork has been taken care of. Now it was just waiting for Sui to give the farm a name and sign a few documents. and all the subsequent things could be taken care of on his side. By tomorrow night at the latest, the company will be officially listed for business. After Sui himself consulted some friends in the related industry and professional lawyers, he chose the indirect holding model to control the farm, make changes to the business project of the sole proprietorship company that Shin Mingwen had previously paid him, naming it Horizon Holdings. Su is also 100% owned. The consolidation of farms that have far exceeded the size limitations of local private farms now belongs to as an ecological agricultural demonstration site. It is 100% owned by Horizon Agricultural Science and Technology Company Limited, a subsidiary of Horizon Holdings. It looks as if this is suspiciously like farting with your pants down. But this is really the best choice Sui made after consulting with many parties and combining with his possible development path in the future. Right now, he only had Vivi as a partner in the trading platform, and he had only initially started trading, and could only produce agriculture for the time being. The scope of business to be operated in the future is certainly much more than that, not to mention other trading partners that may be matched later. On Vivi's side alone, when there are more transactions, the dealings cannot be limited to just food and these crops, like things like arrows and even heat weapons, which she needs now. Arrows Sui can now purchase from some factories. Really cannot open a factory to build their own is also a small problem. This thing is not illegal in Kyushu. This kind of factory can't also be placed under the same type of company as a farm. In order to avoid trouble, when the time comes, certainly still have to set up another company. And compared to let Su also own personal to hold shares in two completely unrelated companies, he might as well get an investment company that is solely his own. Then use the investment company as a medium to hold other companies, and finally develop into a conglomerate. This can lead to significant cost savings in running the company in the future. It was also easier for him to consolidate the resources at hand. Even the future of the subordinate team matured. Through the foreign relations, overseas security companies and so on, get some batch of AK to Weiwei sent that is not impossible. This kind of multinational company, too, is obviously more convenient to go the way of investment companies with public holdings. At least when he signed the contract, he didn't even need to appear in person. Just send someone from the company to sign it. As a professional manager, Zhou Yan probably knew that this new boss's ambition was definitely not just limited to a small farm after hearing Sui's idea. But he is only Shin Mingwen temporarily invited to help Sui to deal with those miscellaneous matters in the pre-farm integration. It was hard to say whether Sui would let him follow him in the future. Not too concerned about that. The patron makes the request. He goes and does it and it's done. If you can't do it, go to the Shin family. Not to mention the fact that the matter itself is not considered difficult. Early the next morning, in the Shin family do not know how powerful relationship network to add support. Sui Horizon Agricultural Science and Technology Company Limited and Horizon Holdings completed all the formalities. Can be listed in the business. It's worth noting that Horizon Agriculture has over $60 million in cash in its account. In turn, another $100 million in cash was added to the account of Horizon Holdings. Money doesn't fall from the sky. And this is naturally Shin Mingwen's handiwork. People had brought things to this point, so Sui naturally had to show his sincerity as well. That night, he brought Yu Ling to the Shin family again. Because of the advance notice, not many people were present in the Shin family this time. In addition to Shin Mingwen's father and daughter, there was a man and a woman. The man is the old man with white hair, Shin Mingwen's old father, the person who is the real master of the Shin family. The female is called Shen Mingyue, 26 or 27 years old, full of imperial style, mature and capable, is Shen Mingwen's sister. This is the most central member of the Shin family. In addition to this family, there were just 4 temperamentally tough bodyguards in the villa, each with a gun in their waist, presumably the Shin family's true beloved ones that could be trusted. The row was smaller than before when Sui came, but the specifications were obviously higher. Sui was too lazy to ask more questions about this, and after greeting Shin Mingwen one by one under his introduction, he explained his intention, to heal the sick, and it's a complete cure for Shin Yingying that little girl's congenital leukemia. Although he had long known the purpose of Sui's initiative to come this time, but at this time, Shen Mingwen, the big man who had been mixed up in the black and white, could not help but be a little nervous and pulled Sui Dao. How many % sure are you that it will be cured? Will there be any after effects after the cure? No surprises, 10% certainty. And not only will she not have any after effects, she will also live a longer and healthier life than anyone else in the world. Saying that, Sui took out a palm-sized delicate porcelain vase from the backpack he was carrying. Provided that Mr. Shin trusts me enough to let me use the medicine. What kind of medicine is this? Shen Mingwen took the porcelain bottle and looked at it. The bottle is sealed by a cork and you can't smell much, but when you hold it in your hand you can feel that it's some kind of liquid inside. Ancestral secret recipe, curing all diseases and prolonging life. Chapter 25. Do you want it or not? I'll drink it myself. Inside the porcelain vase is naturally the water of life. But it was a version of the 500 milliliters of life water that Vivi had traded to him that had been diluted once again by Moonlily. This bottle of 100 milliliters, probably drinking about 2/3 of it, would be enough to cure Shen Yingying's illness and prolong her life to 150 years old. The initial version of the water of life that he got his hands on only required about 5 milliliters to achieve this effect. As for the remaining 1/3 in the bottle, Suyu took it as a reward for the Shen family for doing their best to help him. If Sui says it's an ancestral heirloom, a medicine that can cure leukemia, Shen Mingwen would choose to let him use it without even thinking about it. After all, he had seen Suyu's ability with his own eyes, and in half an hour's time, he was able to make a patient with hopelessly advanced leukemia recover to become a pre-mid stage. Suffice it to say that he does have a knack for dealing with this disease. But Su also opening is a cure for all diseases and prolong life. What? Suspected a little too much like a charlatan. He instead a little cannot believe. A time some hesitation. Do not know whether to let Su also use the medicine. And his sister Shin Mingyue sniffed even more bluntly. Hospitals are still divided into various departments. What medicine can cure all diseases and even prolong life? This sassy beauty's brows were furrowed and her eyes were filled with distrust. It's close to writing "you charlatan" on your head. That's why I said, you have to believe in me. You don't believe in me, that's definitely not a cure. Sui shrugged, unimpressed by their skepticism. He certainly wanted to save that little girl in more ways than just using the water of life. Directly let the moon listening and then put an advanced point of healing spell is the most simple, but outsiders even in the side watching cannot see a reason. Will only be inexplicable little girl's disease as well. But then how else would he sell his water of life out of the country? How do you make money quickly to build up your seed capital? We have a professional medical laboratory under our name. So if you don't mind, I'd like to test it before using it, and it'll be fine soon. Shen Mingwen proposed a compromise. There's no need to go to all that trouble. I know what you're afraid of. Sui shrugged, directly pulled the cork, picked up the porcelain bottle and poured a mouthful into his mouth, took out a third of it straight away, and the bit that was left was probably just enough to heal the little girl. In fact, he had already drank some of that water of life himself ever since Yuling had talked about the effects of those waters of life. After drinking it my skin did get a lot better, and some minor painless problems on my body before, such as slight myopia, rhinitis, and so on, also got better. Other than that, it didn't really feel like much. To this, the explanation given by Yulian was that he was now in his 20s, the most energetic and peak age in a person's life, and free from illness. It's not uncommon to drink a small amount of the water of life and not feel anything special. When this dose of the water of life is drunk, the most noticeable physical sensations should be felt by the elderly and the sick. Here, don't worry about whether it works or not, but it's definitely non-toxic. Sui placed the porcelain bottle on the table and wiped the corners of his mouth. A short time I can provide this special drug is so little. You believe it, use it. Do not believe me in front of you all to drink it is not a problem. Mr. Su, have you thought about it? Even if you are unable to eradicate Ying Ying's disease, those things I gave you previously will not be taken back. Not to mention that you will not be held accountable for anything else. Shen Mingwen reconfirmed. To put it bluntly, it is to remind Sui that if he is not sure, he can say it directly and does not have to puff up his face because he is afraid of the Shen family's retaliation. Since I said it can be cured, then it can be cured. If it can't be cured, my person will be right here, at your disposal, Sui confidently said. It was something he had tried himself and really didn't feel anything very magical about it. But the fact that he hadn't been in the usual good spirits for the past 2 days was enough to say a lot. Good, then I'll believe in you once more. And after this is accomplished, the 500 million previously promised to you will remain unchanged. And an additional 200 million will be added as payment for purchasing this bottle of your divine medicine. Shen Mingwen is also a decisive person. After saying that, he picked up the porcelain vase and walked towards the house. Behind him, Shen Mingyue's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't say much. Shen Yingying's condition is also known to her, although she does not trust Sui, who looks a bit like a charlatan. But a few days ago, a large number of cancer cells in Shen Yingying's body disappeared out of thin air. But it can't be faked. So even though he still didn't believe it in his heart, he couldn't help but raise a trace of hope in his heart. What if? As for the Shen family's old man, he hadn't said a word from beginning to end. Only after Shen Mingwen went in with the bottle of medicine did he intentionally say to Sui, "Young man, can this medicine really cure all diseases and prolong life? Whether it's true or not, we'll see later," Sui replied politely. When the old man saw this confident look on his face, a hint of essence appeared in his cloudy old eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Can you make a similar medicine? It's possible, but this production is definitely very low. It's not profitable to do this. I might as well run my business properly." Sui pretended to be difficult. How can you not make money? The old man immediately came to life. This way, if your medicine is really effective, I'll let Mingwen invest another $1 billion for you to open a medical company. You don't have to give us Shin family shares. Just make sure that our whole family of these 4 people are supplied with medicines when they need them. What do you think? As for the extra medicine, production is small. We can sell expensive. As long as your medicine is effective. The old man, I also have some contacts. Those old people, if they know that there is a good thing, not less than the benefits of your kid. The old man looked at least 70 years old or more, but his spirit was actually very good, and at a glance, he knew that he usually maintained quite well. However, this kind of big shot obviously still hadn't lived long enough, and just now when he heard Sui say that this thing of his could prolong his life, the old man wanted to give it a try. But for one thing, I don't know if what Sui said is true or not. Secondly, his granddaughter needs this medicine even more now. If the medicine has more than one, of course he would like to live longer. But if there is only one copy of it, he naturally won't go to rob his granddaughter's life-saving medicine. Now that he heard Sui say that this thing could still be manufactured, he naturally came into the spirit. What's so difficult about it? Isn't it just a matter of money? In his opinion, if Sui's medicine really had this kind of effect, not to mention money, even if he wanted a certain limit of power, it would definitely not be a problem. Then thank you for the old master's mention. And watch. Sui smiled and pointed at the door. Shen Mingwen was not an indecisive person, and since he had already gone in with the medicine, he probably wouldn't be delayed for long. But this time it was a bit out of Sui's expectation. They waited downstairs for more than half an hour before Shen Mingwen walked down from upstairs. There was also a cute little girl in her hands who was pink and cute. It was Shen Ying. The first time he saw this girl, Sui only felt that she had a poor complexion. By the time she let Yu Ling use a healing spell on her that night, the little girl had a much rosier face with a few moments of anger visible to the naked eye. But at that point she still looked like she wasn't in as good of shape as a normal kid at that age. Until now, Shen Ying was held in Shen Mingwen's arms. Her face was flushed and her eyes were bright. Anyone who comes by has to compliment what a beautiful porcelain doll. It's so rare. It's completely unimaginable that just a few days ago, this was a cancer patient who had already been almost sentenced to death by the hospital. If anything, the chi color thing is so esoteric that it doesn't seem that intuitive. Then her long, dark hair, which had been combed into twists all over her head, was so recognizable. Because of long-term chemotherapy, previously Shen Ying did not have a single hair on her head, and now the long, black, silky hair, which was already almost longer than her person, was so long that a discerning eye could tell that it couldn't possibly be a wig. Chapter 26. What are you doing in the morning? How did it work out? At this time, the most excited instead is the Shen family's old man. Seeing Shen Mingwen holding the child out, even though he had already guessed it when he saw Shen Ying's appearance, he still couldn't help but ask. It worked out great. Great. Shen Mingwen, a big man in his 30s or 40s, had a somewhat choked voice at this time. After answering his old father's question, he took 3 or 2 steps to Sui and said gratefully, "Thanks to Mr. Su for saving Ying Ying's life. I, Shen Mingwen, owe you a huge favor. In the future, if you have any use for me, just give me a greeting. As long as I can do something, I will never excuse myself. Taking people's money and eliminating disasters with them. It's a part of the job. It's not like we can talk about any favors or unfavors." Sui waved his hand. "People already give a lot. There's no need to be insatiable. I'll make a call and immediately have someone transfer the money to your company account," Shen Mingwen said, not forgetting to say to the little girl he was holding, "Ying Ying, it was this uncle who saved your life. Quickly thank uncle." The little girl was not afraid of being born, and she said crisply at the words, "Thank you uncle, and thank you auntie." The auntie at the back was naturally referring to Yu Ling, who had been following Sui around. No one else knew it, but this little girl knew very well that it was this aunt who had made her suddenly comfortable that night. That's when she started to hear her dad say that she was getting much better. She told Shen Mingwen about it, and Shen Mingwen only thought that Julian was Sui's assistant, and the little girl mistook the assistant for the main person, and didn't care. Sui shook his head without saying anything, but it was Yu Ling who gently squeezed Sui's hand after hearing the little girl's thanks. After receiving Sui's affirmation, then he spread his face and smiled. "You're welcome. Auntie wishes you to grow up to be a wise man with a combination of intelligence and beauty, and to be healthy for the rest of your life." With that, his fingers gently brushed her forehead and finally cupped her slightly baby-faced cheeks. There was a flash of light at his fingertips that no one noticed. The elves are all about face. She thought the little girl was cute, so she was going to give someone a little gift. Sui naturally had no reason to object. Shen Mingwen quickly finished his call, and it didn't take long for Sui's side to receive a reminder of the company's account movement. Originally, There was $100 million in the account of Horizon Holdings, and in the blink of an eye, the balance turned into $800 million. The money and goods have been paid for. At least in Suyi's case, the two sides are already considered to not owe each other. And after doing all this, the Shin family's old man also raised what he had just said at the right time. Shen Mingwen sniffed, and after determining that the kind of medicine Suyi just now could really be recreated, he immediately agreed to the old man's matter. Immediately said that within 3 days we'll be able to mobilize funds, continue to invest Su also 10 billion, and do not expect from the pharmaceutical company to share some shares and so on. He only hoped that it would be the same as what Elder Shin had said, and that Suyi would be able to supply their family of 4 with this special drug that he had produced by then. That is, the old man of the Shin family, Shun Mingwen Shin Mingyue's siblings, and Shin Yingying of the 3rd generation. $1 billion was such a small request. Suyi naturally had no reason not to agree. Once both parties have verbally agreed, they intend to wait 3 days for the funds to be dispatched before making a resolution. This was sort of a buffer that the Shin family had left for themselves. Although Shin Yingying had gone down with half a bottle of medicine and now looked healthy beyond belief. Even her hair had incredibly grown so long in half an hour. It's nothing like a miracle. But without going to the hospital and going through a full range of tests, they still can't believe that cancer can be cured so quickly. So even though I already believed 90% of it, I couldn't help but retain a little bit of leeway. Suyi didn't feel anything. People really have to be brainless to trust him and not even do a medical checkup. That's what's wrong with them. When he came out of Shin's house, it was already early 11 o'clock at night. The villa side of the formalities are also almost done. Even the title certificate has been done properly for Suyu. But this villa is said to be finely decorated turnkey. In fact, naturally not so fast. The property over there is in the process of arranging for 2 days to give the long-placed villa a good clean inside and out. Then it's a matter of checking the electrical circuits, gas lines, plumbing, and other internal house amenities for any abnormalities in the event of a prolonged period of inactivity. Only after all the cleaning and inspections were done could Suyi move in. This doesn't take long either, and the villa properties are quite experienced with this. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, Suyi will be able to move in. So tonight he still has to stay in a hotel. It's a suburb and there aren't any good star hotels. After looking around a few times, I found a gaming hotel that looked pretty good, and there's only one double gaming room left. What else can we do? Sleep in the same room. It's a good thing that Suki Akari is so internet addicted that it doesn't seem to matter if they sleep in separate rooms or not. It's not like she was sleeping anyway. She was too busy playing games all night. When Suyi woke up from his sleep early the next morning, Yuli was still sitting on the edge of the bed playing the game. Nowadays, the games she plays aren't limited to simple things like Tetris and elimination. She's actually started playing Peaceful Elite, and frequent verbal communication with teammates after being able to talk. That's cuckoo on the scoreboard. Suyi also didn't know how her painting style suddenly turned into this when she was a good elf princess, but he didn't mean to disturb her, and just watched her play quietly from the sidelines. Moon listening to know that he woke up, but also very nonchalant, immediately on the bed to adjust a posture. The head is Su also arm. The whole person is leaning in his arms. Concentrate on staring at the screen of the phone to play the game. Suyi, no, what are you doing this early in the morning? This is the most virile time of the day for all men. And you're testing a cadre with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Do you really not understand this or are you just faking it? Suyi held her waist and whispered in her ear. Yu Lian was unimpressed as she played the game. I'm an elven princess, raised in the royal family. Suyi froze for a moment. So, there are many descendants of the royal family, and I'm not the only princess. Because of the appearance of our elven race, many races or countries will ask for a marriage after they have established a certain relationship with us. Most of the time, the princess of the royal family is actually just a tool for the marriage, and as one of the tools, I have naturally undergone the relevant education. Yu Ling gave him a blank stare. You don't really think I'm a? Who doesn't even know the first thing about that stuff between men and women? White lotus? That's the word, isn't it? So what do you mean now? Suyi's hand on her slender waist tightened a little more. Moon Lily didn't say anything, playing the game by herself. No words, then of course it's acquiescence. Chapter 27, Are you an elf or a chimera? As it turned out, although Yu Lian came from a royal family and systematically learned these things, the theory could be said to be full. But in terms of real-world experience there really isn't any. After trying the taste of the elves, Su also understood why so many movies and entertainment works. The elves are portrayed as heirlooms that all races want. It's not only beautiful, it's something else when you dig deeper. Who could not love this? The whole morning, Suyi didn't even go out of the door, so he passed without shame. By the time he went out at noon, even though he had already drank the water of life and was as strong as an ox, he was a bit unable to carry it, and could almost only come out holding onto the wall. On the contrary, Yu Ling was still acting as if nothing had happened. There was no way. After all, he was the so-and-so knight of their world, a fierce man who took the enemy's head in a million armies as if it were a bag. It's not like you're really going to get worn out over this. While eating, Sui suddenly remembered something. By the way, is there reproductive isolation between humans and elves? That is, can they have children? Yu Ling, who was eating, froze for a moment, then gave him a blank look and said, "Now you know you're scared. Don't worry, I can do magic and not get pregnant whenever I don't want to." Scared? I'm afraid of nothing. Sui was instantly displeased at his words. You don't look at how much money I have in my account, not to mention having 1 or 2, even if you have 10 or 8. I'm not afraid. Other people are afraid of their girlfriends getting pregnant because of the stress of surviving in the modern world, where they are busy working every day to support themselves. If you don't take the proper safety measures and your girlfriend suddenly has one, then not only do you have to support yourself, but you also have to support your pregnant wife and your soon-to-be-born child. So what's the difference between that and the sky falling? They say loan sharks, mortgages, and heirlooms should never be touched. But compared to this last one, loan sharks are considered low interest. Who dares to have a baby these days without some family money? But it's not like Sue is having those problems right now. If you really want to fight all morning and hit it, then have it. It's a big deal. Moon listening didn't retort at his words. She had now learned the language of this world, and with the vast amount of information available to her through internet channels, she already knew something about this world. Knowing that Sui this is not considered bragging. With his current financial strength, many ordinary people dare not touch the things to him as nothing at all. Humans and elves are not reproductively segregated, though trying to conceive on both sides can be a bit more difficult than normal human to human, elf to elf, if not interfered with by outside forces. However, the children born from this kind of mixed blood will not have any defects. Instead, there is a great probability that they will inherit the advantages shared by both sides. And the children born from the mixed blood of humans and elves tend to inherit both the beauty of the elves, or even more beautiful, as well as the intelligence and resourcefulness of the humans, as well as even better cultivation talent. Well, I forgot to tell you that in that world of ours, humans are the race recognized as the most intelligent and resourceful, as well as the most powerful by far, and out of all the races, humans cultivate martial arts and magic at the fastest speed. The fact that humans on your side of the world have been able to create so many marvelous items in just a few thousand years shows the same thing. The advantages of a hybrid are so great. Sui couldn't even help but be a little heartened by what he heard. Glancing at Yu Ling's flat belly, he wondered if he should build one and try it out. However, Moon listening turned around. But these hybrids didn't fare too well in our world, where we emphasize bloodlines, and neither humans nor elves were too willing to accept these special hybrid offspring. Despite their amazing talent and outstanding looks, they are after all a minority group, and when they cannot be accepted by the mainstream, they cannot be supplied with resources. Moreover, these mixed blood groups will not exist for a long time. Even if they intermarry internally, after a few generations of change, they will gradually begin to return to their ancestors, favoring one side of the human or elf, and eventually completely integrating between these two races. This also results in this particular group having no continuity, unable to form a new ethnic group, and naturally not being competitive. That's why they usually have a miserable time. Sui couldn't help but be a bit speechless after hearing this. You have to say that the feudal mindset is not to be taken seriously. It's outrageous when people are good-looking, smart, and talented, and they end up being disliked by both dominant groups together instead of competing for inclusion. Okay? In our world, bloodlines are important, and that can probably be traced back above where all the races came from in the first place, and it's the consensus of all races to preserve them. Yu Ling shrugged. The Dark Elves who overthrew the rule of our Elven kingdom have the same extremely noble bloodline in the Elven race. Or else even if our royal family were to make a fool of themselves and rule the world to the death, we would never be able to die out of our country, because neither the other powerful clans of the elves, nor the higher echelons of humans or other races would allow a coalition army of elves of lowly blood to violently overthrow the royal family of the Moon Elves, who have a noble bloodline. The Moon Elf royal family has a noble bloodline, but the Dark Elves, who also possess a noble bloodline, can. The theory of bloodline is actually one of the major reasons for the demise of our Moon Elves. Because of the existence of this thing, we usually have almost no sense of crisis, which is why we were defeated by a wave of Dark Elves when we were in a dominant position. Which world's countries and races can take the theory of blood as the foundation of the country? How to look at Sue also feel a little outrageous, but it seems to make sense when you think about it. After all, according to Yu Ling, the Blazing Sun Empire that Wei Wei was a part of had existed for over 100,000 years. This is so much more outrageous than Blue Star, which has no pedigree theory. He didn't believe that this feudal dynasty had been full of wise kings and no foolish kings for more than 100,000 years in a row. That's obviously not possible. The fact that it has lasted for so long is obviously due to the tacit understanding of the bloodline among the top nobles of the world. They tacitly rejected anyone who might rise to a high position but did not have a noble bloodline. When it comes to the bloodline as the basic plate of interest, they will put aside their preconceived notions and unite to fight against each other. Kinda magical, I must say. Not bad for a world where transcendent powers exist. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Sui hastened to break it back. So why don't we give you a hybrid baby for me to look at? Moon, listening, blinked her big eyes at the words and smiled. As long as you want to. Of course I can. By the way, the gestation period for elves is usually around 3 years, and sometimes it can be up to 4. You can't even touch me during this time. As she said that, her sheer water eyes even blinked at Sui. That's not like an elf. It's a chimera. Chapter 28. This is all quality talent. Ahem. That's better. He hadn't had enough of elves. I don't want to have my happy life interrupted just because of a little curiosity on my part. Put such a beautiful and attractive wife in the sight of 3 or 4 years cannot touch. It shall not be suffocated into a living eunuch. Don't say anything about going out and picking some wildflowers or something. Where in all of Blue Star is there a flower that smells better than this one right now? There's not a bit of good in it. With that in mind, he decisively changed the subject. By the way, those human-elf hybrids you mentioned that are unpopular on your world, do you think it's feasible to straighten them out and bring them to Blue Star? If I remember correctly, to trade living people to Blue Star you need to use points to buy a trading card, right? Yu Lian was a bit surprised. Didn't you say so? They're both beautiful and smart, and they're all extremely talented. There must be no shortage of strong and smart people in such a group, right? Sui asked rhetorically. That's true, although their power is very small when compared to the 2 large groups of elves and humans. But if you really calculate it on average, the strength of these hybrids definitely exceeds that of the same number of elves and humans. And that's still in the absence of resources to supply them with cultivation. As far as I know, the strongest of this group is the most a half-breed named Praying Stargazer, the strength of which stepped into the ranks of legendary powerhouses many years ago, and further, to become a martial god. She is also a very famous wise woman in our world. If you really succeed in bringing all of them to the Blue Star, you'll definitely be able to get a good batch of helpers. They have been ostracized for a long time, and suddenly there is someone like you who is willing to accept them. I'm afraid that they will also be loyal to you, plus the binding of the trading platform. Moreover, this matter is no loss to Wei Wei. The hybrids are originally favorable between all races, a group that survives in the cracks, a force that she can't use, and giving it to you can also be exchanged for a batch of resources. All you have to do is figure out how you're going to get that much life trading access, as well as convince those few leaders in the hybrid community. After carefully analyzing the situation, Yuling felt that this request Sui suddenly made was indeed feasible. But it can only be a long-term plan anyhow, and it's hard to realize it in a short time. After all, this hybrid group was niche in their world. That was compared to the big races like elves and humans. The real number, that's not a lot at all. Conservative estimates are in the millions. I'm afraid, if he wanted to get them all to the blue planet and counted on the 10 points per card for the primary life trading permission card, then Su would have to save up the points until the end of time. If you want to achieve this goal, you either have to wait for the membership level to be raised later to see if new permissions will be unlocked, or see if the points mall will refresh some special props with greater permissions in addition to those basic props. Otherwise it's a pipe dream. It's good as a backup target though. People on the blue planet have their own little minds, and it's hard for Sui to trust them completely. Not so with these otherworldly visitors. Not that they don't have small minds, that's definitely there too. But unlike the Blue Star natives, these people have walked through the trading platform, and with the contract written in black and white, there is their own trading platform's greatness to bind them, and Sui doesn't have to worry about them betraying their minds at all. As long as there is no betrayal, anything else is fine. Just after lunch, Sui received a call from Zhou Yen. Said Horizon Holdings and Horizon Farms all the relevant procedures have been prepared. Asked him to choose a good day to cut the ribbon to start. Sui does not believe in this stuff. Directly said that it is better to choose the day. Everything is simplified. Today directly start work on it. Zhou Yen, as a professional manager, used to work for many big bosses. For those with money, the obsession about metaphysics is clear. Not to mention the opening of the whole group, such a big event. Some of the real estate construction digging have to make the scene like a religious ceremony. Then the building foundation is done and it has to come back again and again when the big building is topped out. Keep coming back for more if there's anything else in the middle of the day. To ask is to rather believe it than not. He was getting used to it. A bunch of contact information for various professional dowsers and monks in hand. I didn't expect to meet a boss who didn't believe in that this time, but it was rare. Sui didn't care so much. Even though he had really come into contact with the transcendent power of magic, he still didn't believe in those things of metaphysics. Once he had seen someone ask a question on the internet, and the question was that if the technological civilization and the immortal cultivation civilization collided head-on and went to war, which side would win in the end? One of the answers struck him deeply. If you think the opposite side is practicing immortality, then you've definitely lost. To put it bluntly, technology or immortality or magic, it's essentially just different ways of utilizing different energies. It's all traceable in the end. If you really think that people cultivate immortality on the basis of no scientific basis at all rely on metaphysics, there is no trace, then still playing chicken hare. Cast it before it is too late. So now when someone came along and just told him that someone from Blue Star was practicing immortality, he believed it. But for that gang of recruiting monks and Taoist priests and whatnot, that can't be trusted a bit. In the world where you listen to them, the so-called Dharma gods and martial gods were, to put it bluntly, just powerful humans or some other race. Nothing to do with the esoteric gods of myth and legend. When Sui rushed to the farm that had been shut down and rested for a few days because of the integration just resumed work under Zhou Yan's arrangement. This is the season when some of the fruits and vegetables on the farm are produced, and after a few days of no picking, many of the ripe fruits and vegetables have grown old or just ripened and crashed to the ground. The loss was quite a lot, but it could only be considered as a small amount of money for the current Sui, so he didn't care. After making his rounds, Zhou Yan, who was meeting him for the first time, respectfully invited him into the chairman's office. Time is too short. There is no time to build a headquarters building or something. The office is still the plain office building of the previous Yuan Feng farm. Once inside, Zhou Yan handed Sui a list of layoffs. The current Yuan Feng farm was a consolidation of several previous farms, in which naturally a number of departments overlapped. After the integration, there will be a lot of redundancy. Naturally, to lay off a number of. This is before Zhou Yan and Su also threw the air. The list of layoffs is also exactly what Sui wanted. Those connected people who were originally mucking around in unimportant positions on various farms were, needless to say, laid off. Their relationship was with their previous boss, and it had nothing to do with Su again. So of course he cut it without mercy. Chapter 29 Welfare Benefits on the Farm. The less important, but overlapping, departments, in addition to the connected ones, based on their records of work during the original farm period, just keep one department of the same type, and abolish all other farm departments of the same type. The people who are doing proper work in the redundant departments that have been removed can stay and be placed in similar departments that have been retained. With the retention of only one department of the same type in the original farm, it is obvious that the manpower of the original department is insufficient in the face of the sudden expansion of the farm, and this will also be able to increase the manpower and reduce the workload. Of course, all of the above layoffs are geared toward just marketing, management, and other office-sitting departments. For those farm laborers who are more numerous, Sui's intention is not to lay them off, but to keep them all together. These are the people who work on the front lines of the farms, and to be frank, they are basically honest farmers from the nearby villages. The average age is in the upper 40s. People come here to work mostly to support their families, and they all come from farming backgrounds and are usually not lazy when it comes to doing their jobs. Even though it counted as some redundancy in the farm's hired help now, Suya thought twice and still had no intention of laying them off. For one thing, it's not the same as those who sit in the office. For many farm employees, they really don't know what to do without this job. Although Sui did not intend to help the world, but also not to the point of robbing the few taels of silver with these poor people in the ground. And these redundant farmers may not just be kept for a dry meal. At that time, if we really want to introduce the cultivation of those magic plants, initially, because of the lack of experience, we definitely need to cultivate them carefully. Yuling can't possibly have that much time. Su also wouldn't let her deal with these magical plants in the ground under the hot sun every day. It would be a good idea to let these farmers, who have a lot of experience, take care of these crops instead. There might not be enough of these redundant farmers on the farm by then. Secondly, it's for stability reasons, and I don't want to get into too much trouble and cause a ruckus. Sui's current situation was that he wasn't afraid of the dragon that crossed the river, but was afraid of the snake in the ground. With Moon listening around, he wasn't afraid that he would be stared at by some handful of bigwigs if he really came up with something shockingly good. He didn't recognize any power and nobility, and whoever dared to cross him, he would make them disappear from this world. Anytime someone is physically annihilated is the most deterrent. There is no one in this world who is not afraid to die, and Lunar listening just happens to have the strength to be able to make any of Blue Star's people die. So the big man Sui is not afraid of. But if you meet a snake, it is really a toad crawling on the surface of the foot. Not biting people, he is disgusting. Coming from a rural background himself, he naturally understood the simplicity and hard work of rural people, but equally understand the brutality and rudeness of the countryside. The hired hands on the farm were all from the nearby villages, and he knew without thinking that if he laid off a large number of them today, it didn't matter how good his reasons were or how generous the severance allowance he gave. No good can come of this farm in the future. When he really encountered such a situation, he couldn't let Julien kill all the people. It's his bodyguard and little stepford wife, not a homicidal maniac. So in order to prevent all this unnecessary trouble, plus he did have things on hand that he needed these farm hired hands who knew proper farm work to do, might as well keep the extra ones for now. Of course, since they stayed, the treatment naturally had to change. The farm used to pay these hired hands 4 or 5,000 a month. It sounds like a lot, but compared to the amount of work they do and the intensity of their work, that amount of salary is totally inadequate. Sudi intends to give the hired help who stayed a pay boost. Not much of a raise, just a doubling of their original salary, 8,000 a month. And the messy contracts they originally signed need to be changed to ones that properly comply with laws and regulations. Strictly 8-hour workdays, 5 days on, 5 days off, pay 5 insurance and 1 gold. The company includes food and housing, but in view of the fact that there is no serious dormitory, so employees can rent out their own rooms, and take the rental contract to the company's finance department to reimburse the rent. The monthly rent of up to 1,000 can be reimbursed, and more than the part of the employee has to be their own sticker. According to Su Yi's understanding, in this zone on the edge of Jiangcheng, this price could already rent a very good house. For those locals who didn't need to rent an apartment, he didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be people who would rent their own homes to cheat the rental subsidy, but he didn't care about it, and took it as a welfare benefit for them. On top of that, there are all sorts of perks, such as afternoon tea, late-night snack allowance and the like. The level of benefits is straight out of those big internet companies. At the end of the day, as the owner, even if he can't get those magic crops, think of it as normal farm development. He basically doesn't lose money by giving his employees benefits this way. And with the magical plants from the other world able to allow him to quickly harvest the wealth of those with money, he naturally didn't mind paying his employees a little more. From the beginning, he never intended to squeeze oil out of these poor people. The target has always been the rich as hell group. Sui does not have the idea of helping the world, but let the people who follow him to mix with him to live a better life. This realization he still has. Of course, he doesn't feel that just because he pays his staff far more than his peers in terms of wages and benefits that everyone is beholden to him. There will always be that small group of people who think he's kind-hearted after they've gotten the benefit of the doubt, who will want more and make a scene if they don't give it to them. But this would only be a very small group of people. If they really wanted to make a scene, when the time came, they wouldn't even need Sui to do anything. Those employees who had gained benefits from working for him would spontaneously come out to defend him. Let the vested interests become more numerous, and the greedy few will naturally not be able to make waves. Looking at the new version of the employee welfare treatment system that had been modified by Suyi's hands, Zhou Yan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and couldn't help but sigh after holding his breath for half a day. You are truly, most generous boss I've ever met. A little bit of money is just a little bit of money. This is just the treatment for the lowest level employees of the farm. The welfare treatment of the other departments, you will follow this standard to develop a corresponding form out to show me. Don't worry about spending money. Payroll can send out a few dollars. Sui casually said. Zhou Yan naturally didn't have any reason to refuse, and he hastily answered. And after ordering this, Sui was looking at him with interest and said, Manager Zhou is more than capable, and has done a very nice job these past few days. I wonder what position you hold in the Shin family. Zhou Yan froze for a moment and immediately reacted, hastily saying, Su Dong misunderstood. I was temporarily hired by Mr. Shin to deal with these things, and after the employment is over I won't have much to do with the Shin family. I would like to ask you to be the general manager of the Heavenly Domain farm. I don't know if you are interested. Sui smiled. Solid wish also. Do not dare to please ear. Su Dong is overstated. Zhou Yan's eyes flashed with joy and he hurriedly said, though making him a farm GM is more or less a waste of his abilities, but he is very clear. The young man in front of him, another company, the account under the Horizon Holdings, but now there is nearly $1 billion of cash flow. What kind of concept is that? Many large companies with a market capitalization of tens of billions, or even tens of billions, after going public may not be able to come up with $1 billion at any time. And Horizon Holdings can. With his gaze, it was naturally not difficult to see that Sui was trying to build up Heavenly Domain Holdings into a huge conglomerate. If it works out and he joins now, that could be a future patriarch. After seeing Suyi's financial strength and ambition, this kind of thing he had to come even if he didn't want to be paid okay. Not to mention the fact that Sui was so generous to the lowest level employees, How could he, the general manager, be less favorable? Chapter 30. What kind of fish-touching divine skill is this? Sooty himself has no time to deal with these things on the farm, so he needs a tool person to help him with it. Rock of the Week is obviously a good choice. It doesn't really matter as to whether the toolman is loyal or not. He held the most power in his hands, and the profit and loss of the farm itself was not really his main concern. Running a farm is just something incidental to his reasonable and legitimate access to large quantities of grain and other goods. It is best to make a profit, and there is nothing to lose. Lose money, then just get another professional manager. And it was hard to hide from the toolman about where all this stuff that was gotten through the farm ended up, but Sui had ways to keep him from telling such things. Zhou Yan, even if he really is a mole sent over by someone along the line, is always not so desperate. It's only a few bucks a month. What's the point of fighting for your life? What's more, there's actually not much of a motive for anyone to bribe Zhou Yan to be a mole right now in this regard. The Shin family did have a little bit of motivation and definitely had the ability to do so, but at the moment, Sui and the Shin family were still on good terms and had just established a connection. He felt that if there was nothing wrong with Shin's family's brains, they wouldn't have come to offend him now. Personally finalized the benefits package aspect and appointed another person to run things. Sui then didn't bother with the farm side anymore. Just on the way out told Zhou Yan, let him recently pick some better conditions of the land to stay. Do not plant what crops. He will get a number of special new crops to try to grow, but did not say exactly what to plant. Although Zhou Yan was puzzled, he naturally had no problem with it since the big boss had spoken. Anyway, if these lands don't grow well and lose money, it won't be on his head. After arranging everything on this side, it was time for another evening. Yuling had followed him as a poser for a day. She followed behind whatever Suyu did, not saying a word to outsiders. When it was time for dinner, it was the initiative to speak up and offer, why don't we eat here tonight? Saying that, he took out his cell phone, opened a certain video software, and found a restaurant advertisement from his collection. Sui glanced, is the kind of similar to the ancient palace banquet restaurant. Per capita consumption is not high. In addition to the food, there are some song and dance performances. There are even some vintage costumes provided to guests in order to blend in with the environment to gain a sense of immersion. Of course he said yes without even thinking about it. Eating well, he had no requirements for food, not difficult to eat on the line. Beating per capita is never too hard to eat. Moreover, after buying so many clothes for Yuling, he hadn't bought any ancient clothes, and he was quite eager to see how Yuling would look in them. I can go back and get her more whole if it works well. Wait, just as he agreed, Sui realized something else. Haven't you been following me around all day since you left the house? When did you swipe the video? During the day. Sukiakari's eyes blinked. There is a spell called the Eye of Insight that allows me to see where I want to see. I can see what's on my cell phone after I use this magic on the screen. And with another little spell, I can also control the phone from across the room. Sui, so you appear to be standing behind me during the day without saying a word, but you're actually swiping through short videos? Good lord, what a touchy-feely technique this is. Yeah. But don't worry, most of my energy is focused on security. I can react to anything that happens. Yulin didn't hide anything at all. Okay, let's just touch the fish. Who made it possible for people to do two things at once? The place to eat was quite far from this suburb, driving close to half an hour to get there. This type of restaurant sells not only food, but also service and performances. The fees are certainly not the same as a typical restaurant. Sui briefly asked and then directly bought the most expensive set of tickets. The food inside for the moment. The ticket includes the front row seats and the ancient costumes provided by the hotel. That's what he's here for. So of course he's going to buy the most expensive one. Of course, it was said to be the most expensive, but the per capita consumption was only 1,000, which was a drop in the bucket for the current Sui. The quality of the clothes offered here is certainly not high enough, and the materials give off a cheap feeling. But Yuli's perfect body and face made up for that small flaw perfectly. After putting on the ancient costume, it looks like a lady coming out from the painting, so people can't help but be mesmerized by one look. Sui didn't bother to wear these clothes even though she bought the same ticket. There's no such thing. These vintage clothes would be totally inappropriate for modern men to wear. Forcing it on would just look out of place. On his beardless white face costume. And not to concave what scholar temperament. And then a whole set of ancient clothes to wear on the body. Do not know thought it was where the eunuch ran out of it. It's not a hard-on for him. Most modern men look like eunuchs in this kind of vintage clothing. It can't be helped. Who didn't grow a beard in ancient times as a good man? It's so beautiful here. As soon as she entered the banquet hall, the decorations inside made even this elf princess, who had seen a lot of things in the other world, couldn't help but sigh. How so? How does it compare to the royal palaces of the elves or humans in your world? Yulian thought seriously about it. If we talk about opulence, then this place is definitely not as good as the human palaces in the magical world. Not to mention the palaces of those empires. Even Vivi's palace in Monk River City is much more luxurious than this, and the pillars in the main hall are all pure gold. If you want to say simple and elegant, then this place is certainly not as good as our Elf Kingdom's royal palace. Our royal palace inside the very few can see metal products. Most of them are made of some special magic plants, and even the entire royal palace hall itself is a giant tree stump, hollowed out and become. And our elf race, because of the long lifespan, in the art aspect is quite attainment. Royal palace and the every sculpture, every mural, are all works of art that rank high in the magic world. But this place is different. In terms of opulence, it is not as good as the human palaces in the magic world. In terms of refinement and elegance, it is not as good as our elven palaces, but it balances the advantages of both, appearing both golden and splendid without being too vulgar. I see. The humans on your side of the world are big dogs, wear gold and silver, and like to decorate their palaces with glitter. The elves are poor and sophisticated, and can make common things look like flowers. Sui immediately then nodded in recognition, but the next moment, it was realized what was wrong. Wait, one of the pillars in Vivi's palace is solid gold? How big a pillar? Yulian froze for a moment, as if she didn't expect his topic to go so far at once, but she quickly replied anyway. I've seen it just a few times, but I haven't measured it. It's probably less than 3 meters in diameter, and a dozen meters tall? I'm not quite sure of the size, but it's certainly pure gold. Chapter 31. So, you go to hell. My lord, this is a small appetizer for you to savor. The waiter in ancient costume with a veil placed a plate of exquisite small dishes in front of Sui, but he was a bit distracted, his mind thinking about all the things Yuling said just now. Pure gold columns about 3 meters in diameter and a dozen meters high. That must not be hundreds of cubic meters of gold? A cubic meter of gold weighs roughly 19 tons out. 100 cubic meters. 1900 tons. Gold. I'm Nima. Less. The initial offer was still too little. He was never expecting that Vivi actually had so much gold on her side. This is really outrageous, isn't it? Is it hard to believe that gold in your world is everywhere? Sui wondered. Yuli, who was eating, thought about it and nodded. It's not really that common, is it? It's hard for humans to mine gold. Similar to dwarves, goblins and other races that are good at mining. The production of gold is actually not that big, but we have a race there that is the gargoyles, which are also an intelligent race, possessing an extremely high level of intelligence along with the most powerful physique in almost the entire world. This race has a great love for shiny things, and naturally gold is one of them. The gold that is difficult for the various races to mine on the surface of the earth is not difficult for them to obtain. Most of the gargoyles are not afraid of fire, and they go through the lava of volcanoes into the very deep underground. And it is said that there are all sorts of gem gold deep underground, and that's where they get their gold from. Many powerful people in that world of ours are very keen on dragon slaying, not because these giant dragons have done something heavenly and humanly wrong. Of course, there are definitely dragons that have done heavenly angry things, but most of the dragons that are targeted by dragon slayers haven't done any of those things. This race has an extremely long lifespan and is usually rather Buddhist, mostly harboring and sleeping in their caves. People are keen on slaying dragons, to put it bluntly. They covet all this gold and gems that the dragons salvage from the earth. Yuling's words were something Sui had never expected. Is that right? How does that make those dragons sound like victims? Shouldn't the normal plot be that the dragon does nothing wrong due to its strong body and talent, wreaking havoc on the party, snatching gold and silver treasures and beautiful women, and then being done in by the dragon slayer warrior who came out of nowhere? And in the end, the dragon slayer warrior got the beautiful woman, and also got a huge amount of treasures along the way? Now you're saying that people's gargoyles got all their gold and silver from working as miners and drilling volcanoes themselves. Those dragonslayer warriors went and gave someone a kill simply to grab their treasure? Is that in line with your core values in the wizarding world? Hearing Suyi's question, Yu Lian said somewhat breathlessly, what does a dragon need a human beauty for? As for treasure, not to mention humans, the combined wealth of all the other races in the entire world over there is not as much as that of a dragon. Some powerful human empires, on the other hand, when in need of gold and silver, enslave some of the dragons and send them to the purgatory under the volcano in search of gold and other treasures. After all, gargoyles are solitary magical creatures that don't even have a tribe, let alone grouping together to form a nation. It's not too difficult for any of the slightly larger races on our side to kill a gargoyle. Good lord, this is really bad, isn't it? The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched, and he mourned silently for a few seconds for this giant dragon race that sounded bluffing, but in reality could only be bullied. Then quickly said, I remember Vivi called herself a dragon slayer before, so she got all her gold from that dragon, huh? She can slay dragons at that strength. You're even stronger than her. Wouldn't it be a messy kill when you encounter a giant dragon? Eh? A rare look of some embarrassment appeared on Yuling's face. Not embarrassed for myself, but embarrassed for my best friend in the next world over. In fact, the one who killed the giant dragon was the Blazing Sun Empire's Sword Saint. Wei Wei just went to spectate for a while. The reason why she was labeled as a dragon slayer is mainly because of her special identity. Got it. Please sub in to swipe the title. Sui immediately nodded in understanding. In the process of the two of them chatting, a delicately plated dish was served up in turn by the beautiful waitresses dressed in ancient costumes. The flavor was average. Not terrible, but certainly not amazing either. This was not what Sui expected. The main thing about eating at a place like this is a sense of ambience, and what you're eating is rather secondary. It would be weird if it tasted good. However, halfway through the meal, Yuling, who was chatting with Sui, suddenly said, "There's a man in the seat across from us who's been watching you." Look at me? Sui froze for a moment. See you? Yuling's appearance is here, and it's too normal for people to stare at her when she's out and about, and Su also himself. Although the degree of handsomeness far exceeds that of Chris Pang and is comparable to that of your reader's lords, but what's there to see in a man like him? Is it beautiful? It's male. It's the one in white to your right. Well, don't look for him. He got up and came over. Sui followed Yuling's guidance and saw that a young man wearing a moon-white scholar's robe got up and walked this way. However, this youth was not staring at him as Yulian had said. His gaze was always on Yulian, only glancing towards Sui from time to time. Don't know what it means either. Sui narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything, turning to continue dealing with the dishes on her plate and not paying much attention to him. It didn't take long for the youth to arrive in front of the two. As expected, he didn't speak directly to Sui, but instead said very politely to Yuling, "Beauty, you're so pretty, can I price tweet? I have a boyfriend." Yulian glanced at him and refused in a salty manner. "It doesn't matter. Just as an ordinary friend. It doesn't matter if you have a boyfriend or not." The man was still talking to himself, seemingly unable to feel the rejection in Yuling's words, and at the same time ignoring the Sui beside her. But out of the corner of his eye, he kept gauging Sui's demeanor. "I refuse." Yuling shook her head again. "You, man, it's not polite to dwell on it anymore, is it?" Sui said indifferently. "This is your girlfriend? Brother is really blessed." The man only seemed to notice Sui's presence at this moment and said with a smile, "Let your girlfriend add me a micro message. I am doing media company on her image, as long as she comes to our company, no matter whether it is to take the route of the net red or debut to become a star. Absolutely all can burst into flames. You mustn't hold her back. Brother, you're interrupting our meal." Sui suddenly interrupted him. The chattering man was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "So?" Sui put the chopsticks on the table and wiped her mouth with a paper napkin again without hurrying, before she smiled at him. "So go yourself. Tell him to die far away and get out of my way." Chapter 32 Natural Deaths. The latter sentence, "Of course," Sui said to Yuling. To this, Moonlily's answer was also very dry. Yes, the man was originally curious about what Sui was going to say, but instead, he grinned and almost laughed out loud. But just as he was about to sneer back, he suddenly felt that he had lost control of his body. The next moment, the man who had been entangled at the table stood up like a puppet on strings, staggered away from the table in front of the two men, and returned to his own place and sat down. Then, as if he'd had too much to drink, he fell headfirst onto the table, his face mashed right into the dish the waiter had just brought up, and never moved again. The female companion beside him thought he had committed some kind of crime and didn't react for a moment at the sight. After waiting for a while and seeing that he didn't move, he then carefully nudged him. "Xiang Xiao, are you drunk? It's too noisy here. Why don't we rest somewhere else? Xiang Xiao, you wake up. Ah, someone's dead." After pushing for half a day and seeing that the youth had not yet responded in any way, the woman forced herself to help him up. Then he saw the youth's pale face and glaring eyes, as well as the blood that kept seeping out of his mouth and nose. A scream interrupted the woozy sounds of the palace ballroom. The banquet hall, which was aesthetically harmonious a second ago, was in chaos. Within a short time, an ambulance arrived at the scene accompanied by a burst of sirens. After a quick examination, the doctor just shook his head without even lifting the man into the car. Massive cerebral hemorrhage. Been dead for a while. Hopeless. Have the family notify the funeral home. It's a ing hard body. It's a ing 120. Before the chaos appeared, Sui left with Yuling. On the way back to the hotel, Yulian still couldn't help but say, "Am I getting you in trouble?" "No." Sui shook his head. "Didn't you say that the man was looking at me before he came here? And that he was supposed to be here to pick a fight? Not because you were here. Public places to find a beautiful woman to contact a lot of people." But after being clearly rejected, see a beautiful woman next to a boyfriend accompanied by still stalking. That's not very common. It's not normal either. Of course, there are plenty of dysfunctional people out there, which doesn't say much. But before she came, Yuling said that this person had previously been looking at Sui, not her. But after he came, he deliberately accosted Yuling in front of Sui. Then you could see that this was clearly picking a fight. Deliberate provocation? And what is he? Moon, listening, wondered. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's already killed. What's in the dead man's heart? What's in his mind? Who cares? Sui shook his head. That's the end of the conversation. He didn't see how people died anyway, so he certainly didn't have any psychological burden. As for Yuling, killing someone was nothing to her at all, so naturally she didn't take it seriously. Once back at the hotel, the two rightfully did some more of the things that the guys love to do. The whole thing went to bed in the wee hours of the morning. What Sui didn't know was that while he was asleep, a woman with a bruised nose and swollen face was kneeling on the ground saying something in a mansion somewhere in Jiangcheng. If he were here, he could probably barely tell that this woman was the female companion next to the man who had been easily disposed of by Yulian. What she was talking about at that moment, on the other hand, was what had happened at night in that palace ballroom. Sitting in front of her were a middle-aged couple and a very old man. The faces of these people at this time were all very unpleasant. The reason, naturally, is a dead son/grandson, and the cause of death is pretty outrageous. After the doctor who arrived gave a death notice, the young family still didn't believe it was true and switched to multiple hospitals to have the doctor examine them. After determining that there was really not the slightest hope of being saved, a specialized forensic pathologist was brought in to identify the situation. The identification was exactly the same as those doctors' diagnosis. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Immediate death. There's no room for doubt. It wasn't poisoning, much less any assassination. The Zhang family is a large family, far more than this one son. But the death of this Zhang Zai is the most favored youngest son. What's more, this kind of big family usually has a professional medical team to carry out medical checkups at fixed times. And in the past, Zhang Zai's biggest problem was just a weak kidney after playing with women too much. There was absolutely no precursor to any cardiovascular disease. How can the family accept the sudden loss of a person with a brain hemorrhage? At this moment, they brought over the female companion that Zhang Zai had brought with him, so of course they had to ask for clarification. The front is quite normal. It's Zhang Zai taking his female companion shopping and spending money or something like that. But after talking about what happened in the banquet hall, the Zhang family, who were all on the verge of accepting that their child really died of natural causes, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Who did you say Zai mentioned about that couple? The girl who was mechanically retelling her daytime experience froze and rushed to say. Zhang Xiao said that the male of that pair is the Shen family's newest dog recently, so since we've come across it so coincidentally, let's go and show him some color. But then, for some reason, there was no conflict between the two sides, and Zhang Xiao didn't say a word after he came back, and it wasn't long before he fell headfirst onto the table. Shen family. A few people from the Zhang family looked at each other. Then the middle-aged man took out his cell phone and rummaged through it, retrieving a photo from it. Is this the man? The girl looked at it and nodded her head back and forth. Yes, that's him. The person on the photo was clearly Sui. The middle-aged man immediately sniffed and said to the old man at the side, Dad, this is the Chinese medicine saint that the Shen family recently found from somewhere. It is said that his medical skills are very powerful, and he also holds some kind of particularly powerful medicinal formula, and the medicines may have quite a few magical effects. The Shen family has covered this person's affairs very tightly. Not all of this information is necessarily accurate, and we've never gotten samples of these rumored godlike medicines, so it's hard to say exactly how effective they are. If this medicine is real, then if this Sui secretly did something to Zai, it's only normal that those doctors and forensic pathologists couldn't find out. Why don't we go ahead and invite him over and ask him about it? Speaking of this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. After all, the one who died was his own son, and he naturally hated to immediately find the murderer and break his body into pieces. However, the old man sitting in the first place did not immediately agree, and pondered for a moment before saying, since they're from the Shen family, let's go by the rules of our Jianghu. There's no need to call the police or anything. Have someone notify the Shen family, then send a few more people to invite the people back. Speaking of which, the old man's eyes flashed inexplicably. Pay attention to invite people a little bit of proportion. Do not hurt people, doctors. After all, we are now only suspicion. People and not necessarily people killed. To invite people over to ask clearly on the line. We might even become partners in the future. Chapter 33, Aren't you nervous at all? Sleeping Sue also naturally do not know. People want to invite him to go over to ask a clear. When the people from the Zhang family who came to invite him arrived at the hotel, The Shin family's side also received the news synchronously. In this world there is black and there is white. The Shin family is doing half black, half white things, and the Zhang family is naturally no cleaner. And since there was no evidence for Su Yi's suspicions, they could only do it privately. What do you mean? The Zhang family's youngest son is dead and they suspect Mr. Su of doing it? Yes, family head. The Zhang family's side's claim is that Mr. Su was at the scene at that time, and it is said that Mr. Su's medical skills are amazing, so they want to invite over to ask for clarification. The bodyguard who passed on the message hurriedly said. Shen Mingwen, who was woken up in the middle of the night, was instantly energized, and there was no more sleep. He was not surprised that the relationship between the Shin family and Su Yi had been learned by someone with an interest. He was just very confident that at this stage, outsiders absolutely did not know what Su Yi's situation with the Shin family was, and how capable he himself was. It was also for this reason that no one was sent to protect Su Yi's safety in order to prevent spooking the snake. That would instead get him targeted by someone with an axe to grind. I just didn't expect such a coincidental thing to happen. Su Yi actually clashed with the Zhang family, and the Zhang family also died a young son because of it. The so-called cerebral hemorrhage. The people of the Zhang family might still only guess that this was Su Yi's handiwork, but Shen Mingwen, who had already seen what kind of medical skills Su Yi possessed, had already determined most of it in his heart. It is estimated that Zhang Zai did not know how to die and rashly offended Su Yi, and then was killed by Su Yi with some kind of hidden means, but I'm afraid that this Zhang family has been looking for Mr. Su all night long, not just because of Zhang Zai's death. Shen Mingwen, who was experienced in the Jianghu, already had some guesses, and immediately said to the bodyguard, never mind all that, do you know where Mr. Su is? Hurry up and call a few people to protect Mr. Su's safety. We can't let anyone take him away. If it's convenient, bring him here. If the Zhang family obstructs, wait for me to pass. The bodyguard immediately obliged. Although the Shin family did not specifically send anyone to keep an eye on Su Yi in the past 2 days, but Jiangchang was just this big, and it was not difficult for this kind of big family to grasp Su Yi's movements. A large number of bodyguards soon rushed towards the hotel where Su Yi was staying. Dum dum dum. The massive footsteps and sharp knocking coming from the doorway made Julie, who was lying beside Su Yi and playing with her cell phone, frown. The hostility, if any, of the group outside added to the faint glow in her hands. However, after thinking about it, she still didn't strike the first time, but instead called Su Yi, who was beside her, up. In fact, the current Su Yi did not have so many requirements for sleep, and a day or two without sleep was nothing. The reason why you still get 8 hours of sleep a day is really just habit. His mind was clear after being woken up. After knowing that a large crowd of unidentified and somewhat hostile people had appeared outside, he realized that it was probably the arrival of the follow-up trouble from solving that kid during the day. Su Yi had offended not many people. Before that, he probably guessed that this person either had an enmity with the Shin family, or the Shin family recently helped him to acquire those farms with the other side of the enmity, so he deliberately came to find trouble. Seeing that people's retaliation came so quickly, there was no need to guess. The bosses behind those farms that had been acquired by the Shin family by who knows what means certainly didn't have such means, much less such guts. Behind that kid who was disposed of by a single magic spell from Yu Lian was more than likely the Shin family's rival. He was a little helpless at the thought of being drawn into this struggle between forces, but it can't be helped. Any benefit came with a risk, and it was inevitable that he would encounter such things when he chose to cut through the Shin family, a powerful family, to develop his career. It's not that complicated to deal with it, just keep the soldiers at bay. Since people didn't choose to call the police or anything to deal with him through official channels, there was even less need for him to do so. After all, Yu Ling's identity was special and it was not appropriate to expose it now. I think people are here to invite us, so if we're here, let's walk with them and see. Su Yi could probably guess what the other party was thinking. Really, if it was entirely about retaliation, I guess people would have just broken the door in by now. Since they were still knocking on the door politely, it meant that the other party had not decided that Su Yi was the murderer who had killed that kid, and was just trying to make use of the situation. As for what the purpose was, then Su Yi couldn't guess. Perhaps it was for the sake of disgusting the Shin family. Or perhaps it was because he knew about the water of life that he had displayed in the Shin family, and wanted to take the opportunity to bypass the Shin family to cross the line and get a piece of the pie. Who knows? But he didn't care. Just as he had confronted the youth during the day, he didn't care what was going on in the dead man's head or what purpose it served. You are Mr. Su, aren't you? Outside the door, a rather cold-looking man in a suit indifferently looked at Su Yi. It's me. Is something wrong in the middle of the night? Su Yi faintly said. I'm from the Zhang family. Our family head has something he wants to ask you face to face. Please, Mr. Su, come with us. The bodyguard's expression was cold and hard, and his whole body muscles had tightened as he spoke. If Su Yi dared to say half a word of no, he would immediately step in and forcefully take the person away. However, to his surprise, Sui didn't seem to be surprised by this at all and immediately said, "Yes," he said and glanced toward the house, urging, "Have you changed your clothes yet? Gotta go." There. Looking at Sui, who had a casual look on his face, as well as Yuling, who had put on her clothes and walked out of the house unhurriedly, the bodyguard's face was a bit bewildered for a while. "No, I came in the middle of the night to kidnap you, and you're not even a little nervous? Helping the Zhang family?" This kind of breaking into someone's residence in the middle of the night to kidnap someone was not the first time he had done it, although this time, they knocked on the door first, instead of just breaking in, but essentially there wasn't really any difference. It was the first time he had met a client so willing to cooperate with his work. Originally, he thought that Sui was planning to make a false move and to have some crooked thoughts, but he didn't realize that Sui was really just like he was going to visit a friend. After taking Yuli on, the car did not have the slightest intention to run, but instead paid attention to the car's ride experience. The two seriously discussed for a while, then said that they would go back to buy one or something, much to the bemusement of the vigilant bodyguard. What made him even more speechless was that after chatting, Sui actually climbed into a conversation with him. All the questions are: how old are you? How many people are in your family? How old are your kids? Do you have a wife? How much do you make each month? And other boring questions. The bodyguard saw that people were so cooperative. In order to avoid trouble, he also answered Sui's inquiries very dryly. He answered whatever Sui asked. Chapter 34. This is what you call a mansion? $30,000 a month. Ha, that's indeed not low. Sui was positive about the monthly salary of the bodyguard. After making some inquiries, it had become clear to him that behind this group of people was a force called the Zheng family. The young man who had died of a brain hemorrhage during the daytime directly from a simple spell by Yuling was the Zheng family's most favored youngest son. With that in mind, he asked the bodyguard again, "The salary is not bad. Do you have a house and a car? It's time for your kids to go to school, right?" "How's school?" The bodyguard had no intention at all of hiding this kind of thing, and immediately said, "The house is a gift from the head of the family, close to 200 square feet, and the location is not bad. I'm afraid it would take tens of millions of dollars if I were to buy it on my own. I'm already very satisfied. The car I usually drive for the head of the family. As for the family, my wife drives a $500,000 BMW, which is not bad. There are family arrangements for children's schooling, so we don't have to worry about any of this. For our own people, our family has never been the least bit stingy." The bodyguard probably knew that the person this time had a special identity, and that the Zheng family was interested in pulling it together. So the talk went on about how good the young family had been to them all. Sui also couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. "It's no wonder you guys are willing to work for the Zheng family. This is really good treatment." "That's right." The bodyguard was about to continue blowing up his employer, but was interrupted by Sui. "So if it really came to the point where you were asked to die for the young family, you would be willing to do so?" The bodyguard froze for a moment, then said, "Although I haven't read many books, I know the truth that a warrior dies for a friend, and the family head treats me well, so when it really comes to that time I certainly won't hesitate." "Is this your idea alone, or the idea of all the bodyguards? Do the other people who help the Zheng family think the same way?" Sui pursued. "That's for sure. The family head is so kind to all of us," the bodyguard said rightfully. "Then I'm relieved." Sui let out a long breath and didn't say anything else. Soon the car drove to a luxurious estate in the suburbs. Sui sort of found out that these big families in turn don't like to live in the busy and bustling urban areas, but rather the suburbs are more in line with their tastes. I don't know if it's because they prefer the quiet and scenery of the suburbs, or if they can do extrajudicial things more easily in such out-of-the-way places. "Mr. Su, it's here." If Sui took the initiative to look for the bodyguard at the beginning, then at the end of the conversation, the bodyguard was looking for all kinds of topics to have a good chat with Sui, trying to use his 3-inch tongue to convince this person that the Zheng family was trying to pull in. But Sui, who had already gotten the answer he wanted, didn't even have the intention of ignoring him. He let him talk all the way through without answering back. Only now did he open his eyes when he heard him say that he had arrived, and with good grace, he led Yuli out of the car. There was no need for the bodyguard to guide him, so he directly strutted towards the mansion. It was as if he hadn't been brought here under such semi-coercion, but had gone back to his own home. In fact, Su also did survey the internal facilities of this big luxurious manor, and from time to time, he would also make some comments together with Yuling, and finally they both came to a conclusion. Loss. Spending $28 million on that villa was an absolute loss. If he had known that there would be this today, and that there would be such a nice big manor house here and there, he would have bought a chicken feather house. Wouldn't it be nice to inherit the young family's legacy directly? This place was much more luxurious than that villa, and the various decorations and layouts were much more elegant. For such an estate, without a few $100 million, I'm afraid I can't even think about it. And it takes a lot of connections to get such a big piece of land to build your own house. It's only these big families with deep pockets that can do it. He wanted to buy this kind of big manor mansion by buying. That is not even think about it. It is difficult to buy it with money. Under the slow pace of the two as if they were visiting their own home, it didn't take long before they also finally reached the entrance of the main residence. Through the heavy lighting, the shadowed people inside could vaguely be seen already. And at the doorway, a middle-aged man with a haggard face was standing at the doorway, seemingly specifically to greet Sui. In their previous conception, of course, this was not the case. They forced Sui to come here under the name of suspecting Sui of killing Zhang Zai. Although there was an intention to pull the strings, it was certainly impossible to be too polite at first. What the Zhang family originally wanted was to give Sui a kick in the pants, scare him first, and then see if there was any possibility of seeking cooperation. If so, then it's not like a son can't die for the sake of profit. Not to mention the fact that whether or not Sui killed Zhang Zai is still up in the air. If there is no possibility of cooperation, then the murderer of Zhang Zai is undoubtedly Sui no matter what. No matter whether it is to send Sui, the murderer, to the official punishment, or they use their own methods to solve the problem privately. The Zhang family has plenty of ways. Anyway, in the original Zhang family's plan, as long as Sui arrived at the villa, then of course everything was up to them. If not, he could still disgust the Shen family and make them lose their chance to take off. They are not losing money around the Zhang family. Anyway, Zhang Zai was already dead. Originally died without any value at all. And now he is also playing a bit of residual heat. However, after the bodyguard reported Suyi's performance along the way to the father and son in charge of the Zhang family, the head of the Zhang family and the old man combined their thoughts and felt that the possibility of pulling in Sui was extremely high. So immediately, he changed his original idea and directly asked Zheng Yuancheng, the current head of the Zhang family, to come to the door to greet him. Not the entrance to the manor though, just the entrance to the main house. However, the people of the Zheng family did not put themselves on the same level as Suyi's status to begin with, and in their opinion, this was already enough to give face. The two had just met, and the bodyguard who had chatted with Sui quite a bit along the way and thought he was already relatively familiar with him hastened to introduce them. Mr. Su, this is the head of our Zhang family, Zheng Yuanqing. Zheng Yuanqing, who had just died his son, also tried to squeeze out a few smiles on his face while extending his hand. However, it was different from Suyi's good-natured and pro-young family attitude during the bodyguard's announcement. At this time, Sui did not open his eyes to look at Zheng Yuanqing, and after glancing at him, he continued to survey the mansion's interior decorations, only leaving behind a salty O. Then he walked straight into the elegant and unassuming living room. Zheng Yuanqing stretched out his hand and his entire body froze in place. This was a situation he hadn't envisioned in any way, and after freezing for a while, he came back to his senses, his face suddenly sinking as he looked at the bodyguard. After seeing the bewilderment and helplessness in the bodyguard's eyes, he probably knew that he had been tricked by Sui and immediately said, "Bring someone to the main residence. I'd like to see what kind of drugs this kid is selling in his gourd." Saying that, he followed Sui in with a gloomy face. Chapter 35, You're still young. Don't think about it. Sui entered the mansion's living room for a good half a day before he saw an old man sitting in a high position. The old man didn't come to him to say hello. He naturally had no intention of taking the initiative to greet people. Instead, after taking a serious tour of the mansion's layout and amenities, he became more and more satisfied with the place. Now that's what I call a mansion. What's the difference between his shabby villa, which he hasn't moved into yet, and a hayloft compared to this place? If you don't say it's still a big family of people with heritage and history who will enjoy it. And during the time he was sighing, the others also finally entered this unusually wide living room one after another. At the same time, two other solemn-looking bodyguards pushed a white cloth-covered body into the living room on a movable bed. It made Sui unable to resist frowning. I can't believe I pushed a body into his living room. It's bad luck. However, without waiting for him to get angry, Zheng Yuanqing, the current head of the Zhang family who was in charge of things after being ignored by him earlier, took the lead. He directly lifted the white cloth, revealing Zhang Zai's pale and ironclad face inside, and then turned to Sui with a gloomy face. Sui, right? Recognize him? Sui glanced at it, then nodded. Recognize? Had dinner at the same hotel last night. Then how did the canine son die? Does Mr. Su know? Zheng Yuanqing asked with a gloomy face. Everyone in the entire living room was staring at Sui, waiting for his answer. If it were a regular person, the oppression would still be great, but it's Sui who's here now. The next moment, he gave an answer that no one in the room had expected. Facing Zheng Yuanqing's cross-examination, He nodded his head very decisively. I know. I'm the one who killed him. Why don't I know? An eerie silence suddenly fell over the large living room. Only after a long time had passed did Zheng Yuanqing say in a chilling voice, "We've cleared all traces on your way here, including your hotel room record and the hotel's internal surveillance information. No one knows that you came here, and no one can prove that you came here, and even if you disappeared from the world, there is no evidence that can point to our Zheng family. Young man, think before you speak." Sui Zhen did not think that this Zheng family was actually so thoughtful, and after freezing for a moment, he could not help but say, "You're still weirdly nice, and don't compare and contrast, that's just the way it is. This dead ghost is your son, right? I killed him. So what?" It was the first time the Zheng family had seen such a bachelor. For a while all of them wondered if he really had something up his sleeve. But thinking about it, although the Shin family's people were on their way here, they had sent people to pester them, so they definitely couldn't come here to save Sui in a short period of time. And Sui himself was an ordinary person, and couldn't have any weapons on him. So where the hell does he get off talking like that? The young family didn't understand, but were greatly shocked. After a little thought, Zheng Yuanqing said, "When you kill someone, naturally you have to pay for it. But it's a new era, and our Zheng family are all law-abiding citizens, so this kind of thing is usually something we don't do. I've heard that you, Mr. Su, have some cooperation with the Shin family, and are working together to develop a drug that can prolong one's life and also has special effects in treating cancer. My condition is not excessive. You will give the prescription to our Zhang family. This matter will be considered to be in the past. If this business is done, we can still share 10% of the proceeds we get in the future. Even if we can't do it, this grudge is also written off, and we definitely won't look for trouble from you again." Sui immediately revealed a smile that was really like that when he heard this, and then said, "I told you why it's such a big deal. So it's because you want money. Then I might as well tell you. This medicine of mine can't just have a little special effect on cancer. It's able to cure any kind of cancer, and it can drastically prolong the lifespan of human beings. As for truth or falsehood, I don't think I need to gamble or anything. You should have seen the Shin family's investment in me. It's fine to want the prescription, but I have one more condition." Even though he had long since gained some understanding of this particular drug, Zheng Yuanqing still couldn't help but breathe roughly for a few moments after hearing Sui, the person in question, with his own ears, sniffing hastily. "On what terms? Aren't you willing to give up even your own son's life for money? Here, see that old man up there? Let the bodyguard go and beat him to death on the spot for me, and I'll give you the prescription. And I don't want a cut of the follow-up. All the money earned is yours. How's that? You seek death." Looking at Sui's flirting expression that seemed to be smiling, how could Zheng Yuanqing not know that he was flirting with himself and had no intention of handing over the prescription at all? At once, he stormed out, "Give it a beating. If he doesn't want to give it, then beat him until he does. I'd like to see if he wants money or his life. It is indeed true that people die for money and birds die for food. Since you have already moved to kill, it is only reasonable for me to kill you." Seeing a group of bodyguards surrounding him, Sui directly took a step back and patted Yu Ling's fragrant shoulder, one by one, slowly, starting with these bodyguards. Yu Ling nodded wordlessly, and then pointed a distant finger at the nearest bodyguard. Sui remembers him, the one who said in the car that he was willing to die for the young family. That's kind of what it's all about now. In the next moment, the bodyguard's entire body froze directly in place before falling straight to the ground. His body was twitching, his eyes were round, and blood slowly dripped out from between his eyes and mouth and nose. The death was almost identical to that Zheng's eye. The bodyguards behind him were shocked at the sight and fell to the ground before they could react. It didn't take long for a large area to fall. This scene directly caused the cold-eyed Zheng clan's few people to look dumbfounded. After freezing for a long time, the old man of the Zheng family, who had half of his body in the ground and had never spoken, raised his hand tremblingly and said, What kind of demonic magic is this? Rather, it's not a demonic spell. This is called magic." Sui very sweetly explained. "You're kind of the first people in the world to be killed by magic, and it's still something to be thankful for, since you've been buried in style. It's not like the young family is some old codger out of touch with modern society. Naturally there is some understanding of so-called magic through some civic works. Before today, if someone had told them that a supernatural force like magic existed in the world, they would have just scoffed. But now that they had witnessed their own loyal bodyguards fall to the ground and die violently one by one in a bizarre manner, there was no way for them to disbelieve it. Don't do it. Don't ever do it again. Say things properly. This is Kyushu. There are laws. You are still young. Don't go down the path of breaking the law just because of a thought." The old man of the Zheng family hurriedly said, "I can see that he does have a strong desire to survive." Suyu sniffed in doubt. What illegal and criminal path? Your Zhang family's diet is so bad. Per capita cardiovascular disease patients, group cerebral hemorrhage and violent death has anything to do with me? Chapter 36, the whole family suffers a brain hemorrhage. It's really scary, isn't it? The group died violently of a cerebral hemorrhage. That sounds outrageous though, but when the Zhang family thought about it, it seemed like it was really flawless. Sui at the scene is true, but when the coroner's investigation of the cause of death, the people who died here are all because of cerebral hemorrhage natural death. How can not rely on people Sui a person who did not die on it? As for whether the medical examiner will be more attentive to find out anything else because too many people died this time, the Zhang family is not hopeful. If they could find out, the many famous doctors and experienced forensic pathologists they found when Zhang Zai died would have already discovered the anomaly. Therefore, even if Sui killed the entire Zhang family here, absolutely no one could do anything to him. What's more, when the Zhang family invited Su to come here, they didn't have good intentions, and cleaned up all kinds of traces along the way. Since it wasn't the first time they'd done this kind of thing, they did it with aplomb. By then, the officials might not even realize that Sui had been here. Using the official laws of Kyushu to threaten Sui was not a deterrent at all. A color of despair began to emerge in the eyes of several members of the Zhang family. Zheng Yuanqing, who reacted the fastest, said with a gloomy face, "How about making a deal?" "What's the deal?" "Use the $10 billion of our Zhang family's fortune to buy a life for our entire family." "Wouldn't the money still be mine if you were dead?" The Zheng family was once again silenced by Su Yi's. The old man seemed to want to say something else, but was interrupted by Zheng Yuanqing. "Dad, there's no need to say anymore. We were the ones who looked the other way today, and there's nothing more to say after what happened. Kill or die as you wish." "Look, this is what you call a bit of a gangster style." Su Yi applauded. The Zheng family did something similar to the Shin family, half black and half white. It is only in recent years that the crackdown has been tempered, and a little further back in time, it would not be wrong to say that he is a gangster. By the way, your Zhang family should be more than just a few people here, right? Don't worry, I'm a person who never leaves anything to chance. I'll make your whole family whole, Sui said, and was about to let Moon Hearing do it. However, I did not expect that Zheng Yuanqing, who originally still appeared to be very atmospheric and ready to die generously, suddenly broke the defense and fiercely knelt down and said, "The rules of the Jianghu. The trouble is not as bad as your wife and children. Against you, everyone present today has a part to play. If you kill us all, we have no opinion. But the rest of the Zhang family doesn't know anything about it, so why rush them? Your Zhang family has mixed to such an extent now. Have you done what you said about the rules of the Jianghu in the face of all your enemies?" Sui asked rhetorically, then pointed at Yu Ling with a smile. "Think before you answer. She knows lie detector magic. Dare to lie to me and I promise you'll want to die." Zheng Yuanqing was directly silent. The so-called rules of the jungle are, of course, something you take out and say when you are at a disadvantage. Where were they on the rules before when advantage was mine? Just before, in order to grab the land at a low price, he had secretly exterminated the entire family of the Nail households, something that he, the Zheng family, had done more than once. It was done even more outrageously than that during the chaotic period a decade or so ago, when encountering peers who robbed business. Exterminating people's entire family was just a sprinkle, and they wouldn't let go of even a few years old toddlers. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Sui continued to say to Yu Ling, "Exterminate their entire family. You have a way to do that, don't you?" "Well, there's a kind of blood magic that uses the blood of one of them as a trigger to send out a bloodline curse, and even if the target of the curse hides to the ends of the earth, it's hard to escape death." Yu Ling replied in Kyushu dialect on purpose. At those words, the despair in Zheng Yuanqing and the others' eyes increased. Sui also lost his cat-and-mouse mind when he saw this. Casually, he waved his hand. "Kill them all." "Yes." With a flash of light in Yu Ling's eyes, there was instantly no one left in the entire hall who could stand except for the two of them. Thousands of kilometers away from here, a man in his 30s was boarding a plane back home with his son and daughter as well as his wife. The brother of the family died suddenly because of an accident, and the man could not say whether he was happy or sad in his heart. Say happy. That does happen. After all, there is one less person competing for the property. To say that's sadness, that is not a lie. After all, is his own brother that he watched grow up from childhood? But his wife doesn't have so many messed up emotions. After realizing that her brother-in-law had died and her husband would inherit more of the family fortune in the future, she would have popped the champagne if she hadn't been worried about the repercussions. She was also the one who was the most active when she came home to mourn with her husband and children at this moment. However, just as he was fantasizing about when that second brother of his husband would also die and his own husband would inherit all of the Zheng family's property, only to find that my husband and children, who had just gotten on the plane, seemed to have suddenly fallen asleep. She felt a little strange, but didn't ask too many questions, just assuming it was caused by being too tired from catching the plane. Wait until the plane is about to take off and the flight attendant comes over to remind them that they can fasten their seatbelts. The woman who noticed that her husband hadn't fastened his seatbelt wanted to wake him up, but no matter how much she pushed and shoved and shouted, she didn't see any movement from the man, until at some point, the man kept his head down and collapsed stiffly onto the floor of the airplane without a sound. The same situation occurred with two children, a boy and a girl, who were sitting next to the man. The screams shattered the silence in the cabin and stranded the flight that was about to take off. At the same moment, the same thing was happening at the same time in several places all over Kyushu, and even all over the world. Eventually different doctors in different parts of the country gave the same diagnosis. All these people died of cerebral hemorrhage caused by cardiovascular diseases, which are natural deaths without any human factors. The only thing they have in common is that their last name is Zheng. After coming out of the Zheng family's luxurious manor, Sui waited at the entrance for about 10 minutes or so before she met Shin Mingwen, who hurriedly arrived. He brought 10 or so vehicles, and just as he stopped at the entrance of the Zheng family's manor, dozens of meters of swarthy black-clad bodyguards rushed down. Seeing Sui, who was sitting on the flower bed at the entrance holding Yu Lian and talking about something, although Shin Mingwen didn't understand what was going on right now, he still hurriedly came over to ask, "Mr. Su, is everything okay?" "I'm fine, but it's the Zheng family that might have passed away a bit." Sui waved his hand. Shin Mingwen looked toward the Zheng family mansion. It was just after 5 in the morning and the sky was already white. The Zheng family's large mansion was brightly lit, but it was quiet and somewhat eerie. Inexplicably, it gave off an eerie feeling. The Zheng family. What's wrong? Shin Mingwen seemed to have guessed something and subconsciously gulped. There's nothing. It's that their family seems to have some kind of disgusting genetic disease. They didn't sleep in the middle of the night and had to call me here from the hotel. And then the whole family had an attack together, and all of them died violently. It's really scary, isn't it? Sui got up and patted Shin Mingwen's shoulder. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't look at dead people. Since you're here, old Shin, I'll leave this place to you. I have to go back to the hotel to catch up on my sleep. By the way, I kinda like this manner of the Zheng family. Turn around and have someone clean it up a bit. Chapter 37, The Dead Don't Say Anything. If the Zheng family fell, for the Shin family it was definitely something that they could gain an extreme amount of benefits from. It's okay to throw this mess at him and let him deal with the aftermath. However, Shin Mingwen is still not clear about the original story, and only knows that all of the Zheng family members are dead. Two words had come to mind for a moment: big case, astonishing case. Their kind of family, in fact, was developed from the dock gangs decades ago when Zhongchang was still in the dock economy. To put it bluntly, it's the local group of groundlings. The influence is only limited to Zhongcheng, and a family of dozens of people overnight without a single survivor, which can absolutely reach the heavenly hearing of the shocking case. It was definitely not something that his district, the Shin family, could handle. Seeing Sui asking him to deal with it, he thought that Sui was planning to let him take the blame, and he was terrified in his heart. But I don't dare say anything against it. Can't you see there's not a single survivor left in the Zhang residence? Although he didn't know how Sui had wiped out the Zhang family, but he was able to wipe out the Zhang family, and his Shin family wasn't too far off from the Zhang family's strength, so if they wanted to wipe him out, would he still be able to run away? Seemingly seeing Shin Mingwen's trepidation, Sui comforted at the right time. You don't want to think too much. Letting you take care of the aftermath isn't letting you take the blame. You can just tell the official directly that something happened here. As for me, just pretend that I haven't been here. You have more or less the same relationship with the Zhang family. When the time comes, just tell the officials that you stumbled upon the situation here. As I said, the Zhang family's people died violently. Natural death from cerebral hemorrhage. What does it have to do with us? After saying that, he unceremoniously got into a Maybach driven by Shin's family. The driver looked at him and then at Shin Mingwen. It was only when Shin Mingwen nodded his head to indicate that he could leave that he was at a loss for words and started the car to leave this place of wrongdoing. Shin Mingwen himself, on the other hand, gradually came back to his senses as he listened to Su Yi's words. He remembered the news he had gotten not long ago. Zheng Zai of the Zheng family died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and before he died, he just happened to come into contact with Su Yi. This was also the reason why the Zheng family came to trouble Su Yi. Shin Mingwen personally saw Su Yi cure cancer. Knowing Su Yi's medical skills, the first time he got the news, he thought that this is most likely Su Yi's work. However, it is biased to the Zheng family's energy and financial resources. After a number of autopsies actually did not find out what the end of the matter to, he was kind of skeptical that Zhang Zai's death was a coincidence. Until now, Sui tells him that the entire young family died at the same moment due to a cerebral hemorrhage. This kind of thing was undoubtedly extremely frightening, But when he linked it to what had happened to Zhang Zai previously, there was no doubt that his previous suspicion of Sui was not wrong, and if all of the Zhang family members died this way, then this matter might not be as hard to solve as he thought it would be. However, the awe of Sui in his heart increased a few more points. This kind of tactic that can make a person die violently from a cerebral hemorrhage without a word, and outsiders still can't find out any abnormalities, is really too terrifying for some. But as a businessman with a keen sense of smell, Shin Mingwen was in awe, but still quickly seized the business opportunities. The Zhang family is a large family. I'm afraid that all kinds of assets together is not less than $10 billion. And Sui only mentioned this estate. There was no arrangement for other assets of positive value. This was definitely a wonderful opportunity for the Shin family to expand their power. Zhang family, those serious industries, annexation up still have to go through the normal business process, may also be more troublesome. But those industries that are not serious, Shin family will annex it cannot have any psychological burden. There was no need to think about this kind of thing. And afterward, it was definitely necessary to give Sui a portion of the offerings, but the remaining portion was enough for the Shin family to eat a full meal. Shen Mingwen, who had been a rival with the Zhang family for decades, for some reason, suddenly had the feeling of being carried away by a big brother. After reacting, various commands were given in an organized manner. This, of course, includes contacting River City officials. Upon hearing that such a shocking case had occurred, the officials naturally did not remain idle. Before dawn, the entire Zhang family's manor was already surrounded by official people in 3 layers. Then, all those excited forensic experts and top forensic scientists who came to investigate the big case, one by one, came in confident and went out confused. From the placement of the bodies at the scene and the traces, they guessed that these people had a conflict with 1 or 2 people before they died, especially those bodyguards. From the formation of how to look at how to be ready to siege someone, and in the hands of all still holding a flinging stick and other weapons, it's extremely normal for them to die and say it was a vendetta or a gangland firefight. But, on the contrary, the medical examiner gave the result that all the people here died because of cerebral hemorrhage. This was the result of gathering all the experienced forensic doctors from Jiangcheng locally, and even from all over Kyushu, after many rounds of testing. Ridiculous, but kinda true. It boggles the mind. You say it's a murder scene, but all the people who died at the scene died of natural causes. Under the normal legal process, this can't even be filed. Okay? But judging from the traces at the scene, these dead people at the time of the crime definitely had some kind of conflict with someone, and it should be a murder scene anyhow. Such a weird keystroke that for a while it gave the officials a whole lot of trouble. And it turns out that the Zhang family does have a knack for destroying evidence and dealing with official investigations. In the case of dealing with the traces on the way to invite Sui, the official really did not therefore check Sui's head. The only time Sui was summoned to cooperate with the investigation of a major case, or because of the mobilization of the first night Sui met with Zhang Zai in the Palace Banquet Hotel, and shortly after the meeting Zhang Zai died. Sui didn't know anything about it, and the officials didn't give him too much of a hard time. After all, how to look at this matter is a bit too outrageous. Did not want a link to his small role in the head, summoned him to go as just a routine inquiry. They also seemed to want to find Yuling and ask her about it as well. But because of the blurring of the surveillance images and the fact that Yuling's was wearing an ancient costume at the time, they weren't able to determine Yuling's identity. Mentioned it when asked Suya, and Suya's answer was also that he didn't recognize it. The question is about the pretty girl you saw on the side of the road. So you invited her to dinner, and they left afterward. It is estimated that the idea of these small people may not be able to Zhang family how. The official investigation of this matter also did not hold on to. See asked almost will be dismissed. Compared to Su also easy to muddle through, as the Zhang family nemesis, but also reported the case of Shin Mingwen, naturally is the focus of the object of suspicion. However, because the deaths of the entire Zhang family were so natural, no matter how much they suspected, they couldn't be convicted until they had evidence that could prove that it was Shin Mingwen's doing. Finally, after 3 days of fruitless investigation, officials directly announced the closure of the case. There is no intention to die in this bizarre case. Just the case file are collected and sealed into the warehouse. The level of confidentiality is extremely high. They say the dead don't talk, but in fact, in many cases, the dead do talk. The body left behind will issue a final indictment of the killer with the help of the coroner. In this way, the official authorities will be able to use this as a basis to find the culprits behind the scenes. The fact that everyone in the Young family died of natural causes means that in this case, even the dead didn't speak. So any further investigation would be fruitless and a pure waste of time. Officials were clearly aware of this, and after running through the situation, they decisively chose to close and seal the matter. Chapter 38, when it's all said and done, we'll all make money. Convicting someone requires evidence, so the Crown chose to close the case. But skepticism is not necessary. So the fact that things have come to this point does not mean that the matter has come to an end here. There must be other investigations to follow. When all impossibilities were ruled out, Sui, who had clashed with Zheng Zai of the Zheng family on the day of the incident, would obviously be the focus of the investigation. He definitely couldn't hide the fact that he had been to the Zheng family that night. Sui was well aware of this, but he didn't care. What can you do if you suspect him? The entire Zheng family died of natural causes from a sudden malady. And even if it's weird and unbelievable, it's still an ironclad fact. A few days later, after Shen Mingwen, who was the focus of the skeptical investigation, lifted some restrictions because of the closure of the case, he approached Sui at the first opportunity. Once we met, we lamented. Mr. Su is really good at this. To be honest, he was so confused in the early hours of that morning that he didn't even understand the situation. It was only in the past 2 days when he was under focused surveillance and investigation that he was able to figure out what happened to the Zheng family that night. Shen Mingwen's first reaction was not to gloat. Rather, he was glad that he hadn't offended the other party when Sui had approached him to sell his gold earlier. When we first met, because of their own daughters slowed down Su also, people also generous did not take it into account. Otherwise, he didn't even dare to think what would happen to the Shen family now. Look at that Zheng family. Not a single survivor left. It's too bad. The point is that there is no place to talk about the deaths. They are all natural deaths. What means not means. Good luck. I reckon that their Zhang family might have some kind of genetic disease, Sui said in a serious manner. Yes. It must be that the family has a genetic history of the disease, and it suddenly came on. Shen Mingwen certainly couldn't object a bit to this. The main point is that you're right about everything. But of course he didn't come running here today to talk about that. After the pleasantries he brought out a stack of papers. The Zhang family's estate is divided into 2 parts. Those that can see the light and those that can't. Can see the light of that part of the serious industry? Zhang family people died after Shen Mingwen is not good to go to the hands and feet. And most of the people who died that day were only the direct bloodline of the Zhang family. And some of the more distantly related side branches or relatives and such were definitely still alive. It was impossible for such a large family to not even be able to find a few heirs. Even if these people who inherited the family business according to the inheritance law are not competent enough or all straw men. Want to annex these serious businesses is not an overnight thing. Have to take their time. And the unseemly industries that don't see the light of day. That's much easier. The rules of the jungle. Whoever wins is the winner. Shen Mingwen looks elegant, but in reality, he is not a good person. With such a good opportunity in front of him, he didn't have the slightest intention of letting the Zheng family go. Just a few days. Like the autumn wind sweeping leaves like the Zheng family name of those gray property all in the bag. Naturally, the means involved do not need to be described. And swallowed these things Shen Mingwen did not dare to swallow alone, and even did not dare to ask for himself. Now it's all sent to Sui. As long as Sui nodded his head, all of these industries worth no less than $3 billion would be his. But he was laughing after briefly looking through the documents. Elder brother Shen misunderstood. I'm not good at business. There's not much use in wanting these properties. It's useless to ask for industry. Then it's money. Shen Mingwen understood for a second and immediately said, it just so happens that quite a few of our family's industries overlap with the Zheng family. And since Mr. Su wants these industries uselessly, I'll have the cheek to accept them. But currently our Shen family doesn't have much liquidity. Mr. Su, give me 3 days to prepare for it, and I'll give you $1 billion down payment after 3 days. Subsequently, these industries are operated by me, and all proceeds are counted as Mr. Su's 50%. What do you think? $1 billion, plus 50% of the proceeds for doing nothing. Sui was still satisfied with this program and directly nodded his head in agreement. It was something he got for nothing anyway, and he was too lazy to worry about letting him run his own business. There was someone to take care of all his chores and all he had to do was part with his money, which was certainly no reason to refuse. At best, it's just a little less money, not a big problem. It's always a good idea to sweeten the pot by letting people do things. The key for Shen Mingwen is that these industries are likewise white pickings. Anyway, he is also in this business, under the hands of a lot of people. To do something for people can be out of thin air, so much more industry, of course, is also pure profit. Only the world where the young family was injured reached. Right. After talking about the business, Shen Mingwen took out another document and handed it to Sui. This is the land deed of the Zheng family mansion. I've been entrusting someone to do it after Mr. Su said he was interested that day. And it was a bit more troublesome to do it because something big just happened here. But it's good that it's taken care of. All Mr. Su has to do is sign, and that mansion is yours. But I'm afraid we'll have to wait a while if we move in. It's still in a state of being officially locked down. And even if it's unlocked, so many people just died inside after all. It's more or less wrong to live in there without cleaning it up a bit. Sui didn't care at all about dying or not. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to want that mansion while letting Yu Lian go on a killing spree in it. After signing his name to the document he only said that he would be notified when the official seal was removed. As for now, there was no need to stay in a hotel every day. He had moved into the villa he had previously bought for more than $20 million. The day after Zhang's incident, the villa property informed Sui that the building he bought had been cleaned inside and out, and under his authorization, the furniture and other things had all been replaced with new ones. That night he took Yulin to live in the house. It's been a couple days now. I've said all that needs to be said. I've been personally busy lately because of the Zheng family's affairs, and I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. Shen Mingguan is very self-aware, talked about the main business for the afternoon, and seeing that it was time for dinner, he took the initiative to leave, mainly because he was now more or less balking at the young man in front of him. Great medicine is great, and terminal cancer can be saved in minutes, but this means is also too ruthless, not moving to kill the whole family who is not afraid of Ah. After sending Shen Mingguan away, Sui then went straight to the sofa and continued to be his salted fish. The farm had Zhou Yan to handle things, and now that production had resumed, there was no need for him to worry at all. Now that he was a pocketful of money, there was nothing at all that he needed to do. This was the lying flat life he had dreamed of, and if he didn't have a system, he could just let him lie like this for the rest of his life. But this cozy life never lasts long. It had only been lying down for less than half an hour when a phone call came in. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was his mom calling. Because of the fear of sudden wealth scared mom, so these days Sue also did not tell home the specifics of their own now. Only said by a friend pulled a hand. Do a little business earned a lot of money. To the home to play 2 million. At first, the two old men were reluctant to accept it, until Sui flip half a day. Looking for a balance of more than 6 million card will balance screenshot sent over. Mom reluctantly accept, and he said he was going to save it for him. Sue also knows that these two old people are estimated to be unable to spend, but now he is in Jiangcheng also do not have time to go back. It is not good to say anything more, only intends to take time to go back to a trip to the old family say again. But as the family learned that he was better off financially, another problem arose. Hypnosis. Sui was now getting a headache from seeing her mom's phone calls. Chapter 39. What? I still need a blind date? Oh yeah. Are you busy? Busy? Not a bit busy. Sui, who was lying on the sofa, lazily said. Anyone else calling me would be busy. But of course Mother Superior isn't busy when she calls. Just you poor mouth. Old Mom Li was obviously satisfied with this answer, and then got down to business. So are you busy tomorrow? Do you remember Auntie Wang? The one who used to play mahjong with me all the time. Her daughter also went to school in Jiangcheng. Summer vacation back to stay for a month a little can't stay. Said to go to Jiangcheng part-time a summer job or something. She and I are also old acquaintances. You want to see if you can take care of it? What the hell? Sui had a head full of questions. What the hell kind of age is this where a grown man needs to be taken care of when he goes out and gets a job? I'm afraid the care is fake and the blind date is real. But he kind of knew why his mom had gotten that idea. Li Yi is an extremely protective person, and he is even more attached to his own son. If you put it before, when he was a small employee of the food processing plant, although the days were quite nourishing, but this kind of entrust him to take care of other people, will give him more trouble thing that is not even talk about. But it was different now. Sui had already shown a small part of his fortune. In a big city like Jiangcheng, having 10 million or so might not be considered a very rich person, but in a small part of the old country, that's already considered proper dirt. In Li Yi's opinion, his son is not bad now. How can he be considered to have established a career? The next natural step would be to start a family. Find him a blind date and use the excuse of caregiving to get both sides in touch. It's actually quite normal. If someone else had made such a request, then he would have ignored it. But who made this the real mom? Sui could only say helplessly, Mom, didn't I tell you? I have a girlfriend. Don't worry about it. In order to cope with his mother's urging to get married, he had sent a photo of himself and Yuling to his mother. That girl in the group photo you sent is prettier than a big star. Can people look at you? Do you really think that your mother I do not surf the internet? Do not know that the internet specializes in that kind of beauty charges to pretend to be a girlfriend to deceive the family business? If you want to fool me, you should also find a normal one, which is as pretty as a fairy. The ghost will believe you. Apparently, because Yuling was too pretty. Mom couldn't believe a bit of it. That makes for a lot of egg on one's face. Sui wanted to argue a bit more, but unexpectedly the other side just hung up the phone. Then he saw on his Twitter feed that his mom had sent him information about the girl's name and such, and what time the ticket would arrive tomorrow. It also comes with a photo. You can't tell. It's pretty just by looking at the picture. Although it couldn't be compared to Tsuki Akari, This stuff belonged to was an objective difference that existed between different races, putting aside a little gap in the takeaway. The little girl also has a youthful temperament unique to the neighboring sister in youthful films and TV dramas, and is full of vitality. I just don't know if and how much the photo was PD. And then I looked at the age. Good lord, 19. It's really just his sister. Then let's go pick it up reluctantly. Looking at the photo, Sui felt that things had come to this. It really wasn't appropriate to not go pick it up and leave it at the station for someone. Of course, this has nothing to do with the fact that the person has a beautiful face and is 18 years old, but mainly because he is so nice that he can't bear the thought of a little girl alone at the station in the middle of the summer with no one to take care of her. At dinner in the evening, Sui talked to Yuli about this matter. Yuling was quite frank and didn't see any problem with this at all. There was no such thing as monogamy in their world. Moreover, she had only regarded herself as Suyi's guardian knight from the beginning to the end, and had never claimed herself as the main palace. What's more, it's just a blind date. It's not even a date yet. The next afternoon, he arrived at Jiangcheng station on time. Yuling naturally came with him. Didn't drive over in too nice a car though. After he got rich he naturally bought himself a couple of luxury cars, business executive models, sports cars and off-road vehicles. But this time it was just his previous used car worth tens of thousands of dollars that he drove over. These days, if he doesn't want to go on a blind date, the other girl probably doesn't either. According to Su Yi's envisioning, everyone would meet and have dinner at that time, and deal with each other's respective parents, and the matter would be over. If you really want to drive a luxury car over there, you might even make people think something they shouldn't and complicate simple things, because in advance has been added to the micro-messaging. So the process of picking up the person is not a surprise. Very smooth to receive the little girl called Yang Yi. Su also established one thing in passing. They really didn't Photoshop that picture. And there's definitely no such thing as makeup evil. Yang Yi was hot and sweaty just after leaving the station by the contrary heat of Jiangcheng, and it was still easy to see whether there was any makeup or not. And she's even prettier in person than she is in pictures, wearing a JK outfit, with her tall legs and face pulled together. If Yuling's looks were taken as the standard 100 points, Yang Yi's face value would have to have a 96 anyways, plus that youthful air. It's a real killer of middle-aged men. But if Sui has a 30-year-old now, the first time he saw her, he was afraid that people must be confused. Brother Sui, hello, I'm Yang Yi. The character of the little girl is quite outgoing. After the two met, not waiting for Sui to open his mouth, she took the initiative to reach out to greet. Hello, it's too hot in here. Get in the car first. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he hurriedly greeted the people in the car. In this hellish weather, an egg can be fried by hitting the ground, and the outdoors is simply not a place for people to stay. The person received just this moment and the mealtime. The next step is of course to go to dinner. Halfway through, the two chatted briefly and got to know each other a bit. The main reason is that Sui knows people's sisters. Both sides are very tacit understanding did not mention that the family originally let them matchmaking this matter. Sui did not mention it mainly because Yang Yi is really good looking. Well, he's a color critic, and he's a little heartbroken. As for Yang Yi, she saw that Sui had brought Yuling with him, so she felt that this was a clear sign that she had no intention of going on a blind date, and naturally she would not make a fool of herself by continuing to bring up this matter. Eating is not a high-end place. Just like Sui drove a broken car over today, it's just a very ordinary restaurant that costs less than $200 for 3 people. Yang Yi wasn't picky, and while eating, she also complimented Sui for choosing the place. Both of them are not low. Some contact down is not as awkward as Sui imagined. By the time he came out of the restaurant after dinner and looked at the already dark night sky, the question of where to let someone else's girl go to stay tonight loomed large. Yang Yi is still a college student at school, and under normal circumstances, she can also go back to the dormitory to live in the summer vacation. But her dormitory building just happened to be under maintenance and renovation this summer semester, and the school had no room for her. Getting people to stay in hotels, there's nothing unsafe about it, but it's not like it's a one-day thing. People come looking for work and probably need a place to stay until they get a job. They can't have people staying in hotels every day. Although this amount of money Sue also is not affordable, but mom asked him to take care of people. He gave people to skim the hotel to go what is going on. So after thinking about it for a long time, Sui invited Yang Yi to stay at her home out of consideration for others, and never for the purpose of looking at people's good looks. Yang Yi had only heard that Sui was doing business in Jiangcheng and seemed to be developing well, thinking that he had bought or rented a bigger house. Just now also need a place to live. Heard Sue also invited did not think too much and followed him there. After all, it was her own mom who had asked her to come, so she didn't really think it would be dangerous, until she saw the villa that was worth nearly $30 million, so luxurious that it was no different from a palace to ordinary people. Chapter 40, Someone Seeking a Doctor? This is your home? Looking at the large villa in front of her, Yang Yi's little head was full of question marks. Didn't you say it's just a little money you've made in business lately? I'm afraid this villa alone would cost tens of millions of dollars. You call that making a little money? She was still an unsocialized student though, with more or less clear stupidity in her eyes. But it's not so bad that you don't know how much such a villa with a big yard costs in a big city like this. Well, it's not bad. It's just that the location is rather remote. Temporary residence is fine. I'm afraid it's not too easy if you want to find a job in the neighborhood. Oh. Sui shrugged and casually opened the door, invisibly loaded with waves of big ones between them. Don't tell me. It's pretty cool. Do I need to take off my shoes? Yang Yi, who had always acted very generously and confidently, suddenly became a little less confident, and even her normal inquiries seemed a little cautious. No, the property will arrange for someone to clean it regularly. Yu Ling, who hadn't said much from the beginning to the end, glanced helplessly at Sui. Is that how you talk? And you want to pick up a young, beautiful girl like that? Keep pretending like that and people will be scared off. With that, he took the initiative to walk upstairs on Yang Yi's arm. Come on, let's go ahead and pick out a room for you. Looking for a job or something is not urgent first. Come all the way. First stay here for a few days, just as we recently. That intimate look was just like Yang Yi's own sister whom she hadn't seen in 10 years. Seeing that Yu Ling volunteered to be a wingman, Sui didn't take it too seriously. Although he did think that Yang Yi was quite pretty and could be developed sometime. But he wasn't some beggar now. He couldn't possibly take the initiative to lick anyone. So he was polite to Yang Yi all the way, with a very clear sense of boundaries, only showing off his financial power from time to time. If the other party was heartened and took the initiative, he wouldn't mind going along with it. He wouldn't have wasted too much time on a woman if people were indifferent to that. Talking about money is fine. Talking about feelings is better. If he really wanted to talk about his feelings, he might as well have a good talk with Yu Ling. After all, Moon Listening was contractually bound by the trading platform, would never betray it, and was pretty, so wasn't that much more reliable than an outsider? But on the contrary, he realized that this little girl, Yang Yi, seemed to be a bit slow, never even paid attention to some of the things he displayed from time to time that reflected his financial power. It wasn't until he saw the villa that look of surprise appeared in his eyes. And then nothing. When you think about it, it's actually right. After all, it's just a 19-year-old girl. And it's not a psycho little sister who has been mixing with society for years and years of old grease. Where do you know so much about bending the rules? Sui was able to guess all of this. And of course, Yu Lian was able to guess it as well. That's why he chose to take the initiative at this point and help him out as a wingman. If you don't say you have to open your eyes to the world, it's still the otherworldly elf girls who are understanding. Sui sighed and didn't bother to pay attention to what lesson Yu Lian would teach Yang Yi, and went into the bathroom to take a shower on his own. After washing out and looking at the time is still early, was still thinking about not open the computer whole 2 games before going to bed. Shen Mingwen's phone call, however, suddenly called. Mr. Su, there's something on my side that's rather urgent. It's like this. After what happened in the Zhang family, Shen Mingwen was already very much in awe of Sui. If there wasn't an emergency, there was no way he would have called so late to disturb his rest. Sui listened patiently for a while, and then probably figured out the situation. Said there was some big shot who had cancer and wasn't going to live long. This person also previously did not know Shen Mingwen, but has a good hand. I do not know through what means. Found out about Shen Mingwen's daughter's sudden recovery from terminal cancer. So he found him, because the man was too big. Shen Mingwen could only give a truthful account of what happened. People had found out about him, and it was only a matter of time before they found Sui by following the trail. The recent extremely frequent financial exchanges between the two simply cannot be hidden. Naturally, there was no need to hide it. Shen Mingwen is also calling now to remind Sui. Incidentally want to ask him if he can save. If he can be saved if he is willing to go out to save the other party. Really, if he wanted to, he could help make the connection from there. Can be called by Shen Mingwen all hand eyes of the people. That most of the time in the eyes of the 9 states is also counted as a big person. This old boy is smart. A phone call over to say is a reminder. In fact, the main still want to know Sui has no intention of saving people. Really want to have. He acted as an intermediary to help contact. How can also sell each other a favor? A favor from a big shot. That's not something money can measure. Sui gave his answer without even thinking. I'm not an immortal. I haven't even seen the person. How do I know whether I can save him or not? If he wants to seek medical treatment then he can just come to me himself. This, Shen Mingwen's somewhat difficult voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Is it hard for him to seek medical treatment without me having to go to his door? Sui snorted without a care in the world. Come if you can, but if you can't, make arrangements for the aftermath early. Just kidding, he's not short of money right now, so why is he rushing to cure people? What big man not big man, dead is also a shovel full of earth. In the present Sue also seems with ordinary people is not much difference. Sue, right? I'm coming to you now. Let's talk face to face. The next moment, an unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the phone. It sounded neutral and youthful, not likely to be someone with an incurable disease. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sui's mouth as he sniffed. Just now, he had sensed that Shin Mingwen's tone was not quite the same as usual when he spoke today. Sure enough, there was someone else next to him. Seeing that the other party wasn't too polite, he didn't spoil it and said lightly, "It's late today. I need to rest. Another time." The breathing on the other end of the line was ragged for a few moments. Sue also thought that this goods to be taught to turn the face it. Did not expect in the silence for a moment. The person then said, "Okay, I'll catch you tomorrow then. Unluckily, there is something else in the company tomorrow. I guess I have to go there. I don't have time to receive you. Please forgive me. Your Thai farm is worth a few bucks. Do you know who my grandfather is? So cross, could it be that your grandfather is Li Gang?" Seeing that the other party seemed to be in a hurry, Sui couldn't help but speak out and flirt. He just loved to see these people's anxious eyes red and warm. Mr. Sue, human lives are at stake. Please Mr. Sue must take the time to meet with me tomorrow. As for your company's loss, you name a price. I'll compensate you at the price. Absolutely no counteroffer. One could hear that the man was furious, but managed to suppress his temper and didn't explode. Of course, it could be that they know it's useless to explode across a phone line. More people die every day in the world, which is not a matter of human life. How can I care? Sui faintly said. As for the usual compensation, I'm not going to the office tomorrow, so I'm afraid the damage would be incalculable, and you can't afford it. That's not really something he's making up. Tomorrow is Monday and the opportunity for free trades will be refreshed next week. He had already prepared the trade items he had agreed to with Vivi in advance, and was only waiting to send them over tomorrow, and then bring back the various otherworldly magical plant seeds and other things he had pre-ordered along with them. Then let Moon Listening set about planting it on the farm. This stuff really needs to be planted successfully on a large scale to benefit all mankind, and a day late is a huge loss that no one can afford. Chapter 41, Young man, you're not a good learner. My grandfather's health is in poor condition and I'm afraid he won't last long. The bright people don't talk in the dark. You can mention what conditions you need. As long as you can save the people, we will definitely do what we can do. Out of Suyi's expectation, he had thought that after all the words had been said, the person on the other end of the phone must have been furious with the grumpiness he had just shown. I didn't expect people to calm down instead. Straight away, we started making offers. This is the attitude of asking for help. Sui laughed. Tomorrow morning, I'll leave you an hour to bring the man here for me to take a look at him. And as for the terms, I'll wait until I'm sure I can save him. Su also didn't know if the water of life or Yu Lian's healing technique could cure any disease. It's not good enough to make a big, sweeping promise that you can cure it and make conditions now. It's okay to choke people out if they don't sound good, but it's inappropriate to promise someone something if you can't do it. Early the next morning, Sui, who had just gotten up, opened the door and saw that there were already cars parked outside his house, the exact time he had made an appointment with the other party last night, and naturally there were no surprises at this moment. However, the other party coming to see a sick person was also such a big row, which made him a bit unexpected. Seeing him open the door, an ambulance parked in front of the villa opened. A strong man with a shaved-inch head and a height of at least 1 meter 9 carefully helped a bone-thin old man into a wheelchair and then pushed the wheelchair slowly towards the door, not waiting to get close, but far away. Mr. Su, I'm Lin Yilong. I contacted you last night. Come in. Sui nodded, his expression flat and indifferent. It was as if this kind of scene was already commonplace, without the slightest bit of stage fright. In fact, he had certainly never seen this kind of scene before, but he had the backbone to not panic at all. Lin Yilong was quite grumpy on the phone last night, but he became much more humble when they met instead. Seeing Sui let him in, he lowered his eyebrows and honestly pushed the old man into the house. As for the old man in the wheelchair, his eyes were closed from the beginning, and he didn't know whether he was asleep or closing his eyes. Sui also didn't have much interest in communicating anything with them. First, make sure the people can be saved. Save them if they can, and then let this group of supposedly powerful people solve a problem he just happened to have recently, and the matter will be over. After letting Lin Yilong push the person to a bedroom on the first floor, he directly kicked the person out, and only he and Yu Ling, as well as that old man, were left in the bedroom. Sui is a fake doctor, and whether or not he can be cured of course depends on Yu Lian. After going up and pretending to take his pulse, He looked at Yu Ling and saw Yu Ling nodding without a trace. After a moment's brewing it was said, "It's not a short time since the old man has been sick, is it?" The old man, who had been closing his eyes without speaking, slowly opened his cloudy eyes at the words and said after glancing at Sui, "It's been some years, so it should have been detected early. Why wasn't it treated early on?" Sui asked smoothly. "Work reasons." Got it. Sui estimated that this old man was afraid of being in a high position before. People who sit in such positions become extremely passive a lot of the time once they get an incurable disease and it still gets out. It will also affect the confidence of some allies. If one receives chemotherapy, it certainly can't be hidden from outsiders, so they delayed it again and again. And eventually the cancer detected at an early stage has become an advanced stage for which there is no cure nowadays. Otherwise, normally speaking, such big shots usually have a specialized medical insurance team that will conduct regular medical checkups, and will never put off cancer to a late stage, unless it's a genetic disease like Sheningying's. And what's going on with the old man at the moment is clearly not a genetic condition. Of course, exactly what kind of disease Sue also didn't know. He is not a real doctor. And besides, even if a real doctor comes, he can't have a pulse to check for cancer. You've got this disease, right? And it's a serious situation. What disease? The old man asked with a smile, changing his previous drowsy look. Sui, no, what the is wrong with you that you're asking me? I'm not a real doctor. Ahem. Old sir, we Chinese medicine practitioners don't have the same name for cancer as doctors do nowadays. And I don't know what to say about the lesions found by taking the pulse in Western medicine terms. You can always tell us where the lesions are, right? No. Are you curing it? The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched. It's a good thing that he's a fake doctor. And although Yu Ling can't heal either, she can do magic. When he heard this, he didn't move and gestured to Sui, pointing to the position of his chest. Seeing this, Sui smiled confidently after a little thought. It's in the lungs. In doctor speak these days, it's lung cancer, isn't it? Yu Ling couldn't help but rub her brow. That old man, on the other hand, said with an amused look on his face, it's liver cancer. Young man, it looks like you're not learning much. Learning the art of medicine? I haven't studied medicine at all. Seeing that he couldn't pretend anymore, Sui simply showed his cards as well. What do you care if I learned it or not? It's just enough to bring you back to life. That's true. So how are you going to save it? Or with the same kind of medicine you used on that little girl from the Shin family? The old man instantly came to be a bit more interested. Su also didn't make a fuss, took out a small cup of a few milliliters for drinking, poured a few drops of diluted water of life into it, and handed it directly to the old man. Here, this is it. The old man took the glass of wine and gently sniffed it. His brows instantly spread out and he only felt refreshed. Then, without thinking, he tilted his head back and smothered the life water inside in one gulp. That shape like a withered face was much better with the naked eye, and the whole person seemed to come alive at this moment. I haven't felt this relaxed since I started getting sick, and it's really good. The old man looked at his hand in amazement, and actually rose straight from his seat. This bit of life water certainly couldn't cure him, but it was still possible for him to give a renewal of his life, so that he could return to what a normal old man of his age should look like in a short period of time. Yes, right. Promise to favor 10 million a cop. Just directly hit the heavenly domain holding account. Sui smiled and said, it's a fat goat. Let people help themselves to do things. That is to save his life as a favor. Should give the medical expenses that cannot be less a little. The old man froze for a moment, then waved his hand without a care in the world. Then give me another 100 glasses. 100 cups can almost cure you and let you live until the end of your life. If you want to live longer, buy another 100 cups, and you should be able to live to about 150 after drinking it. Want to think about it? Sui laughed. Of course, the life extension thing is not well verified, and I can't prove it for the time being, so if you believe it, then buy it. If not, then don't buy it. 100 cups is enough to save your life. No need to ask for more. We don't do bundles here. The old man didn't even think about it. $2 billion, and it's going to be in your company's account on the way out the door later. Chapter 42. Give me a few more bottles. The old man is really cool. Sui directly handed the old man 2 exquisite porcelain bottles. I'm afraid this bottle isn't enough for 100 glasses of that wine glass just now, right? The old man looked at the tiny porcelain bottle with some hesitation. Oh, that one is diluted. This source liquid. It's fine for you to take it back and dilute it as tea and drink it slowly. It's also fine to blow it directly into the bottle. None of it will affect the healing effect. Sui waved his hand. Such a good miracle medicine sells you the feeling of mineral water. The old man suspiciously looked at the porcelain bottle. Thought or open a bottle on the spot. As usual, after smelling the smell again, a mouth to smother. This time the effect was obviously much stronger than the small cup just now. As soon as he drank it, The old man's eyes instantly went round. Feeling the changes within his body, his heart instantly set off a shocking wave. If the previous cup only made him feel much more comfortable for a while, then now this bottle went down, giving him the feeling of unlocking the shackles that had been hanging on his body for several years. In this moment, it was as if he had once again gained control of his body. The feeling he got was that he not only got better, but his hands, which had been as thin as dead wood, also gained some strength. The whole person seemed 10 years younger. Like a dream. He reacted extremely quickly, and after feeling the changes in his body, he glanced at the porcelain bottle in his hand and hurriedly said, $1 billion a bottle, huh? Give me a few more. Money was nothing more than a number to him, but this kind of thing was definitely a priceless treasure, and it wasn't a loss at all for him to buy over 1 billion bottles. Even if the 2 bottles are enough for yourself, you can still give away the extra ones you bought. Which of your old buddies and acquaintances don't have some problems when they get older? Even for people who are really completely healthy and without the slightest disease, at this age when they feel their bodies aging day by day, it is inevitable that they will not be able to do anything about it, and they will miss the time when they were young and strong. This miracle drug that can cure anything and make people younger by drinking it is even enough as a political bargaining chip. Run it for him, and a bottle is definitely worth more than $1 billion. No more. The last 2 bottles. All for you. Sui spread his hands. Just kidding. The value of this stuff just isn't measured in money, okay? Just like this old man in front of him, giving him 2 bottles of diluted water of life. Not only did he have to give Sui the sky-high price of 1 billion bottles, but he also had to owe Sui a favor, and needed him to do one thing. He wouldn't sell this concentration of water of life just by giving money. In the future, I'm still counting on getting a few more diluted and more powerful versions of the water of life to make a lot of money as a staple product for pharmaceutical companies. It's definitely a case of saving a little bit when you can now. The water of life that was traded from Vivi before was only 500 milliliters. Almost 200 milliliters of this 500 milliliters had been drunk by Sui himself. He was now in a physical shape that could be said to be stronger than an ox. As for the remaining less than 300 milliliters of the water of life, it was diluted by Yulian with water plus some special magic. Right now, Sui had about 3 cubic meters of life water in his hand. The effect was certainly not comparable to the water of life he had obtained from Vivi, but similar to the old man in front of me as well as Shenenging this kind of suffering from incurable diseases. Generally a bottle down to save life. 2 bottles can even prolong life. Of course, they were all ordinary people, and if they were replaced with the water of life that Vivi had given him, then basically a small cup would have that effect. Switching to the original life liquid from the elf clan's Moonlake would be even more exaggerated, and at most 1 drop would double the lifespan of an ordinary person and prevent them from ever having a disaster or disease. Switching to the original version of the Fountain of Life spring water, Moon Lily said that the stuff had that effect on an ordinary person with 1 sniff. If you really want to take a sip, you will evolve and gain transcendent power in minutes, and your physical strength will be comparable to that of a low-level samurai. That was the purest origin energy in the heavens and earth, and it was extremely beneficial to any living creature. Sui's bowl ***** that old man naturally did not believe, but people had already refused. He couldn't open his mouth again. He just looked at the remaining bottle of water of life in his hand, and after hesitating for a long time, he still endured the pain and drank it all down. As good as it was definitely more valuable for him and the family behind him to get it for longer. If he really lives to 150, no, just live to 120. How much energy can be in the future he can't even imagine. How is it? Feel better after drinking it? Sui saw him directly give both bottles a smother, and immediately asked with a smile. It's great. I feel so much younger as a whole. I haven't been as mellow as I am now since I was 40. The old man's essence was much better to the naked eye. Even the head that had been half bald and half gray had sprouted some black hair. Most of the folds in the skin were also erased. If he were to walk out from here at this moment and say that he was a 70 or 80-year-old man, no one would probably believe him. Just on the appearance looks, at most is 40 years old. Slightly clean up a little. Say they are less than 40. Just looks more show old, probably there are people believe. After the old gentleman's business has been dealt with, I happen to have a matter here that I would like to ask the old gentleman for a favor. I don't know if it's convenient. Sui's mouth was saying that he was asking for help, but in reality, he was acting as if he was taking it for granted, and it didn't look like he was asking for help at all. The old man didn't care and said very painfully, previously, Ilong promised you. Our Lin family naturally won't go back on our word. You can mention it as much as you want. It's just within our ability. I'd like to start a few companies. The words came to his mouth. Seeing this old man's confident look, Sui, although he was still not clear about what he was in the end, but after thinking about it, he still opened his mouth. A couple companies? What companies? The old man immediately guessed that this was probably not a serious company. At least not an ordinary private company. Otherwise, with the energy of Sui and the Shin family, they could have taken care of it by themselves, without his help. A pharmaceutical company, and an arms company, and then a whole tech company. Sui wasn't polite at all. In addition to the arms companies need special qualifications to do, other companies generally do not have any requirements. Right. Go through the normal process to do on the line. Are you sure you want my help? Old man Lin was puzzled. Oh, this is certainly not quite the same as other companies of the same type. I need a little higher authority. For example, to ensure a certain degree of independence and confidentiality, not allowing any organization to just go and check. Of course, the products we want to take to the market to sell are all able to withstand investigation. You guys can investigate as much as you want. In terms of experimentation and production, my request is that without my permission, the King of Heaven is not allowed to go in and look at it even if he comes. Sui stated his purpose. It would be a good idea to get me higher access to that farm I'm on now. 2. If you can. That's right. You kid has a big secret on you. Just this potion. If you can realize large-scale production, the future earnings are an astronomical figure. Want to keep the level of secrecy a little higher, not to just give people to find out is reasonable and reasonable. Old man Lin agreed that pharmaceutical companies and technology companies should keep their secrets. But then he changed his mind. Chapter 43, this is an ancestral recipe. But what do you want an arms company for? Sell arms? It's profitable to make money. But even if I have someone get this done for you, do you have the arms to sell? Meeting old man Lin's suspicious eyes, Sui still said cheekily, this is a small problem. Do not worry about the old man. Anyway, I will not sell arms in the country or something. I dare to sell and no one dares to buy is not. Illegal and disorderly things we do not do. That's right, as long as you don't mess around in Kyushu, you can toss it around as much as you like, and I'll agree to that. Old man Lin immediately agreed. Obviously, Sui guessed correctly that these things were not much of a challenge at all for the old man Lin in front of him, and it was estimated that he could be solved with a single sentence. But what kind of secret do you want to keep on a Thai farm? Still afraid of people stealing vegetables from your farm? This old man is quite hip. It looks like he hasn't played a lot of Happy Farm. Sui spat in his heart, but still explained in a mysterious manner. Old master, truth be told, I have a technique for cultivating special plants and animals with the kind of medicine I just used. And the plants and animals that are induced to evolve and mutate with this technique will have all sorts of different effects. Some of them will even be more effective in curing diseases than those medicinal liquids you just drank. The meat and milk of the cows raised with this technique can strengthen a person's body greatly if consumed over a long period of time. And it's not impossible to even turn into a Superman. Really? Old man Lin said suspiciously. He had always regarded this light green liquid given by Sui as some kind of lost Chinese medicine prescription. A medicinal liquid boiled down with various herbs. The potion stuff. It also promotes the growth and mutation of plants and animals? Wouldn't that be a little too sick? How can that be false? Haven't you drank it all here? Sui toned down. Master, I won't hide it from you. This thing is more powerful than you think. It's a top secret formula passed down from my ancestors. In the beginning, in order to keep this prescription, my ancestors were even hunted down by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and it took dozens of generations for it to be passed down to me. Our family has been a famous doctor for generations, relying on this prescription. If I remember correctly, your father was a small contractor at a construction site before, and then because of an injury he took a break from work and stayed home, and your mother opened a small convenience store. Grandpa was a farmer, and so was Grandpa. I haven't heard of any famous doctors in your family either? Old man Lin pretended to be puzzled. This is called the Great Hidden in the City. Understand, all understand. Do not understand, I cannot say more. In short, the matter is such a thing. You just say you admit that I am a god doctor. Old man Lin looked him up and down a few times and nodded. It doesn't look much like it, and the medical skills aren't much like it, but judging from the results, you're better than those so-called miracle doctors. Then it's not over. Sui clapped his hands together. Anyway, the thing is something like this. If your old man helps me get it done, I'll buy you dinner. Old man Lin felt speechless. The people who want to invite him to dinner can be lined up from Jiangcheng to the imperial capital. Which one is not begging to have a meal with him? It was also the kid in front of him who said that he was invited to dinner as if he was the one taking advantage of the situation. On the contrary, he seemed to be unable to say anything because people were really capable. And if those things with special effects were really going to be raised for Sui, he would really want to come and have a taste of them when the time came. Alright, I've agreed to this. So this time it's over. We're clear. Old man Lin immediately said. This kind of thing seems trivial to say. And with his position, he can just give a command. but the risks to be taken behind the scenes are not insignificant. If Sui is as law-abiding as he says, then it must be fine. If he pulls any kind of a hard job in one of these unregulated labs, research facilities, or factories, he can't get away with it. It's all things that aren't hard to do, but can be a pain in the ass to follow. If it were not for the fact that the gift of saving his life was real, old man Lin that could not promise a little. This is tantamount to taking his old face to protect Sui, whom he just met less than a day ago. By the way, there's one more little thing. Sui smoothly pointed at Yuling. This one is my wife, brought back from abroad. Anyway, for some rather complicated reasons, she doesn't have a domicile abroad either. I'd like to give her a whole proper domicile. That's a small problem for you, isn't it? Old man Lin opened his mouth and had the intention to scold him for getting ahead of himself, but after thinking about it, he still had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Kyushu is such a big country with such a large population. In the past, when the management was not as strict as in modern times, and all kinds of equipment were far less developed than now, there were many black households without household registration. With the tightening of the management style in all aspects in recent years, coupled with the gradual digitization of society, it is almost impossible for a black household to move around without a household registration. Much is made of people reupholstering their accounts. The official side has its own process. It's really only a small thing compared to those things before. I can help you with this, but if you want it done quickly, you'd better be able to give her an identity. Find someone to vouch for her, and preferably also find someone to prove for her that she did live here previously. She just doesn't have a household registration. Saying that, old man Lin glanced at Yuling and suddenly said in a heartbeat, how about this? You don't have to find anyone. I see that this girl is also watery looking and smart. How about we say to the public that she is my Lin family's girl child who is strayed outside and has only recently been found back. With our family's guarantee, this matter can be done for you this afternoon. Having such a beautiful granddaughter, my old Lin will have face outside in the future. What do you think? This is already a very straightforward gesture of goodwill. Sui is not stupid. Of course, understand what this old man is playing. If he really wanted to follow his suggestion and let Yuling become a member of the Lin family, even if it was only in name, at least the two sides would have a bond of connection in the future. And this thing is not known to outsiders. Unknown people saw the Lin family help Sui to do so many things. Nominally exiled daughter or Sui's daughter-in-law. It was natural to see him and the Lin family as one. He is also tantamount to being bound to the Lin family. If it was someone else, even if it was the richest man in Kyushu, even if they weren't willing, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy for old man Lin to refuse with these words. After all, with their status, they have taken the initiative to open their mouths to show their goodwill, and it would be too unintelligent for you to refuse. But Suya is different. He didn't need to care about these things. In the future, these powerful people would be begging for him more often than not. Right now it was people who should give him face, not him giving the other side face. What both sides are doing today would have been nothing more than a pure exchange of benefits. I don't think so. Sui shrugged. The identity problem is easy to solve. Just give her the account in the name of husband and wife in my house. As for social relations, I'll solve that. Old man Lin sniffed and did not get angry, just smacked his lips rather regretfully and sighed. That's a shame. Helping someone with an account makes Sui become the son-in-law of the Lin family, and even the daughter is out of Sui's own pocket. This was simply beneficial to the Lin family, but since they didn't agree, he couldn't bring it up again. Chapter 44, The Feeling of Home. Grandpa, you this. Lin Yilong, who was waiting anxiously in the living room, saw that his grandfather, who had been pushed in just a moment ago, came out of the room alive in the blink of an eye. That spirit looks better than his 20-something years old young man, even that only half of the head of white hair. This moment not only grow out, but also all become black short hair. It was a shock. Along with that, even the way he looked at Sui was different. What's this? It's ing Hua Tua in the flesh. That's not true. Hua Tua can't cure cancer. Okay? And just to cure the disease, even if the key to cure the disease, even with the people look younger dozens of years, directly to the wave of rejuvenation said yes. To say that Sui had fed elder Lin an immortal elixir, Lin Yilong now believed it. Old man Lin ignored his own grandson, called the accompanying secretary, and after instructing Sui to do something, he took the initiative to say goodbye and left. Although Lin Yilong was very curious about how Sui actually did it, but deterred by the oppressive power of his grandfather, he still didn't dare to ask it this time, but only made up his mind to come and ask clearly when he was free. That's too angry. There's no difference between being more alive and dead. Only after sending all the guests away did Sui sit down on the sofa with his butt. Asked Sukiyakari, who was preparing breakfast. Where's that little girl? Yang Yi? What did you guys talk about last night? You didn't come back to my room until so late. Suki Akari replied without looking back while frying an egg. I don't think she's awake yet. Didn't really talk much. Just a little bit about life aspirations and such. Indeed is a pretty cute little girl, and there is no bad intention. The ideal of life is to eat good food and play fun. When the salted fish does not work, Yu Lian had a kind of magic that could sense the surrounding movements. Since she said that Yang Yi had not yet woken up, it was natural that the awkward thing that happened when people suddenly came downstairs halfway through their conversation would not occur. Sui sniffed and chimed in. That ideal is indeed rich, but for the vast majority of ordinary people, it's pretty hard to reach that goal. These days Yu Lian had basically gained some understanding of the social situation over here, and smiled at his words. Yeah, it's pretty hard, so I gave her a suggestion. What's the suggestion? I told her that as long as she follows you, all of this can be easily realized, and it's definitely better and more exciting and easier than the life she imagined. Yu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. I said it in a half-joking tone, but don't you guys say on your side that the truth is often hidden in jokes, and it worked out really well. She's definitely moved on, but limited by the backward monogamous mindset you have here, and under the mistaken belief that I'm your wife. She's probably not going to have much trouble figuring it out anytime soon. To clarify, it's not a misconception. When Old Man Lin finishes your household registration, then legally the two of us will be a real couple. Sui laughed. Yu Lian's busy petite body paused for a moment that was visible to the naked eye, and only after a while did she say, pretty good. He said that he didn't say anything else, but concentrated on busying himself with preparing breakfast. Sui walked behind her without a care in the world and held her slender waist and said, What? Are you not happy, or are you badly touched? Not unhappy about it. Moon Lily whispered. That's good. Sui just quietly hugged her, smelling the fresh scent of her hair, and after a while he said, This will be your home from now on. Yu Lian opened her mouth, 1,000 words, but in the end, they only converged into one word. Yes. In fact, there was one thing she had lied to Suya about. It's true that polygamy is the norm in their world, but that doesn't include the elves. Elves only love one person in their lives. When she became Suyi's guardian knight it was perhaps out of necessity due to circumstances. However, after Sui did not ask for it, but she took the initiative to serve the bed, it meant that she was already completely Suyi's person. The reason why she made that decision at the time, one was because with her looks, becoming Suya's guardian knight, and with the terms of the trading platform contract binding her, she figured it was only a matter of time. The other was that she felt a sense of home around Suyi. It was funny, although she was the princess of the Elven Kingdom, but the royal family was heartless, and the royal palace was even a cold political vortex. She had never felt the warmth of what was home after she remembered. Instead, it was the feeling that came with being around Sui within a few days of arriving at Blue Star. That's why she willingly took the initiative to tease Sui on that day and gave him her most precious thing. Even after realizing that Sui could definitely not be the only woman in the future, he had been acting very generously and had taken the initiative to act as a wingman. The reason for this is that I don't want to lose the home that I got by mistake in a strange foreign world. Unfortunately, the cozy atmosphere only lasted a few moments. Feeling the strange big hand on her body, Yu Lian, who had returned to her senses, then said with a red face, Don't! Yang Yi has woken up. What are you afraid of? This kind of young man, even if he wakes up, he will have to stay in bed for at least half an hour, and won't come down for a while, Sui said as she came to his ear. Come in, come in. When they were done, the two returned to the table and ate breakfast. Breakfast was simple. Buns, donuts and soy milk. Yu Ling didn't eat much. In fact she wouldn't starve to death even if she didn't eat for a month. She was purely accompanying Sui to eat some. Just after breakfast, Yang Yi came down from upstairs. Sui's thick skin didn't feel anything, but Moon Hearing didn't have such a thick skin as him. She had just finished stealing food and was almost bumped into by the other little girl. She was more or less still a little bit weak. After a brief greeting he hurried up the stairs, just in case any sign of food stealing had been discovered by others. Well, what's wrong with Sister Yu Lian? She seems to be very busy, Yang Yi said suspiciously. It's all right. I spilled some on my clothes when I was eating dinner and went upstairs to change. Here, breakfast, come along and eat some. Sui warmly greeted. This, like this? Yang Yi looked at Sui, and then at the direction where Yu Lian disappeared, always feeling that there was something wrong, but couldn't tell. But after seeing the rich breakfast on the table, the foodie attribute exploded and his eyes went straight, but then he paused as he walked to the table. Careful, brother Sui, aren't you going to eat? I've already eaten. I'm a little propped up right now, so go ahead and eat. Who's a good person who can eat after just doing a strenuous workout? Yang Yi's eyes instantly lit up as she picked up a bun and said, Is it that good? I'll try it too. Oh, it's stuffed with beef. It smells so good. Sui smiled evilly. Chapter 45, Trading Medium-Sized Magic Array. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Princess Vivi is still as graceful as ever. In the trading space, Sui looked at the opposite side of Wei Wei, who had removed her armor and replaced it with a gorgeous long dress, and praised her heartily. Guess the millet in the wizarding world is more nurturing. Although this Vivi was a human, she had a face value that was not inferior to Yuling's. Her skin was glistening like jade, without the slightest blemish. Thanks for the compliment. Vivi pursed her lips and smiled, then got down to business. That list you gave me last time, I've collected everything in it that I can in the short term for you. A total of 30 kilograms of seeds from various types of magical plants, a pair of giant horned cows, one male and one female, and as you requested, the female is already pregnant. In addition, when I was searching for small magic formations for you guys, I accidentally discovered that there is a medium-sized magic formation dedicated to the planting and cultivation of magical creatures in our Monk River City Magic Union. The appearance of this medium-sized magic array is completely unexpected. The headquarters of the Magic Labor Union is just ready to open up a new pasture in the mountains in the southern foothills of the continent. The nearest teleportation array to that place is our Mengchuan City. After sending the magic array disk to Mengchuan City through the Mengchuan City teleportation array, because of the reason for the war, the magic array is stranded in the city of Mengchuan. It's in my possession now, but this is a medium-sized magic array after all, and it's incomparable in value to a small magic array. If you want it, I'm afraid we'll have to renegotiate the price. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want it for the time being, this kind of thing is also hard currency in our place. I'm not worried about selling it. I've already prepared the small magic arrays for you here that you guys booked before. The choice is yours. In addition to these, I've also prepared a large amount of ripened fruits of the magical plants you've asked for by name and the blood and flesh of the magical beasts. Altogether it's in the region of 5 tons. And if you can provide a sufficient amount of food, we can give you more next time. After hearing Wei Wei's words, Sui couldn't help but say, is it appropriate for you to just bring what the Magic Union left behind in your place? Of course it fits, Vivi said faintly. According to the Blazing Sun Empire's war bill, during the war, as the Lord of Mengchuan City, I can legally requisition all resources within the boundaries of my territory. The Magic Union's medium-sized magic array appeared silently in my territory, and I haven't even blamed them for hiding important strategic resources during wartime. So what qualifications do they have to not offer up their stuff? I heard from Yu Lian that there is still a magic empire behind the Magic Union, and its strength is not inferior to your Blazing Sun Empire, right? Can people swallow this? That's an issue that should be broken up between the two empire executives, and it has nothing to do with me. Vivi shrugged, unconcerned. Unless those pedantic old men with their staffs are planning to expand the current localized war into a full-scale war just for a broken magic formation, this is sure to end up being a non-issue. No, you're asking and asking. Do you want it or not? You grabbed it all. Then I definitely want it. How can I sell it? Sui rightfully said. You'd have to be out of your mind not to want something good. Vivi held out a slender finger. 1,000 tons of grain? 100,000 tons. Vivi gave him a blank look. With this medium-sized magic array, even if I were to dedicate a piece of land in Monk River City myself to grow ordinary grains, I'd be able to harvest a crop a month, and 10,000 tons a crop. There's no way that Yu Ling didn't tell you about the effects of these magic formations. Don't play dumb. 100,000 tons. Sui rubbed his brow in some embarrassment. In all fairness, this magic array was indeed worth so much, and even its true value far exceeded the 100,000 tons of grain. According to what Yu Ling had previously said, the coverage area of the small magic array was around 10 square kilometers. Sui's current usable farm area is about 17,000 acres or so, 11 square kilometers out. A small magic array would cover most of the farm, leaving a little more room for something else, and just enough room to hide it. A medium-sized magic array would be counterintuitive. There was no fixed number for how far this thing could cover, and it would present different coverage ranges depending on the concentration of magic in the location where it was placed. It can cover at least 100 square kilometers, and up to 1,000 square kilometers, and most of all, this thing can also manually adjust the range, by way of narrowing down the coverage, so that the magic in the narrowed down area will be more dense and more conducive to the growth of creatures. And within the coverage of the small magic array, if it was used to plant ordinary crops, the worst of the worst effect could shorten the planting cycle of the crops by 2/3. The food grown is said to be ordinary food, but in reality it is still more or less tainted with magical properties. Things like it will strengthen your body and extend your life if you eat it for a long time, and it tastes much better than real crops or something like that. Livestock raised on this range had the same effect. This was only a small magic array. The effect of a medium-sized magic array was even more counterintuitive. even through the means of narrowing the coverage of the magic array so that the magic power inside reaches some kind of extreme concentration. There is a certain chance of cultivating ordinary crops and livestock into magical plants or magical beasts. As far as these effects are concerned, it's not an exaggeration to say that the price Viv gave was a jump in price. I guess it's not good to sell this stuff for a short time if you put it in their world. That's why she's selling it so cheaply. But this 100,000 tons of grain bar, even for the current Sui, it would be difficult to get it in a short period of time. This time he was sort of prepared. And it was just a matter of paying a high price for a batch of imported wheat that had just come into the harbor. 20,000 tons in all. The ocean freighter carrying wheat entered the port only yesterday, and it is estimated that it will take until tomorrow to finish unloading the cargo. Sui will also have to go to the port of Mordor the day after tomorrow, so that he can put the 20,000 tons of grain into the storage space and bring it to Wei Wei. Officials in Kyushu have the habit of stocking up on food, and the reserves are measured in hundreds of millions of tons. But that wasn't something Sui could touch. In contrast, ocean trade in bulk commodities usually has a buyer by the time the cargo ship leaves port from the place where it was shipped. It took a lot for him to get all those 20,000 tons of grain this time, and there was a certain element of luck. It's hard to say if you'll be so lucky next time. If you buy goods directly from the place of shipment and then transport them via ocean freighter, the time required is basically measured in months. Quite a few short-term things. In fact, Sui has already had people working on this. So the 20,000 tons of grain was the limit of what he could get in the short term, unless he goes abroad to the origin himself. However, this will bring some other problems, such as the lack of domestic farms as a cover to rationally digest the grain. The bulk of the grain to go unknown will most likely be targeted, resulting in the exposure of the trading platform. 100,000 tons of grain is hard to give you in the short term, and it will take at least a month to fully replenish it. Chapter 46, a bow and arrow for a change? Sui thought about it for a long time, but he still spelled out the difficulties. Vivi was not surprised by this, although she guessed that Sui was definitely a powerful person in her own world. 100,000 tons of grain was too much after all, and it was normal that she couldn't get it for a while, so she had planned ahead and said at once, "It's okay, without food, it's okay to replace it with something else, like weapons, swords, bows, arrows, and defenses. I want all of these. Especially consumables like bows and arrows. I'll take as many as you have." Armaments are clearly no less important than food on the battlefield. To talk about this, Su can also not be sleepy. He had come prepared today, and naturally he had brought some of Blue Star's specialties with him. For example, compound bows. Sui immediately took out one of the compound bows he had prepared. Compound bows. Maximum pull of 70 pounds. Effective range of 200 meters. Comes with sights, shock absorbers, and other shooting aids, and with each bow I can also include you 10 high-quality carbon arrows that can be enough to shoot through steel plates. A bow is worth 10 tons of grain. What do you think? The price is definitely not cheap, but it's not really that outrageous. The compound bow he took out was considered to be of very good quality, and would cost at least $8,000 or more to purchase on its own, and a ton of grain. Cheaper stale grain is estimated to be less than $2,000. The cost price is close to the price of 5 tons of grain. Sui's selling price is only doubled, can be said to be very conscientious. Of course, Sui was already working on acquiring the manufacturer that produced that compound bow before he came here, and if he succeeded in acquiring it, then the cost price was of course another story. For this price, Wei Wei did not directly object, but took the bow Sui handed over and carefully examined it. Ancient bow and arrow making was a very complex craft involving multiple components and delicate production processes. Traditional bows are complicated to make, use a variety of materials, and the workmanship and selection of materials will be affected by the seasons. There are certain seasonal restrictions. If this bow was really as good as Sui said, then a more expensive price would be acceptable to her. After taking a closer look and even test firing a few arrows in the trading space, Vivi frowned. Those sights and other aids on top of the bow are very good, and these pulleys can also greatly save the physical exertion of the bowman, but the power is still a bit too small, such that I procured it back and it's useless. And even if it's paired with your kind of sharp carbon arrows, it's still hard to penetrate the thick knight's armor of our world. Is there anything more powerful? Low power is really a common problem with bows and arrows you can buy in this country. A pound is just 0.45 kilograms, and a 70 pounds bow sounds like a bluff, but the actual pull is just over 30 kilograms. Ancient fierce generals in Kyushu often open 3-stone strong bow. Stone. This unit in Kyushu in ancient times changed frequently. Converted to modern units refers to how many kilograms in the end is very controversial. However, on a bow, it is usually assumed that the stone here refers to 50 kilograms. A 3-stone bow, or a 150 kilograms bow. This was probably the human limit in a magic-free world like Blue Star, but put in their magic world, there was obviously room for improvement. Not to mention that Vivi, who was testing the bow, was also the Starlight Knight of their world, although she was almost as good as Moon Listening in terms of martial arts strength, and the title of Dragon Slayer was a touchy-feely mix-up, but when placed in Blue Star, let alone fighting tigers and leopards with her bare hands, she could even crush a Tyrannosaurus Rex with one hand when it came. This compound bow with a pull of 30 kilograms out is really no different from a toy for her. Enhancing power is a good one. I can get you a powerful one here as big as you want. If you want to talk about this, then Sue won't be sleepy. Compound bows usually max out at around 70 pounds. Not that this thing can be built for that much poundage at best. Rather, a 70-pound bow is perfectly adequate on the Blue Star. With better arrows, even an elephant can be knocked over with a single arrow. Not only is there little point in going any bigger, but not many people can pull it off. Ancient so-called 3-stone strong bow in fact is not used for combat, are generally used for training. The battlefield you can open the power of the bow again. Not as powerful as the opposite side of the people 2 or 3 pawns manipulation of the bed crossbow power. Eggs no, but this stuff would be a completely different story if it were placed in the wizarding world. With the physical fitness per capita over there, and equipped with high-pound power bows in large quantities, is really of real-world value. As for the difficulty of manufacturing, compound crossbows can easily be a few hundred pounds sprinkled around, so how can you not build a compound bow of a few hundred pounds? As long as people use it and there is a market for it. The technology of those manufacturers in Kyushu can rub you a strong bow over 200 pounds in a minute. If this thing was put before, Sui couldn't build it even if he acquired the manufacturer. It was definitely illegal. But after Old Man Lin took care of his qualifications for military production and trade, he was really able to produce reasonably and legally. And you don't care who I produce this stuff to sell it to. I'm happy to build it. It's not illegal anyway, and I'll take the loss of money on my own. No one's business. Not only bows and arrows, but he was able to give Vivi a whole batch of even more powerful compound crossbows. Modern composite crossbow put into the ancient battlefield to go to the enemy sense of oppression is not even inferior to the bolt-action rifle in World War II. Definitely a big killer. It's not impossible to even get some whole bed crossbows and other big treasures out with modern technology. In short, there was no way the wizarding world could match Blue Star in this area of technology, and he was perfectly capable of meeting all of Vivi's basic war supply needs. Of course, people must have their big killers too, like some special bows and arrows that are tied to magic, but such things are destined to be in the minority and are unlikely to spread in large numbers. And Sue also has a huge industrialized country behind her, and in terms of production and cost, has a definite advantage in all these basic things. If we use the pounds you just mentioned as a unit, around 200 pounds would be considered a very rare and powerful bow on our side, and after forming a certain scale, even proper knights with holy light protection and full body armor would definitely not dare to impact this kind of arrow rain. Wayne used 10,000 pairs of these strong bows, each with 10 more corresponding arrows as well as 100 more lethal arrowheads, against 50,000 tons of grain. Blue Star's bow is indeed of inflated value. Sui can spend so much money on this compound bow on his hand. The main added value is to be greater than its true value. After bows and arrows were completely removed from the battlefield, archery has become an extremely niche sport for the rich. As we all know, weapons and sports equipment are certainly not at the same price. But Vivi's cut was more or less outrageous when she slashed the price in half by chopping the knife directly into the aorta. Sui naturally had to argue his case. Eventually, the parties reached an agreement. 10,000 pairs of strong bows of 200 pounds or more, plus 10 special arrows with 100 special arrowheads attached to each bow. Offset 80,000 tons of grain. Chapter 47. I still have guns here. For the remaining 20,000 tons of grain, Sui's side used 1,000 pairs of heavy armor capable of covering the entire body, as well as 1,000 sets of extremely powerful composite crossbows to top off the bill respectively. All the weapons and equipment Sui's side needed to be given to Wei Wei within a month. This time was considered more than sufficient for Sui. As long as he has the money, the factories are readily available. With just this much stuff, a modern factory can be completed in a few days with a change in production line and full horsepower. In this way, the medium-sized magical array is considered to be a clean bill of health. But Vivi had brought him far more goodies this time. The seeds of those magical plants and those 2 giant horn cows would be worth tens of thousands of tons of grain, plus the nearly 5 tons of magical crop fruits as well as the blood and flesh of magical beasts that Wei Wei had brought. These 20,000 tons of wheat that Sui had already prepared were not enough to pay for it. It was a good thing that he had previously gotten a few thousand tons of grain on this side of Jiangqing through the name of a farm as well. After some arm twisting between the two, they ended up buying all these things Vivi offered for 28,000 tons of grain. This shipment of food, on the other hand, needs to be handed over within a week. These are the ones that Sue can currently specify for payment within a certain period of time. The next ones are the ones he can't pay off his debts in a short time. For example, the water of life, which is currently the most valuable to him. Before Yuling fled the Elven Kingdom, apart from the fact that the Elven High Priestess had used a special means to bury the core of the spring of life in her body, it also took all the spring water from the fountain of life. These springs flowed into the Moon Lake, and after dilution became the original life liquid, which was then diluted by blending to be the water of life. These, diluted and rediluted water of life that Wei Wei traded were of the same concentration as the one she traded to Sui last time, and all of those spring of life springs that Yuling had brought out had already been given to Wei Wei. If not for that, even if Wei Wei's previous relationship with the elves was as good as it was with Yulian, she wouldn't have taken the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in her own territory, Mengchuan City, seriously, and taken on the pressure from the Elven Kingdom and a number of other races to shelter Yulian when she was already under siege. It could be said that in their world, Wei Wei was now the one with the most life water in her hands. Even the elves themselves didn't have as many as she did, because the elves are left with only those stock of life original liquid in the Moon Lake, and that's all that's left is rootless, and when it's used up, it's gone. This time, Vivi had brought over a lot more life water than last time. Large wooden barrels with a capacity close to 1 cubic meter. 5 barrels in all. What's the concept of 50 barrels of water of life? Based on the calculation that you listen to the fact that with 300 milliliters of water of life, he could concoct 3 cubic meters of medicinal liquid that was diluted to the extreme and still guaranteed a certain amount of effect. These water of life could be diluted at a maximum ratio of 10,000 to 1. 5 cubic meters of water of life could dilute 50,000 cubic meters of medicinal liquid. The reason why the medicinal liquid that was diluted to such an extent was still so effective for the Shin family and Old Man Lin was not that the water of life was really so heaven-defying. Rather, there was only so much of it in the first place, so Moon Listening had bothered to use some special healing magic when diluting it to enhance the potion's effectiveness. These 5 large vats of life water had to be diluted away, and Yuling definitely couldn't be bothered to add any more ingredients to it. Without her meddling, the effects of the potion obtained after diluting it according to 1 to 10,000 were certainly not as counterintuitive. 1 vial would cure cancer, and 2 would prolong life. But 300 milliliters small bottle, a bottle of strong body, 2 bottles of all diseases, 3 bottles down the terminal cancer also give pullback. Drinking a dozen or so bottles to prolong your life can be a bit of a problem. When calculated this way, these 5 cubic meters of water of life would already be enough for Suyi's pharmaceutical company's consumption in the early stages. After all, it's something new, and not many people are expected to believe it when it's first introduced, and not many people will buy it for sure. But as the reputation of the product hits later in the year, it absolutely shakes the country, if not the world. Sales will absolutely skyrocket. As for why the water of life from the other world was still so effective after being diluted so many times, Yulian analyzes the reason is that the people in this world are too weak, and the various diseases are also the weakest of the weak compared to their world. If an ordinary person from their world came here, he or she would be able to be completely immune to all poisons and diseases. And such a good thing is the water of life, even if it is diluted at a ratio of 1 to 1,000 and given to those ordinary people in the magical world, it still has a very good effect. With the dilution ratio doubled tenfold again, it's no surprise that it's also effective for Bluesterians. After all, the biggest role of this thing in the magic world was still to be able to biologically enhance one's physique and even promote evolution. Saving lives is child's play compared to making individual creatures evolve out of thin air. As for Vivi's offer to take care of these 5 cubic meters of water of life, the value would be completely beyond what Sui could afford to pay right now. She made a direct offer of 10 million tons of grain. According to the previous agreement between the two, 100 tons of grain equals 1 trading platform membership points. That's gotta be 100,000 points. Sue can't give a bit, but it was good that he was prepared. It was also known that Vivi liked things related to war, so out came the really good stuff on the blue planet, thermal weapons. There was no physical object, but with the help of the trading platform, it was instead very intuitive for Vivi to understand how lethal hot weapons really were. In the end, under Suyi's negotiation with reasoning and emotion, he bought the 5 cubic meters of life water for the price of 100 AK-47 rifles, 10 each of light and heavy machine guns, 2 heavy howitzers, and matching bullets, shells, and other items. It's not to say that you're not earning hemp. As for why Wei Wei didn't want a more powerful weapon, that was naturally because Sui hadn't even shown her a more powerful weapon. The fact that Vivi, the water of life, could give out so much at once meant that the stuff wasn't that rare in their place. Sui, of course, had to keep his hand in, and wouldn't give him the best of the best. Tanks, airplanes, warships, missiles, big mushrooms, and so on, will come and go, and he's not good at messing with these contraptions right now. As for ordinary guns and artillery, when he diluted and sold all this life water on hand, was there any weapon in this world that he couldn't buy? Even those highly sophisticated weapons such as warships and airplanes that were not for sale to the public, under the lure of prolonging his life, he was completely sure of getting his hands on them. After a deal, it was a good time. Wei Wei was looking forward to the weapons and food from Su Yi's side being in place. When that time came, she wouldn't just continue to hold on to the city. She could even try to organize a counterattack. And Su Yi's side doesn't need to look forward to it, because after signing the trade contract, Vivi had already given him everything. Looking at the wide array of Magic World specialties in the storage space, Sui is already mulling over how to make it big. Chapter 48. This is the real tonic. 2 days passed in a flash. The seeds of those magical crops that Vivi had traded over had already been planted in a most secluded area of the farm. Moonlily buried the magic array in the Skyrim farm with her own hands. Although this magic array could cover 100 square kilometers, fitting it in this farm of 10 square kilometers out seemed a bit of a waste. However, narrowing down the area can boost the concentration of magic in the coverage area, which is very beneficial to the growth of plants and animals, so it's not a loss to install it here. After planting it, after feeling the concentration of magic power in the farm herself, Yulian bluntly said that the concentration of magic power in the blue planet was probably much more dense than in their world. It's just that people here don't even realize that there's a substance present in the air, and there's no means of utilizing it at all. Even if the magic array isn't turned on, all of these magical plants should be able to live when planted in the farm at the current ultra-high density. Now that the magic array is augmented by the fastest growing crop inside, I'm afraid it will be ripe for picking within a week. It was a strawberry from the magical world. Known for its sweetness and size, the slowest growing crops should be grown to maturity within a month at the latest. However, the overly dense magic power within the magic array could also cause some unexpected factors to appear, such as some weeds and small animals mutating to a certain extent or something. A short period of time for the unsuspecting workers on the farm to pay more attention should result in no accidents. However, if this continues for a long time, Yulian suggests that Sui would be better off finding a way to get a team of guards from the magic world side to specialize in the security of the farm. It's not that I'm afraid of people from outside breaking in, but I'm afraid that some of the creatures that have been hiding on the farm for a long time will mutate and run out and cause trouble. As for the workers who work on the farms, on the contrary, there is less to worry about. Animals evolve when they stay inside for a long time, and these workers certainly evolved when they worked inside for a long time. These already weak critters, insects and such, even if they evolved, were hardly a threat to the workers who also stayed on the farms for long periods of time. But it's a subtle process that won't be too obvious. These people will find their strength and other metrics spiking in the short term, but they won't be able to find anything wrong without testing. Even if he did find out that he had turned into Superman, it wouldn't be easy to find out this side of the farm. While the plants on the farm grow at a huge rate, it's easy to keep the workers from noticing anomalies. Just don't let them work in the same area all the time. As for the pair of giant horned cows, one of the females was already about to give birth. The vitality of this creature was extremely tenacious, so Sui didn't have to worry about the breeding cows that had spent a large amount of money, and also spent points on life trading cards to get them over, dying in childbirth. It was just a matter of giving the cow a cup of the water of life every day when she was about to give birth. As Moon Listening had suggested, the farm gradually went on track according to Sui's original vision. Sui himself hadn't been idle in the past 2 days. The 5 tons of magical crop fruits as well as magical beast blood and flesh that Vivi had sent were, of course, for eating. He now eats this at every meal. I can't help but marvel at how good this stuff is at everything. Not only does it taste good, but it's also a tonic. The only downside is probably that it's a bit overcompensated. It's gotten him a little fired up lately. It's a good thing that Lunar Listening has always stayed right by his side. Whenever he got angry, Yuling would use a magic called cooling magic and spend an hour or two to make his fire die down. The downside was that not only would she get tired from using this kind of magic, but so would Sui. Even if it wasn't for the fact that he had eaten a lot of magical food over the past few days which had greatly improved his physique, he would have been exhausted by the intensity of this battle. Yang Yi was brought to this side of the villa by him, and of course she hadn't found a job in the past 2 days. After all, the so-called summer job and job search was supposed to be nothing more than a lie by both parents to get them to meet each other. Yang Yi's family is actually quite good. Of course, not really so hot days to run out all over the world to find a job. Soon got used to lying in the big villa as a salted fish. Under Yuling's continuous brainwashing, the way she looked at Sui was now a little off. This bizarre situation made Sui call out good guy. if he wasn't too tired. He had to take the time to write a book, Rebirth of My Elf Wife as a Wingman, out before he could do so. I have to go to Mordor tomorrow. Are you going? During dinner, Sui asked in passing. It certainly wasn't a question for Luna to hear. Yuling had always acted as a bodyguard, so of course she would go wherever Sui went, without needing to ask. Me? Yang Yi froze for a moment, then curiously said, is it to travel? Or to do something else? If there's something going on, I'll just not go. Sui went to Magic City of course to collect the 20,000 tons of grain. He was still in a hurry to give this batch of grain to Wei Wei within the specified time. On an errand, of course, but it's not a serious matter, so how can we put it on the table? Idle and bored. Go have some fun. So, is it convenient for me to go? Will it turn into a light bulb for you too? The little girl's heart was straight and her eyes glanced between the two with some ambiguity. In the past few days, Sui was in a battle in the villa because she was constantly on fire. She's an adult, not a cutie. She's a grown-up, not a cutie pie. I would blush at first, but now I'm getting used to it. It's just a little bit of underwear. The most important thing I do every day is take a shower and then wash my underwear on the way. Why don't you just join without worrying about becoming a light bulb? Sui secretly spat out a sentence, but such words were not said after all. The fire was actually almost ready, and it wasn't really hard for him to really want to take this youthful and pretty little girl, but he didn't want to show too much initiative in this kind of thing. Those who are the first to take the initiative often end up in a passive position. He's not the one in a hurry anyway. It's not like he's short of women. Yang Yi can stay here for a month at most, and now Sui is using the reason of giving face to her mom to briefly accept her to stay here. By the time their school started, Sui had no reason to take her in, and she had no reason to stay on. Subsequent to the two of you will most likely not see each other again in the future. After all, Sui these days the company is getting busier and busier. The more and more enterprises, these Yang Yi although did not deliberately pay attention to, but has been in the villa to stay want to invisible are difficult. In Yang Yi's vision, it was Sui's mom who would recommend her over now that she didn't know exactly how far Sui had developed in Zhangchang. It's hard to say if she'll still be able to look at her once she knows how much her son has done, and if Sui's mom hadn't recommended it, it would probably have been very difficult for her to come into contact with people of Sui's class in her life. So, in this matter, the one who was really in a hurry was Yang Yi. Someone can't wait to have a beautiful woman by his side. You're so pretty, how can you be a light bulb? Yuling easily dispelled Yang Yi's concerns. Then the two women talked about where and what they were going to do in the Magic City, and what they were going to buy and so on. As for whether the mind is on the tour or not, it's hard to say. Chapter 49, Product Launch coming soon. Elder Brother Su. This way. Just after getting off the airplane, Sui met an acquaintance at the airport. Lin Yilong. That old man Lin's grandson. He was the one who brought old man Lin to Sui's house that day to seek medical treatment. That said, this guy is actually pretty nice. It's just a little more impatient. Supposedly just retired from serving in the military. After Sui cured old man Lin Yilong's attitude towards him made a 180-degree turn, and was simply closer than a brother. When he left from Zhangcheng, he also purposely told Sui that he must invite Sui for dinner when he arrived in Magic City. This time, Sui came over and simply mentioned to him and asked for something, and didn't ask him to pick up the airplane, but Lin Yilong still came over on his own accord. Mr. Lin personally picked up the plane. I'm really flattered. Reach for the stars. The person came over to pick himself up in a courteous manner, and Sui naturally gave the other party enough face. As expected, Lin Yilong immediately smiled with joy and hurriedly said to the people around him, "See, this is my brother, Dr. Sui Su, Elder Brother Su. These are all my friends. They heard that your medical skills are amazing, and they all want to come and follow over here to see what's going on." Lin Yilong said and introduced the few people around him. All of them are the sons of the powerful, one of the people with the lowest status visible to the naked eye. Instead, their families' businesses are well-known companies in Kyushu, similar to Lin Yilong. Such a high status. All only say they are whoever's family whose family. What the family do are silent. Apparently, those rich people in Kyushu on the bright side are instead the least on top in the topmost circles. These were all latent big customers, and Sui was still planning to rely on the water of life to ruthlessly explode the gold coins in these people's homes. Naturally, he was very polite, and although these people who followed them didn't know about this water of life thing, they all knew that the terminally ill Lin family's old man was saved by this young man in front of them. So no matter what was in his heart, at least on the surface he acted very kindly. After all, who's to say that your family won't get sick? The profession of doctor is of extremely high status in any era. After briefly exchanging pleasantries, they went to a top-notch restaurant that was not open to the public for a meal, hosted by Lin Yilong. We are all young people. And naturally after dinner there is some entertainment. By the time Sui returned to the hotel after the fun, it was already evening. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he sent a message over to Joyen. Joyen sighed. On the other hand, immediately returned his call. Su-dong, are you done with your work? Well, how did it go? It's all done. The batch of grain you ordered has all been sent to the warehouse we reserved in advance. You see when you are free to directly go over to deal with it. Joyen hurriedly said. And then there's the matter of the launch. The pre-launch arrangements are pretty much done. The Magic City Convention Center has also been pre-booked and rented out. And the venue is now being set up. So there's absolutely no problem with opening the conference the day after tomorrow. Good. I don't worry about your work. You've worked hard these days. You can pick a time to take a break at the end of this launch. Sui laughed. Su-dong, this is where the words, you give me such a good treatment, for the company to deal with is deserved. Do not dare to be you a hard. As for the vacation, the next period of time the company is afraid to have a busy. I can only thank Su-dong's kindness. Obviously, as a professional manager, Joyen can know too much about what kind of employees the boss likes. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Didn't I say? You pick your own time. Take your vacation whenever you feel it's appropriate. Sui smiled, but did not dwell on this issue. In fact, a few days ago, after Old Man Lin's side stepped in to help him fix the problem of registering the medical company, Sui had already sent Joyen over to the Magic City side. The purpose was naturally for him to warm up the company's products in advance, while preparing a grand conference to thoroughly promote the water of life, firing the first salvo in the establishment of a medical company. In fact, Sui now has a lot of companies under Horizon Holdings, from farms to military industry to healthcare and an empty shell, Skyvision. In addition to these, Su also acquired several factories that previously produced sports equipment such as compound bows in the name of Horizon Holdings. Piecemeal doesn't count, but all of these companies are strictly money losers at the moment. They all depend on Sui's blood transfusion to keep them alive. Nothing at all is listed for sale on the market. Naturally, there is no gain. The water of life, which is officially ready for sale, is considered to be the first product of all the subsidiaries of Horizon Holdings, and it is a product that is bound to catch fire. The sound of course needs to be made louder. Wine is also afraid of the deep alley. Although Joyen is nominally only the general manager of the Horizon Eco Farm, he is the only one who can do this under Sui's hand. Naturally, he can only be allowed to do these things. And Joyen on this not only did not feel that he was squeezed by the boss, take a salary to do two things. Instead, they were very happy. What does that mean? It means the big boss trusts him and relies on him. He's managing that bee farm these days, and people are getting moldy from idleness. After all, the management of a farm and the transactions involved are usually less convoluted and really don't take much effort. And as the original crops in these farms matured and were sold, and the vacant land was taken by Suya to plant new magical plants, there were even fewer places where he was needed. The only thing that worried him the most was Suyi's unjustified, but he had to do it, request to purchase food. That's basically a non-event. 2. Nominally in control of a giant farm worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But in reality as the general manager he doesn't have much to do and has nothing to do every day. To Joyen, this was quite a dangerous sign. What not to do a year to get a few million. This money in his hands feel bad. This time, Sui had entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, but instead, he was relieved. Busy. It's good to be busy. There's something to do and you don't have to worry about getting laid off someday. And after understanding the efficacy of these water of life, Joyen, who had originally seen Sui continuously expanding the scale of the group but not much revenue coming in, fearing that one day the company would not be able to sustain itself and lose its job again, was also relieved. As one of the few top brass at the moment, he had certainly seen how amazing the water of life was. A dying man can pull back, and there are no side effects. He didn't even dare to think about how big a market prospect this divine medicine could have in the future. In Joyen's opinion, with the water of life in his hand, Sui will never be able to collapse even if he makes a fool of himself and spreads money. It's natural to be more enthusiastic about your work. By the way Su-dong, we in accordance with your request to guide the promotion of the efficacy of the water of life, in the internet set off a small wave. If you have time, you can pay attention to attention. Guidance. Chapter 50, Ripples on the Internet. Hearing Joyen's words, Sui came to be a little interested. With water of life, he didn't mess around with any more lofty sounding names. And the subsequent name when it was released was also Water of Life. So it's not hard to go online and find the corresponding words. He immediately opened a certain sound and quickly searched for a video with millions of likes and actually nearly 1 million comments. The video is really just a couple dozen seconds long and the content is simple. It is probably a couple, all of whom are only children. with 2 elderly people to support on top and their children to raise. So the pressure is not insignificant. But it just so happened that they both had different kinds of cancer, and because they were so busy, they didn't pay attention to their health early on, so that by the time they were checked for cancer it was so advanced that it was almost hopeless. A brief introduction of the couple in the opening 10 seconds or so instantly substitutes hard for countless social animals who also have old people and young people. Many people are afraid to think about what they would do if they were in this situation. It's almost too desperate. And the second half of the video is a clip of these 2 men being approached by a staff member from Skyview Medical. The video is a template for image plus text introductions, so naturally it doesn't make the details of it too explicit. It just mentions that Horizon Medical claims to have developed a drug that can cure all kinds of cancers and even strengthen the body. Patients with advanced cancer are required to cooperate with the trial. The couple will each receive no less than $3 million for the trial drug, whether it succeeds or fails. If their condition is exacerbated during the drug trial, or even if it leads to their death, then Horizon Medical will pay out at a rate of $10 million per person. The end result was, of course, a resounding success. The final diluted version of the water of life produced by Horizon Medical that can be sold on the market is far less effective than the one that Sui gave to Old Man Lin and that little girl of the Shin family. But the effect is still there. Even after the professional doctors invited by Horizon Medical had seen the effects of the water of life, they suggested taking it orally plus adding it intravenously. The amount of life water needed to actually cure a terminal cancer patient was even less than what Julien had estimated. Once this kind of result was released, it naturally caused an uproar on the internet. The vast majority of people, of course, don't believe it. The reason there are so many comments below the comment section of that video is naturally because of the amount of controversy that has arisen. Otherwise the normal percentage of likes and comments would not be so high. The fact that terminal cancer patients can be cured and brought back to life in a short period of time is so appalling that it is only normal that no one believes it. The main reason why there is so much controversy is because of the account that posted this video. Kyushu News, the official and most authoritative news media in Kyushu. Anything more outrageous or unbelievable that gets posted on this account is obviously going to cause massive controversy. There were many people who originally didn't believe it, but once they saw that it was a message released by the official account of Kyushu, they had to believe it. Hirsu also couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the Lin family really had their hands full. I can't believe I was able to talk the official number of the Kyushu News into reprinting this story. Yes, reprinted. The original video was posted out by the official account of a certain voice that was just started by Horizon Healthcare. The video is close to an hour long and takes a look at the couple's physical condition, their family situation and more. It is followed by various details of the treatment process and a detailed record of each stage of the patient's physical condition after drinking the water of life. It can be quite professional. The average person simply can't understand it, but if a serious doctors can patiently read the whole program, it's definitely going to be straight up awesome. And there's more than just this one video of medical records under this account. There are upwards of 100 long videos in which every medical history is different, but the end results are all perfectly cured. These were made by a team that was temporarily brought in by the fledgling Horizon Healthcare. I have to say, it's true that the whole thing about heavy rewards is true. The whole process from the start of the company to the completion of these things was just 2 or 3 days. That is, the water of life is really powerful. The speed of healing is extremely fast. Healing a patient does not even need a day. Plus Suyi's treatment to the staff is really good. That's why it can be done so quickly. Any other company that wants to get so much documentary footage to endorse their own products, don't even think about it without a year and a half. That short video released by Kyushu News was just a random one from the many documentary footage over here and streamlined into a short video. Originally, these videos posted by Horizon Healthcare basically had little to no traffic. After all, in this fast-paced internet, such boring and long videos are no one's idea of a good time. But with the diversion of the video posted over at Kyushu News, a sea of people soon found the source of the video. Many people, though verbalizing their disbelief, even opened their mouths to scold Horizon Healthcare for being heartless, eating human blood buns, and trying to cheat even cancer patients of their money. But after watching a couple of documentaries released by Horizon Healthcare, it was still a mouthful to choose to click on a follow. The comments section of the latest video under this account is even more swamped with cancer patients, or family members of patients. There have been inquiries about when this water of life will be available in bulk and what the selling price will be. Compared to the netizens who seem to have egg on their face and question everything, the families of these patients and their own people are the ones who are most concerned about whether the water of life is useful or not. Their mentality was similar to that of Shin Mingwen, who had initially sought Suyi's help in saving his daughter. With the modern medical system having pronounced a death sentence on them, suddenly a life-giving water claiming to cure cancer appears. Who wouldn't want to try it to see if it works or not? As for the money, people live to talk about money. Sui clicked on some other social software. Discover about the water of life are hanging on the hot list of major social software platforms. Apparently, this has created an internet sensation to some degree. On a certain small rag station, there were even professionals who did a thorough analysis of those documentaries released by Heaven's Domain Medical, and then came to the conclusion that it was highly likely that this water of life that could cure cancer was real. By any measure, this was an extremely successful marketing effort. In a short period of time it has given Horizon Medical and Water of Life a great deal of fame on the internet. And just at this time, Zhou Yan, who had finished contacting Sui, also followed the trend of letting the people in the marketing department send out the preview video of the product launch that had already been prepared. In fact, from a marketing perspective, it's unprofessional to release a product right away when the heat is so high right now. This would seem like too much marketing, and instead would make many believers also wonder if this stuff is really good or blown out of proportion. However, the big boss, Sui, had asked for this, so of course the people below could only do as they were told. And with the efficacy of the water of life, it is indeed possible to ignore these negative effects and rumors. As long as enough attention is guaranteed, others question or curse, the market will eventually give the answer. Chapter 51, Industry Earthquake. Is there really such a miracle drug? A bottle of it can cure some minor illnesses that are difficult to cure, and 2 or 3 bottles of it can even cure cancer. Is this reasonable? It's just a way to make money. Isn't that what your country is all about? It's still true. I just asked a friend of mine from abroad, a PhD in medicine, and he said himself that such a thing is absolutely impossible to exist. The funniest thing is that Kyushu News had the audacity to reprint such an outrageous news story. And how much did they receive? I am also a medical student. Honestly, this medicine is really as good as the description of the Horizon Medical. It is no different from the elixir. Do you think there is an elixir in this world? The cure for all diseases is your lie. The money spinning is the truth. I think, no research, no right to speak. We have not seen this drug. Who knows if it's real or not? How about letting the bullets fly for a while? Don't rush to spray. My mom has terminal cancer. True or not? I'd rather choose to believe it. Oh, and if you dare to give this to your family to use, be prepared to collect your corpse early. It only takes an evening, or even just a few hours, for the winds to change on the internet. Internet public opinion, which was originally mixed on the water of life launched by Horizon Medical on the first day, seemed to have reversed in 2 levels overnight, directly turning into a one-sided tirade of abuse and denigration. At this point, there were only about 10 hours left before the original launch date. Sui wakes up early in the morning and receives a message from Zhou Yan and asks what he should do about it. This is not to blame for Zhou Yan's incompetence. Such a small matter also have to let him take the idea. Rather, there is a push behind this reversal of opinion, and someone is trying to spoil his launch. As for the purpose, naturally, it is to delay the launch of the water of life and the speed of the impact on the entire medical industry. According to Zhou Yan's speculation, this matter is estimated to still be a problem in the listing and delivery of the link. Prior to this, no matter whether it was the medical-related industries within or outside of Kyushu, they had either never heard of the so-called miracle drug, the water of life, that had suddenly appeared, or they had heard of it, but did not believe in it at all. Previously, when the climate of public opinion was still normal, many of those who expressed opposing views were serious doctors. Even after watching the proper documentary released by Horizon Medical, these doctors simply stated that if the documentary is true, then the water of life does work. But at the same time there are a lot of people in here who are saying that most of these documentaries are faked and fake. This is because they simply do not believe that one medicine alone can have a full range of effects. In fact, these people basically had good intentions at the time as well. They see the problem from their own professional point of view and believe that it is indeed fake. So they advise uninformed netizens to buy with caution. Now it's different. Any drug must surely be tested before it goes on the market. Even if Old Man Lin utilized his own relationship to make an impact during this period, he could at most only cancel some complicated and useless processes during the process of sending the drug for testing. And the testing of the drug itself was absolutely impossible to bypass. The water of life is naturally no exception. And just last night, the Kyushu Medical Department's test report on the water of life came out. The test results were completely in line with the description of this drug by Horizon Medical, and the actual application effect was even better and more comprehensive than what was shown in those documentaries of Horizon Medical. Of course, under normal circumstances, the testing organization will generally only disclose the results of the test to the public, and it is impossible to directly publicize something more detailed. Otherwise there will be the suspicion of leaking commercial secrets. However, any organization is made up of people, and being human, it has selfishness. After determining the disruptive effect of water of life on the medical industry, some of the relevant medical industry practitioners who were involved in testing the real exposure to water of life, naturally, could not sit still. The news spread out instantly, and overnight, the entire industry's dignitaries basically knew that such a counterintuitive contraption had appeared. It caused a silent earthquake, and after the earthquake, in order to safeguard their own interests, these people couldn't care less about what kind of people are standing behind Horizon Healthcare, let alone what kind of healthy competition each according to their own abilities. Overnight, all kinds of negative news about the water of life flooded the entire network. Public opinion can be manipulated, and as long as you have enough resources at hand, even manipulating public opinion isn't considered difficult at all. With the entire healthcare industry resisting and opposing it at the same time, it's only natural that the tide would turn. Even many people who yesterday held the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse and there is no cure anyway. But what if have changed their minds under the overwhelming public opinion today to it would be better to resign ourselves to our fate and save our families some money. I'd rather resign myself to my fate and save my family some money. This kind of belongs to the lowest level of public opinion guidance. Zhou Yan as a professional manager. In the hand there are still enough resources can be mobilized, certainly have enough ways to deal with, but he didn't dare trespass, because behind the reversal of public opinion is an entire medical profession's common resistance. He was afraid that if he fought back with means, he would invite too many enemies for his boss. And Zhou Yan knew exactly what these people were thinking. The water of life is real, a fact that has been officially recognized by Kyushu. The future promotion of this miracle drug is definitely not something that some people, or even practitioners of an industry, can stop. The fact that these guys are resisting so desperately right now isn't a dying struggle after realizing that the industry they're in pills. Rather, they want to take the opportunity to pull out of the industry, so that they have less to lose under the onslaught of the water of life, especially some private hospital owners. If the water of life was promoted now, then the ones who would lose the most would undoubtedly be them. But if you can delay a few months, or even a year and a half before completely rolling it out, there would be plenty of time for them to be able to pull out. Zhou Yan, from a business point of view, actually thought that he shouldn't counterattack too drastically now and irritate these people. After all, business is about peace and harmony, and leaving a line in front of people is good to see each other in the future. Biting the bullet now would be like driving them to their deaths. Once you push people to the edge, you can't guarantee that some of these people will be desperate. Even if Kyushu's private medical system is not as developed as that of foreign countries, the relevant practitioners are definitely an extremely large force. Zhou Yan didn't think it was wise to provoke these people at the beginning of the Horizon Group. Anyway, with something as good as the water of life on hand, it was only a matter of time before money was made, so there was no need to rush at all. It's more in the company's interest to let its peers breathe and boil the frog in warm water. But he had spent so much time with Sui, and likewise knew something about the big boss's temper, and didn't think Sui would agree with him, so after thinking about it for a while, he felt that it would be better to let Sui solve this matter by himself. Chapter 52, Is it possible that we don't have to be special forces? I don't care about all that mess, and I don't care even more about moving anyone's job. The table is right here, and it's up to you who gets to eat at the table. If someone doesn't let me on the table because they're not capable of doing it themselves, then don't blame me for taking the table off the table. Counterattack what you need to counterattack. No worries. After listening to Zhou Yan's return, the answer Sui gave was very simple. He has a single combat power unbeatable Moon Age beside him, and now also abides by the bottom line: did not eat beef full of world robbery. That is all because he is good, doing a good business to make money, and someone dares to play tricks with him? Okay, I'm on it. Boss, you'd better watch your security these days. I'm worried that someone might be dogging it. Zhou Yan wasn't surprised by this result and took the task without forgetting to remind Sui. It's fine. Don't worry about me. You pay attention to your own safety. Why don't you find a security company to match you with a team of bodyguards? The money will be reimbursed by the company. Sui casually said. If someone really dared to lay a hand on him, then he would have to go and ask if this person had a grudge against his 9 clans. He is really daring to kill his whole family. Zhou Yan thanked him and hung up. Then, after thinking about it, he still contacted the security company to find himself a team of bodyguards as Sui had instructed. Normally, he didn't think that anyone would come to do anything against him. After all, he was just an ordinary professional manager. To put it bluntly, a part-time job. Such decisions are obviously those of the bosses behind him and are not up to him. What's the point of dealing with him as a part-timer instead of dealing with the real people in charge? But on second thought, Zhou Yan felt that his boss was a bit too mysterious. His identity and background were unfathomable, and these people might not dare to directly lay hands on Sui. It's not out of the realm of possibility that he'll come in first to mess with him as a professional manager and intimidate Sui's. So for the sake of your own little life, you'd better hurry up and get a bodyguard. It's a company reimbursement anyway. What's wrong? Yuling had rarely played with her cell phone all night last night, and she woke up at this moment when she heard Suyi's voice on the phone. It's fine. Sui glanced at her, paused then said, there's a little while before the evening launch. Is there anywhere you'd like to go this afternoon? I'll accompany you. In the past 2 days, Moonhearing has been checking out travel tips for the Magic City. Of course, she wasn't really interested in traveling, but in looking up tips, it was a convenience she couldn't feel in the magical world. But check it all out. Now that I have nothing to do, a place to go is just the thing to pass the time. As soon as he said that, Moonlily wasn't sleepy. At that moment, they did not care about the uncovered spring light, so they leaned on his side and started to give him the travel guide that they had checked in the past 2 days. Sui listened carefully for half a day and couldn't help but ask, so, where do you want to go? Tsukiyakari blinked her big, innocent eyes. I don't know. In the evening, the sweaty Sui sat on a stone pier at the intersection of a pedestrian street in Magic City. Yu Ling, who had changed into a finely crafted hanbok of superior material at some point, was beside him, thoughtfully fanning him with the small fan in her hand. Yang Yi was eating a fruit smoothie next to her with a satisfied face. Everyone who passed by did not have to look at Sui with extremely envious eyes. Only he knew how much of an egghead this afternoon had been. Now that he thought about asking Yuli where she wanted to go in the morning and letting her pick any location she wanted when she said she didn't know, Sui couldn't help but regret it. He was never expecting that Yuli would randomly choose all the attractions and whatnot that he had mentioned before. And then also very excitedly told Sui that she had just learned a brand new way of traveling called Special Forces Tourism. It's possible to visit all of these places in an afternoon. Sui didn't care at that time. Since Yulian liked it, this kind of small matter should be left to her. It turned out to be a big bait and switch. In the hours leading up to it, he ran with these two women from the south side of the Magic City to the north side, and the east side to the west side. When you arrive at the so-called destination, you just hit the marked places and take a picture, and count it as a visit, and then immediately dash off to the next attraction. There was no stopping at all in the middle of the day, either in a hurry or on the way to a hurry. 40-plus-degree days. Nothing to play with, just rushing around saying yes. The Kisu also found that he was the only one who had a pain in the ass. Yulian and Yang Yi both really found this mode of traveling very interesting. This is outrageous, isn't it? Let's see. The next destination is Yun. While fanning Sui, Yuling checked out where to go next. If we take the subway from here, we first have to take subway? Sui looked at the time, 5:30 in the evening, and then he looked at the bewildering number of people pouring out of the countless office buildings around him. Couldn't help but gulp. The subway is too crowded at this point. I don't really care. I'm mainly afraid that it's inconvenient for you two girls to squeeze the subway. Why don't we take a taxi? He suggested. Or have the hotel's special car pick us up. Where's the Rolls Royce? But then it wouldn't be a special forces tour. Yulian blinked. Then her eyes lit up as she said, if the subway is too crowded, we can ride shared bikes. No, the main thing about this thing is that it's exhausting. Where the hell is the fun in that? Do you think it's possible that we have money and leisure and don't need to be special forces? Sui said helplessly. It's a no-brainer for many people to take time off from work and study to travel. We don't have to do this. Ha? Isn't that a special way of traveling in your area? I feel like it's kind of fun. Yu Ling lamented. But if you're tired, then let's go get the hotel car to come over. What is this? I'm tired? I'm ing. It's just a little hot. How can a man say no? But this season's Mordor was indeed too hot. And although his physique was much better than that of an ordinary person, he could not, after all, compare to Moon Listening, a non-human being, who was able to face the hot sun in a 40-degree day without even shedding a drop of sweat. It still smells nice and soft and doesn't have a single odor on it. Sui's clothes were soaked with sweat at this moment. At those words he turned his gaze to Yang Yi who was eating a smoothie and said, I'm not tired, but Yi should be. Look how much she's sweating on such a hot day. Yuling turned to Yang Yi and then nodded her head. Indeed. However, Yang Yi who was eating saw the two of them looking at them, but instead waved her hand without being in the least bit. No, I'm not tired at all. You guys don't need to mind me. Are you kidding? You can't be tired if you're going out to play. The call is coming. I'll take it. At that exact moment, a phone call came over, easing Suyi's embarrassment. He hastily chose to answer it. However, the next moment, his face sank with a needy expression. Chapter 53, Accidents Happen. Why don't you go? Su Dong, our conference will start in 2 hours. But just now Mr. Zhou had a car accident on his way to the venue. What do you think we should do now? Jayant was in a car accident. Suyi's face suddenly sank and said, Is it serious? How is the man? The accident was a minivan. Mr. Zhou is not a big problem, but his leg is fractured. I'm afraid he needs to recuperate for a long time. The man is in the hospital right now and will definitely not be able to host tonight's launch. On the other end of the phone was Zhou Yan's secretary, a young man named Xiao Lu. It was Zhou Yan who was recruited by Sui when he was brought here together, and his ability to do things is not bad. Sui sniffed and pondered for a moment and said, "How about the launch party and letting you run it for old Xiao?" "Me?" Xiao Lu on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then coyly said, "Su Dong, I haven't seen this kind of scene before. I'm afraid of messing things up too. It's hard to take advantage of opportunities that come your way." Sui couldn't help but shake his head. But think about it, if this little Lu can really be a one-man show, Zhou Yan wouldn't have let him follow his ass as a secretary. The Horizon Group is now in its heyday and there are vacant executive positions, but it's also not the time to think about whether or not the man at hand can do it alone. The launch of Horizon Medical's Water of Life product, which was scheduled to begin at 8 p.m. this evening, had been the subject of much publicity and warm-up beforehand. Today, it has even made huge waves on the internet in the face of opposition from relevant industry practitioners. It drew a lot of attention. The original plan, of course, was to let Zhou Yan, who had the most experience in this area, to host the conference, because under the limelight, whether the conference could be successfully done well and beautifully was directly related to the controversy on the network about the water of life. This in turn affects the rate of promotion and popularization of water for life. Follow the normal process. Sudi would have just had to go to the site and participate and make a card. But at this juncture, Zhou Yan suddenly had a problem. The person who hosted the conference is gone. And if a suitable replacement can't be found, then the conference will definitely be a failure without even thinking about it. Don't mess up on your side. Prepare normally. I'll solve the problem of hosting the conference, Sui faintly said. Only after Xiao Lu over there gave an affirmative reply, making sure that there was nothing else besides that. Did he hang up the phone and turn to Yulian, who was at the side? "I'm afraid that's the end of the Special Forces travel program for today." Yuli was not surprised. She had amazing hearing and could hear the voice on the other end of the phone and knew what was going on. Yang Yi, as a pendant, naturally had even less of an opinion. "What now? Do you need me to go and heal Zhou Yan?" Yuling came to Su Yi's ear and whispered, "There are actually many solutions to this matter. Zhou Yan had to host a conference of this level, so he must have prepared a special manuscript. Sui now temporarily go find a professional host to host anything, and with something like an injury, whether it was using the water of life or letting Yulian go and use a healing spell, it would quickly allow Zhou Yan to recover and continue to go and host the meeting." However, Sui shook his head. It's not that simple. At such a juncture, Zhou Yan suddenly had a car accident. How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence? If we go and cure him now and send him up to continue hosting the meeting, the problem of today's meeting will be solved. But it will send a message outward that the Heavenly Domain Group can't leave Zhou Yan. In that case, the next time those people strike, it won't just be something as trivial as a broken bone. The mall is like a battlefield, and at all times it is easiest to eliminate your competitors directly and physically. Don't think that a harmonious society doesn't have this kind of thing. It's just that most of the time this kind of thing doesn't get blown out of proportion. Now the boss of an internet giant group in Kyushu recalled the 3Q war and confessed that he didn't even dare to go out of the house at that time, for fear that he would meet an unknown drunk driver to send himself away. People were already giants at that time and they were still like that. Although nothing happened to the man in the end, would he have been afraid if nothing like this had ever happened to him? No such risks at all? Obviously it won't. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. And there will never be a shortage of people in this world who play outside the box when they can't afford to play within the rules. Zhou Yan's ability is good. Sui doesn't want him to die so early yet. Let's just let him rest in the hospital this time. As for inviting outsiders, the launch involves quite a few secrets of the water of life, and it is not yet clear whether the people temporarily invited can understand these things and make a clear statement at the launch. It's the secrets being leaked out that's the big problem. So, while waiting for the car, Sui pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to Yuling. "Your Highness." Yuli, who was playing with her phone, froze for a moment and looked at him oddly. "You want to role play again? Let's talk about it at home." "No, can you stop thinking about these things every day? Am I this kind of person?" Sui was dissatisfied. "I meant to ask you, with a proper court education, you shouldn't have stage fright no matter what big scene you're facing, right? Why the stage fright?" Yuling was a bit unsure. With Zhou Yan lying in the hospital, Sui thought about it, as if no one was suitable to chair the meeting except himself. But to be honest, he didn't come from a hosting background and didn't study a related field. Although he was confident enough now, he didn't dare to say that he definitely wouldn't have stage fright if the scene was too big. It was a bit of a wild card for a while, so the idea was put on Moon listening. First of all, she was of high enough status in the other world. Having been raised in the court of the elves, that stage fright should be unlikely. Secondly, she's smart enough. Yuling's learning ability could be said to be the strongest among the people Sui had ever met. Even if time was limited, letting her read Zhou Yan's pre-prepared speech, she should be able to know what to say and what not to say. Understand the logic and purpose behind something like a launch. It's decided that it's you. How about you host the launch party? Me? Yu Lian did not show any panic, but instead asked with interest. I don't even know what this whatever launch is, so why do you think I can do this right? Because I think you can. Sui half joked. When you're on stage later, just read from Zhou Yan's script, and when you get to the reporter's Q&A, whoever wants to deliberately ask questions to make things difficult for you, you'll just send him away with a magic spell. Really? False, but we'll have to find someone to clear the air afterward, and we'll probably have to give a lot of people a brain bleed by then. The two of them talked and laughed, and then the matter was settled. Yuling was as calm and collected as ever, not even half a bit worried or timid about the fact that she was about to do something she had never done before. Chapter 54, Play it as you like. It doesn't matter if you mess it up. I'm sorry Sudong. I really didn't expect this kind of mistake at this juncture. These people started too quickly. I didn't have time to make a response. It's my problem. It's okay. I've already made arrangements for the conference. You can rest assured that you'll be fine. Don't worry about this side. I'll have someone send you some water of life later. Our company's products? This general manager of you can use it to give us a good advertisement. Thank you boss for your understanding. I've already arranged for the conference. There are people on site who are specifically in charge of the process, and have also prepared a special script. You just need to find someone to go up and read the script. As for some of the reporters' Q&A sessions at the back, if we can't find a suitable and trustworthy candidate within our company, it's okay to cancel it. I'll do it afterwards. You can tell that Zhou Yan is really very dedicated to this job. Less than an hour before and after, Sui arrived at the Magic City Convention Center, where the conference was held. Not long after taking Yuling with him, Zhou Yan, who had just treated his injuries in the hospital, got a call. Then there was an anxious explanation of some precautions and treatments. If it wasn't for the fact that the water of life hadn't been sent over yet, Sui suspected that he would have to slam a few bottles right now and then climb up to continue the launch. That being said, it didn't really matter that much to him if the launch was going to be a success or not. After all, the efficacy of the water of life was right here, and it was only a matter of time before it was accepted by the public. Even if this thing could not be popularized for a while and could only be circulated among the top rich and powerful circles, the money Sui should earn would still not be less. As for those who wanted to screw up the launch to attack the employees of the Heavenly Domain Group, Sui would naturally go to his door afterwards to settle the score. There's also no such thing as saying that you have to get the launch right and create an awesome image within the Horizon Group for a short period of time on the internet for it to be considered a slap in the face. Instead, it was the latter, and Sui felt that this face slapping was a bit too light. Against this kind of person who dares to be heartless and do something to himself first, Su can also not just win the dispute at the level of online public opinion and then forget about it. His tenet is that I don't commit crimes if people don't commit crimes, but if people commit crimes, then don't blame me for killing your whole family. So whether or not this launch could achieve the stated effect didn't bother him that much at all. But people's employees are dedicated to doing their jobs, and he can't send a bad interruption. After patiently listening to Zhou Yan's rambling explanation of a bunch of things, Sui then comforted him with a few words, stating that this side was definitely fine and letting her rest at ease without having to care. Only then did he hang up and find Moon listening. Well, can you read? However, Yu Ling frowned, read it and basically memorized it. The vast majority of the stuff in there I can probably understand, but there's still some stuff in there about some of the proper nouns that I don't understand. Like what? For example, here, the speech here is to explain the efficacy of the water of life. There is a paragraph that mentions the use of intravenous injection plus oral intake can improve the efficacy of the water of life to a certain extent. Oral intake is good to understand, but this intravenous injection and what is the matter? Sui could only give her a rough explanation of what in4 was. As for the water of life so injected, why then directly drink absorption effect is better. He understands the set trade. He is not studying medicine. The good thing is that this kind of problem does not need to go deeper. Yuling just read from the script, and the people watching the conference will not expect the one hosting the conference to be an expert in any related industry, so the impact will not be great. By the way, Zhou Yan said that reporter's Q&A session might have people asking some rather sharp questions, and that the session could be cancelled if they couldn't handle it. No, I've probably read through some of the issues that might be mentioned in his script, so I should be able to handle it. Yuling didn't really care. Okay, it's going to start in a few minutes, so if you're looking good have the makeup artist take you to get changed or something. As for the makeup, with her looks, makeup would rather detract from her beauty. Something completely unnecessary. Those were the first words the makeup artist said when he saw her. Yu Lian didn't feel much of anything, and gave Sui a good listen anyway. See? So beautiful. My wife. A few moments later, after a bit of primping by the makeup artist, Yu Ling once again appeared in front of Sui. It made his eyes glaze over. At this moment, Yu Lian was wearing a delicate and capable lady's small suit. Her tall figure was set off extremely perfectly by the slim-fitting clothing, a change in the usual Buddhist temperament. A knitted brows will have a weighty look out of the world momentum. She went up to speak this time as the executive president of the Horizon Group. Don't ask the president when it's done. This is not a listed company. It is Suyi's 100% holding company. What position is the moon listening was originally also his sentence thing. With such a high position, it was natural for the makeup artist to try to build her up in the direction of a strong woman. Originally, at the beginning of seeing the moon hearing when the makeup artist and sighing her beautiful at the same time also a little regret. Think her temperament is too gentle. Dress up as a competent strong woman. I'm afraid the temperament will be a little conflict. She didn't expect that after trying it out, she would realize that the beautiful woman's aura that this big boss had been carrying around was more powerful than any strong woman's aura she had ever seen once she branched out. If the makeup artist knew about these little thoughts by Sui, she probably wouldn't be able to resist telling her, do not look at the moon listening to look good. People in the other world, although it is a deceased princess, but the elf kingdom's so many princesses, just she can kill a bloody road to run out, can not really be completely Buddhist people? Having been in a high position for a long time, plus having experienced the battlefield and killed countless people, it would be strange if such a person could not compare to the so-called strong women who are now playing house within the rules of the mall. Well, Yu Ling walked to Suyi's side and gently spun around. Beautiful. Sui also praised from the bottom of his heart. Internally, he does what he's told when he's with himself, and externally, he's dominant and able to hold his own. That's the perfect sage, right? He was now becoming more and more glad that he had decided to trade Yu Li over in the first place. If you don't say, you have to open your eyes to the world. Something that popped into my mind is, do I have to read what's in the speech when I get on stage? Is it okay to have some other improvisation? Yu Lian suddenly asked. Feel free to play. It doesn't matter if you mess up. Sui shrugged. It's just a launch, which is kind of a big deal for right now. However, if the timeline is stretched out to look at the long term, this is not important at all for the development of the Horizon Group, even less so for the man himself, who owns the time trading platform. To put it bluntly, it didn't matter if the Horizon Group directly played him down. Yu Ling can say whatever he wants to say. She couldn't say anything else about the existence of the trading platform anyway, as there was a contractual restriction on it, so there wasn't much else she couldn't say. Chapter 55, Don't Ask. It's 40. The product launch was developed by a team of professionals hired by Zhou Yan. After all, there are countless product launches by various brands at the Magic City Convention Center every year. Many companies are so small that it is obviously a bit too wasteful to get a department of their own dedicated to this area. Naturally, this will give rise to teams that specialize in launch solutions for major companies. The process is completely in accordance with what the other team has developed, even including the audience and journalists who will be there. All of them are invited by the other team. The launch is also divided into several levels of specifications depending on the bid. The higher the specification of the launch, the more advanced the programmers will set up the exhibition site, and at the same time, the more audience they get, the larger the size of the journalists, and naturally, there will be more influential media involved in it. But this time is different from before, because of Suyi's own connections, as well as the warm-up on the internet in the past 2 days. None of the journalists who came to the site this time needed to be invited by the on-site team, and many came uninvited. Even quite a few small media outlets as well as some scrappy self-publishers who want to come and don't qualify. Those who are qualified to be directly invited by the Heavenly Domain Group are just a few big media outlets that have pulled full influence in the official state of Kyushu. Of course, people want to come to hot spots like this, people themselves. The two sides can be said to be on the same page. When Yu Ling was ready in the backstage, Sui also exited from the backstage and came to the front stage. Originally his mission today was to come to observe the ceremony. There was naturally a place for him at the VIP table. Just what Su also did not expect is that at this moment the conference has not officially started. The field has not been completely quiet. Some reporters, seeing that he sat in the front VIP seat as soon as he arrived, actually came straight over to try to interview him. This gentleman, may I ask what your status is? Sui froze for a moment, vaguely sensing that the on-site management seemed to be a bit chaotic, and was a bit dissatisfied with what this so-called professional team was doing. Frowning at the reporter. Which one are you? Hello, I'm Josen Liu, a reporter from BBD News Kyushu branch. You can also call me Lu Chao. The reporter seemed to be very polite. However, once he heard that he was actually a foreign BB behind him, Sui came to have some interest instead. Serious interviews he definitely didn't bother with. The key is that it's still their job, and you can't treat them too badly. But it's just as well to kill time by pulling the wool over the eyes of these rumor-mongering foreign media outlets. In that case, I happen to be the chairman of the Heavenly Domain Group. What is your instruction? Sui smiled and said. Horizon Group? Chairman? Lu Chao visibly froze for a moment. Incredulously, he looked Sui up and down. Then he laughed. You're a real joker. The Horizon Group has been in the limelight for the past 2 days, and while it has received a lot of attention, it has certainly been targeted by countless people who want to find out what it's all about. However, after checking and checking, they only found out that there were some subsidiaries under the Heavenly Domain Group such as some farms, factories, medical companies, technology companies, and so on. Even they realized that only the medical companies in this are now releasing products, and all the others are still shells except for the farms. And who the owner behind this group is a complete mystery. No information can be found at all. They were able to find out about the subsidiaries of the Horizon Group because it was public information on the internet, and the official side had to publicize it as well. It wasn't a secret. However, the information about Sui was deliberately concealed by Old Man Lin. So of course, people with a heart could not find out. However, such a nearly empty shell of a company was able to make such big waves in a short period of time, and many people speculated that the boss behind the Horizon Group was definitely a big shot with his hands in the air. This reporter is certainly no exception. Now Sui suddenly came out and said that he was the boss. Of course he didn't believe him. After all, although Sui was already 26 years old, he had recently been drinking water of life and consuming various magical foods for a long time, plus moon listenings. Ahem. All in all he looks extremely young right now. Those who didn't know would only think that he was only 18 or 19 when they saw him, and would never have guessed that he was already 25 or 26. What? You don't believe me? The boss behind the Horizon Group was a young man who didn't even look 20. Lu Qiao, as a reporter from an internationally recognized media outlet, also prided himself on being well informed. But this was a situation he had never really seen before. Can't believe a little bit of it? Okay. However, if people could sit in the VIP seat, their status was probably not ordinary, and he could not afford to offend them. After holding his tongue for half a day he managed to laugh. Mr. is really young and talented. I don't know your name yet. Didn't say yes, didn't say no. I'll give you a compliment. That's always right, isn't it? Thanks for the compliment. My last name is Su. It just so happens that I'm in a good mood at this moment, so if there's anything you want to ask, you can ask. Sui said warmly. The reporter's eyes lit up at once, remembering the purpose of his run. Although he hadn't yet figured out what relationship this young man in front of him had with the Heavenly Domain Group, there were always some hidden channels of information that people's bigwigs didn't use for outsiders. If he can find out a little bit about it, it will be big news when he gets back. Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. Su what he thinks about the so-called water of life from Heavenly Domain Medical? Have you ever drunk the water of life? Sui asked rhetorically. The reporter was stunned. I thought, if I'd had a ing drink, would I need to ask you? However, given that the identity of this person in front of him should be extraordinary, this spat was not said after all, and he only shook his head. No, could it be that Mr. Su has been drinking? Of course I drank it. Guess how old I am now? Sui continued to ask rhetorically. If someone who didn't know saw it, they'd think he was the reporter and the one with the microphone was the one being interviewed. However, Lu Qiao did not realize that the roles were switched in the slightest, and after taking another close look at Sui's young and handsome face, he tried to say, Mr. Su, 18? Nope, guess again. That, 20? Still not right. Forgive my poor eyesight. I really can't tell. Lu Qiao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Am almost 40. Sui faintly said. That calm and collected temperament is really like a middle-aged successful person. It can't be helped. That's how men are. When they have money and power. Who would be worse off with that little bit of temperament? With a bottom in his pocket. No one recognizes a thug when he doesn't open his mouth. Lu Qiao immediately stared in disbelief. This can't be right. He has been traveling around the country and abroad for years and knows that people in Kyushu show their age slower compared to those white people. We have also seen many celebrities who claim to be ageless men and women. But those guys are relying on maintenance plus makeup plus cameras to have this effect of looking like teenage freshmen in their 30s and 40s. In actuality, if you meet, even if you take good care of yourself, when you are in your 30s or 40s, you are still not the same as a real young person. With his eyesight he could tell at a glance. But the Sui in front of him he could not see the slightest difference. There is nothing impossible. This is the effect of the water of life. Sui's calm and pretentious words brought this interview to a close. It just so happens that the conference is also about to officially begin. the scene finally came to maintain order. Lu Chao can only lose their souls back to their own position. After thinking about it, he wrote a press release directly on the spot. The headline of the news is "The Miracle Drug That Can Make Middle-Aged People Dream of Youth." In-depth interview with Water of Life users. Chapter 56, Big Man's Arrival. Lin family's show of goodwill. Sui didn't feel anything at all about his own bull ********. And who said he was bull ******** ting? How is 26 not nearly 40 years old? Middle age is only a teeny bit different, so it's not much of a problem. At this point the launch was considered official. The very first part of the program was the entrance of various VIPs. According to the program provided by the professional team, Sui, as the chairman of Horizon Group and the biggest boss behind the scenes, should be the finale. But he was too lazy to wait, so he just came in early. As for the VIPs invited to the conference, the vast majority of them were unknown to Sui, yet he knew roughly what these people were made of. Most are in related industries, either someone from a biomedical company or simply the owner of a large private hospital. All in all, no one's a fool. To say it's coming to bash would be too undignified for these people. To put it bluntly, I'm just here to see how things are. It just so happens that these people are high enough in the industry that Horizon Healthcare has no reason to refuse them coming over. Anyway, even if the water of life that Sui was going to engage in was really cutting off their wealth, they hated to kill Sui by 1,000 cuts, but they wouldn't have a seizure here. The business world are old foxes, the kind of people who encountered a little thing on the scene of the scene seizure of anxious eyes. It is impossible to mix to this kind of class to come. Although Yuling had temporarily replaced Zhou Yan to open the conference, she was only responsible for the introduction part of the product and Horizon Medical. All this welcoming of this whoever and that whoever in front of her was definitely not something she needed to be on. These people were just at the level of Roadrunner cannon fodder BTU Lien, ants that could be crushed with their hands. It would be too much for her to go and memorize people one by one. The team in charge of the show has professionals who know the entire upper class people's homes in the Magic City. The introductory welcome was said with enough pretty flattery. This environment looked drowsy to Sui, until at a certain point, he suddenly realized that the entire convention center had suddenly gone quiet. He returned to his senses to follow the gazes of the people around him, only to realize that Old Man Lin had actually come in person. And he wasn't the only one who came. He was followed by a middle-aged man who looked 70 to 80% similar to him. As soon as the two arrived at the scene, they headed straight for Sui's place. Nonchalantly, he sat down next to him, without waiting for Sui to inquire. The person on the stage excitedly reported the identity of this middle-aged man. Magic City Watch, a real seal of approval. As for Old Man Lin, the guy who greeted the guests obviously knew him, but didn't even dare to say what his position was, and only vaguely mentioned that he welcomed old Mr. Lin to visit and guide him. No wonder Shin Mingwen said that you're a big shot even when you look at the 9 states. Sui looked at Old Man Lin beside him with an odd expression. However, Old Man Lin shook his head. If I were really that kind of a big shot, I wouldn't have mixed up in the Magic City. Let me introduce to you. This is Inuyasha. In the future, you still have any enterprises that are beneficial to the country and the people that you want to run in Magic City. You can ask him if he can give some policy support. Upon hearing this, that middle-aged man also smiled warmly. You must be Mr. Sui Su. My humble self, Lin Jianye. First time meeting, came in a hurry, also did not have time to bring what gift. You ought to save my father's favor, I remember in my heart. What difficulties you just mentioned. As long as it does not violate the principle, I can do absolutely no excuse. Such a person gave this kind of promise as soon as he came, not to mention a new small business. I'm afraid that the domestic penguin beaver, the boss of these giant companies, have to be ecstatic to hear. Suya was fine though, with a trading platform, knowing that there are countless lives beyond the world, even more magnificent worlds. He didn't really care too much about these little fights on Blue Star, and with Moon listening around, he had the capital to not care. Once any dispute comes to an end, it is ultimately the physical destruction that is the most direct and dry. He didn't lack the ability to physically destroy someone right now, so the difference between a person in a position of power and an ordinary person is not so great with him. However, he was not ungrateful. People are obviously showing goodwill to come. Normal politeness is unavoidable. Lin Jianye verbalized that he hadn't brought any gifts, but in reality, the fact that he himself could come here was the greatest gift of all. This undoubtedly expressed an attitude that there was official support from Mordor behind the Horizon Group. When the situation here at the end of the convention was conveyed, the news of the Mordor City Guardian's personal visit to the Water of Life launch site would be the first to go out. By then, it is expected that quite a number of opposing voices will be silenced, although it ultimately depended on whether the Water of Life was useful or not. In the end, he had still done Sui a considerable favor. The three briefly exchanged pleasantries. The product launch after a series of processes, but also finally came to the most critical part of the main event. When Yu Li, dressed in a capable uniform, walked onto the stage under the spotlight, both men and women at the scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless of gender, the pursuit of beauty is ultimately very different, and Yu Ling belongs to the category of those who are already beautiful to the extent that they can kill both men and women. Even if you don't dress up at all and don't pay attention to your image, you can still attract a lot of attention when you go out. Now specially primed by the makeup artist, she was naturally more radiant. Many of the media came to the site with the live stream on, so it wasn't just the people at the scene who were amazed by Yu Lian, but also the countless water users who were watching online. No, is this a real person? Or is it AI? Being there, being real. Holy, does anyone really look that good? Don't even think about it. What does it have to do with you if she's pretty? Didn't you hear that host just now? This is the CEO of the Horizon Group. You said earlier that your president is so beautiful. Although the water of life is advertised as bull. Then again, without further ado, just have your president say a word about delaying drinking medicine. Never mind if this stuff is an IQ tax. I'll order it now. Even if this is arsenic, I can still pour 3 big bowls of it. Collect the flavors. Don't dream about it. You can afford a fare. Look at how much a bottle of this stuff costs. Holy, money grab. That's right. According to Zhou Yan's speech program, Yu Lian came up and did nothing, but directly announced the price. A 150 milliliters bottle of the diluted and rediluted version of the water of life retails for $888. A price that seems too cheap to be true to those who know what this stuff does. But to the uninitiated outsider it seems like a pure money grab. This is the most basic version of the water of life that our company has ever released. And I know that by now there should be many of you wondering why we dare to sell it for so much. As the unknown people were shocked at the price, Yu Lian's bland voice rang out at the right time. I have to say, Zhou Yan's speech program is really good. The simplicity of it kept everyone's attention on what she was going to say next. However, under the attention of all the people, Yu Lian was the one who changed her words and said, I will tell you all about this later. Now I will say that even the most basic version of the water of life has many restrictions if you want to purchase it. And it's not something that can be purchased in bulk just because you have the money. This statement immediately caused an uproar. What? Not only is it expensive, but it's restricted? Got it. Isn't that one of those luxury sets? I thought this was a health food seller, but I didn't realize it was a luxury goods seller. Scattered and scattered. I'd like to see how your company is going to justify itself. Chapter 57 Field Experiments. Yu Ling was certainly aware of how controversial her words would be, but that's what Zhou Yan's speech was trying to achieve. Oftentimes, you are not afraid of being scolded for saying something outrageous, but you are afraid that no one will pay attention to what you say, much less listen to it. It's all about marketing. After giving out such a controversial price and confusing conditions for the purchase, Yu Lian changed her mind and brought the conference back on track by introducing the effects of the water of life. This is the most basic version of the water of life produced by our Heavenly Domain Medical, a single 150 milliliters bottle. Its efficacy is actually very difficult to quantify, and there are some variations in effectiveness depending on the individual who is using the medication. Moon Lily spoke eloquently with a delicate bottle in her hand. That's true. The reason there's been very little mention of the differences in the users themselves bringing about the effects of the water of life previously is because so few people have used the stuff. In fact, this effect is real. It's similar to how someone in the magical world is born with an affinity for this particular energy, and it's very easy to become a wizard. But some people, even if they spend their whole life trying, can't feel this special energy hidden in heaven and earth, and can never become a magician, nor can they utilize this energy to quench their body to become a martial artist as well. The energy in the water of life was purified by formations created by countless powerful existences in the magic world, and it was easier to absorb than the energy that was free in the air, available to different people. The efficiency of absorption will likewise vary. Since we're going to take this stuff out and sell it as a product, of course we have to make it clear ahead of time. This belongs in the magical world as common knowledge, but not in Blue Star. Of course, it wasn't as if the people of the Blue Star couldn't understand. The same medication is easily absorbed by some people and not by others. There are even some people who are allergic to the drug. It's all normal. After explaining in detail how different users might affect the efficacy of the water of life, the real highlight of the product launch began at this point. Moon Listening said faintly, previously, we had done a certain degree of publicity on the water of life, and many people thought that we were exaggerating in fact, which is normal because in this world, the only one who can manufacture this drug is our company. It's only normal to have some skepticism when something that has never existed before is first introduced. So, to demonstrate more visually the effects of our water of life, I intend to give you all an experiment on the spot today. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 staff members walked onto the stage carrying an iron cage. Inside the cage was a common Alaskan pet dog. At this point, however, the dog was in a terrible state. The 2 front paws twisted at a strange angle to the naked eye, and a large patch of fur was missing from his body. Underneath the disappearing fur was a shocking wound. The wounds all seemed to have undergone some simple treatment and were not bleeding, but it was easy to see that the injuries were extremely serious. Moon, listening, explained. This is an abandoned pet dog that was extremely badly injured in a car accident on a side road outside the convention center this morning. A pair of front limbs were completely fractured. The body surface was extensively contused, and the lungs, liver and kidneys were all damaged to some degree. A nearby pet hospital gave up treatment after a brief rescue, believing that with its injuries, it would surely die within 3 days. Our staff found it and paid the vet's medical bills to bring it back. This is the injury appraisal issued by the pet hospital as well as the CT taken. We will later upload all of this information to our official website of Horizon Medical as evidence. As for now, I will use this bottle of life water in my hand to bring it back to life. When she said this, the camera on the scene even gave the dog a close-up, especially about the parts of the dog's body that were wounded, and it was filmed in immense detail. It could be clearly seen that not only had the bones of the dog's forelimbs been completely broken, even the chest cavity was deflated to the naked eye, indicating that the ribs were broken by an unknown number of bones. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows that this kind of injury is enough to qualify as a fatal wound, whether it's a human or a dog. Save the day? Does she mean to do an experiment in the field? It feels pretty bull ***** that this kind of injury can't be saved overnight at all, saying it's hopeless when in reality it can still be saved if they're willing to drop the money to operate on the dog. After the launch, they can find a top medical team to save the dog, and we can't see it. What kind of experiment is this? Yes, and even if they can't save it, they can just find another dog that looks similar to it and claim it was saved. And how many people will recognize it? I've seen their documentary on the case of a patient who was paralyzed by nerve necrosis in 2 hours. People's Water of Life is originally the Manhwa healing fast. I see their documentary. There are 2 hours to let a nerve necrosis caused by paralysis of the patient to stand up again case. How can you believe me? I also said that I can do the great soul rejuvenation technique, and bring people who have been dead for months back to life in a single glance. Not many people were even willing to believe Moonlily's words about field trials. However, Old Man Lin, who was sitting beside Sui, was looking at the bottle of life water in her hand with a heartbroken expression. Kid, if you are really short of money to use, just tell me. Although I don't have much family property, but I can always think of something for you. Wasting such a good thing on a dog. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of God? Don't worry, this is different from the one given to you to drink, Sui casually explained. What's being sold now is next level stuff. This basic version of the water of life has a good effect, but it's not at all comparable to the one you have. Drinking 2 or 3 more bottles of this in the first and middle stages of cancer can still cure it, but in the advanced stages, this can only slow down the onset and reduce the pain. If you want to cure it, at least you have to drink a few more bottles of the advanced version. As for the one that prolongs your life if you drink too much of it, the kind you drink, it's not for sale to the public at the moment, and we don't have much of it on hand ourselves. That's bull *********. Of course, and what version is actually available depends largely on just how many times Suya wants to dilute it. The main reason was that he didn't have much of the original water of life on hand, and after doing some calculations, the more times the water of life was diluted, the more money he made by selling it, and it can benefit more people. Why not? And because the effect is not the same, the people who originally paid a lot of money for the water of life don't think they will have much of a problem with it. Oh, like this? Old Man Lin nodded thoughtfully. Obviously, Suyi's words were leading him to the ditch. He wasn't aware of the Tao inside the water of life, and had always thought that it was a magical prescription that Suyi had gotten from somewhere, and combined with Suyi's words, what he associated with it was of course that the kind he drank was the one that was successfully made and had the best effect. The ones sold at the moment, on the other hand, are half-baked or half-failed products with rather average but effective results. When he thought about it like that, he immediately felt that his $2 billion had been well spent. Chapter 58, The World Will Look the Other Way. Woof woof. The dog in the cage seemed to be getting very cranky because of his injuries. The crew kept making whimpering warning sounds once they lifted it up. By the time Yuling came over and signaled the staff to open the cage, the dog was getting more and more frenzied because of the proximity of someone. After all, it's not human, and you can't ask it to stay calm after it's been injured. It's all too normal to behave this way. The 2 staff members were also a bit afraid that they would be bitten if they got any closer after opening the cage, and specifically changed into bite-proof gloves before looking at Yuli. Mr. Moon, do you need us to lift it out of the cage? However, In the face of the very irritable dog that could rise up and bite at any time, Yulian shook her head. No need. I'll do it. With that, she slowly leaned down closer to the cage while opening the bottle containing the water of life in her hand and poured out a few drops of the water of life from it into the palm of her hand. Then without any protection, he reached into the cage. The scene was a shock to the hearts of the surrounding spectators. Everyone knows that a wounded beast is the most dangerous. Pet dogs, though not the same as beasts, are more or less animalistic when it comes to injuries like this. It doesn't even always recognize its master at times like this. Damn, this is too brave. Really not afraid of biting. Seriously, I wouldn't dare touch my own dog at a time like this. I've seen a dog that was in a car accident before. It was hit very badly, and it was similar to this dog. The owner tried to save the dog, but it bit him hard enough, and he died within a day. Wrong demonstration. People should not learn. This injured animal is dangerous. In the midst of all the talk, Sui was sitting steadily, not in a hurry at all. Just kidding. Moon listening in elf. There were countless beasts and even magical beasts that he had come into contact with. It would be outrageous to be bitten by a dog, wouldn't it? As expected, the dog that had been very frenzied a second ago subsided as Yuling approached. Slightly bloodshot eyes looked pitifully at Yuli, and let out a gurgling whimper. Moonlily put her hand to its mouth and laughed softly. Drink it, drink it. The dog then acted as if it could understand human language, and actually lowered its head and drank the water of life from Yuling's hand. In the process of pulling the wound, pain whimpering more than, also did not have the slightest mania or attack action. Very gentle. Only after it finished that little bit of life water did Yuling rub its head and said, come on out. Such a small amount of water of life certainly couldn't completely restore its injuries, but it allowed the severely injured dog to regain some strength. Strongly bracing his badly injured body and broken forelegs, the dog struggled to climb out of the cage. Yuling also took a small bowl from a staff member at the side and poured in all the remaining life water in the bottle. The dog, who had already tasted dog licking, was instantly energized and hurriedly lowered his head to lick frantically. When one bottle was finished, Moon Lily refilled it with another. Wait until both bottles have been consumed. The magic finally happened. The fur on the dog's body, which had been extensively shed and torn as a result of the crash, actually grew at that moment at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yes, to the naked eye. Not a special effects demonstration, but just growing out of it as countless cameras and a live audience watched. Prior to this, the process of biological growth was usually slow. Even things that are known for their growth rate, like bamboo that grows several meters in a day and such, one can only get a glimpse of the growth process through such means as time-lapse cameras. It's impossible to visualize how these creatures grow without external help. And now, they have witnessed the open flesh and blood on a dog heal, the hair grow, and the bones heal. The impact of this is unimaginable. Jing, both at the scene and on the internet, there was a deathly silence at this point. This kind of miracle-like scene is still a bit too over the top to be displayed on Blue Star. For a while it made countless people's brains go a little down. Not a buddy? What kind of technology can make a wound recover so quickly? In less than 2 minutes, the large wounds were all healed. Too outrageous. I think it's fake too. It feels like a pre-made video. The medical practitioners, private hospital owners and so on, I think they are already numb. You're on your own. This water of life has such a good effect. Who the still go to the hospital in the future? If there is any disease or pain directly to a bottle is not good? It was only a dog rescue though. But those who saw the scene with their own eyes and were sure it was real and not a video effect. At this point, however, he was already convinced of the effects of the water of life that was previously publicized by Heavenly Domain Medical. Compare that to the unreality that comes from being separated by a screen on the internet. Those who saw the scene on the spot could undoubtedly visualize the shock that came over them more intuitively. The owners of several large chains of private hospitals, big shots with billions of dollars per capita, were already sweating after coming back to their senses, thinking about how they could quickly sell the hospitals at hand and run away with the buckets. Knowing that the water of life works well is not the same thing as seeing it with your own eyes after all. Before they came they had only heard that this thing was powerful, but it was more or less a fluke. Now it's a bit of a fluke. Even old man Lin, who had personally used the water of life, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene again. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and tried the medicine myself, there's no way an old man like me would have believed such a thing could exist in the world. After today, I'm afraid that you kid and your Heavenly Domain group will be famous all over the world. Hee. Good luck, good luck. Sui spoke modestly, but there was no hint of modesty in his demeanor. Old man Lin couldn't help but see this. Don't be complacent. The volume of the domestic medical system is not big after all, and the power it wields is just average. Old man, I will help you to maneuver a little. This thing in the country to sell a little also will not be too big a problem. It's different abroad, especially in those developed countries. where the healthcare system is so intertwined that countless people are involved behind the scenes. If your water of life wants to go to sea, no, even if it doesn't go to sea, they'll come to you. Those guys are the granddaddies of playing hacks. Anyway, that's all there is to say. You'd better watch out for yourself. Old man Lin didn't say more, but Sui could probably guess what he was referring to. Those white skins are used to being robbers, and the medical industry is the backbone of others. So how could they allow the appearance of a life-giving water that is not under their control but is effective enough to impact the entire medical industry? Chapter 59, Life Source? The so-called playing the black hand is just old man Lin talking a little more politely. To put it bluntly, if they can play within the rules they play. If they can't play within the rules they play outside the rules. Burning, looting, anything they can do. Sui also had some understanding of this group of goods that started out as pirates, so of course he knew what old man Lin was reminding him of. It's always going to come to this. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Sui did not care much to laugh. I'll cut off the hand of anyone who dares to reach out. It's also you kid who has this kind of backbone. Old man Lin remembered that there were some accounts about the Zhang family's affairs and smiled very profoundly. There is no need for elaborate introductions, and even less need to create a bunch of difficult vocabulary and add a sea of qualifiers to rank your product number one in so and so. A simple little experiment will directly make the water of life instantly convince countless viewers. And after doing that, the part of the launch about the product introduction is considered done. Next it was on to the scheduled questions from the press. According to Zhou Yan, it would be best to cancel this session if he wasn't there, because the ones present who wanted to make trouble the most were these journalists, and now that it was their turn to play, it was inevitable that they were going to ask some of the more pointed questions. Once answered incorrectly or inappropriately, there can be some negative repercussions. But Yuling insisted on completing the session anyway. Sui naturally let her go. Ms. Moon Lily, may I ask if you are really the president of the Heavenly Domain Group? Can you introduce yourself? May I ask if you can guarantee the authenticity of the above experiment? Please ask. There were a lot of questions, some serious ones and some gibberish. Moon listening scanned the room and ordered a random reporter. You ask first. Hello Ms. Moon, the miraculous effects of the water of life, which you have just shown us, are very magical. It's not too much to even say it's a miracle, but I see that many netizens have a doubt. Here to ask on their behalf, will such a treatment leave any after effects? Who cares about the after effects when you're dying? Of course, words are nonsense, but the question of whether or not there are any after effects of the water of life does require an explanation as well. Once the public has used the water of life as an emergency life-saving drug because they are afraid of the after effects, while equally important, it's still a little too niche after all. After being tagged with this kind of label, the sales are not too easy to go up. I'm afraid. Our company can guarantee that the water of life produced will have no after effects. Yuling's answer was also simple. Actually, it doesn't require too complicated a response. Compared to the immediate effect, there is no after effects of this thing in a short period of time would have been difficult to verify. All she needed to do was to make a promise on behalf of Horizon Healthcare and put up a responsible attitude. And that would be enough to convince the public. The effect of the water of life seems to be a bit too good to be true. And as far as I know, the medical community is generally very shocked by it at the moment. Is it possible to reveal the ingredients and principles of the water of life? This problem was actually expected by Zhou Yan. His response was to refuse to answer on the grounds of commercial confidentiality. There's really nothing wrong with the solution. But Yuling had previously asked Sui if she could say something outside of the script. Just for now. Prepared for this, she didn't hesitate for a second to say, our scientific research team at Heaven's Domain Medical has discovered a brand new substance that is extremely beneficial to the growth of all living things. And it was only after a long period of research and experimentation that our team was able to master the method of extracting this substance for medicinal purposes. In addition to making the water of life, we have also discovered that when this substance is used on some plants and animals, a certain degree of it will cause the plants and animals to undergo benign mutations. The mutated plants and animals have great value for use, and will be extremely beneficial to the body after eating them. Soon, our Heaven's Domain Ecofarm under the Heaven's Domain Group will try to put the agricultural products that have been mutated by our cultivation and have been determined to be usable without any side effects on a small scale on the market for sale. And of course, that's what the next conference is going to be about. Yuling laughed softly. As for this mysterious substance that has never been discovered before, it exists everywhere in the world, not as a specific mineral, but right here with us, nourishing all living things on the blue planet all the time. Only there hasn't been any active way to utilize it before. Even our company's internal researchers had put forward a conjecture that the reason why the blue planet was able to give birth to life was related to this substance. Of course, this is only a conjecture and has not been argued. Because of the special nature of this substance, we, the Sky Region Group, have named it life source material. Her light-hearted words directly dumbfounded everyone in the room, especially the reporter who asked the question. His entire body was in a state of confusion from the moment Julian answered. Heaven and earth. He just subconsciously asked a more pointed question out of professional habit. After asking, he reckoned that Julie would definitely not answer. I didn't expect people to not only answer, but to give him a whole lot more. Wouldn't it be a bit too outrageous to have all the life source material out? However, just as everyone was shocked to the point of losing their concentration, Yu Ling, who had already achieved her goal, also directly chose to end the question and answer session. Elegant exit. It only leaves people with infinite fantasies. Kid, this what life source quality? Is it real or are you guys making it up? Old Man Lin said with a grave expression. If anything, the water of life that cures the sick and saves lives is tantamount to dropping a depth charge on the entire healthcare industry. Then this life source quality that Yu Ling had suddenly proposed now was undoubtedly dropping a nuclear bomb on the entire world. The former Old Man Lin could still barely accept. After all, there were so many capable people in the world. And the rumors about some kind of miraculous doctor in the Kyushu region had been around for a long time. The emergence of a powerful heir to a miracle doctor to get what the miracle medicine. Although also quite outrageous, but not incomprehensible, there is no need to look deeper. It is hard to get confused, but if it's the latter, that's a lot more than just a medical thing. A mysterious substance that promotes the rapid and benign evolution of plants and animals could be a disruptive discovery to the existing scientific system of all mankind. Don't say that without a thesis and without an argument people will not believe what she says is true. After the water of life is released on the market, there will surely be countless medical institutions and laboratories that will study this miraculous potion. After these people realized how they couldn't study and understand the principle of the water of life, no matter how casually Yu Lian mentioned the life source quality today, and they can only believe it's true, then I'm afraid that the next step is that countless organizations, companies and even countries at home and abroad will have to pour money into researching this kind of substance that no one but the Heavenly Domain Group has discovered yet. If it turns out that there's no such thing, it's just Moon Hearing's bull *******, then the joke's on you. Chapter 60, Can a case be tried like this? It could be true, or it could be an exaggeration. It's a matter for their R&D and marketing departments. I don't know much about it. Sui opened his mouth to muddle through. He couldn't be more clear about what Moon Lily was talking about. It's the source of all power in the magical world. Magic. The so-called life source quality was probably just something she had made up. That still sounds more in line with modern science and makes it more acceptable. To just say magic would be a bit too far out there. The matter is important. If it is true, Old Man Lin looked grave. But halfway through his words he froze himself and then laughed. A retired old man-ass thing. You love to do what you want to do. But I remind you, this thing follow-up certainly have the upper people to find you. I give you cannot cope. I'm afraid you have to think of their own way. Sui naturally agreed wholeheartedly. The product launch came to an end, but a new era was thus unveiled. It's just that the vast majority of people who are in the vortex don't realize how important those things are that are being demonstrated by Moon Listening and Horizon Medical. Now the network is still hotly debated about the water of life. The life source quality of this thing sounds a little mysterious, coupled with the fact that it is a follow-up media interview said. Many people think that it is not so formal, so it's not spread as widely. There is not much attention in the private sector, but in academic circles, the life source material thing is so much more discussed. In the past 2 days, people kept visiting Sui and Yu Ling, and even after he used Old Man Lin as a shield to keep people back, some people even went to specifically find Zhou Yan. Incidentally, with the supply of water of life, Zhou Yan's broken bones healed in but a day. Sui was prepared to give him a few days off, but the guy was a workaholic and went straight to work as soon as his injury healed. He even publicized his injuries and the process of using the water of life to heal them. Any other drug, and someone can have a conspiracy theory. Do you see the really rich people using it? Do you see the pharmaceutical companies themselves using it? But it obviously doesn't work well here in the water of life. Zhou Yan, an executive of the Horizon Group, led by example and personally used the medicine, which can be said to have brought a wave of goods fiercely, so much so that the first batch of 100,000 bottles of the basic version of the water of life pre-sold on the official website of the current Heavenly Domain Group had all been pre-purchased before they were even shipped. Nearly $900 million went directly to Horizon Healthcare. To say it's a day in the life is conservative. And behind the internet buzz and the sales bonanza of life water, Sui had another thing to do. That's about the car accident with Zhou Yan. The crash couldn't have been an accident, but a warning to him and the Horizon Group from certain interests. Sui was never a good-tempered person, and since someone provoked him first, it was of course impossible to let this matter go. The launch has come to an end, but the reckoning is only now beginning. He first found the driver of the car who was in police custody. The driver insisted that he had been driving too long and was overly tired, which caused him to hit last week's rocky car. The police, knowing Zhou Yan's identity and situation, obviously also knew that this could not be so simple. An investigation is underway to find evidence. But the matter was easy for Sui. He took Yuling just went to take a look at the driver who caused the accident. And without even saying a word, the driver who had insisted that no one had instructed him when he was interrogated before shouted that he wanted to turn himself in, and then brainlessly explained all the things he knew. The general situation is that the driver is a gambler, owes a few million gambling money cannot pay, and then a few days ago his creditors came to the door, said that he let him go to do a thing, after the completion of these gambling accounts can not only be written off, and when he came out can also give him 500,000 yuan to settle down. The driver wasn't stupid. At first he thought this was asking him to kill someone or something and didn't even dare to agree. After the other guy had finished saying what he wanted him to do, knowing that all he had to do was go get in a car accident and not even have to run anyone over, he immediately agreed. Car accidents happen so much every day. As long as they don't kill anyone, it's not a big deal after all. This driver was even optimistic that he might not even have to go to jail. And then he did it. It was quite easy to go through. With his statement, the police went to arrest the debtor who bought the murder on the same day. After Yuling had slightly employed some tricks, this debtor naturally confessed to leniency. All the way down the line, all the clues eventually point to a man named Tao Weiman. This person was also considered a prominent person of extremely high status in a place like Magic City. He has a pharmaceutical company with tens of billions of dollars in annual revenue under his name, and is also the chairman of the Kongxing Group, with more than 100 private hospitals under its umbrella. The Kongxing Group is definitely a giant in the private healthcare system of Kyushu. With Tao Weiman's identity, if it wasn't for the fact that Sui was backed by Old Man Lin and Lin Jianye, the Mordor City Guard, and the speed of the check was extremely fast with the moon listening magic boost, I'm afraid we can't get halfway through this case. Even so, if things came to a point where Sui just didn't care, Tao Weiman most likely wouldn't be punished for anything. Even with a little bit of power, you can take yourself out of it. The old inspector handling the case didn't even have the desire to make an arrest at first after checking on him, believing it to be completely useless. It's no use catching them, but it's easy to get yourself in trouble. It was only after Sui moved out of Lin Jianye that he reluctantly went to the headquarters of Kongxing Group to detain Tao Weiman. As a result, what the old inspector did not expect was that people like Tao Weiman, after being arrested, actually did not even have a hint of refusal to exchange and other lawyers or sophistry. As soon as he entered the police station, he confessed to his crime with tears in his eyes. It's not even just this time that you pay someone to create a car accident. And before that, what medical malpractice followed by a straw man that killed the patient's family? What about the demolition of residential buildings for the construction of a new hospital, which resulted in several deaths and injuries? There's also the subterfuge of a female doctor that caused someone to jump off a building. It can be said that the crimes are too numerous to mention. The bottom line is that it was all set on camera in a police station interrogation room. Even the police station side, because it was this kind of big shot that was arrested, strictly followed the procedures from the beginning, for fear of being caught in the act if anything went wrong. So this operation from the beginning to go to arrest people, the whole process has more than one camera law enforcement recorders throughout the whole video, until the person is brought into the interrogation room. In addition to the monitoring in the interrogation room, the interrogation of the inspector are still carrying law enforcement records on their bodies, completely sure that there is no use of any torture on Tao Weiman to force confessions and other irregularities, all his own voluntary account. Even he did more than just give an account of his crimes. He even spilled his guts where he hid the evidence of his crimes. It not only contains evidence of various murders, but even evidence of his tax evasion. It's straight up ironclad evidence, so it can be said that there's not the slightest possibility of reversing the case. The old inspector in charge of the case was confused. He has been handling cases all his life, but he has never encountered such a situation where the prisoner has explained everything as soon as he arrived. We had 4 or 5 encounters in one day today, and this last big fish we caught actually gave a good account of itself. In just one day he had solved what he thought would never turn up to be a headless case. This is outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 61 Killing is to kill the heart. The entire Tao family has been arrested, and the rest of their family's assets have been confiscated, except for some of them that need to be used to compensate for the losses of those previous victims. As for those Tao family members who are overseas themselves, they are not so well dealt with. Transnational law enforcement has always been troublesome, and there's not much I can do on my side. Other than that, Tao Weiman has always protected his family relatively well in this regard. And other than his youngest son who has a criminal record and forced an underage girl to death, no one else in the Tao family has done anything illegal. It's modern times, after all, and it's impossible to engage in that ancient strain. As you should understand, my advice on this matter is to call it a day. Tao Weiman and that little son of his are both on death row with no escape. The rest of the Tao family is not so well handled. And I talked to the person behind the Tao family. He didn't intervene this time, but after all, he still has a few feelings with the Tao family, meaning to spare the others. In the hotel, Sui didn't feel surprised after hearing what Lin Jianya said about the subsequent handling plan for this matter. Sniffing, then laughed. We're all law-abiding citizens, so it must be according to the law, and I don't have a problem with how the officials sentence us. That's good. I'm still a bit busy with something else on my end, so I'll leave it at that. Lin Jianya is in a high position and is certainly not that idle. Taking the time to make a phone call about this is a big enough honor. After the phone hung up, Sui then looked at Yuling, who was doing yoga on the hotel floor, and said helplessly, "The average person does yoga to stay in shape and stay flexible. Do you have problems with that?" "No." Sukiakari blinked. "Mostly because I thought you'd like to see me do this, don't you?" "Like," Sui replied very honestly. "But can you not do it in the middle of the day? Or else it's more or less out of order to keep thinking about doing that in the middle of the day. There's no such thing as proper work. Doing what you want to do is proper work." Yuling grunted lightly, but still stood up in obedience to his wishes, then sat down beside him without a care in the world. "Tell me, what do you want to do with the Tao family?" "That Tao Weiman's blood I got when I was at the police station that day." Sui didn't directly say what to do, but instead asked, "Do you think it is reasonable for one man to commit a crime that allows his whole family to live a life of fine living? And after that man's crime has been acquitted, the others who enjoy the benefits of his crime do not have to be punished by the law? Doesn't quite make sense, does it?" Moon listening mused. "On our side of the world, if something like this happens, it's usually murdering the whole family, but I have a feeling that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense either." "You're right," Sui nodded. "It is true that there are cases where the family members of the perpetrator are completely unaware of his crime, and it would be too innocent to implicate the whole family at every turn. But for those who know the truth and still enjoy the benefits of the criminal, but get away with it after the fact, it is equally unreasonable to ignore it because he hasn't committed a crime. So you're saying that you want me to interrogate the Tao family with spit-true magic again, and then use blood magic to retaliate only against those who know about Tao Weiman's crimes?" Yu Lian's head tilted. "No." Sui, who had been analyzing rationally a moment before, suddenly laughed. "Just follow the laws of your world and don't spare a single one. Don't use the kind of magic that made people die instantly and violently like you did with the Zheng family before. It's better to use a more torturous magic. Let the whole Tao family successively suffer from some strange disease of some kind, and be in pain, and go to their deaths one by one within half a year. Remember, reason is for others, not to bind yourself. Tao Weiman hit on my people first. It's only right that I hit on his whole family. As for whether or not his family is innocent, it has nothing to do with me. Is it hard to believe that Zhou Yan is not innocent? Then why within half a year?" Yu Ling said with some confusion. "I can keep them in pain for the rest of their lives if you want." She didn't care about killing people or anything like that. Sui said so. So she did. Because Tao Weiman is supposed to be executed in 6 months. And in the meantime I'll have people keep going to inform the rest of the Tao family. To kill is to kill the heart. Liking to play outside the plate, Sui not only wanted to make him pay, but also make him die after he truly realized his mistake. The kind of person who does no evil himself, but keeps his family well protected and has not the slightest criminal record. I wonder if I will regret what I have done when I see my loved ones dying one by one in front of me from the disease before I am executed. Yu Ling naturally didn't have any comments. Immediately, she sat upright, a red aura hidden in her eyes, and a scarlet magic formation appeared in front of her. The drop of blood she had collected from Tao Weiman early on then slowly fell into the center of the spell. In the next moment, the red aura flashed and the room returned to calm. "Done." Yulian's voice was light and quick, without the slightest sign of fatigue. Apparently, this kind of thing doesn't count for her at all. "Say, is this curse magic of yours proper magic? You're an elf princess who actually knows such a sinister thing. You wouldn't have any other part-time jobs, would you?" Sui couldn't help but say. He'd been tempted to ask more than once. According to the formula in the novel, shouldn't this kind of underhanded tactic of killing people invisibly and killing entire families without moving be reserved for villains? There is no such thing as good or bad magic. Proper or improper depends on the user, alright. Yulian laughed. "I do everything you tell me to do. And even if I do turn out to be some kind of big devil, it's because you've taught me wrong. Well. You this everyday high-intensity internet. Good things do not learn. Broken stems learned a bunch of it." Sui laughed and scolded. "That's the same thing she said as a parent shrugging off the fact that my kids are all brought up by whoever." The two of them laughed and fooled around for a while. Then Yuling excused herself to cook for him and went straight to the kitchen that came with the hotel suite. As for Yang Yi, She was playing games in the hotel gaming room. Sui himself was left in the bedroom all of a sudden. It's about time. It's also time to go and give Vivi what she was promised earlier. And incidentally to discuss what kind of deal we're going to get for next week's free trade opportunity as a whole. The 20,000 tons of grain that had arrived at the port of Mordor had long since been put into his storage space. He even found the owner of a large food processing company in Mordor by virtue of the Water of Life and bought the 20,000 tons of grain ordered by this company that had just arrived in Hong Kong. A total of 40,000 tons of grain, plus all those bows and arrows, armor, and such that Vivi needed that had already been built, was enough to complete the deal, and even quite a bit more. With a flash of light, Sui disappeared into the room, and at the same time, an invisible magic barrier appeared at the door of his bedroom. No one from Blue Star could enter this room until he returned. Chapter 62, Trading Points Surge. Looks like you're all set. In the trading space, this time Wei Wei was wearing a set of gorgeous long dresses that Sui had never seen before. She was so noble and beautiful that she was not inferior to Yuling. 28,000 tons of grain, as well as those bows and arrows and armor-type cold weapons that were negotiated before. All ready. Sui nodded his head and then used the trading platform to directly scratch over the things he had stored in the trading space. Vivi scanned them briefly and nodded to accept them. As for the guns and other hot weapons that were previously discussed to be used to trade for those life-giving waters, they weren't actually included in this single transaction. There was also no agreement that the deal had to be finalized this week. The Water of Life Suya could use it first. As for the weapon, just give it to her within a month. And right now with the completion of this single transaction, Suyi's membership points also saw its first surge. Compared to the previous two small-time deals, this one is a real blockbuster. 28,000 tons of grain, plus 10,000 sets of special 200-pound compound bows, 100,000 carbon arrows, 2 million special tungsten steel arrowheads, 1,000 pairs of full-body heavy armor, and 1,000 sets of special compound crossbows. Suya. Identity, registered member of the time and space trading platform, deduct 1,000 points to upgrade to senior member and unlock more privileges. Points, 168. Access/special items, storage space. Last time, after he had purchased the world language penetration card for Yuling, Sui had spent one of the primary life trading permission cards that he already had, not to mention buying an additional one in order to bring in those two giant horned cow breeding cows. Points are down to single digits. However, after this transaction was completed, the trading platform gave a reward of over 160 points. It caused his points, which had already bottomed out, to skyrocket once again. Vivi on the opposite side had obviously also gained a lot of points, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. There's no interest in keeping this stuff to eat, and now that it's in your hands, it's definitely something to consume. What are you going to buy? What are you going to buy? After the brief silence of the deal being completed, both of them looked at each other and asked in unison. After freezing for a moment, Sui then reached out. Go ahead. I'm going to buy a primary match card. Vivi tapped her finger on the light screen in front of her, displaying the price of a primary match card in the system mall. 100 points. With the amount of points the two had now, they could both afford it. To be honest, after seeing the 168 point balance, Suyi's first thought was to buy this as well. The other props in the system mall were not bad, but it was definitely still the case that matching to a new trading partner could bring more benefits. But the risks are certainly there. Primary match cards are completely randomized, and it's hard to say what you'll be matched with for trading. Once a match was made with a completely worthless trading partner, the 100 points would be a waste. No, you can still hear a ring when you hit the water. It's only going to suck for you if you mess up. Have you considered the risks involved? Though Sudi himself has decided to ignore the risk and buy match cards to wrestle with. But since Vivi has thoughts on this as well, it might be a good idea to ask her what she thinks first. Of course I have considered it, but compared to the benefits it can bring, I think the risk is well within the realm of tolerance. Vivi said seriously. I don't know if you've looked at the price of the intermediate match card in the points mall. 10,000 points. While the advanced match card is 1 million points. We've already traded a lot of things this time, and we've only gained just over 100 points. If it's just the two of us slowly trading like this to accumulate points, I'm afraid we'll have to trade hundreds of times before we can save up enough points to buy an intermediate match card. And although the intermediate match card will match trading objects with complementary strengths, the gap between the two sides will not be too large after all. If you want to change the world you're in and complete the leap in civilization level, I think you need the trading object matched by the advanced match card to do so. With the way we're trading right now, it's going to be a monkey's life trying to save up 1,000,000 points. Vivi shrugged her small fragrant shoulders. So, it's just 100 points. Might as well take a chance. If we match up with another trading partner who just happens to have complementary strengths, wouldn't that be a huge profit? In fact, I suggest you get a beginner's match card as well. Even if you don't have what the matched trade partner needs, in case I have it here, wouldn't that still be a trade? I'm in the same boat here. Sui sniffed and nodded rather approvingly. That's what he thought. Compared to those 100 points, the benefits that a new trading partner could bring were too much. The biggest advantage lies in the fact that the more fixed trading objects you have on hand, the more points you can not only harvest, but also act as a middleman. The resources and specialties of my own world, as well as the resources and specialties of the worlds of the people I trade with, are things I can sell to third parties. The more fixed trading objects, the faster the acquisition of points, and the faster the acquisition of points, the more trading objects can be matched, and more technology, resources, and knowledge from different worlds can be acquired. The two of them smiled at each other, and Vivi obviously knew that Sui had thought of the same thing as herself. With that, he stopped obsessing about what to buy and started discussing what the two would need for their next transaction. Incidentally, Vivi also brought Suya another piece of good news. The star prayer you asked me to inquire about last time has been found, and Monk River Castle has established contact with her, conveying your ideas to her in the name of moon listening. Star prayer? Sui froze for a moment, but quickly remembered who this was. The most powerful being in the group of human and elven hybrids in the magical world. Sort of the leader of this particular group. Previously, after Sui heard about the things about these hybrids being ostracized, he had the idea of getting them to work for him at Blue Star. So talked to Viv about this at the last trade. Rather, I didn't expect her to be so efficient. That's how she made contact. What did she say on her end? She didn't know about the other world she was going to. I just told her that Moon Listening had found a place where she could be free from the outside world and where all hybrids could never be discriminated against and oppressed again. The Stargazer showed considerable interest, but asked to see it first. Vivi kindly reminded. I've already looked at it with the trading platform when I met with her. She's a bit too strong a bit. The primary life trading authority card won't be able to send her to your world. It'll have to be an intermediate one. And intermediate cards are 100 points apiece. As for those of her mixed blood clansmen, they are a rather large group. There should be no less than 100,000 people. Primary group life trading cards can only trade a maximum of 10,000 people at a time, and you have to get 200 points apiece. That is, if you intend to buy all these hugging hybrids, you have to prepare at least 2,100 points, and that's on the premise that I'm not charging you any favors, and I'm doing this for you for free. You better think about it first. Chapter 63, A New Deal. An iron lump? 2,100 points. Sui's brow furrowed in thought for a moment before he said, forget about anything else for now. I'll buy you a mid-level life trading access card first after our deal is done next week, and you can have that star prayer come over first. Those points sound like a lot, but it's not like he's being asked to bring them all in at once. You can take your time. With the expansion of the company's scale and more secrets of his own, Sui has now and again been headache for too few people under his hand can be trusted. These hybrids, who came through the trading platform, were more trustworthy and better controlled than the people of the Blue Planet. The matter itself is very necessary. Okay, then I'll contact it for you. And the deal between us is considered pleasant. So this time, consider it a free favor from me. Having done her part to remind her, Vivi didn't say anything more. It wasn't like she was aware of the situation in Blue Star, and pointing fingers at something she wasn't aware of was not in keeping with her demeanor as a noble. After the small talk, the deal about next week was finalized. The two of them then each left this trading space. But they didn't exit the trading platform. Instead, they very silently came to their own private space in the trading platform. Looking at the junior matching card that he had bought for a huge sum of 100 points, Sui took a deep breath. Then he took out a small basin from his private storage space and poured water to wash his face and hands seriously. Taking out 3 more sticks of incense, he lit them and then earnestly worshipped the card. Must ship. Must ship. Sui chose to use the match card while shattering his thoughts. Primary match card 1. Searching for your trading partner across time and space. Match made. In the next moment, a familiar feeling wrapped around Sui, and the scene in front of him slowly transformed. It was similar to the first time he was matched with Vivi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Wei was doing something similar to Sui. Dressed in a gorgeous long dress, she folded her hands together and prayed for nearly half an hour in the way the magical world prayed, before she let out a long breath and used the match card. Primary match card 1. Searching for your trading partner across time and space. Match failure. Vivi's delicate little face froze abruptly. She'd thought about what oddity she'd be matched with for trade, or even matched with some lifeform she'd never imagined or something. This was all expected of her. When that really happened, the most she could do was to lament her bad luck. But the ING match failed straight away, which she never expected. After reacting, Vivi rose up with a huff, clenching her silver teeth and looking viciously at the system panel in front of her. Dog thief. Refund. If Sui knew that Wei Wei had actually failed to match, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter, because not only did he get a successful match, but the other guy looked like he was still human. Not sure. Check again. This new trading partner he matched with in front of him looked humanoid, but his entire body was all lumps of iron. Sui was a bit confused for a moment as to what kind of armor this was wearing, or if the other party was a silicon-based creature like the Transformers from the movies. Vivi wants food, and if this guy is a silicon-based creature that happens to be short on food as well, then their food, wouldn't it be gasoline? The other party was slow to speak. Su also did not take the initiative to open his mouth. The two of them were wide-eyed, making his thoughts drift a little far away. My intelligent assistant tells me that you seem to be thinking of something very rude. An electronic voice without any emotional fluctuations came out from the iron lump in front of him, instantly causing Sui to return to his senses and smile without haste. Obviously, even the most advanced intelligent assistants can make mistakes, especially when dealing with a person from an unknown civilization in an unknown world, because the data does. It's easier to make wrong judgments. Silence once again fell between the two. The next moment, without any warning, that iron lump raised his right hand violently, and the electromagnetic cannon at his wrist instantly charged up. Boom! A mass bullet with unimaginable speed slammed into Sui. The moment it raised its hand, Sui had sensed a hint of something wrong. Almost at the instant it fired. Sui, who had been eating and drinking either magical creatures or water of life in recent days, and whose physique had been greatly improved, subconsciously twisted his head to dodge the shot. After dodging it, he reacted to the fact that traders were not allowed to attack each other in the trading space, but were allowed to display weapons. The other guy was able to fire that shot, and it obviously wasn't aimed at him, so it was ruled by the trading platform as a display of a weapon, not an attack. Organism, you are strong. The cold electronic voice sounded again. This time it was not emotionless, and there seemed to be more than a hint of emotion between the words. Since the discovery of psychic energy, I've never seen anyone's body accommodate the power of psychic energy so harmoniously. Startled by the inexplicable firing of the gun, Sui was not without a temper and coldly grunted. Tin can. To deal or not to deal is a matter of words. I don't have time to be a riddler with you. However, the next moment, a soft voice came out of the tin can. Of course we're going to trade. As soon as the words fell, in Sui's astonished gaze, accompanied by the sound of gusts of mechanically rotating steel friction, that iron lump quickly unfolded. A long-haired woman in a leotard with an explosively good body walked out slowly. The woman leaned against the tall armor with one hand and stretched out, seemingly milly to her exploding figure under her tights with absolutely no B count, and lazily said, Aurora Alliance Green Jade Star Senju Resistance Governor. White dear. I'm sorry to say that I'm used to the word organism because I've been dealing with those ion pimple reformers for a long time. That's what they call normal people who haven't been mechanically modified. Sui sensitively grasped the keyword. Resistance, organisms, mechanical modifiers, flesh and blood bitterly weak, mechanical ascension? Sui froze for a moment, realizing that he seemed to already know the general situation of the other world. After all, the white deer in front of him didn't look like it had been mechanically modified in any way. She calls herself the Resistance, and she calls the mechanical reformers with such disdain. Then I'm afraid there wasn't that much harmony between the normal people of her world and the mechanically modified people. Of course, Sui was able to guess so much information from just these few words of hers, mainly because the other party had no intention of hiding it at all. But the conflicts within people's worlds didn't concern him much at all. The high-tech of the other world's flesh and blood was what caught his attention the most. Without mentioning anything else, this exoskeleton armor in front of him was definitely all black technology when he took it to the blue planet. Just the wrist electromagnetic cannons that had just been fired were technology that Blue Star couldn't even imagine right now. The object of this transaction can be located. More to the point, people were clearly interested in him as well. Chapter 64, I'm actually this fierce? Sui, from the Blue Star. Su also made a brief self-introduction and then went straight to the point. Do you have something you want, or anything you want to sell? Deer looked Sui up and down a few times and directly said, I want your method of using psychic energy to make the physical body stronger. You can name your price. Whatever I can afford to pay. Spiritual energy. It wasn't the first time White Stag had mentioned the word. Sui guessed that it was their world's alternative name for the kind of magic in the magical world. But again, he wasn't so sure. After a slight thought, he took out a fruit and an apple produced from the magic world from his storage space. This thing was called the Red Flame Fruit, and according to Wei Wei, it was a specialty of their Blazing Sun Empire. It was also the variety that made up the largest portion of the tons of magical plants and magical beast meat she had sent over last time. The flavor was indeed very good, and Sui kinda liked it. As for the apples, they are just regular apples, nothing out of the ordinary. Of these two fruits, can you tell which one has what you call spiritual energy in it? My dear casually swept a glance, then pointed at the red flame fruit. Of course it's this one. The psychic energy fluctuation on it is so obvious that I can recognize it even if I haven't been modified with prosthetic eyes. This is true. This kind of magic plant fruit will have a layer of, if not dense, normal people can see at a glance unusual. Sui didn't take out this thing to test her eyesight, but just wanted to see if her guess was right. Now it seems basically right. What she calls psychic energy is magic. It's not hard to use psychic energy to make your physical body stronger. Just eat this fruit or the flesh of a similar creature directly. Of course, this will be slower. If you want it to be faster, I also have a kind of water of life here, which contains more abundant spiritual energy and is easier to be absorbed. Speaking of this, Sui laughed. All of these things, I can provide. Unlimited? Shiro raised an eyebrow, and there seemed to be some excitement in his eyes. Currently it's limited. Our own production on this side isn't enough. In the future, if I can match more valuable worlds and obtain more advanced planting and farming methods, it might not be limited. Sui replied. Purchasing the finished product directly from Vivi's side was too expensive, and the Blue Star side didn't even have enough for its own use. Now that he had bought back a batch of seeds, if he could successfully plant them on a large scale in Blue Star, he would naturally be able to supply them to the outside world in unlimited quantities in the future. But there's always room for a few words. My dear pondered for a moment, but did not say anything more about it, and said directly, so what do you need? Just now you mentioned intelligent assistance. I'm more interested in this. I wonder what level your intelligent assistance can reach. What level? Shiro frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before speaking. I don't know how your world classifies these things. The intelligent assistant in my armor is a military product, and its main functions are to capture battlefield information, coordinate with friendly units, analyze enemy movements, disrupt enemy information networks, and so on. This belongs to be a military material in our world. As the resistance governor of the Aurora Alliance, the position I actually hold in the Star Federation is only the brigade commander of the Near-Earth Orbit Airborne Brigade, and I can't sell you this kind of military-grade brain. I can only sell you civilian-grade, commercial-grade, or research-grade brains if you want them. Civilian-grade brain is not very useful. Research-grade brain is too expensive. I recommend you to buy commercial-grade brain. It is simple and easy to use. Many big companies across galaxies in our world use this kind of brain for management. It also has an extremely strong learning ability. Even if you don't run a company, it can learn to help you with other things. A commercial-grade brain? Sui was instantly energized. Isn't that what he wants? Instantly, he asked. If I wanted to use this commercial-grade brain to manage a company with no less than 200,000 people, would it be enough? Shiraga glanced at him oddly. Intergalactic large companies are hundreds of millions of employees. Basically are used in this commercial-grade brain to the bottom management. This set of brain computing logic is extremely perfect. Even if the company grows to the scale it cannot cope with, it is just not enough arithmetic. Update the computer to increase the arithmetic on the line. A small company of a few 100,000 people. It's totally easy to handle. You don't have to worry about security either. As an extremely well-developed commercial brain, it's so secure that you can't even imagine it, claiming that no one in the entire Starry Federation can breach it. That good? Sui was somewhat moved, but after looking at the white deer, he was vaguely skeptical and couldn't help but say, is this level of intelligence cheap in your world? Of course it's not cheap. A commercial-grade brain core with its accompanying computer is worth more than the equipment of our entire orbital airborne brigade. That, as far as I know, a transportation fleet will be passing by my planet, Green Jade, recently, and inside it will be a completely new type of thinking brain procured by a giant corporation, as well as a computer with an arithmetic power of 8 poles per second. As we all know, the Green Jade planet is not peaceful, and the Aurora Alliance's rebels have been making a lot of noise lately, so the loss of one of the think tanks is nothing to sneeze at. How much? Sui was instantly confused, not because she was planning to rob it, but because of the unit he named. Extreme. If he remembered correctly, in the context of the Kyushu words, this represented the 48th power of 10. The most powerful computer known to Blue Star right now has an arithmetic power of only 1,000 trillion times 10 to the 15th power. In other words, this thing is countless generations ahead of Blue Star's computers. 8 poles, huh? Shiro gave him a somewhat odd look. This is still just a small computer that people's giant corporations use for their branch offices, and the computing speed is still far from the really powerful large computers in our world. No need to say, just this. What do you want? Sui asked decisively. Psychic supplies that can make my physical strength at least on par with yours. Shiro replied rather quickly as well, clearly having thought of the offer long ago. Same as me? Sui froze. To be honest, he hadn't really realized how strong he was. Recently, he had been drinking the water of life and eating magical food. He just felt that his body had become much healthier than before. At best, it's a bit stronger. But how much bigger? He had no idea. After all, the people who had come into contact with him during this time were basically Yulin, and he had barely touched any ordinary people. On Yulin, naturally, he couldn't see any difference between him and ordinary people. At the thought, he subconsciously glanced at the apple in his hand, his fingers firing slightly. Click! Juice burst out and the whole apple was crushed straight away. I'm so fierce? Chapter 65, I'm going to grab it for you right now. When he was in Blue Star, Sui simply didn't have the need to fight with anyone, nor had he ever fought with anyone. There was simply no count at all on the boost he had gotten from pounding magic food these days. This is what caused the scene to appear that now slightly out of hand but first shocked himself. As to why White Stag would know what he didn't know himself, Sui guessed it was some kind of high technology, but there was nothing to ask. As for Shiro's request for a trade, exchanging that brain for resources that would make her physical strength equal to Suya's, after a little thought, Sui agreed decisively. These days, other than the red flame fruit which was really delicious and he ate more of it, he ate and drank all the other magical foods normally. The maximum amount of magical food he consumed in a week was only about 12 kilograms, and as for the water of life, it was estimated to be about 10 liters. Of course, this one isn't diluted, but the original version that Vivi traded over, 10 or so liters would be worth a lot of money on Blue Star, but it was clearly not a loss, even a profit, to trade for this brain. He had no reason not to. After explaining the situation to Bai Deer and letting her understand that people's physiques were different, and that the actual effect might not be the same when the same resources were eaten, Bai Deer also readily accepted, and did not say that she had to have the resources provided by Sui to be able to make her also become as strong as Sui. As long as Sui ensured that the resources provided were consistent with the quantity and quality he himself consumed, the deal was initially reached, and seeing that he was going to have another trading partner, Sui was naturally very happy. But while happy, he didn't forget the rules of the platform. A free trading opportunity once a week. He didn't want to waste it. Naturally, he wanted to try to trade as much as possible to bring you something useful. Thinking about the advanced computer and artificial intelligence technology of the world where Shiro was from, he made another trade request. The computer technology in your world is so advanced, so the chip industry should also be very advanced, right? Can you give me the whole awesome chip technology? Preferably a full set. Chip? Shiro froze for a moment, seemingly a bit unfamiliar with the word, and it took a few moments for it to sink in. Ooh, sorry, this stuff hasn't been heard of on our side of the pond for a long time. The computer processors we have over there now are generally referred to as field coordinators, and although they serve the same purpose as chips, the principle is completely different, she said, a little embarrassed. This is also the most cutting-edge technology in our world. I can help you procure a batch if you want it, but to have a full set of technology, that's almost impossible. It's a technology monopolized by a few giant corporations. No one can crack it. Field coordinator? Sui frowned straight away as he listened. What the hell is this? Well, your world probably doesn't have it. Shiro explains simply. You should know the principle of the chip, right? It is to use finishing technology to etch circuits on some specific materials. The smaller the process, the higher the computing power. But there are so many flaws in this technology, and after a certain point in the process, all sorts of problems can occur, such as quantum tunneling. And even if you solve all of these problems, the integrated circuits that end up being made this way run into an ultimate problem. And that's some problems from the materials themselves. Silicon atoms are roughly 0.25 nanometers in diameter, and carbon atoms are also around 0.15 nanometers in diameter, which means that it's very difficult to make circuit processes smaller than that. This is the bottleneck in the development of integrated circuits, and our world has been through this stage before. Although someone had already invented the atomic etching technology, which was able to etch the circuit processing on atoms, and it was successfully commercialized, but it didn't last long. Because after realizing the limitations of chip technology, there have long been people looking for other technological routes, and they eventually succeeded. This is the field coordinator I was talking about earlier. There is no need for any complicated and precise processing technology. Using a special force field to control all the atoms and molecules within a certain range, arranging and combining them for arithmetic purposes. I'm not sure exactly how it's done. Just a general principle. A CPU can still play like this? Sui straight away exclaimed that her knowledge had increased. However, since this kind of technology by Deer said that it was also a confidential technology in their place, Sui didn't expect it. But the chip technology that's been phased out in their world, that can always be gotten, right? Just now, Shiro said that the chip technology they were eliminated. The process has been achieved less than 1 nanometer degree. That's a proper downgrade in Blue Star. Has the chip technology been phased out? Whitetail mused. Technically this stuff is no longer a secret. The full set of technology you want, I'll just download it directly to you on the internet. As for the production line, by the way, there's an electronics museum not far from our troops. There should be this kind of antique inside. I'll grab this for you by the way when I rob the smart brain. Anyway, there's room for a trading platform. It's a good thing to do. Still have to go to the museum to grab the cocoa, okay? The corner of Suyi's mouth tugged. But people were so eager to help him with his work. He could not afford to be too harsh on them with any means. As for this chip technology, in his opinion the value was in no way lower than that brain. But Shiro seemed to think otherwise. She didn't seem to think much of such things, and after a brief discussion between the two, they took it for 10 kilograms of magical food. When trading with Wei Wei, Sui always took Wei Wei's things before getting what Wei Wei needed every time. Not this time, he was the one who gave it to the white deer first, then waited for the white deer to grab what he wanted. Just listen to the magic. So much so that Sui couldn't help but ask, can your world be so technologically advanced that it can really be so chaotic as to allow for such random robberies? That's not so bad. Shiro shrugged with little concern. It's mainly because Green Jade Star belongs to the fringe starfield of the Starry Federation, which is originally a chaotic extra-legal area, and I'm from the Aurora Alliance, a rebel who refuses to mechanically ascend. Ah, what's to stop me from grabbing it? You make a good point. So about how long will it take you to get everything? How long? Shiro thought briefly, then walked right back to his suit of power armor while saying, wait for me for an hour. As soon as the words left his mouth, he directly disappeared into the trading space. An hour? What does that mean? Suiren was a bit confused, but they had made him wait, so he couldn't just leave. The good news was that White Stag had been a little more efficient than she had predicted. Sui probably only waited for about half an hour before she returned to the trading space. However, the body of the power armor has been replaced with another set of a completely different style. The above look is not how neat. Nitrate smoke blackened traces vaguely still a little hot. Undried blood is with a pungent smell of blood. She just didn't seem to care about these little problems, and opened her power armor and came out. Done. Chapter 66, How else can you make money if you're desperate? With such quick efficiency, this is really a repeat offender, isn't it? Until he returned to the Blue Star, Sui still couldn't help but sigh. This woman made the whole robbery look like a trip to the ATM to withdraw money. Take it as you go and say yes. What an extrajudicial fanatic. Key reads her self-introduction and she also holds a position in the Star Federation's military. This made Sue also had to lament this interstellar civilization management chaos a sum of money. It is no wonder that some people say that the whole world is a huge straw man. But regardless, the stuff was sort of brought back to him. Back in the hotel's bedroom, Sui looked at the top-quality smart brain he had gotten in his hand. The thing was actually a small ball, silver in color, with a smooth-looking exterior and no seams, and could be held in one hand. Following the method White Stag had taught him, he placed one finger on the silvery white triangular marking on the small ball. 3 seconds later, a slight tingling sensation came to his fingertips. The next moment, the small ball then suddenly lit up, and a voice came out from it. Permission binding program being executed. DNA has been bound. Iris information has been recorded, and the biometrics of the bound person have been completed. Hello, TQ300-989. At your service, would you like to change the name for me to something easier to use? The binding process was exceptionally smooth, and Sui completed all the procedures with almost nothing to do. Of course, this was mostly because before giving him this thing, White Stag had had someone on his side crack the thing's binding program. After officially getting to work, even in their world, it would be impossible to crack a brain of this level of intelligence. But the thing hadn't been activated when they grabbed it, and it was still simple enough for them to crack it with just a binding program. Name. From now on, you'll be the centerpiece of the Heavenly Domain Group. So let's call it the Heavenly Pivot. Commercial-grade AI Sky Hub. It's an honor to serve you. May I ask your esteemed master if I can access the network? The electronic voice without any ripples calmly asked. There are the contractual limitations of the trading platform and the limitations of the program of the brain itself. Sui, who holds the highest authority, is not afraid of what it will do in Blue Star, and immediately said, you can be allowed to access the Blue Star network to draw on Blue Star's knowledge, analyze the current situation, and incidentally monitor and collect network information. After being informed of the current situation, any reasonable suggestions you have can also be presented to me. Yes, sir. As soon as Suyi's words fell, the Heavenly Pivot gave a reply. However, the language it used in reply was something that made Sui froze for a moment. Before it was networked, it spoke a completely unfamiliar language. and Sui was able to communicate with it without any barriers thanks to the worldwide language access card. And now, just less than a second after Sui promised to let it network, the language it used to answer the question had seamlessly switched to Quechuese, and the vocal line has changed from an emotionless electronic voice to a soft and feminine imperial voice. Even the title has changed, from the less appropriate sounding master to sir. Is this what 8 poles of arithmetic per second brings? Really scary as hell, isn't it? Sir, based on an internet search of the keywords Horizon and Sui and an analysis of your current situation, I believe that your business has an internal pitfall of understaffing. At the same time, there is also a huge external risk, including but not limited to the top blue star medical companies such as Strong Life and Huangrui, which have already set their eyes on the water of life in your hands and have started an internal high-level meeting on the matter, and should attempt to get in touch with you in the near future to discuss patent acquisitions. If the acquisition fails, they all have other plans, including but not limited to utilizing their country's influence on this planet to impose suppression and sanctions on you, sending spies to steal trade secrets related to the water of life, annexing the Heavenly Realm Group by means of financial overriding of the shareholding, assassinating or kidnapping people close to you to force you to hand over the manufacturing patents, and so on. After searching through the network information, I found that the moon listening beside you is very unusual, and if you reject the patent acquisition proposal, you don't have to worry about my safety. It is recommended to strengthen the security intensity of the executives of the Horizon Group to a certain extent, focusing on increasing the security force around your parents. In just a few seconds, the Heavenly Pivot gave an evaluation of the current situation from the perspective of the Heavenly Domain Group and Sui. Sui was actually not surprised by this. What was going on in the minds of those bandits he could not be clearer. That's why he insisted that Viviside send over the elven-human hybrids. Other than that, these guys could definitely be an extremely capable force under him when they came to Blue Star and didn't have to worry about loyalty. As for now, since people have not yet taken the initiative to come to the door to talk about acquisition, naturally, they will not lay hands on his family first. Don't worry about it for a short time. On the contrary, the degree of intelligence of the Heavenly Hub was a great surprise to Sui. It's just so smart and so resilient that it's barely even human. Plus its ungodly arithmetic and control of the network. It's no exaggeration to say that this thing, if he doesn't limit it, I'm afraid it's comparable to Skynet from the Terminator. Of course, Sui didn't intend to really use it as a day net and just not eat the beef. He didn't want to leave a good world in ruins for a while. And even in the information age, it's not as if you've mastered the internet and you've mastered everything. The military networks of this world power are basically independent of civilian use, and the physical isolation makes it impossible to break through even if the Heavenly Hub is more powerful. What's more, even if they do take control of the military network, humans still have the ultimate trick to throw mushrooms. This thing can even hit the whole world without satellite navigation, just relying on inertial guidance. You can't be any better in the cyber world. People pull out big mushrooms and blow up root servers all over the world, and they have to go out of business in minutes. So forget it. He was counting on Blue Star to maintain a normal productive life and provide him with goods to sell to the other world. Not to mention that you started the war on your own initiative. Now even if someone else wants to start a world war, for the sake of having enough food and goods to take to trade, and for the sake of being able to open up the land and grow magical creatures in peace, Sui also had to go and persuade him to calm down. Those who really couldn't calm down, then he didn't mind letting the other party's whole family lie down together to cool down. He has a way to make money and rise to power in peace. Crazy enough to like war. You can't fight for your life. How can you make money if you fight for your life? Of course, he doesn't mind killing his whole family if someone doesn't let him make money. Chapter 67, the forces of the various parties are moving in a foolish manner. As it turned out, the Sky Pivot's prediction was a good one. When it comes to matters where interests are closely linked, the interest giants on all sides move quite fast. Sui returned to Jiangcheng about 3 days after he finished the rest of his business in Mordor. It is also the 5th day of acquiring the Heavenly Pivot. A person who claimed to be the president of the Greater Kyushu region of the Strong Life Group then personally contacted the Horizon Group in an attempt to meet with Sui. At this time, the first batch of 100,000 bottles of the basic version of the Water of Life that was expected to be sold by courier had only just been sent out a short while ago, and most of them hadn't even been mailed to the hands of those who had reserved them. And that's just the first one. Within just 1 day, Horizon Medical had received emails from dozens of medical and pharmaceutical industry giants at home and abroad, which basically consisted of their executives wanting to make an appointment for Sui to meet with them. Needless to say, it was obvious that they had gotten a sample of the Water of Life that Horizon Medical had just sent out. After researching and determining that this stuff really does have the kind of effect that is advertised, this is what made me sit up and take notice. Nowadays, the things of the Heavenly Domain Group were basically the Heavenly Pivot in charge of overseeing the whole situation. In the face of these raging medical giants, the Tianchu's advice to Sui was also very simple. While delaying time by playing Tai Chi with these people in a false manner, he utilized the water resources of life on hand to buy off the top brass of various countries and the leaders of those well-known plutocrats and families in the world. It was the entire medical industry that the water of life was going to upend with its appearance, but there was always a shortage of people in the world who could cure them. Tianchu's solution is to use external forces to leverage the power of capital, politics, and many other forces to suppress these restless giants of the healthcare industry and make them obediently resign to their fate. In fact, if we don't consider the existence of the bug that Sui has a trading platform in his hand, this is clearly the most suitable program at the moment. The mall is like a battlefield, and if you want to win cleanly and beautifully, you naturally have to make the most of your advantages. To put it bluntly, it's the water of life's counterintuitive ability to cure diseases and prolong life. It's something that almost every handful of people on this planet dream of, but beg for. Still, Sui rejected the program. Stalling? Rather, it can be delayed for a day. Soon after receiving these requests before him, Sui gave his reply. A uniform appointment was made for these people to come and meet at the headquarters of Horizon Medical tomorrow. 6 days had passed since the last time he had dealt with Vivi alone. He had already prepared those supplies that he had previously agreed upon. And 2 days ago Wei Wei had also sent a message through the trading platform that the Star Prayer had also arrived in her city of Mengchuan, and her side was also closely preparing some of the supplies that Sui needed. Tomorrow, that's when they both make their trade of the week. Once the Star Prayer arrived, Sui would have another extremely powerful fighter by his side, enough to ensure the safety of his family. It's also the time for him to completely flip the table. At the same time, he also had plans to expose a portion of his power, lest everyone think that the Heavenly Domain Group was easy to bully. This part of the power was, naturally, those supernatural powers that Moon Listen had mastered. Magic or force, all can show some appropriately. This brings us to that whatever life source quality that Moon Lily was babbling about during the product launch earlier. Never mind whether this stuff is true or not, let's get this concept up first. At that time, even if there was another Superman in the Heavenly Domain Group, it could be said that it was a product of combining the life source quality with the human body in a scientific way. It can be very reasonable. Kid, I hear you got the medical giants who approached you to meet together tomorrow? On the phone, Old Man Lin's big grinning voice came through. Sui sniffed with some surprise and said, Yo, your old man is quite well informed. I'm all about private email replies, and this is all for you to know? That being said, after the higher-ups knew about your side of the situation, they planned to muddle the water regardless of anything else first. Didn't you realize that there are a few state-charactered companies in there? Old Man Lin said somewhat breathlessly. Their mission is to step in and be the stirrers when these companies try to merge and acquire Heaven's Domain Medical. Anyway, if you don't have the intention to sell the water of life patent in Heaven's Domain Medical, they'll just blindly stir up a few things to give you a delay, and when the top adjusts its strategy and is ready to give you a ride, it naturally doesn't matter how it's messed up on the outside. If you have the intention of selling these things, is it hard for these companies to have more money than the crown? It says, as long as you want, just close your eyes and press 0. They close their eyes and hit the money. But we all think you kid probably won't sell it, so sending these state-owned companies is also stirring up trouble. I know your boy's temper, and I'm giving you this call to let you know that there are friendly forces inside, so don't get hurt by mistake. In short, this time you play casually. Although you and the water of life suddenly appeared, the layout of the general direction of the upper head has a certain impact. Not good to completely give you the bottom, but this is only said in the foreign part. The domestic you do not have to have any worry. The official power will not put you how. Private enterprises have the official press will not be how. Those foreign enterprises jump not up. My little Thai company is so highly regarded? Sui said unexpectedly. These days he did not see the official people to find up. Thought the official pressure is not too concerned about these things. Very important. Even far more important than you can imagine. Old Man Lin's tone suddenly became serious. The reason for the importance isn't just the water of life. It's the life source quality thing that girl in your family brought up at the product launch. Over at the Academy of Sciences, they conducted a full range of tests on the water of life you sold, and they rolled out almost all of the components of the water of life in reverse, and finally concluded that the nutritional value of this stuff is just a little higher than mineral water, and it's impossible for it to have this kind of effect. But on the contrary, it really works. In that case, the claim that it contains a substance never before discovered by mankind to date makes sense. You haven't been to the Academy of Sciences. You don't know how crazy those giants of academia are these days. To paraphrase some big bully in the field that the whole country is familiar with, this thing, if proven to be real and a way to exploit it can be mastered, is absolutely capable of changing the history of human civilization. it is highly likely that another whole new system outside of the existing technological system will be born. The tech tree no longer just grows and expands, but a whole new tree grows out from the side. And the importance of that is something you can slowly savor for yourself. The reason why the higher-ups haven't approached you yet is that they haven't figured out how to get in touch with you yet. Of course, they are also waiting for the results from the Academy of Sciences. If the Academy of Sciences is able to rely on the water of life to backtrack on discovering and mastering the life source quality, the importance of you and the heavenly domain group will of course have to be taken to the next level. If they can't, then I'm afraid that you yourself can't even imagine to what extent the higher-ups will attach importance to you. That's all there is to say. Anyway, you'll see to it tomorrow. Chapter 68 Personnel Recruitment Plan. Meeting tomorrow? Let's give them the whole big job first tonight. How can it be enough just to make a medical profession anxious? Hanging up the phone, Sui then directly said to the Heavenly Hub, "How's your side of those chip-related equipment and technology you obtained from White Deer?" The celestial pivot proper is a small sphere, which is the absolute core. Theoretically it must be safest to keep it in the storage space given by the trading platform. However, Sui realized that the storage space could not connect to the outside world signal, and it was definitely not possible to put it inside. After half a day of agonizing over the matter, Moon Listening made a suggestion for her to use a shrinking magic to shrink the already small ball of the heavenly pivot a bit more, turning it into roughly the size of a pearl, so that Sui could carry it around with her. Sui thought about it. This seems to work, but since it's all disguised as a trinket, he's wearing chicken feathers, he might as well give it to Yu Ling to wear. There was no one in the world yet who could steal or snatch something out of her hands, and so this wise brain from the other world, forced to pull a full one, had now been strung up on a delicate string to become a bracelet worn on Yu Lian's hand. Don't say, this thing is really quite good looking. The texture is very advanced at a glance, more in line with human aesthetics than any pearl or gemstone. And Suyi's conversation with Tianshu was also very simple. Any cell phone or a better electronic watch could act as a contact terminal. He even carries a Bluetooth headset directly in his ear, so he can call the Sky Hub anytime, anywhere, as long as he has a signal. Sir, according to your request, I have already completed the merger and integration of 3 semiconductor companies in Kyushu through legal and compliant channels. In the name of Horizon Group, completed the construction of the basic framework of the semiconductor department under Horizon Technology, and the related factory equipment has also been upgraded and iterated according to the technology obtained from MS White Deer's side, and it is expected that in 3 days at the latest, the first batch of production lines capable of producing 1 nanometer process carbon-based chips will be built and put into use. Production lines capable of producing 1 nanometer process carbon-based chips will be built and put into use. Production is expected to be 2 million 1 nanometer carbon-based chips per day, with an expected yield of 98%. Very good. Sui was instantly satisfied. This kind of thing is actually quite complex. From acquiring companies to integrating resources and internal personnel, and then finally iterating the technology into production. Each link is important and complex. Even for those giant companies, it takes a huge team of professionals to coordinate and manage to do this kind of thing. If it were not for the assistance of the Heavenly Hub, a commercial-grade brain, and letting Sui engage in it himself, he simply did not have so many people under his command who could use it. And without a year and a half, it would have been difficult to penetrate those technologies given by White Deer and put them into production. And with the help of the Celestial Hub, all he had to do was give orders, and the Celestial Hub would take care of things beautifully. That's the ideal of being a shirker, alright. Although Zhou Yan's ability was also good, it was still inferior compared to the increasingly large scale of the Horizon Group. Sir, there is one more thing I must warn you about. As the group's growth accelerates, there are a large number of vacancies at the company's headquarters, including positions in various branches that urgently need to be filled. If you intend to release and sell carbon-based chips with the latest processes in the near future, then the first thing you need to address is staffing, and my suggestion is to do some hiring. This was indeed something Sue had always wanted to do but had little time to do so. Winking certainly wouldn't be an objection. Then recruit. What positions are open? What people need to be recruited? And roughly what they'll be paid? You list the numbers for me first. The Horizon Group currently has subsidiaries such as Horizon Medical, Horizon Technology, and Horizon Ecofarms, respectively, as well as a number of factories under the company's umbrella. Among them, these factories and the Heavenly Domain Farm carry out simpler production activities and are not lacking in manpower. Even the number of workers in the Heavenly Domain Farm is slightly redundant, but considering that you may expand the cultivation area of magical plants at a later stage, the redundant agriculture-related professionals can be retained for the time being. And in addition to the most basic level of employees, the company has confirmed all over the place, of which the legal department, the operation department, the management department, and the financial department have the biggest gap, so it is recommended to start recruiting from these positions. Then there is the scientific research department, from the carbon-based chip and then the water of life, and then to the various magical plants that are being planted and the magical beasts that are being farmed. In fact, there is a great value for research and expansion, especially the cultivation and domestication of magical plants and magical beasts. If there can be agricultural researchers to conduct long-term research and mating, it may be able to greatly enhance the production and allow these creatures from other worlds to adapt to the environment of the blue planet more quickly. As for the salary package, I think it can be done by setting up employee grades and issuing different treatment benefits according to different grades. And the following is the program I initially provided based on the current situation of Blue Star and Kyushu. LV. 1 employees, $8,000 per month after taxes. 5 insurance policies, $1,000 per month room and board allowance. LV. 2 employees, 12,000 yuan monthly salary after tax. 5 insurance and 1 gold. 2,000 yuan monthly food and accommodation allowance. LV. 3 employees, 18,000 yuan monthly salary after tax. 5 insurance and 1 gold. 3,000 yuan monthly food and accommodation allowance. LV. 5 employees, monthly salary of 50,000 after tax. 5 insurance and 1 gold. Free magic food provided by the company cafeteria. Free stay in a boutique residence provided by the company, and a set of housing rewarded after 3 years of work. All the staff promotion assessment is my responsibility. Every promotion of the staff can get different specifications of rewards. For example, LV. 1 staff promoted to LV. 2, rewarded jewelry worth no less than 10,000 yuan. LV. 4 staff promoted to LV. 5, can get a car worth no less than $1 million, and so on. The above is the treatment of the employees. While the executives are not applicable to this hierarchical salary system because of the more flexible and changeable positions they hold, I suggest that the rewards are given according to the different positions and matters handled by the executives. Each executive's work I will record the rating, and ultimately give them a salary that is worthy of their work. The moment Sui gave his question, a comprehensive answer had already been given from the Heavenly Center side. After he carefully looked over it, he felt that it was indeed given to get very perfect. At least at a glance there were no obvious loopholes. Of course, this one looks a little rough compared to the salary grading system within those big, well-known companies. After all, a point from people is a dozen or more levels, or even dozens of levels, broken down to a big difference in treatment at each level. That's not to say that the hub is incapable, though, but there's no need for the Horizon Group to make it so complicated. This set of salary and benefit rules is only for grassroots employees only. The treatment of those executives is something it observes and evaluates personally before giving an answer. While other companies have such a fine-grained hierarchy of employees, it's mainly for middle and upper management. Chapter 69, Pulling a Hair Out of a Hat for the Benefit of the Whole World. Is it not a good idea? The program is great and I basically have no problem with it. After pondering for a moment, Sui still said, but can we get a little bump in the pay package? How much do you wish to be elevated? Sky Hub asked. On this basis, each person add 10,000, and then send the house thing from LV. 3 level of employees to start, but send the level of the house can do some article well. For example, LV. 3 employees send 120 square feet of ordinary commercial houses. LV. 4 send large flat. Wait until LV 5, then directly send villas. This house thing doesn't cost much anyway. It's expensive to buy someone else's, but we can build it ourselves. Whether it's Jiangchang or Magic City, I think it's still not difficult to get a piece of land that's not that bad to build houses for the employees, and the investment isn't too big. And giving away a house is gimmicky enough that it should attract a lot of talent. The working hours can also be changed appropriately, changing from doing 5 off to 4 off, changing the daily working hours to 6 hours, counting overtime outside the 6 hours, and then paying extra overtime. Do you think this will work and how much will it affect the company's earnings? Sui gave his advice. The Heavenly Pivot also gave a quick response. According to the calculations, following your suggestion will decrease the company's overall revenue by approximately 0.3%, which will not affect the normal operation of the company, but will greatly stimulate the employees' enthusiasm for work and improve the company's efficiency. If you don't mind sharing some more money to the employees, I can add some employee benefits on top of that, which will not only make the employees more enthusiastic when they work, but may even improve their efficiency because of this and bring more revenue to the company. Sui froze at his words. Why didn't you say earlier if you have such a good program? Since the employees can get more money and I can make more money if the company's efficiency increases, then why should I oppose it? I'm sorry, sir. Not presenting the scenario first was from the shady perspective of some of the people in Blue Star. Tianshu explained after sincerely apologizing. For some people who have fully realized financial freedom and don't need to worry about money, it's not that they don't know that giving better treatment to their employees can boost their work ethic and thus earn more wealth. The reason why they don't is because they don't care about that added wealth. They just want to gain more superiority over their employees who are struggling to survive at the bottom while maintaining their own cushy lives. There is an old saying in Kyushu, Yang Z takes for me, and plucks a hair to benefit the world, but does not do so. Throughout history, everyone has known that it's wrong to do so, but when it really comes down to being able to pull a hair out of the world's head, very few people will do so. Essentially it's that those who have reached this level have already classified themselves into a higher class, and the struggle for survival of those at the bottom is one of their sources of pleasure. Unlike you, sir, to offer such a generous salary package, your character is exalted, and it is I who think small of you. I have to say, an AI of the level of the Sky Hub is really interesting. Sui felt like he was talking to a living person. Look at this setup, with all the quotes, and in the end it goes around and around to actually suck up to him. That's very humanizing, alright. What does it mean to have a great AI? This is As for what the hub said, let's just say it wasn't much of a problem. There are plenty of people who are able to pull a hair out of their ass, but just don't want to do it. Shareholders and executives in the hands of the leakage of a little soup down enough to the bottom of the staff quality of life and sense of well-being has been greatly enhanced. But how many people will take the initiative to give employees to increase wages? That, in turn, doesn't really have much to do with an individual's character. Rather, human nature is what it is. Slow down the bottom feeders and the company owners a bit, and odds are that the people who were originally squeezed will make the same choice. It's the same logic that a dragon-slaying teenager must eventually turn into an evil dragon is the same logic. If Sui didn't have a trading platform in hand, everything he got today would have been obtained with little effort. Instead, he fought his own way to the top. He couldn't have been so generous in paying his employees either. It's not about right or wrong, it's just a different standpoint. Soon enough, the hub had put together a brand new benefits package form out for him. It is no exaggeration to say that no laborer will be able to refuse the salary and benefits offered here, if all of them are implemented. Su also used his account to send out the contents of this form in the first place, incidentally saying something about the recruitment of labor in the Horizon Group. After the last product launch, the netizens who were severely surprised by Yuling went crazy trying to dig up information about Yuling. I didn't expect to end up digging around and not digging up Yulian's, but instead digging up some of Suyi's information. Of course, the deeper stuff wasn't dug up, but his social accounts on various platforms were unearthed by netizens. Overnight, the attention of those accounts of his saw a wave of upsurge, basically up 1 million fans to start. Luckily, he had no habit of speaking on the internet before, and it was not so bad that the netizens dug up any anticlimactic remarks to give him a dry social death. But since it's all gone up so many fans, these people are still underneath some of his unintentionally retweeted updates with all kinds of fluff begging for interaction and whatnot. Sui also satisfied them with a wave. The job postings were posted directly to these accounts, and incidentally, they were able to use their influence to publicize them as well. At the same time, the official accounts of the various subsidiaries of the Horizon Group were also synchronized to follow up and forward his recruitment information. After all, the Heavenly Hub was a connoisseur of playing on the internet, and it was simply not too easy to publicize a thing on the internet. It doesn't even have to buy traffic or anything. Any platform's traffic pool is no different from its own home if he wants it to be, and it can give these job postings as much exposure as it wants. Unsurprisingly, less than half an hour after the job posting was sent out, the entire internet exploded directly. The fact that the popular Horizon Group, which is in control of curing people and technology, is hiring is already a big deal to many people who are looking for a job, especially now that it is the summer vacation period, which is the time when a large number of fresh graduates are looking for jobs after graduation. This kind of heavyweight company is openly recruiting, and even more people are paying attention to it. The key to the most explosive is not just these Horizon Group to give those treatments, is really a direct detonation of the whole network to fight workers, so that no matter whether there is a job or in the job search are directly into the root cause of the madness. Chapter 70, The treatment is too good to be true. Is such a good deal real in this world? Just entered the company even if the LV1 employees, monthly salary of 18,000 yuan after tax, on 4 off 3, package 5 insurance and 1 gold, as well as food and lodging subsidies and other benefits. This is the existence of the company on the Blue Star? I don't think the pay and benefits are outrageous. I've had more jobs with higher pay and better benefits than that. The most outrageous thing is the content of the work. Okay, LV1 employees work mainly as ordinary factory workers or farms? It's outrageous that an assembly line screwdriver can make 18 $1,000 a month and work 4 days a week? Then I am now playing summer job in the factory at dawn to work until dark a month of 4,000 what? Counting Negroes. Is it really reasonable to be paid so much for farming? What's so technical about this stuff that it's more than I make in a month of coding? What's the point of farming? Give you a piece of land, see if you can grow vegetables, give you acid finished. A thing does not mean that the number of people who can do it is not technical. Understand? The resumes are in. So hold your horses. I'm going to go ahead and test the waters for you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your abacus beads are all crashing into my face. You first withdraw your resume, test the water. This matter I can do it. This can't be fake. The treatment is so good I can't even believe it. Who knows? It feels a bit outrageous that LV. 3 employees just give away their houses. Really outrageous, right? I see something definitely fishy going on here. The first thing you need to do is to look carefully at the fact that there is a 1-month inspection period. And only after the inspection period will you be an official LV. 1 employee. And then you will be able to enjoy all these treatments. Cannot pass the inspection period is not a mouth thing? I see this is under the guise of high pay to deceive people to give them white labor. That is, I also think that I don't believe that capitalists can be so kind-hearted anyway. Once the information caught fire, some different voices soon came out amidst a public outcry of awe and disbelief. The content is nothing more than questioning these high-pay packages are fake. The Horizon Group, this is claptrap. Want to traffic crazy, want to trick people to work for nothing, and so on. The arguments soon clamor. And it quickly took its place in the discussion about the matter. To say that there was no push behind it, Sui definitely didn't believe it. That's how the world is sometimes. When everyone is just as dirty, then no one will say anything about you. But while I'm desperately squeezing my employees here, you over there are offering benefits that are unimaginable to the average person, so that even the lowest level employees can live comfortably. What will my men think of me? Wouldn't the philanthropist persona I usually create by casually donating some money just collapse? That's definitely not tolerable. So it became inevitable to buy a water army to write black articles to bring the rhythm. In fact, these people with the rhythm of smearing the words of the Horizon Group is full of loopholes, cannot stand up to scrutiny. But you cannot defend is that some people think they are very smart, that everything in the world is full of conspiracy theories. People with this rhythm, these people who are full of conspiracy theories about the Horizon Group's offer of such high treatment that he cannot understand will immediately have a feeling of lifting the clouds to see the sky. Sure enough, I told you that the Horizon Group must be blowing awesome with no good intentions, and then spontaneously start spreading that rhetoric. Once the word gets out, even if 1 in 10 people do, this kind of talk will take hold in the mainstream. And then more and more people who weren't so stupid to begin with will gradually believe it when they see so many people saying it. That's the power of marketing. Sui had expected this and naturally had nothing to be angry about. One might even say it was the result of his deliberate indulgence. When he was about to post the recruitment information online, the Heavenly Hub had already warned him that there would definitely be groups whose interests would be damaged as a result that would come out to discredit him. With the ability of the Heavenly Pivot, it was of course possible to snuff out the means of spreading these remarks in advance when there was already a warning, completely nipping them in the bud. However, Sui did not do so, because he always believed one thing, that people who are hostile to you, their hostility will not go away just because you cover their mouths. Instead of disappearing, hostility gradually spreads in alternative ways. Instead of treating the headache and pinching the net for fear of people taking the lead, he might as well let these people get their words out first and then hit them back hard in the face with the truth. Incidentally, and then follow the trail to find out who is behind the rhythm and rumor and the evidence. It may not be enough to make them pay much, but it is certainly enough to make these people die socially. No rumor is good enough in the face of hard facts. Of course, this was also because of the existence of the Heavenly Pivot. Sui grasped the absolute hegemony of online public opinion, and he dared to play like this, in other people's shoes. Even if it turns out that someone else is slandering you, if you can't get the word out in time, it's useless to clarify when the heat is over. That night, about 7 or 8 hours after that job announcement went out, the comments under Suyi's Scarf personal account have all exceeded 1 million. There are many people inside who are praising the Horizon Group for having a conscience. And there are also many who are questioning the truth. And there are quite a few who are indiscriminately and directly cursing. To this, Suyi's answer was also very simple. He posted another picture in the dynamic, a table of the paychecks of those ordinary workers working in the Horizon Ecofarm this month, as well as the payroll records of the Horizon Group. It's been almost close to a month since the Horizon Group screwed up. And while these workers haven't worked a full month's worth of shifts at Horizon Farms, people have previously worked at pre-merger farms with fixed payroll dates, even if they had not worked for a full month yet. At Suyi's authorization, this month's salary was paid out the day before yesterday. And this salary package was finalized by Sui himself when the farm was just merged and established. Nowhere near as detailed as the program given by the Heavenly Hub, but definitely very generous now. It wasn't quite as much as in the job posting that had just gone out, but it was way more than what they had previously been paid to work on the farm. Directly posting employee paychecks is undoubtedly a slap in the face to those who are leading the charge. Many people who were concerned about this matter as soon as they saw that the boss of the Heavenly Domain Group actually came out to speak out. Suddenly the heat was fired up to another level. Holy, all 5-figure salaries? That's too good to be true. Pay attention to the details. The salary is just a little over 10,000. Not even as good as the salary of the LV1 employees advertised in their job posting. What is this if not false advertising? Clarification? I think it's self-disclosure. Some people have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Can't you see what they're saying? This is only half a month's salary. And people also said, this is the company's first time temporarily formulated salary. According to their previous work twice to give the same work. Now the company development is good. About the salary of this piece will also gradually improve. I would call the Horizon Group an absolutely conscientious company. Not only for not laying off the original workers of the farms after merging with other farms, but also for offering them double pay. It's just that the bandwagon is really private placement. Quickly go to see. The official number of the Horizon Group has found out the mastermind behind the rhythm. It's actually a famous philanthropist. The evidence is solid. And this person on the surface to do charity to create a persona. Behind the scenes but desperately squeeze employees. Too disgusting. What? There's such a thing. Brothers, come with me to flush out this birth. Chapter 71. Confidence from an old Western nobleman. The slight storm on the internet was not too much on Suyi's mind. He didn't care who was behind the bandwagon. This is just normal business competition in his opinion. It's normal for someone to come out and bring a beat when they think he's giving his employees too good of a deal, causing him to not be able to maintain his good guy persona. This kind of thing would naturally be handled by the Heavenly Pivot. There was no need for him to worry about it. It's not like he's going to go and kill his whole family or anything for that. That would be too extreme. Of course, the very least extreme is a close second. It was mostly a hassle, and had to be run by Lunar Listening herself. And in between this online public opinion storm, Sui got another piece of news from Old Man Lin. The Minister of Commerce of the Gojo Union booked a flight to Kyushu, leaving tonight and probably arriving in Kyushu tomorrow. An official of this rank who was making an official visit would definitely have to contact the Kyushu Foreign Affairs Department first, indicate that the purpose is agreed upon, and then publicize the itinerary and come over. This time, however, the high-ranking Western official named Clay came to Kyushu in the name of tourism by booking airfare and itinerary in his personal capacity without any prior notification with the Kyushu Foreign Affairs Department. The information from Kyushu showed that the capital behind this person was a well-known pharmaceutical group in Ojo, which was also one of the companies that had made an appointment to meet with Sui tomorrow. And Clay's first stop on his arrival in Kyushu was River City. With all the coincidences stacked on top of each other, it's hard not to think about it more. This kind of behavior is very unusual when placed on an officer of this rank. But people came in their private name, so Kyushu couldn't do much to stop them, and could only ask Old Man Lin to give Sui a word first. He didn't really care though. The purpose of these foreign medical companies running to him was obvious from the start. Either they are here to beg for mergers and acquisitions, or they are asking for the right to be the overseas sales agent for Lifewater. Sui will not give out either of these two things. Getting people together for a meeting is just a matter of basic courtesy. Giving people a heads up and telling them it's a no-go. It was his basic quality as a polite person. If they gave face to it, it wouldn't be Sui's problem. Well, did you get in touch with that Su? Late at night, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangchang, two white men sat opposite each other. I'm sorry, Mr. Clay. We've tried to contact him through multiple channels, but he's never had any intention of showing up. And the response we've received from the Horizon Group has always been to wait for tomorrow's meeting. With all due respect, I'm afraid I don't think the group's proposal to acquire Horizon Medical will work. Oh, what makes you think that? Clay frowned. There are too many competitors. We don't have much of an advantage. Secondly, the price issue. If he's willing to sell out the Horizon Group as a package, the conditions that Kyushu can offer are far too generous compared to ours. Not to mention the richer corporations on the Bald Eagle's side. And just today, the Horizon Group also released recruitment information. It doesn't look like it's preparing to sell the company at all. You needn't concern yourself with conditions. Clay waved his hand carelessly. People who have reached this level, money is rather a minor issue for them, and power is something much more rare. 9 continents and white-headed eagle are rich. But so what? I came here to tell him that there are some things that only we, Gojo, can give him that no one else can. I have carefully reviewed the recent behavior of this person. Believe me, as long as we meet, My offer he will never refuse. He is very ambitious. To stay in any country in the world will only feel bound. We can give him is an absolutely no constraints, can be left to his own decision environment. Gull Island has fallen on hard times in the new era, but the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. They still have a lot of good stuff in their hands. That's why they dared to come over and get involved even though they were inferior in every way to Kyushu and Bald Eagle. Money? The world is full of things that money can't buy. Like their old empires that were dismembered and lost most of them, but still have colonies all over the world. Those in the council agree? And even if parliament agrees, I'm afraid the people won't agree when it comes to territorial issues, right? Although the man who was conversing with Clay was already in charge of a large conglomerate worth tens of billions of dollars, he was still shocked by such a large sum of money. Yet Clay waved his hand without a care in the world. Those council members in the council have long since gone crazy after determining that the water of life really possesses the ability to cure all diseases and even prolong life. They can't wait to send our fleet over right now to snatch the formula of the water of life. That said, he seemed to have some regrets. It's just a shame that it's not like 100 years ago, and it's not good for us to move around in Kyushu's territory. In the event that you can't grab it, trading is of course the best way to go. As for some overseas territories that are of little value, compared to an epic-making product like the water of life, they are completely worthless. Although those in the council are starting from their own selfishness, they are absolutely right in their decision on this matter. As for whether the people agree or not, does it matter? Clay snorted. In a short period of time they will definitely make a fuss. But there are still a few years until the next election. As long as we get the formula for the water of life and give them a taste of it as well, they will naturally forget how they are against it now when the time comes, and will instead be thankful for our wise decision. The white man glanced at Clay, cautiously. What if Sui still refuses after we make this offer? Moreover, there will be many people present at that time, so it's not a good idea to put this kind of deal in the open before it's finalized, right? That's why I brought you here all night. Clay laughed. Your company has also been growing in Kyushu for almost 20 years, right? I've heard that the roots are deep. At those words, the man was instantly alerted and hastened to apologize for it. Mr. Clay, if that were true in previous years, our company had dealings with the official authorities of Kyushu as well as some forces outside of officialdom. But in recent years, the top of Kyushu has been keeping a tighter eye on things, and with the policy changes, it's really inconvenient for us to try to use money to open the way to develop our own forces in Kyushu again. This place is after all different from us in the West, and there are a lot of problems that can't be solved by money. Right now, our group's branch in Kyushu can only do some business honestly. It doesn't have much of a foundation. Mr. Gago is too modest. Clay, naturally disbelieving, got up and patted the man in front of him on the shoulder. I certainly won't risk Mr. Gago on killing and setting things on fire. All I need is for you to use all your connections and resources in Kyushu to let me meet that Mr. Su before the meeting starts tomorrow. As for refusal, as I said, he'll never refuse. Chapter 72, if you don't want to wait, get out. Duck duck duck. Late night in the rain. A burst of knocking on the door startled Yang Yi, who was hugging a doll bear and watching a horror movie alone on the first floor of the villa. After coming back to her senses, she cautiously got up and looked toward the door. And when she saw that the knocking continued, she had to ask boldly, Who? Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Su's house? We have an important matter we would like to discuss with Mr. Su. Then wait a moment. Yang Yi didn't dare to open the door directly. Wearing slippers, he snapped up the stairs, came to Suyi's bedroom door, raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, but he heard a voice that made people blush vaguely from inside. A blush immediately rose on her pretty face. The raised hand froze in midair, not knowing whether to knock or not. After a long moment of hesitation, the door was opened before she could make a decision. The unclothed Sui said with an impatient face, What are you doing at the door in the middle of the night? You want to come too? The two were already well acquainted, and naturally they didn't speak as politely as they did when they first met. Yang Yi is now in a state of weakness, and can't care about that much, and hurriedly said, No, don't want to. There's someone out there looking for you. I'll talk to you. Got it. Tell him to wait. If he doesn't want to wait, get out, and pass on the original message. Snap. With that, he closed the door of the room with great impatience. In the gap between closing the door, Yang Yi vaguely saw Yulian in the room wearing a gorgeous and exquisite princess dress, and even had a crown on her head, playing really fancy. Muttering darkly, she blushed and went downstairs. At this moment, Yang Yi also came back to her senses. She watched a horror movie at home, and she didn't break the law. It was she who was scared in the middle of the night and had a weak heart. Since the people outside Sui herself didn't care, she had even less to care about. At that moment, he went to the door and shouted outside. Sui said for you to wait. If you don't want to wait, get lost. Clay. He never thought that he was a high official of the Ministry of Commerce of the Gull Continent Alliance. A big shot who would be honored wherever he went. In the middle of the night, he quietly came to visit Sui, and ate the closed door. Not to mention, the other party also told him to wait, and if he didn't wait, he would get out? Mr. Clay, this Sui is really too rude. Why don't we leave? Gago, who was worth tens of billions of dollars on the sidelines, obviously couldn't swallow it either. And he really wouldn't have wanted to come running at this point if Clay hadn't dragged him along. No matter from what perspective. In the case that Sui had already put out the word for everyone to meet together tomorrow, it was also bad form for him to find Sui's residence in the middle of the night through various connections. If your peers know and spread this out, how can you hold your head up in the circle in the future? Now that Sui was out of sight, he couldn't wait to hurry. Standing here for a minute was torture for him. Don't you think I'm a nobleman with no honor? Don't worry. He didn't just kick people out, but told us to wait. So wait. Clay was also ruthless and had obviously come with a mission. After calming down, it was upsetting, but he held his temper. Thus, these two big shots, who were definitely at the top even in Ojo, honestly braved the rain and hid under the eaves of the villa, waiting for the door to open. 2 hours later, click, with the sound of the locked tongue turning, the villa gate slowly opened. The expressionless Suya also appeared in the doorway. Glancing at the two, Sui faintly said, "Come in." In fact, when these two had just arrived at the door, Moonlily had already told him that someone was coming. But by that time he was all ready to get right down to business. Who cares about these cats and dogs? Now that the business is done, since the people have not left, Sui would like to hear what they have to say. If you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, none of you are leaving tonight, use it as fertilizer for the flowers and plants in the villa's garden. Clay and Gago, whose small half of their bodies were drenched under the gusty wind and rain, sniffed and hurriedly followed into the villa. After 2 hours of settling in, Clay couldn't hold a bit of the high Western official's frame anymore. While following Sui into the house, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Su, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Clay is. I don't care who you are. Just directly say what you came here for. My time is precious." Sui waved his hand to interrupt and sat himself on the sofa, casually pointing to the opposite seat. "Sit down. You have about 10 minutes to explain to me exactly what you're here for." His nonchalant tone and demeanor made even Gago tense up a bit and go straight. "Do you know what we are?" Sui snorted. "Gago Delaire, chairman of the Delaire Biopharmaceutical Group. I don't know you because of your fame or status. It's just that I've done a little bit of research on just about every mole cricket that Horizon Healthcare is about to run over. That's all. Instead of pretending with me, you should hurry up and figure out how to sell all the stocks in the family business you're holding and run away." Although the business was done, being influenced in the middle of the day still irked him. Now that's not a polite thing to say. And he wasn't even going to negotiate anything properly with these white-skinned guys. That so-called meeting tomorrow was just to inform them that the water of life wasn't something they should be thinking about, so that they could break that thought. Gago's company has been based in Kyushu for many years, and he himself is well versed in the Kyushu language and culture. The Kyushu people who cooperated in the past, whether they were official people or businessmen, did not care what the talk was about and whether they could negotiate or not. Basically, everyone was polite and courteous, and the etiquette was absolutely spot on. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of outspokenness. Almost didn't get his nose out of joint. Immediately, he said, "Mr. Su, your Kyushu is a state of etiquette, which I have seen in the past." Before he could finish his words, Sui impatiently interrupted. "Don't you talk to me about wearing a high hat. What the state of etiquette is not what I said. I barbarian also. Can't understand this. You have 8 minutes, so you better have something to talk about. Believe me, if you're still babbling nonsense when the time is up and you can't tell the truth, something will happen that you definitely don't want to see." Gago tried to say something else, but was cut off by Clay. "Mr. Su, we came over this late mainly to make a deal with you." With that, he pulled out a paper map of the world from his pocket, spread it out, and then pointed his finger at a certain area on the San Ocean. "I'm from the Gull Continent Alliance, and this is the overseas territory of one of the member states within our alliance. An island of about 50 square kilometers or so, and this is our sincere offer." Sui, who had originally planned to see what these two could say, froze for a moment at his words. Then he turned his gaze to the location of the island. A moment later, a smile finally bloomed on his face that had remained indifferent. 5 life waters with life-extending properties. I'll take this island. Chapter 73. Why should I sell it to you? Clay had originally seen Sui change his face and thought that this matter was feared to be in play. As a result, He heard Sui say that he wanted to exchange 5 special life water that could prolong his life for this island. And then people were dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that we, the Gull Continent Alliance, wish to acquire your water of life formula with all the autonomy of this island, plus 20 billion saber music. Of course, if you're willing to sell the entire Heavenly Domain Medical as a package, we're also able to add more money. In addition to that, in the future, we can guarantee that all the business behaviors of you and your Heavenly Domain group in Gojo will not be subject to any restrictions or targeting. The market in Gojo will be completely open to you. But Sui obviously didn't want to listen to him pulling this, sniffing and just lightly laughing. Why do you guys think I would sell you the water of life formula? Clay sniffed with some regret, but this kind of result was actually expected of him. Anything this good as long as it's not a cutie, wouldn't even just sell it. And he didn't expect his chips to really move Sui to completely hand over the water of life and Heaven's Domain Medical to him. Then the conditions remain the same. We only need the agent sales rights of the water of life in the Western world. What do you think? Sui sniffed and gave him an odd look. When did I say I would sell the water of life outside of Kyushu? When this was said, not only Clay, but even Gago was confused. In their thinking, if their own company could build such a good thing, it was absolutely necessary to hold the technology in their hands and sell the product to the world. That's why they, the medical giants from Western countries, confidently took the initiative to run here to ask for cooperation. It's naturally nice to be able to buy the technology, and it's even nicer to be able to buy the whole of Horizon Healthcare as a package. It doesn't matter if you can't even buy it. As long as they got the agent sales rights of the water of life in their respective regions, they would also be enough to eat with their mouths full of oil. Also putting the news out there stabilizes the company's stock and lets the shareholders off the hook. In this case, they never worried that Sui would refuse. They were just unsure about what they would have to pay to get access to the agent. The reason is also very simple. Multinational giant companies like them, their influence within their respective regions hardly needs to be mentioned. All of them are top-notch groundhogs. No matter how good the water of life was, it was impossible for Sui to leave them behind to go solo in their opinion. Otherwise, they would have joined forces with the local officials and added their own influence to make it difficult for the water of life to move an inch outside of Kyushu in a matter of minutes. But what do they hear now? Did Sui even have the idea of selling the water of life outside of Kyushu? Not buddy. What's going on here? Mr. Su, this joke is not funny, Clay said in a deep voice. I'm not joking, Sui said seriously. This was supposed to be tomorrow, but since you people are here most of the night, it doesn't matter if I tell you ahead of time. Heavenly Domain Medical's water of life will not be sold outside of Kyushu. Of course, with your means, the basic version of the water of life, even if it's only sold in Kyushu, I know you'll definitely be able to get your hands on it, so at least there won't be a shortage of it to use. But this water of life can only cure diseases. It cannot prolong life. The water of life that can truly prolong life. I can tell you unequivocally that the whereabouts of every single one of them is within my grasp, and no one can take it without my nod. 5 life waters that can prolong your life. Plus I can send one to each of you on a personal basis. As for the money, I won't take it. Just give it to me on the island. Say yes or no as you see fit. Of course, I don't need you to reply now. Tomorrow at the latest, give me an accurate answer. After that, saying that, Sui looked at his watch. It's almost time. You guys haven't wasted my time, so let's forget about the hasty interruption. Both of you please go back. It wasn't until they walked out of the villa and got into a special car that the two of them, Clay and Gago, who had been silent all this time, looked at each other. Mr. Clay, what do you think? Clay, as a high-ranking, very sophisticated politician in the West, was gradually coming around by now. Couldn't help but sigh. This Sui is much smarter and greedier than we thought. He doesn't expect to utilize the water of life to seize much wealth at all, and he doesn't even have the idea of expanding the market. Instead, he intends to completely monopolize the high-end water of life that can allow people to extend their lifespan, using it as a political bargaining chip that no one can refuse. I'm afraid that if you want to obtain high-end life water in the future, it won't be a matter of money. Gago naturally guessed Suya's purpose, and he echoed at his words. Apparently, it benefits him rather more. As for those basic versions of the water of life, he must have known that even if he wanted to sell them outside of Kyushu now, it would be difficult and he would have to distribute the benefits to others. So he simply stopped selling them. He is not only greedy, but also very careful, which is completely against the spirit of doing business to cooperate and win-win. And not giving the original interest group a share of the living at all and pushing the original interest group to the brink of extinction is absolutely very stupid behavior. So, Clay shrugged. If I had such a good thing in my hands, I'd be even more arrogant than him. What's more, this is Kyushu. and he dares to be so arrogant. He definitely has the official support of Kyushu behind him. What can the medical companies all over the world outside of Kyushu who have been driven to desperation by him do even if they are angry? This is no longer the time 100 years ago when flying a few battleships over would solve the problem. As a Gull State medical giant, it's naturally hard for Gago, the victim, to avoid spitting. But after spitting, he was still fast at accepting reality, and hurriedly went down the slope and said, "So Mr. Clay, what do you think we should do now?" Honestly, those two life-extending waters of life. Clay locked eyes with him and grimaced. "I think Mr. Su's proposal is very good. In the case that he intends to monopolize the high-end life water completely. These 5 life waters are definitely not something that can be measured today. Later on, I will contact the Alliance's speaker and report this matter to him. I believe that Lord Speaker will definitely not refuse. There was definitely one of the 5 life waters for him, and it would be a hell of a thing for him to refuse." Gago mentally spat before speaking. "I will be lobbying those legislators backed by me to help get this deal done as soon as possible. Hopefully, Mr. Clay and the ancient family behind you will have a hand in it as well." With Sui's attitude, "I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get this level of life water in the future." The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. Compared to being able to extend your own life, whether it was the interests of the Gull State Union, or the interests of the family or the company, it all seems so worthless. Chapter 74, Dude, aren't you guys in on it? The two of them, Clay and Gago, had received the benefits promised by Sui, and their purpose would naturally change. And after all, their Gull Continent alliance wasn't like it used to be. It had long been weakened for many years, and internally it was even more scattered. The strength is still more or less almost interesting. After being sternly rejected by Sui for their various cooperation offers, even if they were not given any benefits, they would definitely not dare to make any small moves in the territory of Kyushu. Their ancestors had once been broad, so they were naturally well aware that Kyushu was currently in an unstoppable upswing. It was best not to do too many out-of-the-ordinary things at a time like this, or else I'm afraid the consequences would not be something they could afford for the Gull Continent Alliance. However, the Gull Continent Alliance was not strong enough and had the self-awareness to not dare to mess around. But the world is not short of those who have strength and courage in themselves, much less those who have no self-knowledge. So it was not a quiet night. Clay wasn't the only one who wanted to get a little out of the way before the meeting. But naturally there were other multinationals from other countries as well. But their approach is more extreme. Of course he wouldn't brave the rain in the middle of the night to run to Sui's door and wait. In fact, it wasn't that they couldn't find where Sui's house was, but they had already gotten the news that the Heavenly Domain Group had already reached an agreement with a well-known security company in Kyushu, hiring more than 1,000 professional security personnel who had retired from the special forces and were legally allowed to hold a weapon in one go. According to their intelligence, roughly half of these people had been sent to protect the executives of the Heavenly Domain Group, while the remaining 500 or so were nowhere to be found. After all, this was Kyushu, and the well-informed network of these forces abroad didn't work so well here, especially if the Kyushu officials were still intent on covering it up. Instead of getting too much useful information, they get misleading and false information. For example, Sui put all the hundreds of security personnel who couldn't find any trace around to protect his safety, and his parents in his hometown had a very limited security force around them. This news made all the forces with evil intentions not be moved. Then they barged headlong into Sui's old home, a small mountain village located in the southernmost part of Chu province. Afterwards, according to the villagers recalled, the night of the thunder extraordinarily large, extraordinarily dense, especially in the section of the road into the mountains. A night of thunder did not stop. The next morning our villagers passed by the side of the mountain road, but also saw an official rescue team closed off the access to the mountain road. In the salvage of the car fell into the roadside reservoir. Said the mountain road last night a small landslide, and the car was struck by lightning out of control, fell off a cliff into the water. And there is more than one. Those cars are either Land Rover or Big Ben. The village said that these people were struck by lightning in the middle of the night and must have been condemned by heaven for doing something wrong. Early the next morning, Sui received a call from his dad and mom before he woke up. I tell you, this flag-raising ceremony can be too meaningful. Just a little too many people. Queuing is not good. You don't know. Your father had tears in his eyes when he watched it. Next time you must come along to see it. What? I was a soldier too. What's wrong with shedding some tears? Don't listen to your mom. What does she know? You go about your business. Don't worry about us. Listening to the sound of the old couple bickering, Sui did not feel impatient and waited for them to finish before saying, "Anyway, you guys just play in the imperial capital at ease. I'll have someone pick you up in a couple days. There's no need to be so troublesome. It's not like your father and I don't know how to read. so it's hard not to be able to take the car home by ourselves. By the way, there are still a few young boys and girls. Why do you let them follow us every day? It's not a waste of people's time? What a waste of time. They're bodyguards. I pay them. It's their job. They won't have a job if you want to kick them out. Sui snickered. We two old people. And not what stars. Go out traveling to what bodyguards? You now earn money is not such a waste. Should be early to marry a daughter-in-law. In the face of his mom's ramblings, Sui just quietly listened. And did not refute the meaning. The question is yes. The main thing is to go in the left ear and out of the right ear. Listen to the sentence and the count me out. By the time he was packed and ready to go out, it was almost time for the meeting he had agreed to with those people earlier. The location was at Horizon Group's temporary headquarters in Zhengcheng, a temporarily bought office building. Not in the busy part of Zhengcheng, did not spend much money, not far from Suyi's residence. He took Yu Ling with him and soon arrived at his destination. He had a rather full schedule today, and after dealing with these annoying things in the morning, he had to go out for a meal with Yang Yi in the afternoon. It was said that she was about to start school, and her roommates in the same dormitory had all come to Zhengcheng, intending to get together for a meal. Considering that people were bringing their boyfriends, she cautiously asked Sui if she could accompany her. You don't have to ask? The bag can do it. Isn't a class reunion or something just a place to pretend? That's too familiar for him. Okay. As for the pattern and all that crap, developed not pretend, but also everyday low-profile pretend grandchildren. Figure what So Sui agreed without even thinking about it. As the big boss of the company, welcoming and receiving guests and such things were definitely not something he had to prepare for. By the time he arrived at the pre-prepared conference room with Yu Ling, everyone else was already there just waiting for him. There were no excessive pleasantries. Sui didn't even bother to say hello. After walking through the door and looking around, he settled his eyes on a couple of ninjas. Each had a sign in front of them with their respective origins. These few that were targeted by Sui were all representatives from the enterprises and officials of Kyushu. Apparently, they were the part of the group that Old Man Lin had said had been sent by the officials to stir up the water. Several people. I have some matters to discuss with these foreign friends. Can I ask you to rest in the lounge aside for the time being? When these words came out, everyone here was confused. Everyone had been sitting here for a while, and had guessed what Sui would say in his first words when he came in. One would think he'd be polite enough to say hello and then dutifully negotiate a partnership or merger with them. There were also people who felt that according to Suyi's previously displayed character, coupled with the fact that it was impossible for him to be unaware of what happened last night, he would definitely be furious once he entered, refusing to cooperate or even kicking people out directly. There were also people who thought that last night's incident had failed, but it had given Sui a warning, and if he was lifting, he would surely be soft now. Anyway, guess what? But they never expected that the first thing Sui said when he entered the door was to tell the people on the side of Kyushu to go out first. Dude, aren't you guys on the same team? You came up here to let your teammates go first. It's making us panic. Chapter 75, Moon Listening. Show them your hand. Not to mention the representatives and executives of these foreign companies. Even those representatives of the Kyushu pharmaceutical industry who came with the official mission of Kyushu froze for a moment. It was a bit of a dilemma for a while. It doesn't say anything about that up here. Are we going? The group looked at each other in disbelief. And finally, at the behest of an official from the Kyushu Health Department, all the corporate representatives sent by Kyushu officials left the room. Of course, that doesn't mean that all the people of Kyushu have left the field. Some private companies obviously will not be willing to go like this. They are not officially sent to help Sui stir up the water. Why should they listen to Sui? On top of that, some foreign companies present sent representatives, many of whom were also from Kyushu. Sui waited for a while and saw that no one continued to leave, so he immediately nodded. It seems there should be no innocence here. The vast majority of the people here, no matter what country they came from, could basically understand and speak Kyushu, and they all froze for a moment at the words. After reacting, a man with a sign in front of him that read Yi Yunyuan, president of the Greater China region of the Zhuangshang Group, got up and frowned. What does Mr. Su mean? Literally. Sui shrugged, not even bothering with him, and turned to the air. These people were searched clean before they came in, weren't they? In the next moment, a holographic projection slowly surfaced in front of him, and the small ball in the projection was none other than the heavenly pivot. Yes sir, they need to go through 7 tests before coming in, and I've checked them through the electronic signals, and they're not carrying any electronic devices on them, much less tools for external communication. Very good, you did a good job. Sui recognized its work, then pointed at the projected blob and smiled at these clueless people. Do you all know what this is? These people obviously didn't know, and Sui didn't expect them to give any reply, and gave the answer directly. This is the centerpiece of our heavenly domain group, the Heavenly Hub supercomputer. It's capable of computing at 8 poles per second, and any firewall in the world is nothing in front of it. At that, these delegates exchanged words. Those who can sit in this kind of position are obviously not illiterate. For computers, even if they are not specialized, they basically know some basic principles. After some simple calculations, they soon realized what the unit pole represented. The first reaction, of course, is disbelief. The second reaction, on the other hand, was almost entirely one of joy in the heart. They didn't care if this whatsoever heavenly hub computer was true or false. What they cared about was the attitude that Sui showed. Sui suddenly came up to give them a big pie, blowing the technology of the Horizon Group. This is obviously trying to raise the price. Raising the price. That means he seems to really want to sell the Horizon Group. To these people, money doesn't matter at all. It's just a scrap of paper. Whether or not you could buy the formula for the water of life, or the entire Sky Region Group, was what mattered. You're just raising the price? How much do I have to raise it? I'll lose if I even frown. Which one of us in the medical profession is not rich? Sui also sensed that these people seemed to have misunderstood something, but he didn't pay any attention to it and instead introduced the parameters of the heavenly pivot to himself. At the end of his sentence, he suddenly changed his words and said, "Gentlemen, do you realize what the Sky Center computer means to the world? Got it. This is simply the most powerful computer ever. Our company is very interested in this, and we are also very interested in the Heavenly Domain Group. If Mr. Su has the idea of transferring the company, or transferring the equity, why don't you make a price?" A straight-talking person asked smoothly. "You guys seem to have misunderstood something." Sui suddenly laughed. "Tian Shu, show them all that information you've gathered." In the next moment, the holographic projection in front of him suddenly dissipated, and instead, a holographic projection screen appeared in front of each delegate. As soon as they saw the image in the projection, the representatives of the various countries were all stunned, and then they felt a chill running straight to the sky. This is Yun Yuan, the representative of the Zhuangshang group, shivered as he looked at the content in the projection, and for a while, his words were unable to speak, and only after a while did he say, "Where did you find all this stuff?" "Of course it's in the top secret information storage file at your Strong Life Group headquarters." Sui shrugged. "I've long said that any firewall is null and void to the Sky Hub. These people think that things are done in a top secret manner, and even if they fail, it won't involve them and the group behind them. And yet, he knows nothing of the powers of the Heavenly Hub. What they thought was seamless. The Heavenly Pivot only needed a simple investigation, and it would soon be clear. Is there anything to say? Or do you guys have anything to weasel out of?" Sui said indifferently. "I don't have anything to say to you. Give me back my cell phone. I want to contact my lawyer." Yun Yuan quickly regained his composure and said indifferently, "Even if it was revealed that he was one of the masterminds behind last night's attempted murder and kidnapping of another person, he didn't carry any fear at all. There was a team of professional lawyers defending him, and a scapegoat had already been found long beforehand. Based on the evidence of Suyi's confidential information that he didn't know where he found, he couldn't do anything to him. As for the heavenly pivot that Sui mentioned, he simply didn't believe that there were such powerful AIs and computers in the world, preferring to believe that it was a leak from someone on the inside." As he spoke, he had already made up his mind that when he went back, he would scrutinize everyone within the company who knew about it. "Take it easy." Sui waved his hand. "I've got something good to show you guys yet. Moon Lily, show them your hand." "Yes." Yulian nodded and pointed a distant finger at Yun Yuan, who stood up. "Sit down." Yun Yuan, who wanted to leave, instantly felt a loss of control over his body, and his eyes widened in surprise. While sitting down involuntarily, his mouth was horrified. "What are you doing? What are you doing to me? What kind of sorcery is this?" Although the others had not been controlled so directly, they had realized something was wrong when they subconsciously tried to stand up but found that their bodies were not at all at their disposal. For a moment the whole conference room was in an uproar. What's more, after seeing the attitude displayed by Sui and what he told them, they vaguely already guessed something, and they were shouting in panic, trying to get their voices out. However, all struggles are in vain. Accompanied by Yulian's faint word "quiet," the representatives who were able to speak verbally a second ago now even had the luxury of speaking, and could only look around with their eyes wide open in fear. Chapter 76, This is the Price. To be honest, even though I've guessed ahead of time what you guys are trying to do and have made preparations for it, but if you guys hadn't done anything last night, I certainly wouldn't have touched you guys now, and at most, I would have just come over and told you to get lost and be done with it. Sui said somewhat helplessly. But it can't be helped. This man, sometimes he's just ignorant and likes to rashly explore areas he's completely unfamiliar with. And with exploration, there is a price to pay. Sui didn't believe that they knew nothing about the Zheng family and the Tao family in Mordor. The Kyushu officials could guess that this matter was definitely related to Sui. There was no way they couldn't guess it. It's just that they're more headstrong. Or maybe it's just being overwhelmed by the huge benefits. After all, those behind them had ancestors from the islands. And things like robbery were already engraved in their genes. And robbery, for sure, is risky. Not giving them a chance to speak at all, Sui continued. You dare to lay hands on my family? Don't you think you're done with those people who died yesterday? Of course, I also know that you people are nothing more than pawns, and that there's someone else behind the scenes who really orchestrates these things, but there's no need to rush. Soon they'll be empathizing with you. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to kill you guys. After all, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and it's definitely against the law to kill someone. Lunar listening knows a type of magic that when used you will lose the ability to express yourselves. And by expression I mean including but not limited to the use of words, speech, gestures, and other methods to establish communication with others. In addition to that, she will also cast a spell on you that will cause your flesh to gradually age, but your spirit to remain vigorous, so that you may clearly perceive how you are rapidly growing old and dying. And at the same time, for all these things that you have seen and heard today, you are unable to disclose them in any form. Add to that the fact that you guys didn't bring any recording equipment in with you, and you see, it's a perfect plan, right? Sui couldn't help but reveal a smile himself as he spoke, seemingly very satisfied with this plan. There was a flash of divine light in Yuling's eyes, and a staff suddenly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, these people immediately felt something unseen and untouchable, but real, enter their bodies. Their bodies instinctively very much rejected this kind of thing, but they were helpless and defenseless. The panic in their eyes grew stronger, but they were unable to express the slightest opinion. Now, in order for you to walk out of here with your hands and feet intact, so that you don't have to have me take the fall for it, your memories of this place will be temporarily sealed for 3 or 5 days. In 3 or 5 days you will gradually remember things here, but will have lost the power of expression. As for now, you are perfectly healthy. Dismissed. Sui waved his hand and directly opened the door and walked out. Yuling, on the other hand, took the staff back into her storage space and followed suit. It wasn't until a few minutes after the two had left that a line of representatives of various businesses who were already on the verge of breaking down from the whole magic thing woke up as if from a dream and looked at their surroundings in a daze. Wait, what just happened again? Did that Sui come? I remember he was here, and I think he said something about how I'd gotten sidetracked too? It's bad. The acquisition that the chairman asked me to discuss in detail with Sui hasn't been given to him yet. Where's Sui? Gentlemen, the chairman says the meeting is over. His message is clear, and you may all return. The door of the conference room opened, and a staff member of the Heavenly Domain Group pushed the door in and politely said, he didn't even know what was going on inside. Sui asked him to come and pass a message, so he naturally came. Where is your chairman? I'm a representative of the Strong Life Group. He should know what our group stands for in the medical industry, and I'd like to meet with him again to talk about it in detail. I'm the CEO of the Greater Kyushu region of the Huangrui Group, and I have something very important to discuss with your director Su in detail, so please be sure to convey it. I'll be right here waiting for him. Being surrounded by a group of bigwigs, the small employee also had a bit of stage fright for a while, but remembering what Sui had just explained, he still hardened his head and said, guys, Su Dong said for me to see off the guests. If you guys don't want to leave, I'm going to have to call security over. Sui does not want to talk too much nonsense with these dead bones in the mound, before telling them this, but also just let them die to understand. Have a good confession for what you did in the last period of your life, or feel what it means to just be desperate. He left the company after the meeting. After getting into the car, Moonlily then asked, what about the others? Do the masterminds behind these people need to be pulled out and dealt with one by one? There's no rush. Sui shook his head. These people are spread all over the world. It would be too much of a waste of time for you to look for them one by one. When I get some of your world's strongest people to come over in the future, then I'll go and clear them out one by one. Just think of it as giving them a few more days to live. Yulian's evil magic that could destroy a person's entire family with a single drop of blood was indeed powerful, but it does take a drop of blood, after all. And it wasn't that just any drop of any blood would do. It had to be blood she had extracted by magical means. This time, there were a bit too many enemies at once, so it would be a waste of time for her to go up one by one and exterminate them. The wizarding world is full of fierce people anyway, especially the star prayer that Vivi's sight had already gotten him. After holding these powerful forces in their hands, none of these people will be able to run away. With this supernatural power at his disposal, it was restrained enough for him not to kill indiscriminately now. If others want to mess with him, then don't really blame him for not eating beef. It's not like he can see how people die anyway, so how many people he kills is just a number to him. It won't be the least bit psychological at all. Really piss him off. He wouldn't mind giving the world a little supernatural power shock. The Kyushu side is already in contact, right? Any news coming back? Far across the ocean, in a luxurious manner, two big shots who stomped their feet and the entire bald eagle empire would shake 3 times were relaxing in the manor, enjoying the cool evening breeze. There's already news coming in, saying that it was directly rejected by that Sui. The other party didn't even give our representative a chance to speak. Oh, what's expected? The people of Kyushu have always been like that, smelly and hard and uneducated. What next? With the appearance of this kind of drug, the medical industry is definitely not doing well in the future. Let the Black Palace side first announce the sanctions against the Heavenly Domain Group, and by the way, tighten up the other sanctions that were originally imposed on the Kyushu, especially in the field of high-end manufacturing such as chips. This one they can't break through for the time being, and it should be able to make things difficult for them for a while. Public opinion remembers to lead the way as well, and then we'll have to get out of the healthcare industry while we're at it. 2. Chapter 77, You're killing the conversation. The storm brewing in the unseen places. Sui didn't care. The reasoning is still the same. When he has the ability to easily kill anyone in the world, he doesn't need to have any fear, because no matter what organizational forces are involved, it is ultimately people who have to make decisions. Physical destruction is never the easiest way to eliminate an opponent. After settling a small annoyance, he went straight home to pick up Yang Yi. Her get-together with her roommates was at noon, and the hour was approaching. As for Yuling, originally Yang Yi meant to call her to go with her. Sui, of course, had no problem with it, but Yuling, being a professional wingman, didn't want to interfere with the hard-won opportunity for the two to be alone and cultivate their relationship, and didn't follow them there. As for Suyi's safety, she had left a guardian spell formation on Suyi's body, which would be activated in the event of danger, and at the same time, she would get the news to rush over it the first time. According to Yuling's prediction, even if this thing was directly bombarded with 155 howitzers, it would take more than a dozen shots to blast it open. As for single weapons like firearms, it was impossible to break the spell by scrapping the barrel. This is Kyushu. It's simply impossible for anyone but the officials to have the firepower to break the spell. And there's no way the crown is going to touch Sui. Not to mention he's going downtown. What official country would hit their own city's downtown with heavy firepower in non-wartime? So there is basically nothing to worry about in terms of safety. And Sui himself is not a weakling now, although he does not have much patience to learn magic. But these days by eating all kinds of magical food and drinking the water of life. Now the strength according to the estimation of the moon listening has been stronger than many martial artists in the magic world. It's not even hard to become a proper knight if you're willing to learn the moves diligently and practice martial arts. With his brute strength, an unusual 10 or so people would not be able to get close to him. All dressed up today. If I didn't know I'd think you were going on a blind date. In the garage, Sui saw the well-dressed Yan Yi and couldn't help but snicker. These days the little girl was dawdling at his place. And she really ate a lot of good food from the magical world, already at the wonderful age of youth, nourished by these good things. Now standing there, the beauty is like glowing. You don't even take a look in the mirror? Where would I dare to go out alone with you if you don't dress up prettier? Yang Yi sat in the passenger seat and spat. Every time I go out with you and Sister Yulian, I feel like a little maid carrying a bag. Has anyone ever told you too that your aura is scary when you're outside? It's that feeling of nobility. Yes? Sui raised his eyebrows. He hadn't really paid much attention to this aspect, but the influence between the two is mutual. Yulian's status in the other world is noble, and she carries her own aura, so Sui has been with her for a long time, and subconsciously her words and behavior will naturally be affected. It's normal for the aura to become stronger over time. Of course I have. That's why I've been dressing up all morning to prevent being mistaken for your maid when I go out with you alone. Pretty. Yang Yi puckered her mouth and even reached out to poke her little face. Not bad. Sui gave a fair assessment. Compared to lunar listening, it was really only okay. But if you put it on the outside, it's a top-notch beauty that has finished off countless internet stars. This kind of you belongs to the fine chaff eating too much. It has to be cured. Sister Yuling is so beautiful. Where under the sky can you find another one? Sui thought of the star prayer that might be sent by Vivi soon. Hard to say. The sky has been chatted to death by you. Yang Yi huffed. Su also changed the subject smoothly. Say, how exactly do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? How do you mess up if there needs to be some intimate interaction? Interactive is interactive. I don't mind. Do you? Why don't you demonstrate now? Yang Yi put her hand on Sui's right hand. After a long period of brainwashing by Tsukiyokari, she had been able to let go much more than she had been able to when they first met. Moreover, He also knew that Yuling didn't mind that he was having an affair with Sui, and had even been taking the initiative to push the issue, so there was no psychological pressure at this moment. You don't mind, then that's good. Sui smoothly squeezed her leg. Isn't it cold to wear so little? Big brother, you can touch it if you want. It's 40 degrees outside. Yang Yi gave him a blank look. Oh, I forgot. The place where the gathering was held was about $200 or $300 per person, which isn't really a very cheap restaurant. Yang Yi said she hadn't planned to come to such an expensive place today, but one of her roommate's boyfriend is said to be a bit rich, and can't see that a normal restaurant has to be here, and it's also the person who pays the bill, so of course there's nothing for the others to say. The two arrived just in time for the meal, and the place was packed even though it wasn't cheap to spend, and was said to specialize in local specialties. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the box, Sui saw a group of young people eagerly chatting about something. There was an abrupt silence until they saw the two men arrive. The gazes of the boys were almost all gathered on Yang Yi, while the gazes of the girls in the box were all on Sui. After freezing for a while, one of the girls looked at Yang Yi and froze again, then hurriedly got up and said, "Yi, why did you just come? I haven't seen you for a month. I missed you so much." After some pleasantries, halfway through, Yang Yi introduced Sui to the others, and only then did the two of them take their seats, and as soon as they sat down, the girl couldn't wait to pull Yang Yi and ask, "Yi, I haven't seen you for more than a month. Why do I feel like you've gotten prettier again? Honestly, what skincare products have you been using lately? And you don't recommend them to your sisters when you have something good. Damn it. Skincare. Does the water of life that you drink as a beverage count?" Yang Yi mentally spat out a sentence. But it's not like she doesn't have access to the internet. She naturally knows how hot the water of life is now, and it's okay to pretend to be small at a class reunion. But she is so big at once that she herself is weak. "I don't use any skincare products. I just go to bed early and get up early and eat and drink regularly on vacation." Eating and drinking regularly was fairly reasonable. Sui didn't even know how she could say such nonsense as going to bed early and waking up early. Who the hell is watching a horror movie in the living room at 3 a.m. and not going to bed? But at a time like this he certainly couldn't tear himself apart, looking at his cell phone as a toolman. But one of the boys off to the side suddenly picked up the conversation. "Skincare products? Do you guys know about that water of life that's been quite hot lately? I've heard that it's better than any skincare product, and that drinking it directly can improve your beauty. It's blown up all over the internet. You can't even buy it if you want to." Chapter 78, Tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone. Is the water of life really that good? I see a lot of people blowing it up on the internet. How does it actually work? Have any of you tried it yet? A girl wondered. Where can I try? Heavenly Domain Medical has only released 300,000 basic versions of the water of life so far, 88 apiece, and every time it's released it's snatched up in less than a second. I didn't even know there were actually so many rich people in the world. A boy complained, then looked at his girlfriend to the side. I was going to grab one for you. I just couldn't. That really didn't help. The girl said with an unhappy face. I don't care. There's bound to be more for sale in the back. You've got to get it for me. The beauty blogger I follow live tested the water of life, and it was simply wonderful. One bottle down and the wrinkles and blemishes on my face are gone. Even my hair goes much smoother. What with the yellowing and split ends disappearing. I must get it. Sui, who had been eating melon after coming in, couldn't help but frown. His intention in putting the basic version of the water of life thing out there was actually to make some people experience less sickness. The price is set at $888, which is not cheap, but for many people with less serious chronic conditions that require long-term medication, the price is totally worth it. At the same time, the pricing is so high because it sets a certain threshold, lest any messed up people come in and grab it, resulting in people who really need it not being able to grab it. It turned out that he didn't realize that he had underestimated some people. Frying the water of life into a skincare product can be okay. Opening his mouth, he wanted to say something, but it seemed unnecessary. There must be more than just these one or two who grabbed the water of life as a skincare product, and it's a complete waste of breath to talk any sense here. Might as well think about how to perfect the mechanism for selling the water of life. For example, the quantity released at a time is no longer sold openly on the internet, but is docked with the official hospitals in Kyushu to give the regular hospitals some cooperation. Water of life? I have it. We're all friends. I'll give one to each of the beauties present in a couple days. Just as Sui was pondering, the boy who first brought up the water of life suddenly smiled and said, as if such a good thing as the water of life was not worth mentioning at all in his case. Sui couldn't help but glance at him with some suspicion at his words. Although the water of life was listed for sale online, that also required verification of identity and was limited to one bottle for one person, coupled with the fact that it is grabbed quickly. It fundamentally eliminates the possibility of scalpers grabbing it and reselling it for a profit. So theoretically the most a person could do is just buy a bottle with it. Give one to each of the few girls in the room and that's 4. To be able to give away so much at once meant that he definitely had more water of life on hand. Where'd you get that? Of course, that doesn't rule out the fact that this kid is blowing awesome. After all, he didn't say he'd give it now. But if it's the former, that's a big problem. One for each person? Do you really have that much water of life on hand? I remember buying this stuff as limited, right? Without waiting for Sui to ask. Someone else helped her to ask the question. It was the same boy who had just said that the water of life was hard to grab and was complained by his girlfriend. Buying online is definitely limited. But it's not like I got mine online. The boy said smugly. My brother was previously an executive at a pharmaceutical company in Magic City. And then the pharmaceutical company was acquired by Horizon Medical. And he became an executive of Horizon Medical. And their internal employees are rationed with the water of life. Whisper another secret to you. You guys must not divulge it to the public. The basic version of the water of life is nothing at all. Not even the advanced version of the water of life that can cure cancer is stated on the official website of the Heavenly Domain Medical. They also have an even more powerful version within the company. It is said that a bottle of it can cure any disease. And drinking 3 bottles can even extend your life. Hearing all this in front of him, Sui didn't think there was anything wrong yet. Employees within the Horizon Group do have a quota of life water. It was perfectly reasonable and legal for his brother to have a couple of the basic versions of life water on hand if he had a more important position in Horizon Healthcare with a high enough paycheck. People are willing to save such goodies for their families, and the company can't care. But what he said after that was a big problem. The water of life that can prolong life Sue also has never intended to spread out on a large scale, and it is impossible to do so. Regarding this matter, every internal staff member of Horizon Healthcare is clear in his or her mind and has signed a confidentiality agreement. But now it's coming from such a person. And it's not that simple. What's your brother's name? Sui asked directly. The boy who was blowing awesome blows was stunned and looked at Sui in surprise. Dude, I don't suppose it's any of your business who my brother is? He wasn't stupid. Or maybe his brother should have explained that he shouldn't spread these secrets out to the world when he told him these things. Doesn't matter? That's a lot of connections. So if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Sue also didn't bother to bull **** with him and directly picked up the cell phone and said, Ten-shu, you should have seen it. Deal with it. Yes sir. Looking at the text floating on the screen, Sui then put down his cell phone and stopped paying attention to it. That boy was obviously a little confused. Seeing Sue also did not ask again. So he continued to blow awesome to go. Did not think much at all. The private room soon began to serve the food. It had to be said that even with Sui's picky tastes now, this restaurant's food did have some redeeming qualities. It's just that the ingredients are still a little less interesting and not at all comparable to those magical foods. He tasted it and put down his chopsticks, with no intention of continuing to eat. Yang Yi is similar. These days live-in Sue also home. Her appetite is also considered to feed the tricky. These ordinary dishes more or less a little bit cannot eat. The others were happy to eat. There was a lot of praise for the vision of the dude who treated them. It was only then that Sui realized that the one who invited the guests happened to be the same dude who had just blown his awesome, called Li Wu. The atmosphere in the private room had always been sort of cordial, but there was no drama scene in any novels of the kind of class reunion pretending to hit the face. Not surprisingly, this should be an okay potluck experience, but that's the way things are a lot of the time. And if there are no surprises, there are definitely going to be surprises. Halfway through the meal, Li Wu's cell phone suddenly rang. Reaching out to signal the others to be quiet, he picked up his cell phone and chose to answer it. Hey mom, what's up? I'm having dinner with my classmates here. What? My brother was arrested? Why was he arrested? Leaking secrets? It wasn't me. I was having dinner with friends. What secrets could I have leaked? Asked Dad. He likes to brag with his business friends every day when he's drunk. He must have leaked it. My brother said that I was the one who gossiped outside and was overheard by the chairman of the Heavenly Domain Group? How can that be? How could I know any chairman of the Heavenly Domain Group? Chapter 79 Leaking Secrets in Front of the Boss? Li Go, who received the call, was dumbfounded. And Sui's side also received the latest news from the Heavenly Hub. Sir, the matter has been cleared up. Li Chang, the head of the marketing management department of the Heavenly Domain Medical Company, has a younger brother who is called Li Wu. After our people approached Li Chang also confessed to his disclosure of company secrets to his family. In addition to that, I also found out that Li Chang used his position to obtain hundreds of life water in a short period of time through illegal means, a small portion of which he gave to his family members, and most of which flowed into the second-hand market from his hands, with which Li Chang also earned millions of profits in a short period of time. The way he acquires the water of life is to use his position to acquire the water of life benefits that the company distributes to other employees, and if he meets those who refuse to sell, he will also carry out coercion and inducement, which is very bad in nature. I've reported it to the authorities, and Mileage has been arrested so far, and it's up to you to decide exactly what to do with the people in his family who know these secrets. What do you think should be done? Sui asked rhetorically. According to the law, all those who know about it should be made to sign a confidentiality agreement, and as long as they don't disclose the matter later, the matter will be considered closed. If they are not willing to sign it, then they can go through other legal processes to resolve it. This is a big deal, not a small one, and I suggest that Sir can leave it to the company's legal department without interference. Obviously, the Sky Pivot, being an intelligent AI, it is more comfortable with working within the framework of rules. Don't really want Sui to go straight out and kill someone or something. However, this matter could only be considered a small matter to Sui, and it was not so bad as to go and kill the whole family or something. It wasn't managed after giving the Pivot a watchful order, and in the private room, Li Wu, who was still bragging in a spirited manner a second ago about how good the effect of the water of life was and how much of the water of life he had drunk, was already confused after receiving the phone call. Pale and sweating, he had just spoken very loudly, and the others in the box had naturally heard him. No one can still eat after what happened, either. No one cared what would happen to Li Go, his brother. Everyone was more concerned about themselves. Just now, when Li Wu blew his awesome, he even said that it was somewhat a big secret, so that other people must not spread it out. Now Li Wu, the one who spread the news out, his brother was arrested. It's really kind of scary, isn't it? Knowing that they were afraid they had heard something they shouldn't have. The faces of the people in the box didn't look too good. That, you told us those things your brother said again. It's not going to be anything, is it? Li Wu's girlfriend asked cautiously. However, Li Wu shook his head with a pale face. It's over. You guys shouldn't take any chances. Horizon Medical has already filed a lawsuit against my brother. And I guess there are people from the police department looking for me right now on this side of Jiangchang, and they will soon find their way here, said the man, who still seemed a bit unable to understand. The chairman of the Heavenly Domain Group. I haven't talked about these things with anyone outside of you these days. Where is the chairman of the Heavenly Domain Group? Speaking here, he suddenly froze for a moment and looked at Sui, who was calmly drinking tea not far away. Dude, what the hell did you just ask my brother's name for? Sui glanced at him faintly and said, I'm the chairman of the Horizon Group, Li Wu. He remembered what had just happened, and kind of suspected that Sui was also a person from the Heavenly Domain Group, or had some relationship with the Heavenly Domain Group, and had quietly and gently passed on what they had said. And then it reached the ears of the chairman of the Heavenly Domain Group, and that's how his brother was done. As for Sui, he was the big boss behind the Horizon Group. It was something he hadn't even thought about. After all, Sui now looked younger than everyone here, and those who didn't know would have thought that he was a schoolmate from somewhere. Who has such a big brain to think that the owner of Horizon Group, whose market value is predicted by some organizations to be not less than 100 billion if it goes public, is such a young man? The booth fell silent again for a moment. Some people pressed to leave, but when he thought that he had listened to the trade secrets of a large company and that an inspector might soon come looking for him, he was a little afraid to leave. After all, staying things can still be explained away by stating that you just heard it, and that you definitely didn't pass it on, and won't pass it on in the future. The most you can do is sign a non-disclosure agreement and you should be fine. But if he runs away, who can prove that he didn't pass such secrets on to others? It will be a pain in the ass to deal with when the time comes. The atmosphere was a little dull for a moment. Yang Yi stayed for a while and then she couldn't sit still for a while, pulling Suyi's hand and said, Can we go? You wanted to leave and said so earlier. I thought you were going to wait for them. Sui laughed and smoothly stood up, ready to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard Li Go say, Can't go. You've all heard the matter. If you leave here to spread the secret to more people, it will only be more troublesome. When my brother contacted the family just now, he said that this matter, the Heaven's Domain Group, will definitely not stop. And the more it spreads, the more serious things will get. It's for your own good to keep you here waiting. Sui shrugged his shoulders, not even bothering with him. His brother, Li Chang, is not a good person. He doesn't work well, and he's just looking for a way out. This Li Go then may not be a good person. Once you blow your mind about being awesome, you have no mouth on you. And you open your mouth to give people the water of life. His eyes were glued to Yang Yi when he said this. What is the purpose? Sui did not even bother to say more. Small heads control big heads and go out and pull the brains out of the family's goods. It's not in anyone's best interest to not let anyone else go. Naturally, it's just a way to be less culpable. Click. Just walking to the door. Sui Du hadn't even reached out to open the door when someone outside pushed the door in first. The natural person to look for at this time would be the inspector. It had to be said that the officials were really fast. After hearing that the Horizon Group had called the police on someone for leaking trade secrets and getting the relevant information, less than half an hour before and after, the Magic City side had already arrested someone, and the Jiangqing side had also found their way to the door. It can be seen that the top is now concerned about the Horizon Group. In a different business, the official efficiency would never have been so fast. The inspector was polite, and after briefly explaining his purpose, he asked everyone present to come with him to the police station, and it was stated that a simple investigation and a confidentiality agreement would be all that was required. The crowd in the booth breathed a sigh of relief. It was Sui who frowned at his words. I have other business on my side, so I'm afraid I don't have time to go over there. As soon as this was said, everyone in the private room was stunned, and a young agent was about to come over and reason with Sui to make him cooperate with their work, but before he could open his mouth, he was pulled aside by the captain, who then politely said, May I ask if you are? I'm Suya. Alright, Mr. Su, take your time. The captain immediately made way for the doorway, allowing Sui to lead young Yi directly out. The people in the booth looked stunned. It took a while before one of the boys said indignantly, Why should we be investigated when they can just walk away? Because people are the chairman of the Horizon Group. The inspector captain who figured out what happened was speechless. Leaking someone's company secrets in front of the chairman of their company is genius. Chapter 80, Water Under the Bridge. A new deal begins. What happens after they are taken to the police station? School starts in 2 days. It won't interfere with school, will it? After coming out, Yang Yi couldn't help but ask. Not so much. A trip to sign a non-disclosure agreement and you can come out. You can't stay for a day. Sui casually said. I think you should be more concerned about what we're going to do this afternoon. The original plan was for the group to have other activities after dinner. Since Sui was all here, he naturally wanted to accompany Yang Yi to play together. Now that her classmates have been busted, that's still playing the fair. How about going to see a movie? Yang Yi suggested, but just as she said it, she couldn't stop shaking her head. No, there aren't many good movies lately, so it's a waste of time to go. Thinking about it, she couldn't think of anything fun. After all, outdoor activities are basically a no-brainer on such a hot day. There really isn't much you can play indoors either. In the end, the two of them didn't bother to play anything on purpose. They just spent the afternoon blowing by the river, watching the boats coming and going on the big river and chatting with the little beauty. Sui felt quite interesting. Today was the day of a previous appointment to trade with Vivi and White Stag, but that was for the night, and there was no hurry at all now. The company's affairs were managed by the Heavenly Hub, and he, the big boss, didn't have to worry about them at all. There's nothing to do back home. On the contrary, sitting and chatting with Yang Yi by the riverside gave him the inexplicable feeling of being with his first love for years. Other than that, Yang Yi's temperament and looks are very much in line with most people's definition of first love. Pure white moonlight type up belongs to is, but a lone man and woman. Chatting will naturally become more and more ambiguous. It's a little hot in here. Why don't you find a cooler place to rest? Hearing Yang Yi's blushing request, Sui testily said, To a hotel? It's logical and watery. Anyway, it was such a calm afternoon that the last layer of window paper was so easily pierced. Yang Yi, who was new to the world, didn't make any pretense, and drank a few mouthfuls of the water of life before she was revived with full blood. Then he energetically dragged Sui to go shopping for a late-night snack. By the time I got home, it was something like 10 o'clock at night. Yuling was quietly looking at her book at home, and when she saw the two of them return, her eyes sized up Yang Yi for a moment, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But she wasn't surprised. This would have been the result of her pushing the envelope. You guys talk. I have some business to take care of and will be down later. Sui said hello and went upstairs. It's time to go ahead and do the deal that was agreed upon for today. As for the issue of getting along between Yuling and Yang Yi, this should not be something he had to worry about. Yuling would take care of it. Why are you so late this time? In the trading space, Wei Wei gave a small expression of her dissatisfaction as soon as she showed up, and then she gave Sui what she had prepared. Most of them were magical plants and magical beasts' flesh and blood, as well as some seeds of magical plants, and some magical implements according to Suyi's requirements. 5 longbows engraved with magical formations of incredible power, an enchanted cloak with defense pulled full circle and the ability to fly for a short period of time with this prop even when worn by an ordinary person, and some swords and such. The magic cloak was requested by Yuling, mainly for Suyi's defense. Those magical weapons, on the other hand, were the ones that Chen Knight had approached Wei Wei again to offer to purchase after he had traded with White Deer from another world. This is the kind of thing that should be of more interest to his White Heart side. To purchase these items, Sui needed to pay for the 20 000 tons of grain left over from the last transaction. Those high-powered weapons in your world that can be used by mortals as well had better be ready for me sooner rather than later. I'm afraid we've had a big battle in Monk River City recently. After the transaction was completed, Vivi said with a grave expression on her face. With these recent waves of bulk food support from Sui, the demand for food on Wei Wei's side was no longer too great in a short period of time. Those who had originally surrounded Mengchuan City had been besieging but not attacking, just waiting for the city to break its grain. Now it was found that not only was the food in the city not cut off, but it was getting more and more. And now even the ordinary people in the city of Mengchuan were able to have 2 full meals a day. This left the besieging coalition forces sitting a bit on the sidelines. She had received reliable information that the Allied forces were feared to be planning a large-scale attack against Monk River City in the near future. If we can't stop it, breaking the city is just a matter of days. If it's blocked, the follow-up could probably die down for a while. I'm a bit curious. Didn't you say you were the princess of that Blazing Sun Empire? People have been fighting around your territory for years now. And your empire doesn't give you any support? Can't count on it. Vivi waved her hand. Originally, Mengchuan City was located in the borderlands, a place that was abandoned by the center of the empire. But this is my territory, and I'm not willing to give it up, which is why I've held on to it until now. Garrisoning Mengchuan City is my personal behavior, so naturally the empire won't send reinforcements. A place abandoned by the empire? Sui was a bit puzzled. Listening to what you said before, Mengchuan City is a border town that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people and has strong defenses, right? This kind of place. Just say you don't want it? Is it possible that your empire has recently suffered a defeat elsewhere? Or that it has rotted internally and has no usable soldiers at all? Of course not. Vivi casually found a place to sit down and poured herself and Sui a glass of life water. The situation is rather complicated. To give you a brief summary is that my father has become old and faint, and is simply unable to handle the affairs of state. The power of the center is now held in the hands of several of my brothers, and according to the news coming from the imperial capital, the struggle for the throne between them has reached a white-hot stage. The entire empire is vaguely ablaze with the smoke of civil war. It's just that the scale of the war is currently manageable and hasn't spread completely. Nowadays, at least 1 million troops have gathered around the imperial capital. All of them are the most elite troops of our Blazing Sun Empire, following the orders of each of the 4 imperial sons, and it is foreseeable that once father dies, that's when the uncontrollable civil war will break out in full force. In this situation, who would send troops to save a small fringe city? To them, it's just territory. And the Blazing Sun Empire is so big that losing a little bit is nothing, but if they lose the throne, it's a total loss. Not to mention that I'm also considered one of the heirs to the throne and qualify to participate in the looting. They can't wait for me to die in Mengchuan City, so how could they come to support me? Good lord, the civil war is about to start before the emperor is dead. That's more of a stretch than stopping a corpse to attack without regard to the girdle of armor. The corners of Suyi's mouth twitched, not quite understanding how this group of people in the other world fought. However, when he looked at Wei Wei's unperturbed expression, he felt that this woman was afraid that she was not simple either, and that holding on to Mengchuan City was probably not just for the sake of holding on to her territory. By the time the civil war in the Blazing Sun Empire was really fought, it wasn't certain who would have the last laugh. Chapter 81, Vivi's Ambition. You want to become the Empress of the Blazing Sun Empire? Sui asked abruptly without warning. Why do you think I'm qualified to be involved in something like this? Vivi raised an eyebrow. As the youngest princess, her territory is still in the barren city of Umekawa, and now she is even more behind bars, unable to protect herself. What am I going to do for the throne? Sui looked around. With this, how can it be enough? Small initial territory, few people in the territory, poor external environment, insufficient political capital. Do these count as questions? Of course it counts, and it's all a big deal, with so many buffs stacked on top of each other, putting the Blue Star side, regardless of the ancient and modern world. It was clear that they were not qualified to participate in the first generation. But Vivi has one biggest bit that's enough to make up for her shortcomings. That's the trading platform. To put it bluntly, that means she's hung. Enough, I'm afraid, depends on how much you can back up. Vivi snickered. Just the one you showed me earlier. The one from your world. Mushroom eggs. Yes, that's the one. You get me a couple rounds of them, and within a month I'll be on the throne as emperor. When the time comes, I'll make you a duke of the Blazing Sun Empire and give you a territory of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and 10 million subjects. What is the difference between that and me being Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Vimi 50 on Crazy Thursday? Sui was a bit speechless. You'll never get this stuff now. Stop dreaming and talk about something realistic. It's the guns and artillery. How much do you think it would probably take to get you on the throne? These weapons he had shown Vivi through some videos. These weapons are too logistically demanding. If you can make sure the logistics keep up, then within a year, I should be able to take half of the empire. As for the other half, it will depend on luck. Vivi didn't explain too much. Obviously, as an ancient empire with an inheritance of more than 100,000 years, the Blazing Sun Empire itself wasn't so simple. Even if she was the emperor's own daughter, it was not enough for her to want to rise to the throne by power alone. Sui remembered that the island he had gotten from the Gull Continent Alliance's side should also be handed over recently. After a moment's thought it was said, "In a month at the latest, I'll be able to supply you with a large variety of conventional heat weapons until I can support you through the civil war and become the empress of the Blazing Sun Empire. As for what you have to pay, no need to talk about knighthoods and such. I can't even go to your world. So what's the point of having that? I need you to provide a set of theories and knowledge related to magic. How about that?" Compared to something that could not be seen or touched, it was obviously still the mature magic system of the entire magic world that was more tantalizing. However, this kind of thing was also a crushing treasure for Wei Wei, belonging to one of the biggest advantages of her world over Suyi's side. It's something like a technical barrier. Previously, Sui had never even asked for anything in this regard. Now that the other party had a big favor to ask of him, it was just the right time to offer it in passing. After a moment of silence, Vivi gave her answer. Even though the Blazing Sun Empire has existed for so many years, the royal family's collection doesn't dare to say that it encompasses everything related to magic. All I can promise you is to give you the knowledge of magic and martial arts that has been passed down for over 100,000 years by the royal family of the Blazing Sun Empire after helping me ascend to the throne. As for anything else, I can't do anything else. It's okay. Sui was not picky. Anyway, just get a perfect way of practicing the magic system over first. One of the reasons he didn't bother practicing magic was that Moonlily's elven magic didn't really fit well with humans, and he got half the effort even if he tried to learn it. It totally pays for itself. After chatting briefly about cooperation in the general direction for some time to come, the two of them talked about the other business of the day, with Vivi taking the lead. The star prayer is already waiting. Give me a mid-level life trading permission card and I'll bring her here now. After buying the primary match card last time, Sui was left with only a few dozen membership points. However, after the transaction just now, the trading platform had sent him nearly 100 more points. There's also a 140 plus membership points now. 100 points were needed to purchase the intermediate life trading privilege card, and the rest would give her a whole world language pass, so that she wouldn't still have a language barrier when she went to the blue planet. Without saying much, Sui directly bought the trading card and used it. Vivi, who had unlocked her trading life privileges, then brought the long-prepared star prayer into the trading space at the first opportunity. Even though he had prepared for this, the moment he saw the other party, Sui was still ruthlessly stunned. If she only looked at her looks, she could only be said to be indistinguishable from Moonlily. But the temperament is very different. The moon listening was gentle like water, and the star supplicant had an indescribable calm elegance just by standing there. "I presume you are Mr. Sui?" After a brief glance at each other, Prayer to the Stars took the lead with a salute. Su also clasped his fists. "Yes, first time I've met you. The famous star prayer is truly famous and magnificent. I'm flattered. I've read the letter that Princess Yulian gave me, and Princess Wei Wei also generally said some information about your place." Star prayer opened the door. "I want to double check that if I agree to your terms, will I really be free from any discrimination or oppression if I bring my people to you? Discrimination and oppression exists everywhere, and this is absolutely impossible to get around." Sui shrugged and said, "What I can guarantee is that when your people go to my place, they will be discriminated against and oppressed not because of their origin or lineage, and their status will not be lower than the natives there. It's just like I said before. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. It's not too late to make a decision afterward." "Yes," Star Prayer agreed without hesitation. "It's even a little compelling." It was because in the letter Yuling had given her, that place had been depicted as being no different from the legendary God's kingdom. This is especially true for them, a group that is discriminated against and ostracized by the mainstream in the magical world. In that case, let's sign the contract first. Sui took out the trade contract that he had prepared long ago. The terms in the contract were certainly not the same as the one Moon Listening had signed before. Moon Listening was going to Blue Star with no intention of going back, and the Star Prayer would definitely have to go back to the magic world if he found out that the Blue Planet side didn't match Sui's description. People are also top strong in the magic world, second only to those who are some kind of Fa Shin Wu Shin or something like that. It's not like you're a little cutie. Naturally, he wouldn't sign the kind of trading contract that was no different from a contract of sale. The content of the contract she signed was also roughly that after she went to the Blue Star, she needed to follow all reasonable orders from Sui, follow the local rules, and not mess around. But Sue also couldn't mess around with her and force her to do things she didn't want to do. Once one of the two parties breaks the contract is suspended and the Stargazer is sent back to the wizarding world. It's safe to say this contract has some guarantees for both parties. Chapter 82 Power Armor. Star Landing Craft. My name is Sui. You should know it as well. Since the contract has been signed, then we are expected to get along for a long time in the back. And I still don't know your name. Blue Star. In the bedroom, looking in front of a head of aqua blue long hair, tall figure like a picture scroll out of the goddess-like praying for the stars, Sui opened his mouth to ask, a name? Rather a long time since anyone asked me that. Stargazer mused for a moment. My original name was Weed. You can call me that if you like. Weeds. Sui hadn't expected that one of the top combatants in the magic world would actually have such a random name. But then again, when she thought about her life in the wizarding world, it seemed to make sense. After all, this kind of hybrid is discriminated against and rejected in the magical world. And grandma and uncle don't love each other. But is it as humble as a weed? Whether or not Sui liked this name himself was secondary. The main thing was that he could clearly see that Star Prayer definitely didn't like it. He wasn't stupid enough to actually call people that when they said they wanted him to. Looking at the purple robe embroidered with stars on her, Sui said in a flash of inspiration, Weed is too random a name. Why don't I give you a name from our world? The Stargazer didn't seem too concerned about this kind of thing, and was currently surveying the bedroom, sniffing the words and just letting out an O, signaling him to make himself at home. Things like names didn't mean much to her anyway. There really weren't many people in the magical world who would call them by their first names. After all, everyone had only one life to live. And who in the entire world didn't know that Stargazers hated that humble name that heralded inferiority at birth? Let's call it Starscream. Starstreak. Star Prayer had already used the world language penetration card, so he could naturally understand what these two words meant. And then he seemed to send a bit of interest, turning his head to Sui. Does it mean anything? No. Sui shrugged. Look at your clothes or all the trajectory of the stars. So it's called Star Trace, mainly because it sounds good. Stargazer nodded, but didn't say much. Then I'll be called Starscream in this world from now on. Sui felt that this woman was really a bit of a three-less girl, like an emotionless robot, seemingly not caring much about anything other than whether or not the blue star was suitable for those hybrids to live in or not. Shall we go out and look? Seeing her looking around so curiously, Sui suggested. Starscream went to the window and ruffled the curtains. What can there be to see at this late hour? This is supposed to be a suburb, and the villa is still directly across from a lake. Lift the curtains at this point and naturally you can't see anything but darkness. It's only after 11 at night. The nightlife is just starting to come around. Sui greeted. Let's go. It's just right to let Julian take you out for a stroll. I have some things to do. I still need to make a trip to the trading space, and I'll think of a way to solve the identity problem for you tomorrow. Yes. Starscream still didn't have much of an expression, and had the look of letting Sui arrange it. Moon Listening was prepared for the arrival of the Star Prayer, and as an elf princess and a girl, it was always easier for her to communicate with Starscream than Sui. It so happened that Sui also had to continue to the trading space to complete today's transaction with White Deer, and now he didn't have the time to accompany Starscream to nag him. After arranging for this magic world's big-name legendary powerhouse, Sui turned his head and went back into the trading space. You're finally here. Do you know how long I've been waiting? As soon as he entered, the grumbling of the White Deer reached his ears. Sui hurriedly compensated with a smile. I'm really sorry. There was some delay. How does it feel to use all that magical food and life water I gave you last time? Humph. Remember to be punctual next time. White Deer lightly grunted and then said, the effect is really good. And according to what you said about different people absorbing these things with different efficiencies, it's true according to my own tests. Now I should be able to punch you to death even without power armor. Late only, but there's no need to beat me to death. The corner of Sui's mouth twitched. The other shipment of magical food and life water you were promised has been gotten. What are you going to take for it? Her situation was again different from Vivi's, who had a high status in the wizarding world and could collect anything she wanted within a set period of time. If you can't get it together, Vivi basically has it in her mind. So Sui could make an appointment in advance when he traded with Wei Wei, and then when the time came, he would directly take the trade to get the long agreed upon trade item. But Shiro was obviously not of high status in their world. The good things Sui wanted, she could basically only rely on robbing them. So of course there was no such thing as a reservation. What she can come up with for trade all depends on what she snagged recently. A few days ago, I robbed someone else's intergalactic giant corporation's brain. And recently, there's been a tight grip around the Green Jade planet. So this kind of thing isn't very good anymore. Deer scratched his head in a rather embarrassed manner. But the armaments issued by the Federation to our brigade have arrived. I can give you 10 sets of Hailstorm-class power armor. which is standard for the Federation's near-Earth orbital forces, as well as 3 night-class landing craft from my side. I don't know if you're interested. Armaments? Sui froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Good armament, he asked in a rush. What about power armor? And what about some kind of landing craft? Hale-class power armor isn't really much on our side. The main use being to put orbital airborne brigades acting as vanguards from near-Earth orbit into the surface when dealing with enemies on other planets. It's barely good in the same level of power armor. And the armor defense is okay. The self-contained energy shield is also not on the level in the same class. Advantages are mature technology, leathery and durable, combat effectiveness for long periods of time and extremely harsh conditions and cut off from external supplies, and excellent self-sustainability. All in all, it's an up and down, very middle-of-the-road piece of equipment, but it wins because it's cheap to build and cost-effective. The standard weapon is an electromagnetic rifle with 500 rounds of ammunition. The power source is a third-generation miniature fusion furnace. The output power of this thing is not bad. It is considered the most valuable thing in the whole set of power armor. And there is also a primary military intelligence AI assisted by the internal settings. Whether this thing has or does not have is actually not a big difference. The landing craft, on the other hand, are fully loaded with 1,000 tons and can reach speeds in excess of third universe speeds at the fastest. Usually used for landing when a starship has completed its ground strike and needs to send our airborne brigade to contest ground control. If you lack ground-to-space transport capability, this would be good. Like the Hailstorm-class power armor, it's technologically mature, leathery and durable, and except for the core components, it's good to fix if it breaks. Chapter 83, I'll give you a menu. You order it yourself. As soon as Shiro spoke of the data, he displayed his expertise as an off-world officer. The little mouth was blazing away. Sui's eyes went straight when he listened to that one parameter. These things hold to the blue planet must not directly dominate the stars. Awesome big okay. However, seeing that the more white deer blew, the more excited he became. Chen Knight could not help but think of another problem and said with slight concern. This was issued to you in the military by whatever federation you have. Is it really okay for you to just give it to me like this? What words this is? Shiraga said without a care in the world. Those reformers of the Interstellar Federation are so rich and powerful. How could they care about these few power armors and a few landing craft? Not to mention that banditry has been rampant on Green Jade Star lately. And the Near-Earth Orbit Airborne Brigade under my command serves as an important force in maintaining law and order on Green Jade Star. So it's normal to lose a little bit of equipment, isn't it? Those in the army who were loyal to the Union I just killed as battle damage reports. And received their pensions by the way. What's a few pieces of equipment? Goddamn bandits are rampant. Aren't you the bandit yourself? As for killing people in the military who are loyal to the Federation and receiving people's pensions afterward, this would be pretty bombastic even if it was placed in the ancient warlords of Kyushu. No wonder Sui always felt that this woman had a bandit aura about her. He's a real bandit. But thinking about it seems to be right. People in the Interstellar Federation is a rebel with a lot of power in his hands. No matter what is done, it is the image of the Star Federation that is damaged. I do the bad things. I enjoy the good things. And the pot goes to my opponent. Changing Sui to go by herself. Then I guess I will do the same thing with her. This bag is no evil. That Interstellar Federation of yours is so technologically advanced. Is it possible that it can't control you at all? The Lioli system where our Green Jade Star is located is the borderland of the Interstellar Federation, and was originally a zone of unregulated territory, only nominally belonging to the Interstellar Federation. You may not believe it when I tell you. In Green Jade Star, our Orbital Airborne Brigade is already considered a hardcore full-fledged member of the Interstellar Federation, and often help the Star Federation clear shipping lanes, guard resource planets, and quell some rebellions. Shiro snorted. The other forces here can be even more excessive than us. The new governor of Green Jade Star dispatched by the Federation a few months ago. Just the second day after he took office the entire team was killed off. The body is still hanging in front of the governor's residence. I'm too lazy to go collect his body. The Federation only cares about whether or not the Lioli Galaxy is able to pay up its resources on a regular basis. And those reformers only think about relying on mechanical immortality day in and day out. So how could they care about policing this place? What a night city. All evil right. Sui did not know what to say except to say that he had gained knowledge. Who would have thought that a civilization capable of easy interstellar voyages would be so chaotic internally? It's simply a rite of passage. After discussing the items to be traded, White Stag was as efficient as ever. Straight away, he went to the warehouse and brought him what Sui wanted. It was delivered without even removing the package. Even the manuals are still in the power armor and landing craft. All of them are new and unopened. As for the question of what equipment White Deer's own men would use after trading these equipment, Sui was now too lazy to ask. People are even greedy for pensions. Isn't it too normal to take empty paychecks? Guess the gear was supposed to be extra. After the transaction, when the two of them discussed the items for the next transaction, Sui couldn't help but ask, "This landing craft looks still a bit small. The kind of starships over there that are capable of interstellar voyages. Can you see if you can round up a few for me? Civilian and military ones are fine. I've tried. It's not good." Shiraga opened her mouth with a blast of hard work. "I was going to get a starship to trade these before I came here today, but I realized that you can't stow it in the space given by the trading platform if there's someone in the starship. And there are people inside any starship almost every hour of the day, even the ones under repair. If you mess with a starship, you have to empty the people inside first, but starships are too big, and there are many different kinds of identification systems inside, and almost all of them have an interdimensional contact system now. After staying inside for a long time, it's easy to be recognized as the real identities of me and those under my command. And even if you want to block the contact system to keep the message from being sent out, you can't even do it, so it's not good to tidy up. It's easy to expose my identity, and when the news pokes its way to the center of the Federation, my fat job as the top commander of the Orbital Airborne Brigade is kind of sitting on the end of the line." She had actually tried it, which was something Sui had never expected, but it's normal when you think about it. Anyway, she trades in things that are either robbed or coveted. Pups sell without pain. Being able to exchange Sui's hands to help her become stronger was certainly very worth it to her. And Sui, from these two transactions with her, it is not difficult to see. Their world of all kinds of awesome high-tech absolutely still have a lot. She dared to play like this is definitely not short-sighted, but too much of a good thing simply cannot be sold out. "Alright, then when you get a chance you'll remember to straighten one out for me." Difficult. Shiro was quite frank, but just after the words were out of her mouth she said with a flash of inspiration, "You have this thing there that can make a person's physical body stronger out of thin air. I wonder if there are any of those very powerful human individuals. If so, we can sign a lease contract. You send your people to my side, and I'll show you the various types of starships on our side. I'll take your people over to whichever one I fancy. Let your people kill all the people or animals or whatever in the starship, and I'll just stuff the starship into the trading space, and things will be done." People from other worlds robbed the starship. Those reformer CPUs of the Federation burned down and there's no way they can find out who did it alright. The more Shiraga talked, the more excited he became. "I can't wait for Sui to get a slugger over here right now to the out of him." Even Sui couldn't help but feel his heartbeat accelerate a little at the words. If it was before, when the only high-end combatant on his side was Moon Age, there was no guarantee that this kind of thing wouldn't be dangerous, and he definitely wouldn't agree to it. But not now. Starscream that didn't just come in. In the magical world, she is second only to a god in terms of combat power. Robbing someone's unsuspecting tech world, that's still a handful. Of course, he wasn't overwhelmed by the lure of a starship. After calming down for a moment it was said, "You give me your world starship iconography and function descriptions and such first, and I'll study them with these power armor and landing craft you sent me before deciding whether or not to do so. The odds are that Starscream will be one of their own in the future, so letting her go through the motions is nothing if it works out." But he wasn't sure just how far the weapons in Shiro's world had progressed. What if people really had some powerful weapon that just happened to be able to deal with Starscream? Wouldn't it be a gift to send her there? Chapter 84, Is it finally my turn to be sanctioned? This request is clearly reasonable. Sui waited for about half an hour more before Baidir returned to the trading space with a pile of information. There are a dozen or so different classes of starships in here, and there are commercial starships, military starships, and civilian sightseeing starships in there. There are actually quite a few starships I can find details on here, but these are the only ones I've been up to see with my own eyes and know the information is credible. Also, the information on those starships I can't be sure of the authenticity of, so I'll leave it to you for now. Go ahead and pick which one you like and have someone come and carry it. Another rewarding day. Coming out of the trading space and looking at today's harvest, Sui couldn't help but be in a good mood. It's actually early in the morning at this point. Looking at the bedroom, Yuli had entered the house at some point and was sitting on the edge of the bed in her halter-top pajamas, swiping her cell phone. He was no longer the least bit surprised by his sudden return from the trading platform and his sudden appearance in the house, and simply smiled. "You're back. Take an early rest. Next time when tossing pay attention. You what physical quality you yourself is not unaware of. For that small body where to stand. Taste almost have to." The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched, hearing this kind of words from his proper wife. Even though he had thick skin, he still felt a little embarrassed after all, was about to wave his hand and excuse himself to take a shower and run. But unexpectedly the cell phone suddenly rang. It was the Sky Hub that was contacting him. Sui just remembered that when he entered the trading space just now, he brought his cell phone in with him, and of course he couldn't connect to Blue Star's signal in the trading space, so it was probably because the heavenly pivot had been looking for him for a long time. but he hadn't been able to get in touch with him. That's why he was partially contacted again on the occasion as soon as he got out. Master, something has happened, and I'm afraid it's not good news for the development of the Heavenly Domain Group. Just as soon as it was connected, Tenchu's voice came out of the phone. What is it? Just 3 hours ago, the Black Palace of the Bald Eagle Kingdom released the latest batch of sanctions against the enterprises of the 9 states, and the Heavenly Domain Group happened to be on it. The reason is that they consider Heavenly Domain Medical's Water of Life to be an unstable and dangerous drug, and unless we can provide the relevant papers to prove it on a principal level, the Water of Life will never be able to be traded in the Bald Eagle's market. And the scope of their sanction isn't just the Water of Life from Horizon Medical, but the entire Horizon Group, including Horizon Farms, is within the scope of the sanction. The 2 ships of nearly 200,000 tons of grain that you asked me to book previously are now either not wanting to fulfill their contracts because of the sanctioning factor, or they want to take advantage of the situation to raise their prices. The big international grain merchants have basically reacted to this sanction in some way, and I'm afraid that if you want to find other merchants to buy again, you'll have to increase the price. There's more to this? Sui-do couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The Water of Life could topple the entire medical industry, so it was within his expectation that Heaven's Domain Medical would be sanctioned by the Western world. It's just that he didn't realize that these guys were much more shameless than he thought. Directly sanctioned the entire Horizon Group. Even the food purchased by the farm's real money fair trade had to be restricted a bit by any means possible. It's almost as if you don't even have a face. After a few moments of contemplation, he said to the Heavenly Hub, "What do you think? Is there a treatment plan ready?" The Heavenly Pivot replied instantly. After projecting, "I don't think that this incident is necessarily a bad thing for the Horizon Group. The main product of the Heavenly Domain Group, the Water of Life, is currently severely underproduced, and it's not enough to supply the interior of Kyushu, let alone outside of Kyushu. You yourself don't have the idea of selling the Water of Life abroad, so the sanctions don't have much of an impact on the group. Instead, it also gives the company greater fame as a result, which is equivalent to the Bald Eagle giving the company free publicity. As for the treatment program, I have 2 sets prepared so far. Option 1, ignore it and just pretend the matter doesn't exist. As long as we show that we don't care enough and prove that we can still get very good without expanding our overseas industries, the ones who will be in a hurry at that time will be them instead. After all, nowadays is the age of the internet. Their stigmatization of the Water of Life simply can't last. And when the truth is known, and the people of their country find out that it's actually their own government that has refused to allow this miracle medicine to enter their country's market, the pressure on them will be immense. However, this is a long-term program. In the short term, I'm afraid we can only be silent and act as if we don't know about this matter at all. I'm afraid this doesn't fit your character, so I've also prepared another program. That's a high-profile expression of dissatisfaction and disdain for the so-called sanctions and slapping that slap back with real technology. I wouldn't even have prepared this scenario if it was a week ago, but after you brought that set of the most advanced chip technology currently available at Blue Star, as well as its production line, the situation has become completely different. The white-headed eagle has been sanctioning Kyushu for a long time, and with one restricted technology being overcome by Kyushu, they actually don't have many chips in their hands. At present, among the items that are most difficult for Kyushu to break through the sanctions in a short period of time, but are indispensable, chips are definitely in the first place. Breaking their monopoly and sanctions on chip technology is definitely a huge blow to the white-headed eagle, and you have just the technology at hand to do just that, don't you? Moreover, according to the original plan, in fact, these 2 days were also supposed to put the chip on sale to the market, and now it's just announced 1 or 2 days earlier than the original plan, so there's no harm done. You really are still smart. Sui barely thought about it before he directly chose the second option. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from early to late. Sui never claimed to be a gentleman, much less have the patience to wait 10 years. He wanted to hit his face back hard now, so the carbon-based chip was naturally the best choice. It doesn't even have to be announced ahead of time to ruin the original release schedule. Just teasing in advance with the official Horizon Group account that there's such a thing and it's going to be available in the near future would be enough to blow it up. Of course, revealing this information now would definitely be mocked by all sorts of people from all walks of life. But when the finished product was brought out from the side of Heaven's Domain technology in a few days, it would be the time when the entire world would be sidetracked by it. Since you want to hit the face, of course, you have to wait for the opponent to open a good champagne. Pull enough hate. This face hit is interesting. Chapter 85, Announcement of Carbon-Based Chip, shocking the whole internet. Under Sui's authorization, the Heavenly Hub released a message on the internet that night using the official account of the Heavenly Domain Group. Pleasant news. The Horizon Technology Company under the Horizon Group has recently made a major breakthrough in the field of carbon-based chip research, and has now produced a finished chip product whose performance far exceeds that of the international top level. 3 days later, our company will open the product launch at the Zhengcheng Stadium. The future is here. Please look forward to it. Not a lot of words, and not a lot of really useful things to say, but just the little bit that was revealed was already pretty bombastic. Chips with performance far beyond the international top level are still carbon-based, and the one who released this information was also a company like the Horizon Group, which is well known for selling the water of life. This is outrageous how you look at it, okay? No, it's the middle of the night. Am I up all night? Carbon-based chips? No. What the hell is a carbon-based chip? Can anyone say? Said Chicken Hair, the browser and do not charge. Encountered things no to ask. What's cyber disabled? Will not search because there is no hand? Isn't this purely a play on words? Carbon-based chip research is not a lot of people, this is true, but the finished product can be used is not much. Performance far exceeds the international top level of carbon-based chips. Afraid of not 10 years ago the performance of silicon-based chips. This is not purely playing word games to deceive those who do not understand? LOL, I can already imagine the brainless people in the comment sections of various websites coming back to say win after this news gets out. That is, the werewolf is going to climax again. Carbon-based chips, belongs to the category of blowing awesome, can't even be understood. Didn't the Horizon Group say that it had only recently made a lot of money from the water of life? Why is it still eating so ugly now? Engaging in this kind of headline party thing? Evil is not disgusting, What's there to say? I guess the water of life can't be fired. Where in the world are there so many cuties? You spend $88.88 to buy a bottle of drink which is not useful at all. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a new track, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a new track, right? Dude, you've used the water of life and you're saying the water of life is useless? I really drank the water of life. Just before the sale of my luck grabbed 2 bottles. A bottle of their own drink. A bottle to me. Drink down is no effect at all. I drink I do not know? The experience after they have used is not at all cannot say? Can only you these water army cheat people to spend money to buy wastewater? Not allowed to be cheated people out to reveal the truth. Right? You're drinking Ninu. The water of life is limited to purchase. A person can only buy a bottle. Your brother with life to buy 2 bottles? Do your homework before you go black, okay? Believe it or not. I believe it anyway. I didn't believe that the water of life was real until a bottle of it cured my hemorrhoids, foot odor, and wisdom teeth for many years. And then I became a brain-damaged fan of the Horizon Group. Not to mention what carbon-based chips, even if the Horizon Group says they are going to build a starship tomorrow. I can't doubt a bit. I'm the same. It's hard not to be grateful to those who have truly drunk the water of life. This kind of good stuff, Horizon Group actually sells it for only $8,888. It can't be more conscientious. With the explosion of the water of life, the Horizon Group is now considered to be in the limelight on the internet. Coupled with the fact that the Heavenly Hub Control Network phishing will intentionally push the envelope. The matter of the Heavenly Domain Group being sanctioned by the White-Headed Eagle and then announcing that it had conquered the carbon-based chip technology soon became known to everyone on the internet. With traffic naturally comes controversy. After all, the internet environment these days is no different from a cesspool. Researching high-yield crops to feed countless people is enough to become a saint in ancient times, let alone anything else. People don't even need any reason to want to call you out. This scolding goes on. And naturally there is no such thing as an uncontroversial thing in the world. After finalizing the direction of things in the general direction, Sui was too lazy to care about this. All rights reserved to the Heavenly Center to deal with. He was hurriedly took a bath hugging the fragrant soft moon listening to Hurry to Sleep. Today a day to run this and that. He is also really a little tired. But he didn't sleep until he woke up naturally after all. The next morning, at the dawn of the day, Sui was woken up by a phone call from Old Man Lin. Kid, is that carbon-based chip of yours real or not? Sui looked at the time in a daze and said helplessly, Big brother, it's only 6 in the morning. I'm sleeping. Let's talk about it later. Don't hang up. Old Man Lin was instantly anxious. How do you sleep at your age? And I'm not going to lie. It's not that I'm curious. It's that there are a lot of people up there who are curious. Do you know how much of an impact those messages you sent out last night made? It can be said that the whole world was taken aback. But your company didn't put out a single bit of useful information. So don't tell me that you were drunk in the middle of the night and played a joke on the world. Of course it's not a joke. The carbon-based chip is real. Performance leading the world's top level is also true. And it's not some kind of word game. Our carbon-based chips support 1 nanometer, can be produced, and the yield is not low. All aspects are much better than the current state-of-the-art silicon-based chips. Sui casually explained a few sentences, then hung up the phone impatiently. It's early in the morning. Call again and I'll have to blackball you. Toodaloo. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Old Man Lin, who was sitting in a bright conference room, was at a loss. The several well-mannered old men sitting next to him were directly dumbfounded in place. Old Chang, old Zhao, don't be dumbfounded. You should have heard what he said. How is it? Tell me about it. Old man Lin saw the two of them fidgeting and scratched his ears anxiously. Officials have been paying attention since last night when the Horizon Group released that message. I was going to contact someone from the Horizon Group to ask if it was true or not, but considering the time is too late, and I'm afraid this involves extremely important business secrets. Ask people to fight workers probably cannot ask what. The above thought to send with Sue also most familiar with the old man Lin to ask about it. In order to prevent old man Lin, an old man who didn't understand ship technology and didn't know anything about some specialized terms, he even sent two experts in related fields overnight to come and observe the meeting, so that he wouldn't miss any important information. But after he called and asked questions, the experts suddenly stopped talking, which made it difficult for old man Lin. Did it work? Tell me. Finally, after his repeated inquiries, the old academician known as Lao Chang was the first to come back to his senses and replied with trembling lips. If what he's saying is true, and the Horizon Group really has mastered mature carbon-based chip technology and has been able to mass-produce 1 nanometer level chips, then all the sanctions that the West has imposed on us in the semiconductor field will be reduced to a joke. The other old man chimed in. Not only semiconductors, but also involves a lot of precision machining in the field there. You are not doing scientific research. Simply do not understand what kind of technology is needed to be able to make integrated circuits to 1 nanometer level. But all of this needs to be predicated on one thing, and that is true. Old Lin, can you be sure it's true? Now that's listening. The first two people said what technology, what role, and so on. Lin, old man listening to the clouds. In short, powerful on the right. This last one questioned whether the chip was real or not. This issue, old man Lin did not even think about it. The kid says something outrageous every time, but it turns out he never lies. So I believe it's true.